Long ago, there lived a master blacksmith whose name was known far and wide. His shop overflowed with finely crafted weapons and armor, each piece fetching an extraordinary price. Fortune smiled upon him when the Cairo kingdom sought his skill during a time of war. The alliance was his golden opportunity, and when the battles ended, his service earned him the title of Baron. This man, the blacksmith turned noble, was the father of Roman, the current heir to this land. In the present, a young Roman sat across from an older man, listening to this tale with unexpected focus. Behind him, a mustached servant looked on, puzzled. Why was Roman so engrossed in a story everyone already knew by heart? The scene rewinds to earlier that day. Roman was questioning something odd, whether he was truly older than the son of the Dmitri family, whether the kingdom of Cairo was real, and if this so-called world of Murim even existed. The mustached man blinked in surprise. Of course it was true. What was wrong with him? Roman wasn't known for his brilliance, but this was unusual. Was he drugged? Among the wealthy, such indulgences were said to be in fashion, and Roman, unlike his capable brothers, had spent the last 25 years holed up in his room, earning the title the Fool of the Dmitri family. Breaking the moment, the servant mentioned that Roman's fiancée, a young lady from the Lawrence family, would be visiting today. She valued refinement and proper manners, so he should. But Roman cut him off. There's something more important, he said firmly. Take me to the elder of this land. Meeting Lady Lawrence can wait. I need to know how to survive in this world. The servant stared at him. Why would someone born and raised here say such a thing? Still, a servant's role wasn't to question, only to obey. And so, in the present moment, the elder finished speaking. That's all I know. Roman nodded. You've been helpful. I'll see to it you're rewarded. The elder replied that speaking with Roman had been an honor. Roman's thoughts drifted inward, to a name that wasn't his heir, Baek Jong-hook. In his true life, he had walked the path of a Murim martial artist, carving his way through a turbulent world. He had achieved every goal he sought and had accepted death with a calm heart. Yet, for reasons beyond his understanding, he awoke in the body of Roman Dmitri. Was this heaven's will, or punishment from the gods for refusing ascension? His thoughts were cut short by a loud voice behind him. You free! A crowd gasped and parted as a young boy collapsed to the ground, blood running down his face. 3 men towered over him, kicking and shouting for him to die. The boy struggled to breathe, his body shaking under the blows. The largest of the 3 sneered, calling the boy a rotten brat, and the beating continued. Through the scattering onlookers, Roman's servant pushed his way forward. His eyes caught on a mark, red fangs inked onto the bulky man's shoulder. That was when he noticed something else. Roman was already standing there. Blood fangs, the servant muttered. Roman glanced at him. And who are they? They're a lone shark gang, the servant explained quickly, operating not just here in Dmitri territory, but in the lands around it. If they've gone this far, that boy must owe them a lot of money. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. Master, we should pretend we didn't see this. But before he could finish, Roman was gone. His voice rang out. Enough. The 3 men paused, blinking in confusion as Roman strode toward them. One of them tilted his head, squinting. Roman Dmitri? He spat on the ground. You think being a noble means you can throw your weight around? Idiot. Another, his eyes glassy and unfocused, barked a laugh. Get lost, Roman. Don't embarrass yourself. Leave before you get hurt. Hans, the servant, hurried after him, bowing quickly to the men. Master, please, let's go. The Bloodfangs aren't people to mess with. But Roman interrupted him. Hans, I still don't know much about the laws of this world. Explain them to me. His gaze stayed fixed on the gang members. Who's in the wrong here, and what punishment should they face? Hans froze. Well, since the boy failed to pay his debt on time legally, it's his fault. But the Bloodfangs had no right to hand out judgment themselves. More than that, they had insulted Roman, the eldest son of the Dmitri clan. By the law of this land, such disrespect toward a noble was a crime punishable by death. Execution would not be unusual in this case. The gang members looked at him without a hint of fear. Roman's voice cut through the air. You've broken the laws of this land. He bent down, picked up a sturdy stick, and continued. I am Roman Dmitri, eldest son of Lord Romero Dmitri, and I will see justice done. One of the men smirked. I get it. You're noble, but you clearly don't understand how things work out here. You're putting us in a bad spot, and you don't even know the situation you're in. Their hands went to their weapons. Roman's lips curved slightly. That confirms it. The leader frowned. Confirms what? That you're trash, daring to speak to the lord of this land like that. Roman burst forward. I don't care what business you have here. The sudden aggression stunned the bandits. One of them shouted for the others to attack. The largest swung his blade, but Roman slipped past with ease. In the same motion, he drove the stick into the man's neck. The thug froze, eyes wide, before blood burst forth. He clutched his throat, gasping for air. The others hesitated only a heartbeat before rushing him with knives. Master! Hans cried out, panic lacing his voice. Another blade came slashing, but Roman twisted aside, knocking the attacker off balance. A swift movement followed. Roman drove the stick hard into the man's chest. Hans could only stare. Was this truly his master Roman dismantling seasoned thugs, as if they were nothing? In that moment, far away in memory, Baek Jung-hyuk recalled the first sight he had upon waking in this body. A note, left behind by the original Roman, and a scattering of pills on the floor. In the Cairo kingdom, constantly embroiled in war, every noble family was required to send a representative to the army. Roman had been chosen to serve, but out of fear, he took his own life. A pitiful end to a pitiful existence. But that man was gone. Now, in his place, lived Baek Jung-hyuk, Sky Demon Sect leader. And since he now possessed this body, he would live as Baek Jung-hyuk. Roman stood over the fallen bloodfangs, brushing his stick clean. It was slick with blood. A sudden shift in the air made him pause. His instincts whispered, monster? Behind him, the young man who'd been watching tried to bolt. Roman caught him by the hair, forcing him down to his knees. For order to exist, Roman said evenly, the law must be upheld. I won't take your life, but you'll still pay. The boy cried out, a sharp scream cutting through the murmurs of the onlookers. Blood trickled down to the dirt, pooling at his knees. I am Roman Dmitri, he declared. Gasps rippled through the crowd. If anyone here has a problem with the punishment I've given, they're welcome to speak to me directly, anytime. In his past life, Baek Jung-hyuk had ruled Murim through unmatched power. Hundreds, no, thousands, of masters had come for his head, only to be cut down. Rivers of blood marked his path, until the world itself acknowledged the Sky Demon Sect as the unchallenged ruler of Murim. Now, looking at the blood on his own hand, Roman frowned. Why did it take me this long to deal with a mere gang? Hans, he barked. Call the guards. Report what happened here. Have them investigate. Hans, still dazed, nodded. Understood, he said quickly before running off. Roman clenched his hand. This body is worthless, barely any vital energy, and the flow is a mess. I need information, and I need to rebuild my strength fast. A faint voice called from behind. It was the battered youth, swaying on unsteady legs. Thank you for helping me, he managed. Roman looked at him sharply. You've misunderstood. I didn't do this for you. The Bloodfangs broke the law, so I punished them. And you're no exception. Tell me the truth, without lies. Otherwise, his eyes flicked to the unconscious gang members. You'll share their fate. The boy swallowed hard. I understand. My parents, they borrowed money from the Bloodfangs to buy farmland. We could have paid them back easily, once we sold the harvest. Kevin's voice broke into a yell. They destroyed all our crops. We couldn't pay them back, and then I found out why. Those monsters did it because they wanted my little sister. His knees hit the ground, fists clenched. It's not fair. We've never harmed anyone. Please, please, at least save her. Roman studied him. There was something in Kevin's eyes, a wild, dangerous glint. It reminded him of a mad demon, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Come to think of it, he'd once met such a man in a similarly broken, forgotten place. What's your name? Roman asked. Kevin. All right, Roman said. I'll look into what you've told me, and I'll deal with what happened here today. As Roman turned to leave, Kevin's voice followed him. Thank you so much. Roman didn't respond. Just a feeling, he thought, but this might be the last time we ever meet. The scene shifted to a carriage rolling down the road. Lady Flora, someone inside said, we'll be on Dmitri land soon. All right, Flora replied calmly. I'll be meeting Roman Dmitri soon. A month earlier, in the royal palace, a voice rang out, announcing a marriage of convenience between the Lawrence family and House Dmitri. Flora's father turned to her. You have to understand, our land is in a dangerous position. We have no choice. Her breath caught. It can't be marriage, and not just to anyone, to one of the Dmitri family, whose members were mostly minor nobility. It's too much, she said sharply. Her father didn't waver. I'm sorry. I hate that your pathetic father had to make this decision, but it's necessary. Back in the present, the carriage came to a stop. We've arrived, someone said. Flora stepped down, her thoughts bitter. I should have been promised to the second son. He has a bright future ahead of him. But no. Instead, the eldest, Roman Dmitri, the man who lives only for his own amusement, demanded this marriage. Even knowing the sorry state of Dmitri territory, she couldn't go through with it. She had to speak up now. Facing Roman, she said, "Please forget about this marriage." Roman exhaled heavily. "Fine." The answer caught her off guard. "What? I've heard plenty about this arrangement," he said. "Frankly, I don't understand how an idiot like me would dare to marry someone like you. I'd like to cancel it myself." Flora stared at him. He sounded serious, but something about it felt strange. "Then I'll inform my father," Roman said simply, turning to leave. "Wait, hold on a second," Flora blurted, her voice tight with surprise. Roman paused mid-step and turned. "What is it?" She hurried to close the distance between them. "I heard you were the one who insisted on marrying me. And now you're suddenly canceling it without a single good reason? Forgive me if I'm a little taken aback." Roman's brow lifted slightly. "Do you want to marry me?" Flora hesitated, then admitted, "Not really." "Wonderful," Roman said at once. "Then we're in agreement. The marriage is off. That settles it." He waved a hand lightly. "I'll take full responsibility, so there's nothing for you to worry about. People already call me the idiot of the Dmitri family. Adding divorce to the list won't make much difference." Flora watched him go, baffled. They call him an idiot? Roman headed straight to his father's chamber. Inside, Lord Romero Dimitri's slurred voice rang out, followed by a roar. "An affair? Cancel the marriage?" His anger filled the room like fire. "Yes," Roman replied evenly. "I've already spoken to Lady Flora. We've agreed to end it." Romero's gaze hardened into a glare. "You fool." His voice dropped, heavy with disdain. "People may call you the idiot of this family, but I'm your father. I've been trying to prove them wrong. A marriage to the Lawrence family is the perfect step toward solidifying our noble standing. All you had to do was marry a noble woman, and you couldn't even manage that." Roman bowed slightly. "I apologize." "Apologize?" Romero's hand tightened around a glass. "You think that fixes anything?" The glass shattered against the wall above Roman's head. "If this had gone smoothly," Romero went on, "I could have salvaged some dignity for you. But now, in 6 months, you'll be sent to the battlefield." Roman said nothing. "One more thing," Romero added coldly. "I heard you had trouble with the Bloodfangs. Witnesses claim you punished them." He let out a sharp, bitter laugh. "And who would believe that? I can't even deal with them. Someone must have helped you. But since you failed in your duty, you'll face every consequence yourself. From now on, every problem you've caused, you'll fix it." He expected his son to crumble, to beg for leniency. Instead, Roman met his eyes. "I'll handle it myself." Romero stared, caught off guard. "What's come over you?" "It was my fault," Roman said. "I should be held responsible." "I'll be back once everything's settled," Roman said, turning away. His father stared after him, uncertain what to say. "Wait." But Roman was already gone. Outside the office, he pulled a napkin from his pocket and wiped the thin trail of blood running from his head. Flora's voice caught him off guard. "Are you crazy?" Roman looked at her. "Why are you still here?" She hesitated, then blurted, "It's the Bloodfangs. They're not afraid to terrorize nobles. If you've angered them, they won't just let it go. Without your family's help, you can't possibly handle them. You should just apologize to your father." Roman's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why are you telling me this?" She began to repeat herself, but he cut her off. "Lady Flora, you don't know your place." Her breath hitched, but before she could reply, the scene shifted to earlier that day. In the Dmitri estate, Roman scowled. "What's that smell?" Hans, busy spraying perfume on him, answered calmly. "Nothing to be done about it. Eureka blood." Roman tugged at his jacket. "And this suit, why is it so tight?" "You're meeting Lady Flora for the first time," Hans explained. "You should show her some respect." "A wedding?" Roman thought. "I'm still adapting to this world. Marriage will only make things more troublesome." Hans suggested they wait for her arrival together in the hall. Roman considered it. There was no reason to treat poorly a woman who hadn't wronged him. If he could cancel the engagement without hurting her pride, so much the better. But when Flora appeared, it became clear she had no intention of showing him any courtesy. That left him with little reason to extend himself. "You're rather arrogant, aren't you?" Roman said, his gaze steady. "You came here to break off our engagement without even considering my circumstances. Yet when I told you I'd take full responsibility, suddenly you're concerned." Flora tried to speak, but he pressed on. "From a moment this engagement was questioned, You lost the right to interfere in my decisions. She stood frozen, unsure how to answer. Roman nodded slightly. That settles it. Roman turned away from Flora, his voice steady. Since our paths have split, let's stay out of each other's personal affairs. The only reason I said I'd take responsibility was to avoid any lingering talk of marriage after the engagement was broken, and because I have no interest in any relationship with you. He walked off without looking back, wondering if this would be both their first and last meeting. The scene shifted to the Dmitri mansion. Maybe that's enough drinking for tonight, someone suggested. Lord Romero Dmitri sat with his wife, staring into his glass. I've raised my hand against my son again, he admitted. Back when we were commoners, I favored Roman above all. But when we became nobles, I promised myself I wouldn't do that anymore. Rihanna, seated beside him, wrapped her arms around his shoulders. Because of that promise, our other children grew up to be fine people. That's true, Romero agreed. But Roman, he's the only one who went through those hard times with me. I don't know how to treat him. Rihanna kissed him softly. Don't blame yourself. Maybe you weren't the perfect father, but we're the only ones who can guide our children. And the Romero Dmitri, I know wouldn't let his son go astray. You still have a chance to make things right. Romero's brow furrowed. Roman is proud. He probably spoke in anger. But if we leave things as they are, who knows what'll become of him? Then why not ask Captain Jonathan to help? Rihanna suggested. Romero's eyes sharpened. You're right. He raised his voice. Come in. A servant rushed into the room. You call, my lord? Summon Captain Jonathan immediately, Romero ordered. The scene shifted again. Hans trailed after Roman through the streets. Master, it's too dangerous to be outside. The Bloodfangs could strike at any time. Let's just go back. This is exhausting. Roman stopped and turned toward him. Hans, do you know when the Bloodfangs gained the power they have now? Hans shook his head. No, they became infamous because they were ignored, Roman said. When they committed crimes, no one stepped in to stop them. That infamy bred fear, and fear forces people to obey. Hans blinked, unsure if he understood. So, you're saying they're not dangerous? Roman smiled faintly. For now, yes, they can still make me wary. The scene shifted to a lively restaurant, filled with chatter and clinking dishes. A server placed plates down on the table. Here's the food you ordered. Hans's face lit up at the sight, but Roman was already rising from his seat. You can stay and eat, Roman said. I'm going. Hans jolted. What? This is exactly what I mean, Roman replied calmly. From here on, I'll continue the investigation alone. It's too dangerous. You should stay here. Hans shot up from his chair. No, even if I might be in danger, I could never let you go alone. Roman's gaze settled on him. Hans, are you one of my people? The question froze Hans for a moment before he answered. Of course I am. Then stay, Roman said firmly. Don't throw yourself into danger needlessly. You've already done more than enough just by accompanying me this far. I'll be back soon. Hans watched him leave, stunned. To think he'd say something like that to me. I didn't expect it from him. He turned toward the door, but it wouldn't budge. It was jammed shut. If this weren't the time, Hans thought grimly, I'd tell them everything. The scene shifted to Roman, striding down a dimly lit street. One thing I've learned about the Bloodfangs in the last few days, they're strong. But because they operate in small groups, finding them is difficult. Maybe they've been lying low, afraid of the consequences if they fail to kill me. Which means there's a leader hiding in the shadows. If he couldn't track them down, then he'd make them come to him. That was why he'd walk the streets openly with Hans. They likely already knew where he was. And tonight, of all nights, was perfect. It was the time for regular night training, which meant far fewer guards patrolling the streets. If they planned to strike back, this was their best chance. And then, 3 figures in dark robes appeared behind him, knives flashing. This is Bloodfang's revenge, one of them roared, lunging forward. Roman didn't move. Far away, Hans was already running toward the captain, shouting for help. Captain Jonathan spun around and hurried over to Hans, demanding to know what had happened. Hans was breathing hard, struggling to speak. The captain told him to slow down and explain, and between gasps, Hans blurted out that the young master had sent for him at once. Roman was in danger. Meanwhile, Roman caught the attacker's knife hand, drove his elbow hard into the man's gut, and wrenched his arm until the blade slipped from his grasp. Snatching the weapon, Roman thrust it straight into the thug's chest. The bandit staggered back, leaving a trail of bloody footprints before collapsing to the ground. 2 other bandits froze in shock. What the? One stammered. This isn't what we heard all, the other muttered, eyes locked on Roman. Roman smirked. asking why they'd stopped moving. With a flick of his hand, he beckoned them forward, taunting them to come closer. Back with the captain, Hans was urgently explaining. Young Master Roman went into the city alone to face Bloodfang. The captain stared at him. What? No, you're joking. Hans shook his head, his voice sharp. It's the truth. We're wasting time. We have to move now. The captain recalled hearing about Roman's supposed fight with Bloodfang, even Romero asking him to intervene. Still, he muttered in disbelief, scratching his head. Why would he go there if he can't even handle a gun properly? He snapped out of it and barked orders to his men. Weapons ready. Hans, lead us to where he might be. Hans nodded, and the captain added, as long as we're there, Bloodfang won't dare lay a finger on him. But in the back of his mind, he couldn't help thinking. If Hans was telling the truth, Roman was a fool. Back in the city, the remaining bandits stared at their fallen ally. Roman called out again, asking why they'd frozen. Still smiling, he motioned for them to come. The bandits ground their teeth, shouting that he was throwing himself to his death, and charged forward with blades raised. One bandit lunged, but Roman sidestepped and drove his blade straight into the man's stomach. Another bandit, seeing this, cursed at Roman and charged, blade swinging. Roman leapt back, then delivered a sharp kick to the man's midsection, sending him flying several meters away. Roman strode toward the bandits sprawled on the ground and asked what all of this was about. The man spat out a warning that if Roman killed him, he'd never be safe again. Roman's tone hardened. I've already killed two, haven't I? You bandits only know how to talk. He raised the blade. Better answer my question properly. Then he drove the knife into the man's leg, drawing a scream. Who's your leader? Roman demanded. The scene shifted to a busy street. People milled about, chatting and laughing. Inside a lively bar, a man raised his mug mid-conversation, only to freeze when he spotted someone outside. Roman walked past the window, clothes dirted, hands stained with blood. The bartender turned, ready to greet the newcomer, but stopped short when he recognized him. Hello, young master. Roman nodded in reply. A murmur rippled through the bar. Roman Dmitri. Why is he here? Is he looking for someone? The bartender asked what he'd like to order. Tear of Dawn, Roman said. Sorry, we don't have that. Maybe something else, the bartender offered. Roman sighed. Fine, give him something stronger. He's got work in the morning. The room fell silent. Eyes turned toward Roman. He added, almost casually, or maybe the dew of dawn. The injured bandit's earlier words connected. That was the code. The bartender froze, realizing Roman had just spoken it perfectly. Tear of Dawn, something stronger in the morning to work. The air in the pub grew tense. Without Roman noticing, the bartender's hand slipped behind the counter, pulling out a hidden knife. In one swift motion, he swung it and shouted for everyone to attack. But his cry was cut short when a fist smashed into his face, dropping him instantly. Chaos erupted. Knives and swords flashed as patrons surged forward. He's a beast. Kill him, someone roared. Another voice shouted for the guards, and a man bolted for the door, smashing it open on his way out. Roman tore through the bandits with nothing but his bare hands, dropping one after another with brutal efficiency. Two men hesitated in front of him, and one stammered, What happened? Before they could move, Roman floored three more in quick succession. Whispers rippled through the crowd. This was Roman. They had heard something entirely different about him. Roman's thoughts flickered briefly. The greatest technique in the Mirror sect, the one that boosts strength by controlling breath in short bursts. The heavenly demon's martial arts had reshaped his body. He was no longer the man he used to be. Smirking, he dismissed them in his mind as nothing but pests. A groan caught his attention. The bartender had regained consciousness. Roman stepped toward him. Perfect timing. I was just about to wrap this up. The bartender, nose swollen and bruised, asked in a shaky voice what Roman was doing there. Roman reminded him that he had been the first to attack, and now they were alone. I'm curious about something, Roman said, pulling up a chair. Let's have a chat. Not long after, Captain Jonathan entered the scene. His eyes swept over the room, full of unconscious bodies. Was this your doing, young master? Before Roman could answer, a soldier called out from upstairs. They'd found a survivor. The man had said Roman was heading toward Lawrence. Lawrence? Why there? The captain asked. The soldier replied that Bloodfang's main base was located there. An hour later, the sun bathed the rooftops in warm light. Inside an inn, a tense conversation unfolded. The innkeeper was being pressed for information. I think it's in everyone's best interest if I talk, the man said, clearly nervous. A dark bruise marred his nose. Lifting his hand, he revealed 2 missing fingers. Cut them off myself. The innkeeper sneered. Go to hell. I'm not telling you a thing. He was tied to a table, staring up at the man who'd taken his fingers. A man grinning through bloodstains, holding a pair of scissors. Kill me. The innkeeper spat. Bloodfang will make you pay. The man's smile only widened. I should have done it right away. You know, I even like people like you. The man's smile didn't fade as he leaned in. People who stay silent even after the worst tortures, they're not afraid of death. That usually means they hold the most valuable secrets. The innkeeper's reply was cold. Stop wasting time. Just kill me. Something in the man's expression shifted, serious now. He glanced at a framed photo of the innkeeper with a child. So you really won't speak until the very end? What if, he said, picking up the picture, I tracked down and killed your son? The innkeeper's eyes widened in fury and shock. That's not my son, he growled, turning his face away. You think you can fool me? We're the same kind of man. You can't lie to me, the interrogator said, stepping closer. The innkeeper gritted his teeth and cursed him, spitting out his disgust at an aristocrat threatening his family. The man ignored the insult. I learned something interesting about Bloodfang. For revenge, their people are willing to throw away their lives. And here's the curious part. The innkeeper began to tremble. They're not all monsters, the man continued. Most of them just owe Bloodfang money. And Bloodfang doesn't just stop at making them debtors. They turn them into slaves. Families are held hostage. People pushed to the edge, threatened with the deaths of their loved ones. Sounds reasonable enough, doesn't it? The innkeeper sneered. Knowing the truth changes nothing. Gamefang always gets what he wants. The man leaned in, his voice low. I wouldn't be so sure. He dropped the photo at the innkeeper's feet, grinding his boot down on it slowly. I meant every word. I'll let my men find your boy. Then I'll kill him. Slowly. Painfully. And I swear it on my name. Then he stepped back slightly. But I'll give you one last chance. Keep your mouth shut for Bloodfang's sake and watch your son die. Or tell me what I want to know so I can destroy them. The scene shifted to a dimly lit building. What happened? One man demanded. Another answered. A witness says Roman Dmitri single-handedly wiped out an entire squad of our men. If a knight from the Dmitri family isn't good for business, then our business is in trouble. A broad-shouldered man with a beard and graying hair slammed his fist down on the arm of his cracked stone throne. Damn them. I refuse to believe it. Roman Dmitri isn't capable of that. But his thoughts told a different story. We were supposed to make our name by crushing the Dmitris. Yet entire squads have been taken down by someone who avoided even the Royal Swordsman Academy. Where is he now? He demanded. Just left Dmitri territory, the other man replied. I got the information from a morning source. They took care of this alone? Yes, sir. The man rose to his feet, his voice sharp. Then he could attack our bases without warning. Gather the forces immediately. Yes, sir. The subordinate answered with a bow before leaving. The bearded man's eyes narrowed. Roman Dmitri dares challenge Bloodfang. Today, I'll kill him without mercy and hang his core in the town square. Bloodfang will reclaim its honor. The setting changed to an opulent mansion. This is the Barco family, someone said as a man unfolded a letter. They think they've made their choice. Inside the hall, a feast was underway. Influential figures sat around a long table, quills scratching across parchment as they discussed strategy. There's a rumor, a red-haired man announced, that the family's taken a massive loan from the gold bank. Only one reason for that: preparing for war. All eyes turned toward the white-haired man seated at the center, his expression tight with anger. Beside him, a black-haired man spoke evenly. The start of this war is only a matter of time. First, we must gather our strength. The white-haired man steepled his fingers, closing his eyes. If things stay as they are, I believe the unrest can be contained. But in his thoughts, a grim realization stirred. I never imagined this could happen when I first received my family's documents. The black-haired man spoke first. I never imagined the central government would side against us. At this pace, our lands will be handed over. Another white-haired man slammed his hand on the table. We must hold the land at all costs. Our family survives only because of its fertile fields. The room erupted into shouts and arguments. Our ancestors were born to this land. It's ours by right, one man argued. That's impossible, another countered. Even the central government was accusing them of secret dealings. Count Barco finally raised his voice. Enough. Leave things as they are. No matter what happens, we will not surrender our land. If we falter, Other families will swarm like hyenas to claim it. His eyes swept the room. We will fight back with everything we have. That's why we allied with the Dmitri family. Murmurs of agreement spread. Dmitri is one of the richest houses in the Northeast, someone said. They may have been commoners once, but their wealth dwarfs ours, the black-haired man added. Count Barco nodded. Exactly. That's why I gave my only daughter to that fool from the Dmitri family, for the sake of our family's survival. The head of the family assured him, you did the right thing. There's no reason to blame yourself. The others echoed their agreement. At that moment, the doors opened. A young woman stood hesitating in the doorway, her face pale. What do I even say to him? She thought. Her heart pounded. No, I broke off the engagement. I can't even meet his eyes now. But what's done is done. This is my life. I won't sell it to an idiot like him. Still, her father's plan and the family's future weighed on her. How do I tell him I can't marry someone I feel nothing for? Before she could act, a soldier came running down the hall toward the meeting room. She turned to look as he stopped in front of her, bowing deeply. Miss Flora, he greeted. Yes, she replied, startled. Urgent message, he shouted. The scene cut sharply. Somewhere else, a voice rang out over the din. We've already beaten the hell out of them. From atop the wall, a man barked an order. Hand over the weapon and follow procedure. Then he demanded, what are you planning? The man below shot back, warning that young Master Roman was in danger. If anything happened to him, they'd never forgive it. The wall guard found the claim ridiculous, until a soldier ran up in a panic. Captain's in serious trouble, the soldier blurted. Is that true? The wall guard asked in disbelief. Yes, the soldier said. Riots are breaking out in the square right now. A grim thought flashed through the wall guard's mind. Don't tell me. They're about to break open the gates to hell. In the streets, frightened townsfolk whispered, unsure of what was happening. Their eyes fell on a bloody trail, ending at a corpse. Fear rippled through the crowd. From the other side of the square, Roman appeared, dragging the battered leader of the Blood Fangs behind him. The gang boss, moments ago arrogant, had once thought defeating a single noble brat would be child's play. One man from the gang should have been enough. They had numbers. They had weapons. Losing hadn't even crossed his mind. Until now. Until he'd seen every last one of his men lying dead. That's when he knew. He was next. Shaking, stumbling over his words, he pleaded for his life. Clutching Roman's leg, he promised anything. Servitude, loyalty, even becoming a dog. Just not death. Roman didn't even slow down. He hauled him into the city's center and tossed him to the ground for all to see. You should have thought about being a dog before you showed your fangs, Roman said coldly. He turned to the onlookers. This man is the leader of the Blood Fangs. You all know who he is. They threatened the Dmitri family. They lied. They manipulated. They bled this city dry. Every last crime is known. And today, I'll destroy their entire organization, along with the filth they spread. The crowd stood frozen. Jonathan, arriving at the square, stopped in his tracks. The scene spoke for itself. No explanation needed. The story then cut to an earlier meeting. Someone asked if the news was true. A soldier explained he'd allowed Roman Dmitri in because he was Miss Flora's future husband. But 30 minutes later, the soldier continued. He was dragging a man through the streets, saying he was the Blood Fangs leader, then killed him in public. The father was stunned into silence. Others questioned whether any of it made sense. Finally, a man with spectacles spoke. Taking justice into your own hands without the Lord's approval isn't something we can just overlook. The Lord wasn't overly rattled by the recent chaos. What caught his attention far more was that his soon-to-be son-in-law had single-handedly erased the Blood Fangs from existence. He ordered that Roman Dmitri be summoned. He wanted to speak with the young man directly. Before long, Roman arrived, escorted by Jonathan, the very knight who had led him into the city. The moment Flora's father saw Jonathan, a renowned figure, he assumed Roman must have relied on his help to win. Roman introduced himself as the Dmitri family's eldest son. The Lord skipped over the pleasantries and went straight to the point. Why did you commit such violence? Roman didn't hesitate. A few days earlier, he said the Blood Fangs had brutalized an innocent citizen. That was when he decided to end them, right there on the spot. Outside the chamber, Flora tried to overhear. She called a knight over. Did you let Roman Dmitri in? She asked. Yes, he replied. Then why is he in my father's room? The knight hinted she might be one of the last to know what was happening, a comment that left her uneasy. Back inside, Roman finished his account. He had stormed the Blood Fangs base and executed their leader. That, he said, was the whole story. But the Lord reminded him, Roman had no authority to carry out executions on Lawrence's land. Roman admitted as much, but questioned whether they were truly capable of handling men like that. The Bloodfangs had terrorized the region for years, while Lawrence's family looked the other way. That was why he had acted, because he didn't trust them to. The servants flanking the Lord exchanged startled glances. Roman looked at them, disappointed. "I thought I was called here to be praised," he said, "for doing what you refused to do. Was I wrong?" The Viscount turned to his aide. "Do you know about Ben Miles?" The man nodded. "We knew he wasn't an upstanding citizen, but never imagined he was the Bloodfang's leader." The Lord leaned back, his decision made. The argument was pointless. None of this would have happened if his own family had dealt with the problem first. "Enough," he said. "The boy will be rewarded. Let him go." Roman left without another word. Silence settled over the room, until the Lord began to laugh. The man beside him stared, half wondering if his lord had lost his mind. But the Viscount's amusement wasn't madness. It was admiration. He had never imagined this was the real Roman Dmitri. The advisor stepped forward, insisting they couldn't just let such an offense slide. But the Lord waved him off. "It's fine," he said. "He's going to be Flora's husband. Only a man with that kind of nerve can accomplish great things." The advisor tried again, but the Lord cut him short. "Enough. I've decided he's perfect for my daughter." He then ordered Flora to be brought in so they could speak. Meanwhile, on the road back to Dmitri territory, Jonathan glanced at Roman. "You shouldn't have told them everything," he said. "Even if you wiped out the Bloodfangs, the Lord looked like he was holding back anger." Roman's reply was calm. "All I did was make it clear their negligence caused the situation. And since he doesn't know the marriage has been called off, he won't punish his future son-in-law." Jonathan blinked, realizing Roman had anticipated this from the start. It left him wondering, was this even the same Roman Dmitri they used to know? In Roman's mind, another voice stirred. It called him by his real name, Baek Jung-hyuk, and reminded him of his birthright, son of the celestial demon. "If you want to succeed me," the voice said, "you must prove your worth. Survive hunger, cold, and the unyielding earth. If you die, I'll simply have another son. The only proof I'll accept is ruling over all others." Beck remembered those days vividly. A heavy-set boy sneered, disappointed. "So this is the son of the celestial demon? I thought you'd be stronger. Turns out you're just a loudmouth brat." Blow after blow landed. Beck staggered, unable to fight back. The other children didn't interfere. They simply thought he was a fool. While most had the shelter of family during childhood, Beck had grown up in a place where only strength kept you alive. Back in Dmitri territory, Roman now lay in a steaming bath, sinking into the quiet. Even after everything, he was surprised at how drained his body felt from what should have been a simple task. Since waking in this world, Roman had faced countless trials. To crush the Bloodfangs, he'd cut down every obstacle in his path and felt no remorse for it. It only confirmed what he already knew. He hadn't changed. If someone crossed him, he'd break them. If someone tried to take his life, he'd erase them. That had always been his way, and becoming Roman Dmitri hadn't altered that truth. The real challenge now was different. Moving openly was growing more dangerous. This world's inner workings were still unfamiliar, and his strength had diminished far from its peak. Every move from here on would have to be calculated. A voice called from the door. "Young master, the Lord wishes to see you." In the room ahead, Romero Dmitri was speaking with Jonathan. "Did he truly do all that?" Romero asked. Jonathan nodded. "Yes, my lord. Roman has changed." Romero's curiosity deepened, but the night went on. "This is not the same young master we once knew." The Lord leaned back, reflecting. Roman had always been his greatest challenge, his only son without any remarkable traits. Yet he was also the only child who endured their harshest days in poverty without complaint. A memory surfaced. Years ago, Roman had handed him a small piece of candy. "What's this?" Romero had asked. "It's sweet," the boy had replied simply. Romero had been deep in the mines that day when his son came wandering in. He'd scolded him for entering such a dangerous place, warning it wasn't safe. But Roman only smiled. "You work too much, father. I brought you something sweet so you can finish faster and come home sooner." All Romero had ever wanted was his son's happiness. That was why he favored him, why he gave him extra money to avoid the sting of being called poor. He had never imagined that kindness might lead Roman astray. In truth, a part of him had given up hope. But hearing that his son had destroyed the Bloodfangs had lit a spark inside him again. At the door, Roman's voice rang out, asking to enter. Romero thought, no matter how he did it, He wiped out the blood fangs. If that's true, I'll do anything for him. This will be my way of making up for the times I failed as a father. When Roman stepped inside, Romero looked him over. I hear you defeated the blood fangs on your own, he said. Baek Jung-hyuk, inside Roman's body, studied the man before him. He could sense Romero's anxious hope, waiting for words that might change everything. And he knew that if he spoke the truth, his father would see him in an entirely different light. The trouble with achieving more than anyone expected was that it always came at a cost. If Roman played things carefully now, he could buy himself the time he needed to grow stronger. As his father's voice called to him, Baek weighed the choice, tell the truth or lie. The safer answer was clear, keep the truth hidden. His mind flashed back to his childhood, back to a time when he'd been knocked to the ground, a bully sneering above him. That's all you've got? The boy taunted. Baek's hand closed around a rock. Without hesitation, he smashed it into the bully's face. The boy collapsed, bloodied and groaning. Baek stood, picked up another stone, and moved to finish the job. From that day on, no one dared to cross him. He had learned a brutal law. In a lonely world, only the strongest rule. He'd declare that the boy he'd beaten was their group's former leader. Now, Baek was in charge. Victory meant nothing unless it was absolute. That same instinct guided him now. Yes, he told Romero. I'm the one who took down the blood fangs. Neither Baek nor the celestial demon bloodline had ever been good at hiding their superiority. Later, in the city's training grounds, young swordsmen were drilling under their instructor's eye. Stop, the man barked. Show respect to the Lord. The trainees bowed in unison. Among them, a blonde-haired boy blinked in surprise. Why is Roman Dmitri here? The instructor stepped forward. Today, you'll be testing your sword skills against Mr. Roman. Step forward if you wish to challenge him. No one moved. Sweat beaded on foreheads. The blonde boy frowned, baffled. Why are they acting so afraid? Who would even want to fight that fool? An hour earlier, when Roman had confessed to his father that he was indeed responsible for the Bloodfang's downfall, Romero had asked the obvious question. How? Roman explained he had been secretly training in swordsmanship. Why keep it a secret? Romero asked. If you'd told me, I would have given you every resource you needed. I was tired of wasting my life, Roman answered. I wanted to prove that even the fool of the Dmitri family could accomplish something alone. Romero still doubted him. No one can master the sword to that level without help. Not enough to kill trained men. Roman countered that the blood fangs thrived through intimidation. That was why he'd set a trap, forcing their leader to come to him. Romero pressed further. How exactly did you do it? Roman explained that the blood fangs had a habit of striking back at weaker nobles, so he had made himself the bait. That's dangerous, Romero warned. If they came for revenge, it would have been easy for them. Roman shook his head. Most of their men were held in check through fear. If I killed the leader, no one would risk saving the man who had been threatening them. Romero found himself impressed. The plan was sharp, calculated, and it had taken real courage to see it through. To think Roman could come up with something like that. He leaned forward. Then, may I ask a favor? Roman agreed. I want to see this swordsmanship you've been practicing, Romero said. With my own eyes. I want to understand how much you've changed. Now, back at the training grounds, Romero stood watching, surprised that no one was stepping forward to challenge Roman. The blonde trainee thought he understood why. If you fought Roman and won, you'd probably be expelled for striking the Lord's son. If you lost, you'd be expelled for being pathetic. Either way, no volunteers. Jonathan frowned. They needed someone skilled enough to beat Roman without much effort, both to prove the knight's ability and to test Roman's claim. If no one steps forward, Jonathan called out, I'll choose for you. As a master of the Dmitri Knights, he couldn't take part himself. That left only one clear choice. Chris, he said, step forward. The name made Chris stiffen. Vice captain of the Dmitri Knights. He knew this wasn't going to be a normal spar. He remembered the first time he had met Roman, about a year ago. They'd gone to a bar after hearing complaints about a drunk causing trouble. Inside, a man was shouting, demanding to know if people were trying to make a fool of him. Are you trying to shut down this place? The drunk barked. The attendants apologized, unsure of how to calm him. Then Roman, reeking of alcohol, spoke up. Trash like you shouldn't even talk, he sneered. Get over here. The man hesitated, but Roman hurled his bottle at the wall, shattering it. Chris stepped in. That's enough. Roman turned, glaring. And who are you? Chris reached for his wrist, intent on dragging him out. You're embarrassing yourself. Roman slapped him across the face. How dare a lowly knight lay a hand on me? That single blow told Chris everything. Roman had never trained a day in his life. His strength was below that of an average man. Chris had pitied the Lord for having a son like this, certain that the boy was nothing but worthless. So why now? Was he being told to duel with him? Chris tried to speak up, telling the captain he didn't think this was a good idea. Surely, there had to be others better suited for the task. But Jonathan cut in, insisting the boy had brought down the blood fawn, so it had to be him. Chris opened his mouth to argue, but Jonathan silenced him before he could get a word out. All he could do was nod and say he understood. The crowd buzzed with anticipation for the duel as the two stood quietly, sizing each other up. Jonathan told them to hold off, but Chris suddenly raised his hand with a condition. He made it clear, once a duel began, he held nothing back, no matter who his opponent was. If they could accept that, he'd take part. In his mind, there was no way this fool was the one who'd beaten the Bloodfangs. Jonathan and Romero seemed fine with the terms, and Roman's smug grin only fueled Chris's irritation. Jonathan took that smirk as agreement and told both sides to prepare. When the signal came, Chris lunged without hesitation, while the boys stood rooted in place, waiting. Chris read his opponent's stance and struck with full force, only for the blow to be blocked with ease. Those who trained with Chris could see he was fighting seriously, and Jonathan was already impressed. That block had been flawless, and the boys' footing didn't even shift. Chris stepped back, gauging his opponent's strength from that single exchange. This wasn't how he thought things would go, but it didn't matter. He wouldn't be satisfied until this boy was on the ground. He swung again, only for Roman to slip out of the way. Chris caught the movement and spun, aiming for his side, but Roman blocked that too, still calm, still watching. Finally spotting what looked like an opening at Roman's back, Chris knew this was his chance. One clean strike, and it would be over. But before he could land it, Roman ducked, and Chris felt the rush of an attack pass, so close it clipped his hair. His blood ran cold. He jumped back, realizing just how close he'd been to taking a hit he couldn't shrug off. The captain and Lord stared in disbelief, and Chris's training partners couldn't understand how he was falling behind. Was this really the same Roman Dmitri they knew? Defense, evasion, offense, nothing was missing from his skill set. Maybe he really had beaten the blood prisoners. But no, Chris shook off the thought. This was still the same idiot as before. That's when Roman straightened and said, almost casually, "All right, warm-up's over." Roman announced that this time, he would make the first move. Before Chris could even register the words, it was already happening, too late to react. By sheer instinct, he managed to block at the last possible moment. He couldn't believe the boy was that fast. Instinct told him to pull back, but Roman stayed right on him, pressing forward without pause. Chris was forced into pure defense, blocking strike after strike while the crowd watched in uneasy silence. Every blow came faster, harder, leaving him no space to breathe. He knew he had to find an opening soon, some chance to turn the tide, but then a sharp strike to his arm sent him stumbling to the side. He thought about retreating, but before he could move, Roman was already raising his blade overhead. The motion looked slow, almost lazy, and Chris saw what seemed like a perfect gap, right at the center of Roman's chest. He committed fully, swinging with all his strength. But it was a bait. Roman slipped away effortlessly, and the small smile he gave made Chris's stomach drop. He had walked right into it. At this pace, there was no winning. And the worst part? Losing to him. Chris tightened his grip on his sword, and a faint aura began to form around it. Jonathan's voice rang out, ordering him to stop, but it was too late. The one-star aura had already flared to life. Even Bake looked stunned, and the arena erupted in chaos. Dust and energy clouded the field, and for a moment, no one could see a thing. Romero's heart pounded until he finally caught sight of Roman, safe, having just avoided a direct hit from the aura-infused strike. Before Chris could recover from the disorienting surge of power, Roman's blade snapped upward, catching him on the chin. The fight was over. Chris was on the ground, and neither Jonathan nor Romero had expected Roman to take the win. Whispers spread immediately. Everyone wanted to know more about this young man who'd caught the captain's eye. Those who knew spoke of him as one of the most talented they had ever seen. Despite his age, he was already a 2-star knight. Rumor claimed he had begun sensing mana just 6 months into training, reached 1 star in under 3 years, and wielded a sword with unmatched skill. The women in the crowd leaned closer, eager to hear his name. Jonathan remembered their training sessions. When he called a day, Chris would always ask for one more round. That hunger, paired with his natural gift, had convinced Jonathan long ago. Chris wasn't just talented. He was a true genius. And now, the so-called genius lay flat on the ground, completely outmatched by Roman, who casually stood over him. While Chris remained unconscious, Romero turned to Jonathan, demanding to know what had just happened. He'd heard Chris was a two-star knight. How could he lose like this? But even Jonathan couldn't fully explain it. Roman's performance had been the work of someone with years of dedicated training. Yet only a month ago, the boy had been doing nothing but grumbling and shirking work. The change didn't make sense. So Jonathan gave the only answer that fit. Roman was a natural-born swordsmanship genius. Roman, meanwhile, glanced at Chris and laughed quietly to himself. The fight had shown him just how relentless and determined Chris could be. With that kind of drive, he could easily have taken down the Bloodfangs himself. No wonder Jonathan was proud to have him as a disciple. But to the celestial demon within Roman, Chris was still weak, far weaker than even the lowest-ranked warriors of the celestial demon sect. Still, that strange power Chris unleashed at the end that was worth noting. Romero suddenly broke into manic laughter, startling those nearby. No one understood, but he quickly made it clear. This was the pride of a father seeing his son's brilliance. He asked Jonathan if he was absolutely certain about his claim. Jonathan didn't hesitate. No one could improve that quickly without being a genius. That answer only widened Romero's smile. Calling Roman over, Romero said it had been a long time since he'd felt this happy. He wanted to applaud his son and promised him anything he desired. Roman grinned and brought up the war set to take place in 6 months. Romero immediately assumed his son would ask to avoid it, but instead, Roman's request was the right to choose who would accompany him. The reply caught Romero off guard. He even suggested Roman could return to Flora and forget the whole thing, but Roman calmly insisted. He wanted to go. That left Romero momentarily stunned before nodding. If that was his decision, then he would have the right to bring whoever he wished and handle anything related to the war. Roman then said he had one more request. His father told him that as long as he carried himself properly, there would be no limits to what he could ask for. Roman's second request came with his gaze fixed on Chris, who was still lying unconscious. When Chris finally came to, his first question was why he had to teach Roman about aura. Jonathan's answer was simple. It was the master's order. Chris immediately protested. He barely knew Roman, and after waking from such a long coma, the situation was humiliating enough. Now, when he was being told to teach him, he scoffed that he'd rather lose his head. Jonathan cut him off with an offer. If Chris used this teaching opportunity to figure out why Roman had changed so drastically, Jonathan would allow him to learn any technique he'd been keeping secret from him. Chris shot upright, instantly interested. "Is that true?" he asked. Jonathan confirmed it. That was all he needed. He was certain this would be easy, and once he was done, he'd finally gain the secret to reaching 3-star knight status. He tried to play it cool, but still made Jonathan promise to keep his word. Meanwhile, in the castle, someone called out to Roman. It was Hans, who said he'd heard about the incredible duel earlier. Defeating a 2-star knight was no small feat. Roman asked if Hans knew anything about this 2-star aura talk. Hans admitted he didn't know much, only that it had to do with a knight's ability to use mana. Roman considered this. So here, they called it mana. Back in the Murum world, the power Chris had shown would have been called a key explosion, but the way it was applied here was entirely different. They called it aura, and to Roman, it looked like a complete waste of potential. Still, he needed to understand it, how it worked here, how people wielded it, and he was confident tomorrow's training would give him the answers he wanted. The next morning, Roman stood opposite Chris, who was clearly not thrilled to be there. Roman wasn't exactly excited either, at least until a quiet chuckle slipped from him. That was enough to make Chris bristle. Forcing himself to calm down, Chris began the lesson. Aura, he explained, was simply mana from the perspective of a knight. Chris went on to explain that mages also used mana, but in a different way, through spells and magic circles, while knights channeled it around their bodies. The very first to explore mana's potential was Emperor Alexandero, who discovered it could be used to strengthen the body. Aura, he explained, was simply mana released in an instant, allowing a person to unleash far more power than they normally could. Still, Chris brushed off the history lesson, saying it wasn't the important part. Only a handful of people could even use mana. About 1 in 1,000 could become knights, and only 1 in 10,000 could become mages. That's why the first and most crucial step was determining whether someone had the affinity at all. Without at least the ability to sense mana, becoming a knight with aura was impossible. Chris added that it had taken him half a year to sense it himself, and even doing so within a year was considered above average. Roman simply nodded and asked him to explain how to sense mana. Chris agreed, though in his head he scoffed. Roman might have won their duel, but sword talent and mana talent were entirely different things. This training would be his reality check. But there was one problem. Roman had already sensed this world's mana. Using the celestial demon techniques he'd mastered, he was already storing a portion of it at the center of his body. The only reason he was here was to learn why this world used it the way they did. Even if it wasn't efficient, he wanted to understand it. Chris began pacing and told Roman to focus on every sensation, on anything touching his body. Once he grew accustomed to feeling mana, he could start thinking about manifesting it. Success would mark the step to becoming a one-star knight. There are different ways to manifest. Channeling aura into a sword, or spreading it to cover the body, for example. But before Chris could go on, he noticed something that stopped him cold. Roman was already standing beside him. Mana activated, manifesting aura. Chris had no words. Roman, however, had plenty of thoughts. He knew exactly what he was seeing and exactly how flawed it was. In his world, energy was purified and concentrated deep within the body. Here, they let mana drift in naturally, hoping it would stay. In a Miram world, mana was scarce and dense, hard to gather, but also stable once inside. In this place, mana was abundant but feather-light, slipping away as easily as it entered. The two methods couldn't even be compared. In a Miram world, you strengthened both the inside and outside of your body. Here, the exterior wasn't strengthened at all, and mana wasn't stored properly. Worse still, spreading energy thinly across the body was a complete waste. If Roman had relied on such a method, he wouldn't break into the top 10 even in 100 years. Shaken, Chris demanded to know how Roman had done it. Roman replied that Chris probably already knew the answer. Chris pushed harder, saying that was exactly why he was asking, because it had taken him half a year just to sense mana. He accused Roman of pretending not to know how to use it, just so he could show off. Now, it was starting to make sense to him why he'd lost. Roman dismissed the idea. Chris was only assuming what he wanted to believe. But Chris couldn't wrap his head around it. He'd spent 10 years climbing to the rank of 2-star knight, and here Roman was doing this effortlessly. Suddenly, Roman laughed. Chris narrowed his eyes and asked what was so funny. "You," Roman said. That only annoyed Chris more. "Are you saying my effort is a joke?" Roman tilted his head and asked, "In all those 10 years, did you ever once question the methods you were taught?" Chris opened his mouth to answer, but Roman cut him off. "Ordinary people never questioned it," he said. They simply trusted what had been passed down for generations, believing it must be right. When he had learned aura, he'd asked himself why everyone followed a method riddled with flaws. Was it ignorance? Blind faith in Captain Jonathan? Or simply because it was the easiest path? He wouldn't deny Chris had worked hard, but it was still amusing that he had never once asked why. Roman stepped past him, continuing. Nothing in this world was perfect, not even the things he once thought were absolute truths. Over time, everything changed. Questioning your own path was painful, especially when failure followed every attempt. But it was in those moments, facing criticism, enduring despair, that change became necessary. That was why he had abandoned his father's teachings and forged his own art. Turning back, Roman said the training was over. But before he could walk away, Chris called out, asking, "Then what should I do from now on?" The scene shifted to a memory. A man stood before a boy, asking if he would keep suffering or finally admit defeat. From now on, the Blood Demon sect would follow Beck, he said. But there was one thing he needed to know. How could he become as strong as Beck? He was ready to devote his body and soul, as long as they could both grow stronger. All he wanted was to know what to do from that point on. Roman recognized the look instantly. This was someone who had let go of their pride. He found it interesting. The Blood Demon had once been so powerful that he united all the sections. As ruler of the Murum world, it was inevitable he would one day clash with Beck. After a long, grueling battle, he lost. Roman remembered it well. How he himself had once swallowed his pride and sought guidance. The desire to grow stronger, even at the cost of pride, reminded him of that same Blood Demon. Returning to the present, Roman told Chris that he was asking how to get stronger, but unfortunately, he didn't have an answer for that. Chris frowned, confused. "Then what should I do?" "I already answered," Roman replied. "The one thing you can't do is follow what you've been taught without question. If I told you how to do it, you'd just be blindly following me instead. Find the answer yourself. He gave Chris one hint: stay close to him. In 6 months, he would be on the battlefield, and there Chris would see him cut down countless enemies and grow stronger. If, 10 years from now, Chris was still at his side, Roman was certain he would have found his own answer by then. That night, Chris lay alone in his bed. Memories ran through his mind. People telling him that the only way forward was to train until he was no longer human. Jonathan's teachings. The moment he was told he had become a 2-star knight. But Roman's laughter, mocking him for never questioning his path, burned hotter than any memory. Someone interrupted his thoughts, asking what was going on. Jonathan stood there, asking if Chris was certain. He had just declared that he would go to the battlefield with Roman in 6 months. Did something happen? The captain asked. Chris admitted something had. They locked eyes, and Jonathan seemed to understand. If Chris had a reason, then so be it. From that moment, Chris would no longer be part of the Dmitri Knights. Whatever happened, Jonathan hoped he could protect Roman on the battlefield. Chris simply thanked him. At that moment, Jonathan realized something. Chris was no longer the helpless child he'd once found on the battlefield, clutching a lifeless woman in desperation. Jonathan remarked that if Chris had chosen to follow Roman, then perhaps Roman wasn't the fool people claimed he was. He told Chris to stay close, because from now on, he'd be ready to guide him. If Chris wanted to survive out there, he'd need a weapon, something unique that belonged to him alone. The night's excitement was evident. The scene shifted to the city, where gossip was running wild. People whispered about a shocking rumor. The so-called idiot of the Dmitri family had completely wiped out the Bloodfangs. Among those listening was Kevin, the man we'd met earlier in the story. He overheard people saying Roman had kept his word. Kevin found it believable. He had once seen Roman take down 3 armed men using nothing but a stick. Still, he doubted Roman had done this just for him. No, Roman wouldn't go to such lengths for someone like him. Before he could dwell on it further, his boss barked at him, snapping him out of his thoughts and ordering him back to work. Kevin sighed inwardly. All he wanted was enough strength to protect his family. He knew there were still plenty of groups like the Bloodfangs roaming the world, but as a simple peasant, what could he do? Training was out of reach. People like him didn't get opportunities like that. Just then, someone called his name. The shock made him drop the crate he was carrying. When he turned, it was Roman. "It's been a while," Roman said. Kevin started to ask why he was there, but quickly corrected himself, dropping to the ground in gratitude. He thanked Roman for saving his family. Roman asked how things were going. Kevin told him life was better now. The Bloodfangs had stopped hunting them, and he'd even found work. What he didn't know was how to truly repay Roman. Roman told him not to think about it, because an opportunity was coming. If Kevin accepted, his family would never have to worry about money again. They'd have a home, good food, and freedom from backbreaking labor. Their lives could change completely. The cost? Kevin would need to swear his loyalty and live for Roman. Kevin stayed silent for a moment, then lowered his head to the ground. He vowed to serve Roman, to kill if ordered, and to die if commanded. If Roman promised to care for his family, that was all he needed. Roman recognized this kind of loyalty, the kind that ran deep in a man's blood. In his past life, as the Mad Demon, he had the power to erase entire clans with a single command. Perhaps that was why, the moment he thought of summoning someone, Kevin came to mind. Seeing him again was worth it. Roman told Kevin plainly. From this moment on, he belonged to him. Back at Dmitri Castle, Roman handed Kevin over to Hans, asking him to help the boy settle in. Roman said he'd return later. Kevin, still overwhelmed, thanked him once again before leaving with Hans. Roman, meanwhile, made his way to the library. There, he began studying the path of the Aura Knights. The first milestone was the manifestation, the point at which one officially became a 1-star knight. To reach 2 stars, a knight had to be able to slice through steel using their aura. At 3 stars, their abilities defied ordinary understanding. Such knights were regarded as exceptional in any kingdom. On the Salamander continent, a handful of 6-star knights existed, but no one had ever reached the mythical 7th rank. Even among the 10 most powerful figures in the world, not all were 6-star knights. Roman judged that, given Chris's abilities, Jonathan was likely a 3-star knight. 6 stars, however, were on an entirely different scale. The aura of such a warrior could tower 12 meters high and shake the entire world. Only 12 such knights lived in the entire world. Their power was undeniable, though Roman noted they reached such heights with methods that were far from perfect. Then there were the archmages, sorcerers who had achieved the 7th circle. In this world, they were seen as beings who stood between humanity and godhood, capable of bringing ruin wherever they appeared. A single spell from one could cleave the sky in two. Magic like that didn't exist in Urim, but now Roman had some understanding of it. Even if the chance of facing one was slim, he knew he could not afford to make such a figure his enemy. Not yet. Their unpredictability made them even more dangerous. Still, Roman was not the kind of man to hide away from the world. He thrived on experiencing it, learning its truths firsthand. And this, he thought, was going to be interesting. The scene shifted. Hans was opening a door. Roman asked what the room was for. A servant explained it was the old forge, abandoned and sealed off for years. Roman smiled. It was exactly what he needed. He told Hans he'd be staying there for the next week and ordered that no one was to enter or bring him food. He made Hans swear that unless his people faced mortal danger, he wouldn't let anyone disturb him. Hans agreed. Once Roman was alone, he noticed the floor was covered with straw. Hans must have put it there to make the place more comfortable. Roman appreciated the thought, but he preferred the bare floor. 4 days now, he had been storing energy at his core. It was time to use it to revive the techniques from his previous life. He began with the first stage of the Celestial Demon Arkansas. Step 1 was to circulate all his energy and purge the impurities from his body. The process was brutal. Blood spilled across the floor. Roman had expected it. That was why he had gathered the precise amount of energy beforehand. There was no time to waste. He needed to reclaim his former power as fast as possible. This first stage was called the human stage, the initial step on his long path forward. A week later, the scene shifted. A bald servant offered tea and refreshments to Count Lawrence and Miss Flora. Lawrence entered and immediately asked where Roman was. The servant replied that Roman was occupied with other matters, then closed the door behind them. Lawrence took a look around and muttered that it was obvious they weren't welcome here. He told his daughter they would have to wait, gesturing for her to sit. Then, addressing her by name, he explained the reason for this meeting. He wanted to undo the mistake she had made. Flora calmly replied that she understood. She recalled the moment her father had shouted at her upon learning she had broken off the engagement. She had already spoken to Roman about her situation and had even tried to follow her father's advice. Yet before she could continue, Lawrence cut her off. Calling her by name again, he reminded her that he had always seen her as an intelligent child, which made her decision all the more disappointing. She needed to realize that the Barco family had borrowed a massive sum from the bank, proof that war was inevitable. Their marriage to the Dmitri family hadn't been just a matter of preference. It was the only way to stand against the Barcos in this region. Flora countered, saying the Lawrence family was not weak, and asked why they believed they couldn't win without Dmitri support. Lawrence explained that the government had approved all the necessary documents without a second glance. If the bank was willing to loan such an enormous sum, it meant the matter had already moved beyond personal disputes. This wasn't a fight they could win, it was a trap. Once defeated, they would lose everything: their land, their honor, and even her, known to all as the flower of the Lawrence family. In the present, Flora reflected on everything her father had said. She understood his reasoning, and she knew why he had made those choices. But she had ignored it all for selfish reasons. She couldn't keep living as a fragile flower. It was time to face reality. Elsewhere, Hans wandered the halls, debating what to do. He was supposed to tell Roman that Flora had been waiting for him since morning. The problem was, it was already late afternoon, and Roman had made it clear that he wasn't to be disturbed. At last, the door opened. Hans lit up, calling out for the young master, only to freeze in shock. The scene shifted back to Count Lawrence. He had already expected this kind of treatment after Flora's misstep. He understood the political necessity of this marriage, but that didn't make it any easier to swallow. Suddenly, he rose to his feet. Flora called after him, but he announced he would sort this out himself. He would find Baron Dmitri and speak to him directly. Moments later, Lawrence flung open a door. Without preamble, he demanded to know why they had been made to wait so long. If Dmitri was dissatisfied with their presence, he could have just said so. There was no need for such pettiness. The Baron calmly asked if today's meeting had even been arranged beforehand. Lawrence admitted it hadn't, but argued that he had been asking for an audience with Roman for a week. If they had intended to refuse, they should have done so from the start. Romero, unmoved, asked why he would ever refuse a visit from the Lawrences. Then, without softening his tone, he pressed Lawrence. Was that really all he had come to say? That he was tired of waiting until noon for a meeting that hadn't even been scheduled? He reminded Lawrence that on the day Flora had visited, Roman himself had declared he wanted to end the engagement. They had argued with him, but it was clear Flora didn't want the marriage either. Even though it was an insult to the Dmitri name, he had held his tongue like a fool, because she had come there solely to say it wouldn't work out. And now, after the Lawrence family had been the ones pushing for the match in the first place, here he was, barging into a room to complain over a minor weight. Finally, Romero revealed something else. He had recently received a message from the Barco family. They had proposed a political marriage that would tie them to the central government and give them a piece of Lawrence's land. Even so, Romero said he had refused the Barcos' proposal and asked Lawrence if he knew why. Lawrence admitted he didn't understand. From his perspective, allying with the Barcos seemed far more advantageous. Roman's answer was simple. Dmitri had the power to choose any path they wanted. And since his eldest son favored the young lady from the Lawrence family, that was reason enough to stand against the Barcos. It was in that moment that Lawrence realized the truth. His own foolish pride had ruined everything. He acknowledged that his son's reputation as a fool didn't match well with the Lawrence name, but reminded himself to consider the kind of family the Dmitris were. Roman's standing would completely change the moment his name was tied to theirs. That was why it wasn't Dmitri who should be desperate for this marriage. It was the Lawrences. Unless, of course, he had misunderstood entirely. Flora's thoughts drifted back to her younger days at the academy, a place where children of noble families gathered to sharpen their minds. There had been one boy from the far north, the only representative of the Joel family. He was so quiet, it was easy to forget he was there. In a school where most children saw themselves as treasures of the world, he remained distant. One day, he made a small mistake, something insignificant for others, even if they had committed far greater errors. But for him, it resulted in the disciplinary committee's attention. When the teacher scolded him, his father came forward to apologize. He bowed, begged for his son's forgiveness, and promised to teach him better. Watching from afar, young Flora had felt sorry for him. Now, she found the memory almost laughable. The Viscount spoke again, saying he had nothing more to add. Flora, meanwhile, realized she had been wrong to pity that boy. The Viscount explained that her mistake had been one of immaturity, and at that time, Joel had been weak. Today, the Lawrences stood in the same position. Once again, he apologized, admitting his entrance had been disrespectful, and Flora finally understood. The weak have no choice but to bow before the strong. She leaned forward, ready to offer her apology to Romero. Just then, the door opened. A voice announced that Master Roman had arrived, and Flora realized she had learned her lesson far too late. Roman stepped inside, his hair now dyed white, his presence darker and heavier than before. He greeted his father formally as Roman Dmitri. Everyone in the room was caught off guard. His father asked if he had completed his training. Roman confirmed, adding that they could talk about it later. Right now, he was here to address the marriage with the Lawrence family. He admitted that the whole situation had started because of a decision he'd made, and so he would respect whatever choice his father came to. Roman immediately understood what was at stake. He knew the importance of an alliance between the two families. In the Lawrence family's current state, the wealth and power of the Dmitri name could serve as a shield. His father asked if he had requested this marriage even knowing all that. Roman said that at the time, it had seemed reason enough. But everything changed when he met her for the first time, and she had immediately spoken of canceling the engagement. She had clearly listened to the rumors and decided she wouldn't marry him based solely on what she had heard. To him, that meant all her choices were built on the words of others. And Roman wanted to be with someone who trusted only in what they had personally seen and experienced, not gossip. For that reason, he voted to end the engagement. The room fell silent. Count Lawrence realized that this was the end. This marriage had been their last card to play. No other family would agree to such a political match in their current position. That meant they would have to face their problems alone. If Dmitri and the Barcos ever combined forces, the Lawrences would have no chance. Lawrence had to do something, anything to at least prevent that. Bowing his head, he said the Lawrence family would take full responsibility. As an apology, they would exempt all Dmitri merchants from paying taxes when passing through their territory. He admitted this wasn't much for a family as wealthy as theirs, but it was a gesture of sincerity. Romero refused, saying Dmitri would not profit from his son's future. Instead, they would simply announce that Flora had canceled the engagement, and they would not ally with the Barcos. Relieved, Lawrence thanked him. This had been his greatest fear. They left the room, but before departing completely, Lawrence looked back one last time. seeing Roman Dmitri standing there. If only he had recognized the young man's potential sooner, he might have spoken to Flora with far more conviction. In the end, Lawrence realized he too had made a grave mistake. After they left, Romero turned to his son and asked what had happened to him over the past week. Roman explained simply his training had been focused on purging impure energy to advance to the human stage. In the Miram world, this was nothing remarkable. It was the basic foundation of his techniques. But here, things were different. This land was rich in mana, and when it built up in his body, purifying it triggered an extraordinary change, even altering his skeletal structure. It was clear he had become someone entirely different. He told his father that he had awakened on his own, and that the transformation came from feeling mana flow through his body for the first time. Romero was shocked. This was the kind of phenomenon that could take years, and even then, only a rare few ever experienced it naturally. But Roman had already pulled off one impossible feat after another, starting with defeating the Blood Fangs. None of it made sense, yet Romero couldn't forget. This boy was still his son. He told Roman that no matter the challenges ahead, he would never face them alone, and he should never forget his name, Roman Dmitri, because his father would always stand behind him. At that moment, Roman recalled a memory from his training days in his past life. His father back then had seen him as a pathetic fool, but the man in front of him now wasn't cold or ruthless. He didn't push him to the brink of death. And though Roman didn't thank Romero out loud, he thought to himself, it wasn't so bad after all. Leaving the room, he heard someone call his name. It was Flora. She hesitated, unsure of what to say, before apologizing for judging him unfairly and bringing trouble to both families. Roman brushed it off, saying there was no need to apologize. He had never planned to accept the arrangement in the first place. Flora continued, saying she understood he didn't like the engagement, even though it was meant for the good of both families. She was the one who chose to break that promise, but before she left, there was something she wanted him to know. The reason she had called it off went back to a social gathering in the north, where nobles from across the region had assembled. When word spread that she was engaged to Roman Dmitri, the whispers began. Terrible rumors spread like wildfire. The worst was hearing that he, and Roman Dmitri himself, used drugs. That rumor came from Dare. She knew such things could destroy a person's reason and intelligence. She wasn't saying the claims were true, but she couldn't ignore them. Roman cut her off, saying that none of it mattered. Whatever had happened didn't change their relationship, and she no longer needed to worry about him. Flora was left standing there, abandoned. Later that night, Roman found it odd that she had mentioned drugs. He felt nothing like that in his body. Any impurities had already been burned away through his metamorphosis. Still, the comment stuck with him. Calling for Hans, he asked if he had ever heard rumors of him using drugs or doing anything of the sort. Hans looked confused, unsure if he should answer. Roman assured him he wouldn't be punished. He simply wanted to understand more about the choices his former self had made. Relieved, Hans admitted he had never seen it with his own eyes. Still, there had been times when the young master's behavior seemed strange. Roman asked when. Hans explained that about 15 days ago, he had returned from a social gathering acting oddly. Nothing noteworthy had happened at the event itself, but afterward, he seemed different, listless. He stayed shut in his room for days and, every night, requested absurd amounts of alcohol. That was one of the reasons Hans had suspected drug use. But now, looking back, it felt like a foolish assumption. Roman remembered Flora's mention of noble gatherings and asked who had hosted that particular event. Hans answered, it was Anthony, eldest son of the Barco family. Roman's suspicion sharpened. It was too coincidental. Right after word spread that Flora would be his fiancée, he suddenly took his own life. He had always found aspects of his past self's death troubling. The letter left behind claimed he had taken his life out of fear of going to war. But at that time, the marriage to Flora had already been arranged, a union that would have made avoiding the battlefield almost effortless. Yet, despite that, he had supposedly chosen death. It didn't add up. Roman then asked if he and Anthony Barco had been close. Hans said they had been friends for years, but lately, things had soured. The tension began when the Lawrence marriage proposal surfaced, since it posed a major obstacle to the Barcos' ambition of seizing Lawrence land. The fastest way to do that was to ensure the marriage never happened. That was enough for Roman. Now he was sure. The Barcos had been behind that letter. Hans mentioned that a few days back, another letter had arrived, this time, an invitation to a party hosted by Barco. It caught his attention, but he explained he hadn't passed it on since Roman had been in seclusion for training. Now, I want to know what should be done with it. Roman chuckled, finding it amusing. Clearly, these people were looking down on him, something the celestial demon despised above all else. He asked when the party would be. Hans replied, 2 weeks from now. Without hesitation, Roman ordered him to send a reply. He would be attending without fail. The scene moved to the following day. Kevin was being led to meet Roman. Hans had already warned him. Roman's appearance had changed, so he shouldn't be startled. Kevin stepped inside and asked if Roman had called for him. Roman turned and confirmed, but Kevin froze for a moment, blurting out, "What happened to you, young master?" Roman brushed past the question and asked instead how he was settling in. Kevin replied that everything was fine. The place suited him, and he had no issues. However, there was one thing he still didn't understand: his role here. He was willing to dedicate his life to Roman, but as a commoner, he wasn't sure how he could truly be of use. Roman told him plainly he would serve as one of his swords. Kevin hesitated, asking what that meant. Roman didn't answer directly. Instead, he explained that no one could decide another person's path, so he would give him 3 choices. If Kevin feared killing, he wouldn't be a sword at all. He'd be hands and feet, learning every skill necessary to serve as a loyal aide. That was the first path. The second was to truly become a sword, standing at Roman's side as his protector. Kevin quickly objected. He had never wielded a sword, so that was impossible. Roman said he had expected that answer. If Kevin chose this path, he would undergo skeletal contortion, a process of agony so intense it would feel as though his bones and muscles were being shattered. It would be a test of determination, measured not by words, but by how much pain he could endure. Finally, Roman drew his blade and offered the third option: take the sword and cut off his own hand. If Kevin could face pain from his own hand and endure it to the very end, he would gain the strength to surpass anyone. After all, even the mad demon, who had no knowledge of martial arts, had risen to be a king. Everything depended on his willpower. Roman told him to decide. No matter which path he chose, it would be worth it. The only thing he was choosing was how Roman would use him. Far from Dmitri Castle, in a rundown cabin, Kevin had been born. He'd grown up working from a young age, doing anything and everything to survive. There wasn't a task he didn't know how to do. But no matter how hard he worked, someone stronger always took what was his. That was the life of the week. And that's why he could never forget the day he witnessed Roman's overwhelming strength. He still didn't fully grasp what cutting off his own hand had to do with this destroying one's body business. But if that was what it took to become as strong as Roman, he was willing. Roman said nothing, simply watching as Kevin took a deep breath and raised the sword. Outside, Chris was chatting about how he'd decided to follow the young master, only for Roman to vanish into isolated training soon after. Spotting Hans, he asked where Roman was. Hans replied that he was training with Kevin, but warned no one could enter. Chris frowned. He'd never heard of Kevin before. Back inside, Kevin shouted and brought the blade down. Roman didn't stop him, just stood there, watching. Later that night, Hans noticed the sword was stained in blood. When he asked, Kevin simply said there was nothing to worry about. The blood wasn't his. In truth, Roman had planned to trap him in an illusion. That was the beauty of the celestial demon's illusions. They could break a person without a single wound. But Kevin had moved faster than expected. If Roman hadn't intervened, the boy would have severed his arm completely. There were still 2 weeks until the party and 6 months until the war, but Roman's schedule was already full. Too many people to train, too little time. He told Kevin the mana cultivation method he would be teaching was dangerous. Kevin's eyes lit up. Was he truly going to learn mana? Roman confirmed with a simple yes. What he didn't mention was that it was a technique passed down from the mad demon himself, a spiritual art that devoured the user's mind in exchange for power. Only someone capable of enduring unbearable pain could survive it. It was the same process Roman had once forced the mad demon through, turning him into something useful. Kevin hadn't hesitated even when it came to cutting his own arm. Roman was certain this boy could learn it, and he promised that this technique would make him stronger than ever. The pain this time would far surpass what Kevin had endured yesterday. But Roman had only one reason for teaching this technique. Despite its dangers, it was the fastest way for an untrained youth to grow. And once mastered, it would grant the strength to protect anyone he wished. Kevin's eyes lit up. He called out to Roman, saying he couldn't put his gratitude into words. But one thing still puzzled him. Why did Roman trust him so much? Loyalty could be sworn, but nothing would stop someone from running away once they'd gained power. So why place faith in him? Roman's answer was simple. Because I do. That left Kevin even more confused. But Roman didn't elaborate. Instead, he told him to rest. The real training would begin tomorrow. Still, in the back of his mind, Roman recalled the mad demon asking that very same question. Unconditional trust, he thought, only works when you truly believe in someone. And he was certain Kevin would never betray him. After all, once the boy grew stronger, he would understand exactly how dangerous it was to cross the celestial demon. Who in their right mind would dare? The next day, training began. Roman guided Kevin through swordsmanship step by step, how to hold the blade, how to control each motion, and how to maintain focus from start to finish. Off to the side, Chris watched in silence. His boredom was unbearable. He couldn't understand why Roman was pouring time into someone who looked completely talentless. Or worse, why he himself wasn't being taught anything. Wasn't following Roman supposed to make him stronger? Instead, he was treated as if he didn't exist. For a moment, he considered returning to his old master to ask for another chance. But in the end, he decided to wait a little longer. Days went by. Then, tossing his gloves to the ground, Chris walked straight up to Roman. It had been 2 weeks since he'd chosen to follow him. 1 week spent in isolation, and the second watching Roman focus solely on Kevin. He apologized for his attitude at the start, but made it clear he wanted to learn something. Roman met his gaze and reminded him he had already given instructions. Learn by watching. Chris had no idea what that was supposed to mean. Roman explained that everyone has their own way of learning. Kevin knew nothing, so he needed structured training until he reached a base level. Chris, on the other hand, had already been defeated. That defeat would make him accept any lesson without question. Chris asked if that meant he was going to keep standing around, just observing. Roman shook his head, then tossed him a sword. Roman made it clear. He wanted proof before accepting anything Chris claimed. And that proof would come in the form of a duel against Kevin. Kevin, thin and underfed, would have to take the blows if he wanted his technique to improve. Roman explained the rules. He would teach Kevin how to defeat Chris, while Chris's goal was to beat Kevin. If Chris still believed he was right after the fight, Roman would train him personally. Kevin's eyes widened. Facing a real knight? That was insanity. Chris, on the other hand, was insulted. Why should he spar with a total beginner? But frustration quickly replaced doubt. If Roman thought so little of him, he'd just have to prove otherwise. The two took their positions. Kevin protested. It made no sense for someone like him to fight a 2-star knight. Roman didn't deny it. Yes, Kevin was at a disadvantage, but he had nothing to lose in defeat. Out in the world, countless people would be stronger than him, just as his own family had been oppressed by the Bloodfangs, and just as Chris was trying to overpower him now. Would he always back down when facing someone stronger? That struck a chord. Kevin nodded. He'd try. Chris's irritation only grew. This novice really thought he had a chance? Roman gave the signal, and in an instant, Chris closed the distance. There was no way he could lose to someone with only a week of training. His first strike landed cleanly. Kevin spotted an opening and moved to counter with his sword, but Chris batted his arm aside and drove a blow into his stomach. Kevin was sent tumbling, hitting the ground hard and awkward. Chris frowned. The boy was even weaker than expected. He assumed Roman had some hidden lesson planned, but the man was just standing there, watching silently. Fine. If that was how it would be, he'd finish this quickly. Minutes passed. Roman stayed still, faintly smiling, while Kevin took hit after hit. Once more, Kevin was knocked to the dirt. Chris admitted grudgingly that the kid was better than he'd thought, especially for someone with no mana. Still, it was pointless to continue. In the blows Kevin had blocked, Chris hadn't even used full strength. If he had, he could have cleaved the boy's head in two. But this was a duel, so he'd held back. But Kevin showed no sign of surrender. Chris warned him one last time. If the kid insisted on continuing, he wouldn't be responsible for any broken bones. Kevin only laughed. Roman smiled, which left Chris even more puzzled. Kevin's response was simple. He wanted to see how this would end. Roman told them both to get ready. Then Kevin suddenly heard a voice in his ear telling him to focus. An unexpected attack was coming. The signal came, and Chris lunged forward. This time, Kevin managed to block the first strike. The voice urged him to sidestep and aim for Chris's chest, but his movements were clumsy, and he stumbled. Chris easily knocked his arm aside and slammed another blow into his stomach, sending him down again. Get up, the voice commanded. Kevin froze for a moment. He knew that voice. It was Roman's. Roman explained mid-fight. It was a mana fluctuation technique, a way to transmit sound directly using fine particles near the ear, so only the intended person could hear. Kevin was stunned such a thing was even possible. Dive right, Roman ordered. Kevin obeyed, and Chris's strike cut through empty air. Turn, left side of his chest. Kevin swung, but Chris dodged and countered with a clean hit to his ribs. Kevin realized what he truly lacked: speed. Block overhead. Wake up. Kevin barely caught the next strike in time, avoiding another shot to the stomach. Right now, but Kevin was too slow. Chris's fist connected with his face. Even with Roman's guidance, Kevin was taking a beating. Chris couldn't help but be impressed. This boy refused to quit. Roman, however, was watching with curiosity. Kevin had no chance of winning. His reactions weren't fast enough to follow the commands. But despite that, he was smiling. To Kevin, Roman felt untouchable. Against a two-star knight, his guidance seemed flawless. If Kevin's body could just keep up, he'd be winning. That's when he realized something. The real one being manipulated in this fight wasn't him. It was Chris. Another command came. Kevin dodged, narrowly avoiding the blow. Roman's voice came again: advance. Counterattack. Kevin surged forward, forcing Chris to narrowly evade. But the knight quickly retaliated, landing a punch squarely to Kevin's face. Yet, as the exchanges went on, Chris began to notice something troubling. He could no longer knock Kevin down with a single blow. Each strike he landed felt weaker, less decisive. Kevin, on the other hand, had reached his own realization. The so-called genius knight, praised by everyone, was nothing compared to Roman. This was the kind of man Kevin wanted to follow for life. If Roman gave an order, no matter how irrational, he would obey without question. If he was to become a true sword, there was only one way forward: through sheer willpower. Time dragged on. Chris warned him for the 10th time. This would be his final warning. If Kevin kept going, he would be responsible for whatever injuries came next. Kevin just smiled, repeating the same words. He wanted to see this through. That was the last straw for Chris. He snapped, calling Kevin insignificant. If the boy wanted it, he would give it to him. He'd shatter his arm and make him regret this fight. But before Chris could act, Roman's voice cut in. Step forward. Stop halfway. Put everything into it. Chris lunged, only to realize too late that he had put himself in a bad position. He managed to slip aside at the last second, but the fact that Kevin had dared to step forward in such a dangerous moment caught him off guard. Roman's next order came quickly. Turn. Go forward again. Kevin obeyed instantly. Chris scoffed. The move was slow, full of openings. But then his eyes widened. Kevin had set a trap. He dodged Chris's counter and left him with no room to escape. The strike landed clean. Roman stood on the sidelines with a faint smirk. Chris couldn't believe it. He had nearly been beaten by a boy with only a week of training. Frustrated, Chris rose and struck Kevin's hand, knocking the sword away. Kevin collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Roman stepped forward, noting with some satisfaction that Chris had recognized the second attack for what it was: a feint. Chris muttered that the kid was a crazy fool, but Roman simply told him that he had potential. If Chris wanted, he could start learning directly from him tomorrow. The choice was his. By the end of it, Chris was completely drained. He couldn't figure out why he'd even agreed to that duel. There was nothing to gain, and in the end, he'd almost lost. That final move from Kevin had been eerily similar to the one Roman used against him in their first fight. If he hadn't experienced Roman's technique firsthand, maybe he wouldn't have beaten Kevin at all, at least not without using mana. Somewhere nearby, another figure, an unpredictable presence in this story, burst into laughter, claiming that Chris had grown more in one fight than in all his training so far. The next day, Roman asked what he planned to do now. Chris's answer was simple. He didn't want formal lessons anymore. He believed he could get stronger simply by staying at Roman's side. The duel had taught him plenty, especially since Kevin's choices in battle had always been correct for the situation. Chris had assumed the boy was acting on his own, but he'd been wrong. By trying to understand Kevin's decisions, Chris had unknowingly absorbed countless lessons. And whatever was going on behind the scenes, Roman's level was beyond even Captain Jonathan's. Until the day he could surpass him, Chris would watch and learn, though not without a trace of resentment. He stared at Roman with quiet hatred, but Roman only smiled and said they'd continue training today. Days passed, and soon the date of Barco's grand social gathering drew near. A week before the event, in another corner of the city, a group stood before a painting, speaking in hushed but biting tones. One asked if they'd heard the news, that Roman Dmitri had broken off his engagement to the Lawrence family's daughter. A man claimed it was Flora's fault, though many believed her father had simply pitted her after seeing the pathetic Dmitri heir. A woman scoffed at the idea, pointing out how absurd it was, especially with war against the Barcos looming. The man beside her muttered that it only proved Dmitri's eldest was worse than everyone thought. A maid chimed in, mentioning the rumors of him defeating the Blood Fangs, but another servant dismissed it as a fabricated story to save face after the broken engagement. Meanwhile, in another room, someone laughed with unrestrained amusement. Manipulating that boy was far too easy. He turned to his butler and confirmed Roman Dmitri would attend the party. The butler nodded. Anthony Barco leaned back, pleased. Everything was falling neatly into place. The coming week would be entertaining. The day of the gathering arrived, and Roman eyed the outfit in doubt. "Do I really have to wear this?" he asked. Hans replied firmly, "Of course. This is your first public appearance since the broken engagement. You need to make an impression." He launched into a long spiel about the outfit's quality, cost, and craftsmanship. How it was something most people couldn't get even if they saved for a lifetime. Still, Hans already knew Roman wasn't the type to bother with it. But Roman smiled. "If you went through all that trouble, I'll wear it." Meanwhile, outside by the carriage, Chris tapped his foot. "He's taking forever." Just then, Kevin came running, looking noticeably younger. "Sorry, I didn't know how to put the armor on." Chris stared. "Why are you like that?" Kevin shrugged, saying no armor ever fit him properly. Chris remembered all too well that he'd nearly lost to this kid in a spar, only winning thanks to Roman's help. And yet, here Kevin was fumbling with a helmet like it was his first time seeing one. "Listen up," Chris said sharply. "We're not just Roman's escort. We represent the Dmitri name. Our actions reflect on the whole family." Kevin gave a mock salute. "I'll remember that, Sir Knight." Chris couldn't help grinning. He liked the sound of that title. Good to know you've learned something. The scene shifted to the castle hall, filled with nobles from the most influential families in the region. One man swirled wine in his glass. "So it's true? Roman's actually coming?" After throwing away the engagement he fought for. Another smirked, especially when the Barcos are after the Lawrence. Everyone thinks he's a fool now. The Dmitri family's standing had grown uncertain, all thanks to Roman's decisions. Someone else added, "At least he's showing up, maybe to clean up the mess he made." A blonde woman asked, "What's this Roman Dmitri like?" The man beside her scoffed. "Terrible first impression. No strength, no looks, short and weak. Any woman would run from that marriage." Someone else chimed in. Just then, the butler cleared his throat loudly. "The eldest son of House Dmitri has arrived." All eyes turned as he entered, platinum hair catching the light. No one recognized him. The women exchanged flustered whispers. "That's Roman Dmitri? How is that possible? He was shorter before, and even his hair is different." The blonde woman, momentarily stunned, stepped forward without hesitation. "It's an honor to meet you," she said warmly. "I'm Sophia of the Grizel family. You've probably never heard of us. We're a small house, but my father devoted his life to the kingdom of Cairo." Roman nodded. "Of course I've heard of you." Her eyes widened in surprise. He continued, "It's impossible not to know a family with a legacy stretching back hundreds of generations." She had no idea that, sometime earlier, Hans had handed Roman a thick book detailing every noble house in the Northern Territories. When Hans asked why, Roman's answer was simple. Knowing the people he would meet was basic courtesy. If he wanted to earn the trust and goodwill of others, especially when he had the reputation of being the Dmitri fool, he needed to know their histories and accomplishments. In Sophia's case, he even recalled that Grizel wood was prized throughout the region, and that one of her brothers had recently awakened the ability to sense mana. "Congratulations on both achievements," he said sincerely. Those nearby exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what to make of this version of Roman. A man stepped forward. "I am Magna of House Vol." Roman smiled. "A pleasure to meet the eldest son of a house whose lord has won so many recent victories." Magna gave a small nod. "I'm grateful you think so." Then came a pink-haired woman. "You've changed so much," she remarked. "And you, Lady Heiress," Roman replied smoothly, "are as beautiful as ever." One by one, others approached him, each conversation light and pleasant. Someone admitted, "I misjudged you. I always thought you were drunk." Roman smirked. "I was considering a drink, but if that's the case, perhaps I'll hold off for now." The butler's voice cut through the chatter. "Young Master Roman, the heir requests your presence in the back room." At last, Roman would find out who had been stirring trouble against him. Outside, the courtyard swarmed with knights. Every noble family had brought their own retinue. Kevin eyed the scene. What's with this party, anyway? Don't bother, Chris said. You'll never get invited to one. Now, fix your helmet. Across the yard, a knight with green hair spotted them. That's Dmitri's escort. Kevin was still fussing with the straps when someone nearby burst out laughing. What a joke, they shouted. The mocking voice carried on. I heard the Dmitri heir was a lost cause, but I didn't think he'd show up with a kid who can't even hold a sword. Chris muttered to Kevin, ignore them. But another knight sneered. What did you expect? This is the standard of House Dmitri. The scene faded to a memory. Years earlier, at a glittering social gathering. Roman had been scanning the crowd when his eyes landed on someone. Who's that blonde girl? He asked quietly. Anthony, a friend standing beside him, glanced over. That's Flora, the pride of the Lawrence family. People call her the Flower of Lawrence. From that moment, the young Roman was captivated. Now, back in the present, Roman entered a richly decorated room. Anthony was already there, a grin on his face. Well, you've changed since the last time I saw you, Anthony said. Roman stayed quiet, studying the space. There were faint signs that others had been there earlier, but they were gone now. Clearly, Anthony had sent them away for a private talk. Roman decided to ease the mood. Honestly, I'm not sure how much I've changed either. I spent a ridiculous amount just to improve myself, to the point I've lost track. But it's good to see you again. Anthony gave a slow nod. Change isn't always bad. Still, I never understood what was going through your head back then. Roman tilted his head. Back when... Anthony smirked. When you were caught with your cousin, even though you were promised to the Lawrence girl. That was a bold time. He chuckled. And yet, here you are, ready to embrace that marriage. If you're at this party, I'm guessing you're accepting the offer. Don't worry, I'll keep your little past mistake a secret. Anthony leaned in. Anyway, let's talk about your marriage in a house, Barco. Roman froze. This was news to him. Before he could ask, a strange feeling washed over him. An old memory surfaced, betraying Anthony Barco, then pleading with his father to arrange a political marriage with the Lawrence family. Still, he didn't want to avoid Anthony now. If anything, this was his chance to mend what had been broken. That day, Anthony had introduced him to Emily Barco. Think she can drink with you today? Anthony had asked with a sly grin. Anthony gestured toward a young woman nearby. Cindy here is family. She'll take care of you. Roman shook his head. I can serve myself. Anthony's expression shifted instantly. What's this? Feeling important just because you're getting married? Roman blinked, unsure if he'd heard right, but Anthony quickly waved it off. Relax, I'm joking. We don't even care about that family anymore. Relieved, Roman nodded. Glad to hear that. Anthony grinned. Then drink as much as you want. And so he did. The next thing Roman remembered was opening his eyes the following morning, lying in an unfamiliar bed. His head pounded, and he had no idea how he got there. The door slammed open, and Anthony stormed in, shouting his name. What did you do? Anthony demanded. Roman sat up, dazed. I don't know. I just blacked out. Anthony's face was hard. I don't care who you've been with before, but this time, it was Miss Barco. That's not something I can ignore. He laid out the terms. Roman could either end the engagement on his own or marry a direct Barco descendant to strengthen ties between their houses. As angry as Anthony was, he claimed he'd forgive Roman because they were friends, but the situation still demanded an answer. Now, back in the present, Roman finally pieced it all together. If that night's events came to light, House Dimitri's honor would be destroyed. He couldn't face his father's wrath. But breaking the marriage wasn't an option either. Not when he truly loved Flora, and when refusing would tarnish her name as well. His younger self had been so trapped, so desperate, that he chose to end his life rather than face it. Roman Dmitri, a man who had achieved nothing by his own hand, whose life was both pitiful and wasted. Anthony's voice cut through his thoughts. Why are you hesitating? The union of our houses would make us unstoppable in the north. No one could stand against us. Roman looked at him steadily. Is that the only reason? Anthony frowned, taken aback. Do I have to accept this just for political gain? Roman pressed. Anthony's tone hardened. This isn't a choice. Refuse, and everyone will hear what happened that night. Roman leaned back, planted his foot on the table, and spoke with deliberate calm. Seems you've forgotten, Anthony. So let me remind you. House Dmitri has no reason to accept a Barco proposal. Outside, the gathering carried on without a hitch until Sophia spotted him. Where have you been? She asked. Had something to take care of, Roman replied. And now, unfortunately, I have to leave. Her expression fell. I wish you could stay a little longer. It's urgent, he said, though the surrounding guests urged him to remain, saying they had much to discuss. Roman offered polite excuses and turned to go, until a sharp voice cut through the crowd. Take that back. He recognized the voice immediately and moved closer. Through the shifting crowd, he caught sight of a helmet clattering to the ground just as a knight struck Kevin across the face. Earlier, Kevin had overheard talk of the Barco Knights and, unable to stomach their arrogance, had been ready to confront them. Chris, level-headed as always, had tried to hold him back, urging him to ignore the bait. But two Barco Knights swaggered over, mocking Kevin for his ill-fitting helmet. Chris, never one to lose a war of words, shot back, asking if the Barco Knights spent more time polishing their insults than their sword skills. One knight boasted his blade was far superior to Kevin's, and then spat an insult at their leader, calling him a fool. Kevin, fiercely loyal to his lord, demanded he take it back. Instead, the knight drove his fist into Kevin's face. Chris's hand went to his sword but stopped halfway. A fight here would spiral quickly, and with tensions between Dmitri and Barco already high, the consequences could be dire. Kevin pushed himself up, blood at the corner of his mouth, and declared, "I'm a knight of my lord. I don't have time for Barco thugs who only pretend to be knights." The Barco knight pulled his arm back for another punch, but froze as the atmosphere shifted. Roman stepped into the scene. Without a word, he struck the knight across the face. Once, twice, again. Each slap cracked through the air, leaving the man stunned and humiliated. Roman's eyes were cold as he ordered, "Lift your head." From nearby, Anthony Barco watched, momentarily speechless. Not long before, he had been accusing Roman of dishonoring a woman from his family and pressing for a marriage alliance. Roman met Anthony's glare with a smirk. "Being insulted doesn't bother me. It's nothing new. And as for that closer bond you wanted between our families, you've already gotten it." His voice sharpened. "Tell me, Anthony, would you drag the Lawrence family into your schemes just to settle a score with me?" Roman went on to explain that he had looked into the Barco family's background. Their strength, he discovered, came almost entirely from ties to the central government. In contrast, when it came to influence and resources in the Northeast, House Dmitri stood on far firmer ground. Anthony was left turning over Roman's words when a servant rushed in, breathless. "Sir, Roman Dmitri and a Barco knight are fighting outside." Outside, a crowd had gathered to watch Roman repeatedly slap the knight who had attacked Kevin. The man pleaded for mercy, but Roman kept going until he decided the punishment matched the offense. Anthony stepped forward. "Roman, even as Dimitri's heir, you can't act like this. Apologize." Roman's eyes narrowed. "Your knight insulted me, then struck my man. Do you still think I'm in the wrong?" Anthony hesitated, recalling Roman's earlier warning about mixing personal grudges with politics. Finally, he conceded, "You acted fairly. I'd have done the same." Roman gave the Barco knight one last stinging blow, then stepped back to wipe his hands. Kevin, Chris, back to the carriage. As they left, it was clear to everyone watching. The fool they once knew as Roman Dmitri was gone. In the carriage, silence lingered until Kevin spoke. "My lord, I'm sorry. I caused the insult." Chris followed. "And I'm sorry I didn't act when Kevin was struck, when our family's name was dragged through the mud." Roman listened without interruption, then said evenly, "You both handled it until I arrived. But remember, don't act on impulse. Rash moves invite disaster. Your restraint kept this from getting worse." His gaze hardened. "Still, this isn't the result I wanted. In the northeast of Cairo, no one should even think about laying a hand on House Dmitri. Even if we're humiliated, we will endure, and we will remember. Keep the faces of those responsible in your mind, and let your anger burn. Never let it fade." His words carried the weight of a man who despised being under anyone's control. "Follow my path," he told them. "Live to rise above them all." The scene then shifted to the Grand Dmitri Palace. At the Grand Dmitri Palace, Hans approached Roman with the utmost respect, holding a set of documents. "This is the latest intelligence on the Barco family," he said. "It's from the Black Moon Information Guild." The Barco's recent activities had drawn attention, and Roman was quick to accept the report. According to the records, the Barcos had settled in the Northeast more than a century ago, and their rise began soon after, sparked when one of their members entered the central government. That single event had shaped their entire future. Roman studied the pages closely. What stood out immediately was that their actual military strength didn't match their public image. Hans also noticed the same odd gap between reputation and reality. Roman thought it over, concluding that the imbalance came from the central government's tight grip on power. On the vast Salamander continent, two great empires dominated the map. Within that world, the Kingdom of Cairo was a relatively small and fragile nation. Its weakness lay in geography, surrounded on all sides by other kingdoms, with no natural defenses like mountain ranges. Over time, this left Cairo open to foreign incursions, forcing the kingdom to rely heavily on alliances to survive. The solution had been to align with the central government. This secured protection, but also placed Cairo firmly under their control. The central government dictated conscription laws. Any noble family that refused to send troops was branded as a rebel. Armies would be dispatched to crush them, their lands stripped away and handed to loyal lords who aided in the suppression. The rest of the territory went to newly appointed aristocrats who owed their loyalty to the central government. It was within this system that the Barcos found their hidden strength. Their close relationship with the central authority ensured their survival and influence in the Northeast. Hans was struck by how intricate and far-reaching this political network was, far beyond what he had imagined. Roman explained that it wasn't purely about military might. The Barcos were just as shrewd in economic affairs. For example, they had managed to secure a substantial loan from the Gold Bank, likely without putting up tangible collateral, using only a credit guarantee, which showed their skill in financial maneuvering. With that money, they had established the Barge Mercenary Company, led by a B-rank mercenary named Burga and composed of 100 trained fighters. Their primary income came from participating in skirmishes between territories. Roman noted that the Barcos' combination of strategic finances and a private fighting force was no coincidence. It was part of a larger plan to strengthen their position in the region's ongoing power struggles. Hans then revealed more troubling news. The Barcos had begun a fresh round of conscription, and if the signs were right, within half a month, they would launch an attack on House Lawrence. Roman absorbed the information with the sharp eye of a seasoned strategist. The Barcos were no longer just posturing. They were preparing for war. He calculated quickly. If attacked, Lawrence could endure a siege for no more than a month. In the back of his mind, he recalled the promise he'd made to Anthony Barco to stay clear of Lawrence's affairs. But that promise had been made under different circumstances. Now, the Barcos had crossed a line. By targeting him, they had set events in motion that demanded his involvement. Roman knew full well that Barco's forces were no match for Dmitri's military power. Crushing them outright would be easy. But to him, such a move would be meaningless, except for the lingering ties between their two houses. The nobles of the Northeast still dismissed him as irrelevant. That was what he truly intended to change. Just as he had done before, he would rise higher, this time in a way no one could ignore. Turning to Hans, he said, "I want to see my father. It's time to collect on the promises made to me." The tangled web of politics and power on the Salamander continent required careful steps, and Roman was determined to walk them with precision. The scene shifted to a bustling marketplace, far removed from the solemn halls of power. Merchants called out their wares, coins clinked, and the scent of fresh bread and steel hung in the air. Through the crowd came Lucas, a B-rank mercenary, wearing armor still marked by the stains of recent battles. He looked like an ordinary soldier, yet those who recognized him glanced with quiet respect. Lucas stepped into an armory, his gear showing the scars of close call. The shop owner, quick-eyed and friendly, asked about the fight that had left such marks. Lucas didn't sugarcoat it. He'd nearly died thanks to the recklessness of his companions. The shopkeeper examined the battered armor and asked where Lucas had bought it. With a sheepish grin, Lucas admitted he'd made the mistake of buying from another smith, a decision that had almost cost him his life. The shopkeeper took the opportunity to share some wisdom, praising the unmatched quality of Dmitri ironwork and advising Lucas never to purchase equipment elsewhere. Lucas nodded. "That's exactly why I came here." The shopkeeper promised to craft him a full set of new armor, though it would take time. "That's fine," Lucas replied. "I'm planning to rest here in Dmitri for a while. I've had enough of constant fighting for now." Leaving the armory, Lucas noticed a knot of people gathered around notice board. Curiosity tugged at him, so he pushed through to see what had caught everyone's attention. A recruitment poster was pinned there, calling for private soldiers. Nothing unusual in a land where allegiances shifted like the wind. The terms were simple: be in good health, seek personal growth, and join a group limited to 30 recruits. The pay was set at 8 silver coins per month. More than enough, considering the average cost of living for a family of 4 was about 5 silvers. It was tempting, but one detail stood out. These soldiers would serve only Roman Dmitri, owing loyalty to him alone, not to the wider Dmitri family. An older man beside Lucas gave a knowing shake of his head. Wouldn't bother if I were you. The spots are probably already filled. Lucas smirked. I may not look it, but I'm a B-rank mercenary. If someone wants my loyalty, it'll cost 50 silver coins a month. Still, he couldn't ignore that a surprising number of people had already submitted applications. That was strange enough for him to ask the old man. What's the real value here? The old man raised a brow. What do you mean? Lucas leaned in. The pay's fair, sure, but is it worth swearing yourself to Roman Dmitri? From what I've heard, he's a fool. The nearby onlookers gave him sharp looks, but the old man only chuckled. You're behind on your news, lad. Lord Roman's not the man he used to be. Beat the blood fong, for one. And more importantly, he looks after his own. That's why people are lining up for this. Lucas frowned. You've got proof of that. Clark, the man replied simply. His boy Kevin serves Lord Roman now. That one decision pulled the whole family out of poverty. Changed their lives. Lucas was still processing the story when, as if on cue, Kevin emerged from a nearby bakery, carrying a small paper bag. The scene shifted to the Dmitri palace, where Roman unexpectedly called Kevin over. Instead of issuing his usual orders, Roman said something that made Kevin pause. Take a break. For a moment, Kevin just stared, wondering if he'd heard right. Roman went on to explain his unusual order. Starting tomorrow, take 3 days off, he said. It wasn't just a break, it was part of Kevin's training. He acknowledged Kevin's hard work and told him the time should be spent with his family. Grateful, Kevin returned to his room, feeling strange about stepping away from his duties. The castle had become like a second home, and it had been far too long since he'd last seen his family. Even so, the bond was still there. Not long after, Hans found him. Ever practical and considerate, Hans asked if Kevin had decided how he would spend his time at home. He pointed out that if Kevin was going to see his family, he should look the part, and informed him that Lord Roman had already arranged clean, well-made clothes for him. Hans also pressed a small pouch into Kevin's hand. For gifts, he said, and then came the surprise. Kevin would now receive a monthly allowance of 30 silver coins, giving him a level of independence he'd never had before. In the bustling marketplace, Kevin chose gifts carefully. The new clothes Roman had provided were soft and comfortable, a luxury after so many days in armor. Stopping at a bakery, Kevin remembered his sister Mary's odd but endearing habit. She'd always wanted whipped cream on freshly baked bread. She'd laugh and complain about eating bread every day, even while eating it. Those warm memories were a sharp contrast to darker times, when members of the Blood Fong would come to their door demanding payment. Back then, Kevin had felt powerless, but under Roman's guidance, he was determined to become stronger to ensure his family would never face such threats again. When he arrived home, arms full of gifts, Kevin froze in surprise. His family, once worn down by hardship, now looked genuinely happy. His sister and parents greeted him with smiles, and his mother pulled him into a tight embrace. The homecoming was filled with warmth, but one revelation stunned Kevin. His parents told him that, following Lord Roman's orders, Sir Hans had given them a house and land. For a family that had once struggled for every meal, it was life-changing. The neighbors, seeing them move in, offered their help to make the transition easier. Kevin couldn't hold back his tears. The weight of Lord Roman's kindness and the transformation he'd brought to their lives was overwhelming. The warmth of Kevin's homecoming shifted when his father noticed the faint bruise on his cheek. What happened here? His father asked, suspicion creeping into his voice. Did Lord Roman? Kevin quickly shook his head. No, absolutely not. His mother, unconvinced, pressed him. If something happened, you tell us. We'll leave this place if it means protecting you. But Kevin held his ground. There's nothing to fear. Lord Roman would never harm me. As he began explaining the real story, the scene shifted to a lively restaurant in town. There, Kevin's father, chest puffed with pride, was recounting the news to his friends. Lord Roman gave us a house and land after Kevin became a knight, he declared. Gasps filled the table, but he wasn't done. And when a Barco knight insulted my boy, Lord Roman slapped him in front of everyone. The friends were stunned. The idea of a noble taking such direct action for a subordinate was unheard of. Word spread quickly, and with it came a change in how people saw Roman. The man once dismissed as a fool was now spoken of as a loyal and protective leader. Some began whispering that earning his trust might lead to a better life. Back at the notice board, the old man was explaining to Lucas about the rush of applicants for Roman's private soldier recruitment. Lucas, still processing, found it hard to match this version of Roman with the man he remembered. The same man who'd caused chaos in a casino just 2 years ago. Could this really be the same Roman Dmitri who had defeated the Blood Fong and handled the social party incident with such control? His curiosity deepened. Meanwhile, at the Dmitri Palace, Baron Dmitri received a report from Jonathan about preparations for an upcoming trial. Everything was on schedule, and Roman would oversee the proceedings. The Baron raised an eyebrow. "How much time do we have?" Jonathan hesitated. "This is your last chance to reconsider. Creating private soldiers for one man carries risk." That warning stirred a memory. The Baron recalled hearing that Roman planned to attend the Barcos social gathering. At the time, he feared Roman might side with the Barcos in a ploy to push Dimitri's second son into succession. Instead, Roman had slapped a Barco knight in front of dozens of nobles, defying expectations and making it clear he stood on his own, even when Anthony Barco could have joined forces against him. Roman's recent actions had shattered the old image that had clung to him for years. Once dismissed as a fool, he had begun steering his own fate ever since the Blood Fong incident. Baron Dmitri recognized the change. He wanted to support this new path his son had chosen, but he also understood the delicate politics surrounding it. In the quiet of his study, the Baron turned to Jonathan. "How many have applied for the trial?" Given Roman's unconventional reputation, the Baron was prepared for a modest turnout. 50 applicants would have been considered a success. Jonathan's answer was nothing like what he expected. Over 500. The Baron's eyes widened. Such overwhelming interest meant only one thing. Roman's standing among the people had grown far more than anyone had realized. The trial wasn't just attracting soldiers. It was attracting hope. The next day, the palace courtyard was filled with applicants, the hum of anticipation in the air. Chris approached Roman with a crisp salute. "Everything's ready for the trial." Meanwhile, at a cozy inn on the eve of the event, Lucas nursed a drink. The atmosphere buzzed with energy. The crowd of hopefuls was far larger than he'd imagined. From the noise and chatter, it was clear that every person there saw the trial as a rare chance. In one corner, 3 loud men caught his attention. Copper IDs dangled from their belts. C-rank mercenaries, not amateurs by any stretch. At the bar, another trio stood apart. They had the hardened look of fighters, but no mercenary insignia to show for it. Lucas studied them all, wondering about the stories behind their faces. Dmitri was a place of many endings and new beginnings. Yet he couldn't quite understand why so many skilled people had come to this small town. The mix of hopefuls puzzled him. Some were clearly desperate, others just curious, and some, like himself, didn't really need to be there. Frustration bubbled up, and he set his mug down with a sharp thud, feeling the weight of unanswered questions. He was just about to call it a night when a nearby conversation caught his ear. "Why are you here?" one man asked. His companion, Henderson, replied, "I was planning to join the Lawrence family soldiers. They're the noble house from my hometown." Henderson's tone changed as he explained why he'd come to Dmitri instead of joining the Lawrence forces. "Everything changed," he said, "when I saw Roman Dmitri take down the Blood Fong in Lawrence." The mention of Roman's name shifted the atmosphere in the inn. Henderson spoke with vivid detail. How in the plaza, Roman stood covered in blood, dragging the gang's leader by the hair. It was raw, brutal, and unforgettable. While many in Lawrence had doubted what they were seeing, Henderson had felt the truth in his bones. The strength, the authority, he still remembered the shiver running down his spine. That moment had erased every rumor of Roman's weakness. Fueled by drink and conviction, Henderson declared, "Roman Dmitri isn't just a leader. He's a hero. He fights for his people's well-being. This recruitment isn't just a job. It's a chance to serve him. I'll pass the trial, settle in Dmitri, and give him my loyalty, even if it costs me my life." The boldness of his words rippled through the room. For Lucas, it was a jolt, making him look at the gathering of applicants with fresh eyes. When the day of the trial dawned, the courtyard brimmed with anticipation. Lucas, still mulling over Henderson's speech, felt the air heavy with unease. The applicants shifted and murmured, each wrestling with their own doubts after hearing the rumors about Roman. Lucas figured the truth would come soon enough, once they saw Roman in action. Then, silence rolled across the crowd. Roman Dmitri had arrived. He walked with steady authority, and heads instinctively lowered as he passed. Lucas felt a chill. This was no empty rumor. Roman's presence was undeniable. Roman stepped onto the stage, and the courtyard went still. "Raise your heads," he commanded. Every gaze fixed on him, waiting. "I don't plan to live quietly in some far-off corner," Roman began, surprising those who had expected a safer ambition. "My path is one of power. It will lead us into battles where lives are on the line." His words were weighty, cutting through the crowd's excitement. Some people who had come with casual intentions now hesitated. "If you're unsure," Roman said, scanning the faces before him, "leave now. Following me means constant challenges and demands absolute dedication. Curiosity is not enough." Roman's voice carried across the courtyard, cold and unwavering. He warned them plainly. Those who followed him would face danger, hardship, and the risk of death. If there were casualties, no one was to blame but the path they had chosen. Then he added something that left the crowd stunned. "If you regret anything, it will only be missing the chance to stand beside me when I become the most powerful man on this continent." Gasps rippled through the applicants. The ambition in his words unsettled them, and Lucas felt disbelief knot in his chest. Roman Dmitri, who once seemed unsure of his own place within his family, now spoke as if conquering the entire continent was inevitable. It sounded arrogant, yet there was something in his presence that made the idea feel disturbingly possible. Chris stepped forward, breaking the tension. "First trial," he announced, his tone brisk and urgent. The rules seemed almost absurdly simple. An archer would fire 3 arrows at the applicant standing in a marked position. Pass by remaining perfectly still. Fail if you move. The simple part faded fast when Chris added that the arrows might graze you or strike you directly. Serious injury was a real possibility. A wave of skepticism swept the room. Someone muttered about the madness of aiming live arrows at recruits. Trusting that an archer wouldn't miss fatally seemed insane. Chris ignored the complaints and began calling names. The first applicant stepped forward, jaw tight. The archer drew, loosed. The arrow whistled past, missing the man's neck by a hair before burying itself in the wall behind him. The crowd exhaled. Maybe it was just a psychological game, meant to test their nerves. Then came a second shot. The arrow slammed into the applicant's right leg. He collapsed with a cry, clutching the wound. The atmosphere changed instantly. The trial wasn't symbolic, it was brutal. Chris didn't flinch. "Get him to the medic," he ordered, then turned back to the crowd. "This is what lies ahead if you follow Lord Roman." The room had gone still, the weight of Roman's ambitions suddenly very real. As the injured man was carried away, Chris called the next name. The second applicant approached, but his eyes were locked on the blood dripping from the first man's leg. Seeing the fear, Chris addressed him directly. "If you're afraid of being hit, leave now. But hear this. If you take the arrows without flinching, even if you're struck, you'll pass the first trial." The choice stood plain before them. Face the trials or walk away. Chris's patience thinned. "If you're thinking of leaving," he challenged, his voice cutting through the murmurs, "then go. But if you stay, be ready to take the hit." The air grew heavy with the weight of that decision. A few days before selection day, Roman himself had addressed the recruits. Standing with an archer at his side, he'd introduced the man as an expert, someone who could put an arrow exactly where he intended, every time. Roman assured them the shots would aim for non-fatal areas. The archer, steady and confident, confirmed there would be no stray hits. Then Roman revealed a box filled with gold coins. A murmur ran through the group at the sight of it. Before the excitement could build, Roman reminded them, "You will be hit by an arrow. Medics will be ready, but the pain will be real." He had asked if they still wished to proceed. Every man there had said yes. Later, Chris asked why Roman would go this far. Roman's answer was simple but deliberate. "Threats won't show me the people I'm looking for. I need to see who will face danger head-on. Even if an arrow is unlikely to kill, most will still fear it. The ones who can stand there anyway. Those are the ones with the heart of a beast." To him, this trial wasn't about skill alone. It was about mindset, about finding the rare quality that sets certain people apart. Kevin had it. He followed orders without question. Chris had it too. Even after defeat, he sought strength. Back in the present, the trial had whittled the crowd down to about 100. Many had walked away, unwilling to face the reality of Roman's tests. The ones who stayed stood as potential candidates for the next stage, those who might have that unshakable core. Roman called for the trial to continue. Lucas scanned the field and spotted Henderson stepping forward. The same man who had praised Roman so fiercely the night before now stood frozen as the archer drew his bow. The first arrow whistled past, close enough to ruffle Henderson's hair. The crowd tensed, the air between the next breath and the next shot stretched thin. The second arrow sliced the air past Henderson's right arm, so close that the thought of quitting hit him hard. The fear of the third shot settled in his gut. But before he could decide, the archer loosed again. The third arrow struck the dirt between Henderson's legs. Lucky, too lucky, but it was enough. Henderson had passed. Watching from the sidelines, Lucas exhaled, realizing just how narrow the gap was between pushing through and giving up. As the rest of the applicants faced their turn, the scene shifted to the trial's end. Out of roughly 400 who had started, 120 had succeeded. Many others had walked away or failed outright. Roman studied them. Some were visibly shaken. Others wore indifferent expressions. But they all had one thing in common. They had stood their ground. That alone mattered to him. Still, he knew this wasn't enough. He needed more than bravery. He needed to separate those with true potential from the ones here for the wrong reasons. He wanted followers who respected him, not ones who feared him. Addressing the 120 survivors, Roman's voice carried over the courtyard. Passing the first trial proves your worth as warriors, but I will take only 30 of you as my subordinates. The words cut through the crowd. The challenge had only begun. The second trial, Roman continued, will decide who those 30 are. He made it clear that success meant becoming part of his personal guard, living as predators, not prey. Lucas felt the weight of the moment. Roman's tone left no doubt. The standards would be brutal. Then came the explanation. Wooden swords were laid out before them, each participant free to choose one. The task was simple in theory but daunting in practice. Every applicant would face Roman Dmitri himself in a one-on-one duel. Lucas couldn't believe the audacity of it. Roman was going to fight all 120 back-to-back. Roman's expression didn't waver. Victory is not required, he told them. Roman laid out the rule for the second trial. Anyone who could last even 1 minute against him would pass, and those who did would receive conditions far better than promised in the notice. A bald man stepped forward first. Name? Roman asked. Vulcan, came the answer. Roman glanced at the wooden sword in Vulcan's hands. Is that fine for you? Vulcan smirked. More than fine. His confidence, however, came from underestimating Roman. He'd heard the rumors about Roman defeating the Blood Fong, but he didn't believe someone could take him down in under a minute. Chris signaled to start. Vulcan charged, aiming to impress. But Roman's movement blurred. A single sidestep, a swift pivot, and Vulcan was flat on his back with Roman's sword resting against his neck. The entire courtyard froze. The speed and precision weren't just impressive. They made the gap in ability painfully clear. Next, Roman said evenly, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. Lucas's eyes followed Roman. His strikes weren't only fast. They seemed to bend reality itself. This trial was going to be far more brutal than the first. A faint purple aura radiated from Roman as the next opponent fell, just as quickly. Gasps rippled through the onlookers, shock giving way to disbelief and then reluctant admiration. As the duels continued, some participants began to believe that Roman's endurance would falter with time. If they could face him later, maybe they'd have a chance. They were wrong. An hour passed. 60 opponents had stepped forward. 60 had been defeated, none lasting the full minute. Roman hadn't slowed, hadn't stumbled, hadn't even broken a sweat. Henderson, who had once doubted Roman's strength, felt his earlier assumptions crumble. Roman's words from before, the ones that had sounded arrogant, now rang with a different weight. This wasn't just another fighter. This was a predator. Watching him dominate duel after duel, Henderson could feel it, an undeniable presence that wasn't just about physical skill, but absolute control. The fool of Dmitri had vanished, replaced by a force that could shape the chaos of this world. Henderson's thoughts sharpened. Many still underestimated Roman, but this trial might be the last chance to stand at his side. In a place where survival was never guaranteed, becoming Roman's subordinate could mean much more than safety. It could mean power. The real problem still hung in the air. How could they possibly face a man who seemed more beast than human? No one dared to move. Without a word spoken, every applicant silently agreed. Going up against Roman was asking for trouble. Then Roman's voice cut through the tension. His warning was sharp. If no one stepped forward, they would all fail. Fear nearly won, until one figure broke the stillness. Lucas, the 61st applicant, stepped ahead with steady resolve. His voice rang clear as he introduced himself, shattering the uneasy quiet. Now standing before Roman, Lucas could feel the heavy air between them. This wasn't just an opponent. This was a predator. The pressure Roman gave off went far beyond physical strength. Lucas thought back to the Roman Dmitri he had once known, realizing this man was different. This Roman spoke of more than fighting. He scorned their isolated outpost and openly spoke of conquering the whole continent. And somehow, Lucas believed him. 8 silver coins suddenly felt meaningless. What mattered was uncovering Roman's true ambition. The only way to do that was to fight. The 1-minute timer began. Lucas threw hesitation aside and lunged forward. From the sidelines, Chris watched closely. Other than the first challenger, Lucas was the only one who dared to attack head-on. His opening move was clever. Sword aimed for Roman's head, dagger for the heart, testing for any weakness. But Roman's defense was flawless. He blocked every strike as though reading Lucas's mind. Still, Lucas didn't stop. He kept pressing, driving attack after attack, refusing to give Roman a moment's ease. Yet Roman was like a fortress, turning aside every blow with practiced ease. Frustration swelled in Lucas, but so did a reluctant respect. He was sure that if he kept pushing, he'd find an opening. Roman, however, had already read his intent. Stepping back to avoid the dagger, he parried the sword and stayed firmly on defense. Lucas knew the clock was ticking. Any pause could mean defeat. He had to keep the upper hand. His strikes grew sharper, faster, each one a bid to seize control. Roman's lips curled into a faint smirk. He could see the grit and instinct behind Lucas's attacks. In his eyes, Lucas wasn't a bad opponent at all. But his warning was clear. Bad judgment in battle could not be excused. 1 minute was not a reprieve. It was a trial. And through it, Roman intended to show every applicant exactly what kind of leader they were dealing with. Deciding the match had gone far enough, Roman ended it in one clean move, sending Lucas hard to the ground. Lying there, Lucas faced a bitter truth. The ceiling of a B-rank mercenary was closer than he'd wanted to believe. Hard work and risk could get anyone to B-rank, but stepping into A-rank territory demanded something else entirely, the power to wield mana. And that was something Lucas simply didn't have. The thought stung, but it didn't crush him. He had survived where countless others had fallen. Every battlefield he'd walked away from had taught him one thing. Victory meant using whatever tools you had. That memory pulled him back to the fight, still unfolding. He reached for a last resort, a small bag of sand, and flung it straight at Roman's eyes. Chris, watching from the side, found the tactic fair. Roman's only instruction had been to last 1 minute. Nothing was said about how. The sand hit its mark, blinding Roman for a moment. Lucas sprang to his feet, charging forward to capitalize on the opening. But as he closed in, a chilling sight stopped him in his tracks. Roman's crimson eyes staring through the haze of grit as if nothing had touched them. Lucas couldn't help but grin at the absurdity of it. Dropping his weapons, he conceded on the spot. Far away from this arena, in a heavenly demon god cult, young disciples learned an unusual first lesson before training seriously. Never blink in battle. One blink could cost a life. Just as breath carried the flow of energy, the eyes had to remain unbroken in their focus. Cult members drilled this until it became instinct. Eyes open, always, no matter what. Back in the arena, Lucas stood aside as Chris handed Roman a container of water. Roman tipped it over his face, rinsing away the sand. Behind him, Lucas shifted uncomfortably, replaying the ending in his mind. He had wanted only to survive the minute, to pass the trial, and had chosen his method without shame. Yet now, the result felt hollow. A question lingered. Had Roman looked at him with disappointment? Maybe Roman had never expected anything from it all. The thought lingered in Lucas's mind, and with it came another worry, punishment. He had, after all, thrown sand in the middle of a duel. But Roman didn't raise his voice. He didn't scold. He simply turned and called for the next applicant. Lucas wasn't the only one stunned. Every set of eyes in the arena shifted between the two men, expecting anger. Instead, there was only calm. What they didn't know was that Roman had seen the pouch in Lucas's hand long before the sand left it. He'd allowed it. He wanted to see how far Lucas would go, how much grit and resourcefulness he could muster. Roman couldn't know the exact weight of Lucas's past, but he could sense it. The blood Lucas had seen spilled could have filled an ocean. That kind of life forged a certain kind of fighter, the kind Roman understood well. The trial moved forward. Roman invited the next applicant, and the duels began again. What followed was a string of 1-minute battles. each fighter trying their own tricks to survive. Lucas had unknowingly set the tone, and now everyone was finding creative ways to endure. From his place at the edge of the arena, Lucas saw the unspoken rule forming. Cheating wasn't against the rules, but crossing a certain line still meant Roman would cut you down without hesitation. Lucas couldn't help but think, if he hadn't surrendered earlier, maybe he would have had to pull the same desperate moves he was now seeing others attempt. By the 100th duel, 2 hours had passed. Roman's breathing was steady, perfectly steady. Lucas knew what that meant. In real combat, opponents didn't go easy because they were tired. They made mistakes, lost focus, and died. Breath control was survival itself. Each inhale and exhale tied to every strike, every defense, and every draw of mana from the world around you. Roman's body, hardened from years of war and rebuilt for battle, showed no signs of wear. Lucas had heard the stories of him fighting for 3 days and nights without pause during the Murim conquest. Compared to that, these 1-minute duels were nothing. Lucas watched, a grudging respect growing. This was stamina born not from training alone, but from surviving in places where the air itself was thick with death. When it was finally over, Chris gathered everyone and gave the verdict. No one had passed the second trial. But then he added, almost as an afterthought, that this didn't mean there were no successful applicants. Out of the 120 who came, only 30 names would be chosen. The rest would have to wait for the notice. Chris commended them for their efforts before dismissing everyone for the day. The air was thick with tension as the would-be members of the heavenly demon god cult filed out, each carrying their own thoughts about how they performed. Later, in Roman's office, a new stage began. Roman handed Chris a list, the 30 successful applicants, and entrusted their training to him. Chris accepted with quiet determination, promising to do his best. As his eyes moved down the list, one name stopped him, Vulcan, the same man who had dared to challenge young Master Roman in front of everyone. Chris could see why Roman might respect such boldness. But another name made him pause, Henderson. There was nothing about him that stood out in Chris's mind. If Roman had picked him, it meant there was something Chris wasn't seeing. Then he reached the name that shocked him most, Lucas. Unable to hold back, Chris asked about it. Roman's gaze didn't waver. Is there a problem? Chris admitted Lucas was skilled for a B-rank mercenary, but he couldn't ignore what he'd seen during the duel, the sand, the early surrender. To Chris, Lucas was the kind of man who'd put his own survival ahead of the team. A risk in battle. Roman's answer was the opposite of what Chris expected. That's exactly why I chose him. Roman explained that while Lucas had broken from traditional notions of honor, he'd shown something far more valuable in a real fight, a sharp, pragmatic instinct to survive and adapt. In the chaos of battle, Roman said, it was men like Lucas who found ways to keep going, bending the rules when they had to, solving problems no one else could. He challenged Chris's assumption that this meant Lucas would betray his allies. Surviving didn't have to mean disloyalty. The word struck Chris, pulling his thoughts back to the lessons of his old mentor, Jonathan. Jonathan had taught that survival wasn't only for knights with power, it belonged to anyone who could stay calm under pressure, read the flow of battle, and adjust. Those were the ones who made it to the end. Jonathan's words echoed in Chris's mind. Flexibility and resourcefulness mattered more than clinging to old ideals of honor. Even the most skilled knight could be caught off guard by enemies hiding in the shadows. Thinking about Lucas's decision during the duel, Chris now saw the reasoning behind it. He realized his own perspective had been too narrow. There was still something he didn't understand, though. With 5 months until Roman headed to the battlefield, and knowing nobles rarely fought on the front lines, why was Roman already gathering soldiers? Roman only gave a vague answer. You'll know soon enough. The next day brought the answer to something else entirely. Barco made an official announcement. They had been patient, waiting for the Lorens to repay their debts and hand over the land pledged as collateral. But the Lorens had done neither. Feeling betrayed, Barco declared they would take up arms. Their message to the Kingdom of Cairo was blunt. Either the Lorens settle their debts or surrender the land within a week, or Barco, with the central government's approval, would begin a territorial war. The news hit Chris like a sudden gust of cold wind. The stakes had just risen. Roman then made his intentions clear. He would not sit this out. His army would join the fight between Barco and the Lawrences. Far from the Dmitri estate, in the halls of Lawrence Palace, Flora wrestled with her own turmoil. Night after night, she lay awake, weighed down by guilt. She couldn't shake the feeling that the trouble her family now faced was tied to her broken engagement with Roman Dmitri. Since returning from Dmitri, she had shut herself away in her room. Her maids whispered among themselves, convinced it was because of the rumors. They had heard it said that Lady Flora had made some grave mistake, leading to the engagement being called off. The story didn't match the man they remembered as a fool, and their confusion only grew into resentment toward Dmitri. That resentment deepened with the news of Barco's declaration of war. The Lorne family's future now hung in the balance. In her room, Flora struggled to reconcile the image she had of herself with the stark reality pressing in from all sides. Flora once thought herself clever, proud of excelling in her advanced academy courses. Her father's approving smile had always been proof enough that she was a good daughter. But now, that image felt fragile, like a flower nurtured in a warm greenhouse, suddenly left bare to the cold winds of reality. For the first time, she wondered if others saw her as the fool, no different from the moronic Dmitri she once dismissed. The thought cracked her confidence, making it difficult to even picture meeting her father's eyes. She couldn't ignore the gulf between who she believed she was and the truth, that her actions might carry serious consequences for her family. Her thoughts turned to Roman Dmitri. How would he face this? She remembered his independence, his refusal to rely on others, and the way he'd crushed Bloodfawn for his family's sake. When had he become so formidable? How could he move mountains by himself while she still struggled to stand without support? The comparison was not kind. Measured against his will, she felt small, insignificant. A knock broke her thoughts. Her servants, as they had done each day, brought a meal to her door. But before they could call out, she opened it herself. "I want to go to the library," she said. They froze in surprise, eyes flicking to one another. But she was already walking past them. Among the shelves, Flora thought of her father's efforts, his tireless push to rally other noble families before the Barcos struck. Yet doubt shadowed her thoughts. She suspected no one would come to Lawrence's aid. Like Romans standing alone against Bloodfawn, they would have to endure this with their own strength and wits. Elsewhere, in the Lord's chambers, the situation worsened. Every attempt to secure allies had been met with rejection. The Martel family was the first to refuse. The Vastra family, despite earlier promises, turned their backs next. Then came the whispers, rumors that Barco would punish any house in the Northeast that dared to side with Lawrence. Fear spread quickly, and with it, the collapse of every possible alliance. The Viscount of Lawrence sat in silence, watching support crumble one name at a time. In the quiet of the Lawrence library, Flora felt time pressing in on her. Only a week remained before war would break out, and the thought gnawed at her. She began shaping what she believed was the only real option left for her family. Elsewhere in the palace, the Viscount's office was thick with disbelief. Families they had once counted as allies now turned their backs. Hoping for another avenue, the Viscount asked for news from the Gold Bank. The reply brought no comfort. The bank was still investigating the collateral dispute, but any resolution would come too late. Worse still, there were whispers that the Gold Bank's heavy investments in Barco's territory might push them to side with Barco outright. The Viscount's concern deepened. With allies disappearing and no financial rescue in sight, the Lorens stood cornered. Then came a bitter suggestion from within, a noble proposed surrender. Barco's blockade had cut off help from surrounding regions, and their forces far outmatched Lawrence's. The noble argued it would be wiser to yield, preserve the soldiers' lives, and protect whatever land they could, even if most of it was handed over to Barco. The Viscount sat in grim silence, weighing the cost of resistance against the cold practicality of surrender. The door opened suddenly. Flora stepped in, breaking the heavy mood. She insisted on speaking with her father, her urgency drawing both the Viscount's and the noble's attention. Far from Lawrence, in the halls of Dmitri Palace, another decision was taking shape. Roman stood before his father, declaring his intent to enter the coming war, not as a neutral observer, but under the banner of Roman Dmitri. Baron Dmitri's reaction was sharp. Did Roman truly understand what this meant? The war between Barco and Lawrence had the blessing of the central government. Interfering could damage ties with the nobles of the Northeast and even provoke the government into sending its own soldiers to crush any perceived rebellion. He reminded Roman that the engagement to Lawrence's daughter had already been broken. Helping them now could appear dangerously political. But Roman's reasoning ran deeper. He spoke of Anthony Barco, the eldest Barco's son, who had once seen Roman's marriage as an obstacle and used threats to push him away. Roman admitted there was no proof, but the intent had been clear. And because of that, he felt there was no choice but to act. Roman's words carried more than just his decision. They carried a challenge. The Dmitri family's image in the Northeast was one of quiet strength, but Roman saw the truth. The Barcos looked down on them. That he could no longer tolerate. He turned the conversation on his father, confronting the family's passive stance. Power and wealth they had, but no will to push forward. Roman's ambitions were different. He wanted more than comfort. He wanted dominance. And with Barco's war founded on false pretenses, he saw no reason to stay idle. Life, to him, was an endless and unpredictable ocean. In those waters, he intended to be the one steering the course, not drifting with the current. He made it clear, he wasn't asking for the family's strength. He would act in this war under his own name, Roman Dmitri, and all he wanted was for his father to watch. This path, he said, would define the life he planned to live from this moment on. That declaration pulled Romero Dmitri into his own thoughts. He had always believed a man could never truly escape his origins. Birthplace and blood were fixed points, no matter how high one might climb. It was a truth that had shaped how he viewed ambition. His wife had once challenged that view, recalling the journey they took to the capital. She had noticed the stares from the nobles, sharp, assessing, not the looks exchanged among equals. Romero had felt them too, but to him, they meant little. He was satisfied where he stood. The endless grind for more wealth or influence did not appeal to him. In the same breath, he admitted he wanted better for his sons. If they had the will, they could rise beyond the constraints of their beginnings. That quiet hope had always been there, even if he himself would never chase it. Now, back in the present, Romero looked at Roman. His son's eyes were unwavering, carrying a will that could not be bent. In that moment, Romero Dmitri understood. His long-held hope had come to life. The timid boy he once knew now stood before him as a man, confident and unshakable in his resolve. He offered his son not caution, but encouragement. Roman was free to chase his ambitions, knowing he would not face the road ahead alone. His family would stand behind him. Beyond the walls of Dmitri Palace, the scene shifted to the heart of the family's industry, the blacksmith district. Dmitri's forges were known across the kingdom of Cairo, their reputation built on scale and skill. 30 great workshops lined the street, each alive with the clang of hammers and the roar of the forge. The air was thick with heat and the scent of worked iron. Roman walked through it all, quietly taking in the proof of the claims he'd heard. The blacksmiths of Dmitri truly were unmatched. Wealth was written into the very stones of the road beneath his feet. The source of that wealth lay just beyond the estate, the great iron mine, the largest in all Cairo. From there, ore of exceptional quality was drawn and passed into the hands of master craftsmen, who transformed it into fine weapons and goods sold at the highest prices. It was a power that went beyond gold. The nobles of northeastern Cairo knew well that the kingdom's armies depended on Dmitri iron. To provoke them was to risk the flow of weapons, a danger the kingdom could not afford. For Roman, this thriving trade was personified in one figure, the master blacksmith, the keeper of skill and tradition, the man who embodied the Dmitri legacy. The scene turned back to his father's office, a room heavy with history and decisions that had shaped the family's place in the world. Roman spoke plainly. He wanted control over his future. But to achieve it, he needed arms for the men who would follow him. His father listened, then offered a path. Once, he had led the family's blacksmith operations himself. Now, that responsibility belonged to Master Hendrik, the man who had long worked beside him. If you want the best, he told Roman, you'll speak to Hendrik. After Roman's father rose to a noble title, Crick stepped in without hesitation, taking full control of the ironworks. His task, managing every detail of Dmitri's iron production. Roman thanked his father for his support, but kept in mind the battles still ahead. Before letting him go, his father shared a crucial reminder. The Dmitri legacy isn't just about the family name. The blacksmiths here aren't easily impressed. They take pride in their craft and respect only those who truly understand it. The scene shifts to the bustling streets outside, lined with the finest iron creations from Dmitri's artisans. Roman can feel the weight of the workers' stares, sharp, skeptical, and far from welcoming. He knows winning them over will be an uphill climb, especially after his past mistakes. He makes his way to Hendrik, hard at work in his shop. Without looking up, Hendrik asks why Roman is there. Stepping inside, Roman suspects his father may have already mentioned his visit. Crix, the master blacksmith behind the Dmitri family's iron, meets his eyes with a steady, serious look. Roman wastes no time. He needs gear to arm 30 soldiers. Hendrik hears him out, then tilts the conversation in an unexpected direction, mocking that he half-expected Roman to show up looking for something to pawn after running out of money for his usual amusements. The jab catches Roman off guard, but Hendrik simply gestures toward a corner of the shop where weapons and armor are stacked high. "Take what you need," he says. "That pile alone will equip your 30 men." Roman blinks, surprised at the easy offer, and double-checks if Hendrik is serious. Crix confirms it, but when Roman inspects a sword from a pile, his surprise turns to disappointment. "If this is the best you have for soldiers," he says, "maybe Dmitri's iron isn't as legendary as people claim." The air grows heavy. Hendrik's patience thins, and he warns Roman that if he doesn't like it, he can leave. Roman refuses to back down, pressing the question of quality. This time, Hendrik's tone hardens. "Real skill," he says, "can't be judged by someone who's never endured the heat of a forge." And if it weren't for Baron Romero's personal request, Roman would have walked away empty-handed. Before Roman can respond, Hendrik delivers one last sting, comparing him to his younger brother Rodwell, who is learning the trade and preparing to inherit the craft, while Roman, the eldest son, has spent his years wasting time in the streets. Critch didn't hold back. He told Roman outright that even the discarded tools on the workshop floor were worth more than him. Roman met his gaze again, a strange familiarity settling over him. He acknowledged the tension hanging in the air and told Hendrik he understood why he was angry. Still, there was no avoiding the real issue, the sword in his hand. He pointed out its flaws: uneven force during forging, poor craftsmanship, and a surface that discolored in sunlight. This, Roman said, couldn't possibly come from Dmitri's famed ironworks. Hendrik ignored the criticism, choosing instead to attack Roman's character. But Roman didn't flinch. He told of a recent battle, where one of his men died because his sword failed. The blade, too weak to cut cleanly, left the soldier vulnerable, his life lost in the chaos because of faulty equipment issued under the name Roman Dmitri. Hendrik was taken aback by the bluntness, but Roman pressed on. He gestured to a set of armor, questioning its worth. "Heavy armor should protect," he said, yet the chainmail given to his troops had failed, costing another soldier his life. In another case, a piece made by an unknown blacksmith had shattered under attack, leaving the wearer gravely injured. Hendrik, still processing the accusations, asked for more details. Roman explained that this wasn't just about bad gear, it was about neglect. Hendrik's frustration stemmed from the fact that Roman only appeared when there was a crisis, instead of maintaining regular oversight of the smithy. Looking over the scattered ironwork, Roman saw a clear truth. Hendrik's heart wasn't in the forge anymore. But this time, he couldn't let it slide. With a hard tone, he warned that if Hendrik didn't view those floor pieces as scrap, then soldiers under his command would unknowingly march in a battle with dangerous, substandard weapons. This, Roman said, wasn't a matter of pride or personal grudges. It was about the survival of 30 men. Even if Hendrik refused to admit it, could he honestly call himself a Dmitri craftsman while handing out what Roman called worthless gear? The thought that Hendrik's personal dislike for him might be putting lives at risk hung in the air. Hendrik finally spoke, insisting he had never intended to endanger anyone. Roman stood firm. Intentions didn't matter. Weapons and armor existed for one purpose: to protect lives. He had come with the authority of Baron Romero, his father. Yet instead of proper gear, Hendrik had given him what he considered nothing more than scrap. To Roman, that wasn't just carelessness. It was an insult to his father's name. Their argument had drawn a crowd. Workers gathered, some glancing at the sword in Roman's hand, ready to step in if things turned violent. Before the tension snapped, Hendrik's sharp command froze everyone in place, stopping the conflict before it could escalate. Then came something unexpected. Hendrik apologized. His mind drifted back to his younger days as a blacksmith's apprentice. Back then, his work had been sloppy, and his elder often scolded him. They gave him menial tasks instead of letting him near important projects. One day, while sweeping the floor, he overheard an adventurer begging the shop owner for a sword. He couldn't pay up front, but promised to return the gold later. The owner refused. Hendrik, moved by the man's sincerity, decided to forge a sword himself and give it to the adventurer for free. The man left with gratitude, but tragedy followed. On his mission, the sword broke in battle. The adventurer died. That moment seared itself into Hendrik's memory, and from then on, he swore never to make something that could cost someone their life. Now, standing in front of Roman, Hendrik realized he had broken that vow, letting anger guide his hands, just as recklessness had in his youth. The weight of it hit him hard. He admitted his failure and told Roman he was ready to face the consequences. Roman, hearing the sincerity in his voice, chose a different path. If Hendrik truly regretted what he'd done, Roman said, then he wouldn't push the matter further. He was willing to let it go. Turning to the future, Roman acknowledged Hendrik's skill despite their clash. He offered him a chance to make it right, forge proper swords and armor for 30 soldiers. They would leave the past behind, and Hendrik could prove himself through his work. The offer caught Hendrik off guard. He'd heard whispers that Roman had changed, but seeing it firsthand was something else entirely. The man before him was not the reckless heir he once knew. Roman stood by his promise. His soldiers' safety came first. Hendrik, fully aware of the weight of his earlier actions, apologized again. This time, he vowed never to repeat the mistake and swore to craft weapons and armor worthy of the Dmitri name. The sincerity in his voice impressed Roman, sealing not only the deal for the equipment, but also forging a mutual understanding between them. With a faint smile, Roman watched as Hendrik ordered his workers back to the forges. The workshop, once tense and heavy, now pulsed with focused energy as hammer strikes rang out, steel heated, and sparks flew. Every movement now driven by the goal of protecting lives. But in the midst of the renewed bustle, one worker spoke quietly to Roman, revealing a detail that cut deep. Hendrik's resentment toward him wasn't only about today. It stretched back 3 years. Back then, after losing his allowance and desperate for money, Roman had slipped into the smithy under the cover of night. He stole Hendrik's prized sword, his masterpiece. 6 months spent on design, 3 months on forging, and Roman had sold it for a mere pittance. The memory hit Roman like a blow. He knew he'd been reckless in his youth, but this was more than a mistake. It was a betrayal. As Roman prepared to leave, Hendrik stepped from the shadows. He acknowledged Roman's current request as a step toward reconciliation, a chance for redemption, but made it clear he hadn't forgiven him for the theft. He admitted his own faults, but reminded Roman of the smithy's place in the heart of Dmitri. If Roman ever crafted a poor sword himself, Hendrik said, then his opinion might change. Roman smirked, confident, and replied that it wouldn't take long for him to prove himself. With a casual farewell, he promised to return once the weapons were finished. Later, Roman arrived at the workshop where he'd been training alone. The space was exactly as he had instructed, orderly, every tool in its place. With quiet determination, he set to work on forging his own sword. His mind drifted to when he was 18, a member of the Murim. Those were turbulent days, filled with uncertainty over who would lead the demon cult. Rivalries flared, and assassination attempts were common. One of the deadliest came from his 11th brother, Beck, who tried to end his life. During that fight, Roman's trusted sword had shattered, and he had barely escaped death. From that day forward, he swore he would craft a weapon that could survive any battle. He traveled beyond Miram, learning from blacksmiths across distant lands. Before every major fight, he forged a blade suited to his growing strength, each one an extension of his resolve. Through countless battles, Roman's swordsmanship and his blades evolved. That journey had led to the creation of his 39th weapon, the heavenly demon sword, a masterpiece beyond price. Now, with war looming, he felt the call to forge a blade that reflected the man he had become. In the stillness of his private workshop, Roman worked with measured precision. Every strike of the hammer was deliberate, every motion flowing in a steady rhythm. The sound of metal rang like a heartbeat, and soon he was lost in the trance of creation. His mind narrowed to the glowing steel before him. As the blade began to take shape, his thoughts drifted. He remembered the life he once lived as Baek Young-hook, a life defined by survival, where only the strong endured. His father, the heavenly demon, cast a shadow so vast it shaped every breath Roman took. Yet those hardships had never been a weight. They were the forge that tempered him, the fire that made him unbreakable. The clang of metal brought him back to the present, and to a question that lingered like a whisper: what am I living for now? The truth was sobering. For all his victories, he wasn't yet strong enough to meet the unknown trials ahead. Accepting this, he resolved to push himself further, to strengthen both body and mind until nothing could break him. Unseen to him, great forces were already stirring in the world. forces whose reach he had yet to grasp. But he would be ready. His hammer rose and fell, each strike fueled by determination. He knew he needed more than raw skill. He needed power. That thought led him to an art from his past life, a dangerous technique known as the godly inferno arts. It was the signature mastery of the flame demon, channeling searing heat to rapidly gather mana. The cost was steep. Overuse could ravage his lungs and tear apart his body from within. But Roman didn't hesitate. For the strength to face anything, he would risk everything. The scene shifts, leaving the heat of the forge behind, and opens to the grandeur of Lawrence Palace, where Flora now stands before the gathered Lawrence nobles and her father. In the grandeur of Lawrence Palace, Flora stood before the nobles and her father with a grim truth. Lawrence was cornered. Support from neighboring territories was limited, and the military gap between them and Barco was undeniable. Some around the table began to whisper of surrender, of giving up just enough to keep a fragment of Lawrence's lands. But Flora rejected the idea outright. To her, surrender was not just a loss of land. It was a betrayal of the very spirit that defined their heritage. The room fell silent until her father, Viscount Lawrence, slammed his hand on the table. His voice was firm. Perhaps surrender, he argued, was the wiser choice. Better to save lives than to throw them away in a war they were bound to lose. His reasoning was backed by troubling news. Barco had secured a massive loan from the prestigious gold bank through powerful connections in the central government. Flora listened, but her reply was steady and calculated. If Barco truly had obtained the loan, she reasoned, it was likely unsecured, no collateral. That meant crushing interest rates. And the benefits wouldn't just flow to Barco. The gold bank would profit as well. Once Barco took control of Lawrence, she warned their land and people would bear the full cost of occupation. The table stirred with uneasy surprise. Her father, unsettled by her insight, asked what she believed they should do. But the answer he received was not the bold, miraculous plan he'd expected from his sharp-minded daughter. "Close the castle gates," she said. Her father frowned, thinking it too simple. But Flora's strategy went far beyond walls. She explained that true survival meant endurance and sacrifice. Lawrence must burn the fields and give up the entire year's harvest, denying Barco the resources they sought. It was a plan not just of defense, but of deliberate deprivation, turning the land itself into a weapon. Her words carried the weight of desperation, but also the clarity of someone who understood that survival sometimes meant scorched earth. Viscount Lawrence stared at his daughter, stunned by the audacity of her plan. Holding out until winter was no small feat. It was a challenge unlike anything Lawrence had faced before. Flora pressed on, unwavering. Barco's advantage, she explained, stemmed from their ties to the central government. But such leverage couldn't last forever. The loan they had taken from the gold bank would come with punishing interest rates, growing heavier with each passing month. And the gold bank, she reminded them, was no ordinary institution. Its influence spanned the entire continent, and its patience was short when profit was at stake. The longer the war dragged on, the more the debt would crush Barco. What's more, the mercenaries bolstering Barco's forces were paid with gold bank funds. If the bank's pressure mounted, their strength would wither. And as winter closed in, siege warfare would no longer be in Barco's favor. Time, Flora argued, could be their greatest weapon. Around the table, her words landed like sparks on dry wood, quiet but electrifying. Even Count Lawrence, who had once doubted her judgment after the incident with Dmitri, saw her now in a new light. This was not the same young woman from before. "You're right," he said at last, his voice steady with resolve. From that moment, Lawrence committed itself to Flora's plan, a desperate stand to defend their lineage, no matter the cost, no matter the odds. They would fight until there was nothing left to give. The scene shifted to Roman, deep in his own world. His sword was finished, a creation that carried more than steel in its edge. It was his first true masterpiece, a weapon that embodied exactly who he was now. For its name, he looked to the world around him and chose Salamander, a symbol of fire, endurance, and renewal. Back in Lawrence Palace, the weight of decisions and the forging of destinies continued. The very next day, a knight from House Barco marched forward, halting before the towering gates of Lawrence Castle. Acting as Viscount Barco's envoy, he carried words that would decide the fate of both sides. Barco's message was simple, yet heavy with consequence. 3 choices lay before Lawrence. First, surrender. step outside the castle walls, lay down arms, and in doing so, spare the lives of Lawrence's soldiers. Second, accept open war, a clash of armies on a fair battlefield, overseen by a neutral judge sent from the central government. And third, resolve the matter through single combat, one warrior from each side, any method of battle permitted, with the outcome binding for both houses. Barco pledged to honor whichever path Lawrence chose. But Viscount Lawrence did not bend. He denounced the so-called evidence of his ancestor's death as nothing but a fabrication. To him, Barco's call to arms was unjust, a baseless provocation. Raising his voice for all to hear, Lawrence declared he would not offer up his people to slaughter. Instead, he presented his own option. They would resist, entrenched within their fortress walls. The Barco knight, receiving this defiant answer, announced that his lord would respect the decision. Yet he also warned that Barco's forces were ready, and bloodshed was now unavoidable. And then the unexpected struck. Before Lawrence's men could even settle from the exchange, they saw it. Barco's army was already in formation, weapons gleaming, prepared to march. A charged silence gave way to the thunder of war drums, echoing through the air as the siege began. From atop the battlements, Lawrence's archers loosed a rain of arrows. The sky filled with whistling shafts before they fell in deadly rhythm, striking Barco's advancing troops and sowing chaos in their ranks. Viscount Barco, who had anticipated swift surrender, was shaken. He held 3 times Lawrence's numbers, yet the resistance was fierce, sharper than he had imagined. What he thought would end in an hour dragged on, turning into a grueling fight. Lawrence's defenses had been carefully laid. Beyond the walls stretched a deep moat, dug in preparation to choke enemy advances. The ceaseless storm of arrows revealed not desperation, but foresight. Lawrence had stockpiled supplies and prepared for a drawn-out war. When word of these measures reached Viscount Barco, his face hardened. Frustration gnawed at him. This was no simple conquest. Lawrence had proven far more formidable than expected. A week slipped by after the last clash, yet Viscount Barco still wrestled with disbelief. Lawrence's choice had shattered every expectation. By his calculations, surrender was the obvious path. Yield, preserve their lives, and cling to what little land could be spared. Instead, Lawrence had slammed their gates shut, embracing resistance even at the risk of total destruction. Barco replayed it all in his mind, searching for where his strategy had faltered. His soldiers, restless and uncertain, turned to him for direction. To their surprise, Barco gave a firm order: prepare for the battles ahead. The men were taken aback, but he carried himself with calm certainty. In his eyes, Lawrence was not truly steadfast. He remembered the past, how Viscount Lawrence had nearly buckled once before, almost handing his daughter into the Dmitri family, a move Barco himself had schemed into motion. To Barco, Lawrence was a man who shrank in the face of hardship, a leader more fragile than he appeared. Meanwhile, within the halls of Lawrence Castle, urgency hung in the air. Count Lawrence knew another strike was inevitable and commanded his soldiers to ready themselves for what was to come. Yet Barco's movements were unpredictable, and that uncertainty weighed on him like an approaching storm. He turned to his daughter, Flora, recalling her earlier insights. She had been right. Barco had faltered and pulled back his forces. Intrigued, Lawrence asked how she had seen it so clearly. Flora stepped forward with newfound resolve. No longer timid, she declared that waiting for fate to decide her path was meaningless. If she wished for change, she would have to create it herself. Her words carried conviction, a pledge to grow stronger and take hold of her own life. Her father, hearing this, felt a pang of regret. He confessed his remorse for nearly forcing her into marriage with the Dmitri family. At the time, he had believed it was the only way to protect Lawrence under crushing pressure. Now, faced with Flora's strength, he admitted his mistake. In that moment, he entrusted her with greater responsibility, recognizing her as someone ready to shape the family's future alongside him. But their brief moment of connection was shattered by a sudden blast. The ground trembled as a violent explosion struck the castle walls. Flora rushed to assess the threat, only to find Barco had unleashed a devastating new weapon, a flare, a massive catapult hurling magical explosives against their defenses. Watching the destructive power of it, Flora's chest tightened with frustration. The weapon wasn't just brutal. It revealed the vast resources Barco had poured into this war. Each blast from the flare carried a staggering cost, Yet the weapon's use wasn't just about money. Approval from the central government was required, no matter how wealthy the wielder. That was what left Flora stunned. How had Barco secured both the fortune and the political backing to unleash such destructive power? Lawrence had few options. To counter the flare, they would either need a magical weapon of equal strength or take the dangerous gamble of meeting the assault outside the castle walls. Both choices bordered on impossible. For a moment, the weight of the situation pressed heavily on Flora, but she refused to give in to despair. The crisis demanded answers, and fast. It was then that her maid arrived with startling news. A magical call was waiting. The caller was none other than Roman Dmitri. Flora froze in disbelief. Roman, the man she had once regarded as an enemy, was now reaching out with an offer of help. Driven by both shock and curiosity, she agreed to take the call, eager to hear what he had to say. Roman wasted no time. He admitted plainly that his goal was revenge against the Barco family, born from personal grievances. He made it clear this path was set in stone, and the only question left was when he would act. To Flora, he proposed an alliance. If Lawrence cooperated, he would bring forward his vengeance, striking swiftly to remove the threat Barco posed. Still, Flora sought clarity. What role would Lawrence play in this plan? Roman's answer was unsettling. They had to begin by making a sacrifice. The word carried heavy weight, and though it pained her, Flora could see there was little room to refuse. Roman knew Lawrence's dire situation, knew they had no alternatives, and laid out his terms without hesitation. Torn but resolute, Flora promised she would do whatever it took to protect her family. Yet Roman was not finished. To justify his intervention and shape a legitimate reason for his actions, he gave her an unusual task. She was to claim that Anthony Barco had threatened her into breaking off her marriage with Roman Dmitri. Though there was no truth to it, Roman insisted she present this story, that Anthony's intimidation had forced her to abandon the union with the Dmitris. This false claim, he explained, would create the perfect cause to act, a spark to ignite his strike against Barco, while shielding Lawrence from immediate destruction. Flora stood frozen as Roman's words sank in. His vow for vengeance against the Barco family was absolute. Struggling to steady herself, she pressed him for details on how exactly he intended to save Lawrence. Roman's reply was chilling. If she claimed that Anthony Barco had threatened her, insisting the incident occurred before their broken engagement, then she would be counted as one of his own. The weight of his condition pressed down on her. Beyond the castle walls, the sounds of war rumbled like a reminder of how little time remained. Driven by desperation, anger burst out of her. She shouted at Roman, demanding he wipe out every last member of the Barco family. Back on the battlefield, Viscount Lawrence directed his troops as Barco's soldiers swarmed the walls. In the chaos, one enemy fighter managed to climb up and strike at him. But just as the blade swung, an arrow pierced through the attacker. Flora, standing behind her father, had loosed the shot and saved his life. With no time to lose, she urged her father to open the gates and face Barco's army directly. Lawrence faltered, uncertain. Seeing his hesitation, Flora revealed Roman Dmitri's promise. Roman would destroy Flare, the devastating magical weapon, if Lawrence engaged Barco head-on. Still bewildered, Viscount Lawrence asked why Roman would suddenly involve himself. Flora had no time to unravel the details. All she could do was assure him that Roman was a man of his word, urging him to trust her conviction and move forward with this bold gamble. Far away, deep in the forest, Roman ended his magical call with Flora. His companion Chris stepped forward, pressing him. Lawrence's defenses were faltering, and Flare's destructive power could bring their walls down at any moment. Chris argued they should strike Barco's rear immediately before Lawrence collapsed entirely. Roman, however, did not rush. Instead, he turned the question back to Chris, asking why he should act now. Caught off guard, Chris laid out the urgency, emphasizing that only swift and decisive action could prevent Lawrence's downfall. But Roman remained unmoved. He admitted plainly that the fate of Lawrence meant little to him. What mattered above all was the safety of his own people. Their survival came before anyone else's, even Lawrence's. Roman made his stance clear. He would never force those who had pledged loyalty to him to become pawns in another man's war. If Lawrence fell because of weak leadership, so be it, but his people would not be sacrificed in the process. Chris, though taken aback, accepted Roman's conviction and held his silence. Back at Lawrence Castle, Viscount Lawrence's frustration boiled over. With righteous fury, He ordered the gates flung open and led his men in a direct charge against the Barco army. The clash was fierce, but hope was short-lived. A single fighter from the Berga mercenary company cut through Lawrence's soldiers with ease, felling several in one strike. The sight of such overwhelming strength shook the defenders, and panic drove them back behind the walls. Yet Flora refused to let despair consume them. She commanded the soldiers to stand their ground, urging them to resist the urge to retreat. Still, doubt gnawed at her. If Lawrence could not serve as bait, would Roman ever come to their aid? Her answer came sooner than expected. Out of the chaos, Roman made his move, launching a precise strike deep into Barco's ranks. The timing was sudden, even for him. His soldiers had been thrust into battle earlier than planned, and the air grew heavy with unease. For Roman, the reality was harsh. Every man beside him now faced death. To steel their resolve, he gave his soldiers a promise. They would live not as prey, but as predators. Survival itself would be their proof of worth. Just hours earlier, he had stood before them with a clear command: strike Barco's rear and destroy the siege weapon. Lawrence was merely the bait, though Roman had little faith in their effectiveness. He bore no illusions about what lay ahead. And so, with grim determination, he declared he would lead the vanguard himself. It was not blind confidence, but a sober recognition that only by his hand could this mission succeed. As his troops pressed forward, their presence soon drew Barco's eye. From his vantage point, Viscount Barco spotted the advancing force. A quick glance at their small numbers was enough for him to scoff. Certain they posed no real danger, he dismissed them outright, leaving their defeat to his soldiers while he lingered in arrogance. Roman didn't flinch at being underestimated. He spurred his horse straight into the enemy lines. The beast leapt over Barco's shields, and in one seamless strike, Roman cut them down without hesitation. As the dust rolled back, Roman's thoughts drifted to an old teaching from the Murim's Orthodox sect of the heavenly demon who always led the vanguard. That figure was seen as unstoppable, a storm of destruction that made resistance pointless. But why would such a being take the most dangerous position at the front? The answer was simple: to crush the enemy's spirit before the battle even began. That belief was what drove Roman forward. His presence alone froze the Barco soldiers in place. They had just witnessed one of their own fall instantly, and fear gnawed away at their will to fight. Roman, towering amidst them, let a dark grin spread across his face. He called out to them with chilling confidence: "Come at him or suffer the price." His words weren't just a taunt. They were a weapon meant to break his opponents before blades even clashed. Kevin, his loyal commander, roared back in response, rallying Roman's men. His command was sharp: stay with him and crush everything in their path. Fired up, the soldiers surged forward with renewed energy, their momentum unstoppable. In the chaos, a Barco soldier lunged for Kevin's horse, aiming to topple him and disrupt the charge. But Kevin reacted instantly, his blade cutting down the attacker before the strike could land. The flow of Roman's assault didn't falter for even a heartbeat. At the same time, Chris unleashed his aura, sweeping through several enemies in one devastating blow. The Barco troops tried to tighten their formation, raising defenses to slow Roman's push, but it was futile. Roman tore through their line as though it were nothing. Ahead, the weapon flare he sought loomed into view, a target he was determined to erase. The battlefield was shifting rapidly. The Barco soldiers, overwhelmed and shaken, couldn't grasp the force that bore down on them. And then, from among their ranks, a figure stepped forward: Berga, known across the kingdom as an A-rank mercenary and a 2-star Aura Knight. The captain now stood face-to-face with an opponent he had not anticipated. Berga hadn't expected Roman to appear on the battlefield. The mercenary captain weighed his options carefully. Was siding with Barco worth risking the future of the Berga mercenary group? In the end, he chose to act. The clash began. As an A-rank mercenary and a 2-star Aura Knight, Berga's mastery of aura manipulation made him a dangerous foe. His sword came down with overwhelming force, but Roman didn't budge. With calm precision, Roman's counters dismantled Berga's offense. Blow after blow, Roman broke through, leaving the mercenary stunned. In just a few exchanges, the A-rank fighter was crushed, collapsing in defeat to the disbelief of everyone watching. Cheers erupted from Roman's side. Chris, Kevin, and the soldiers couldn't contain their excitement. Roman had just toppled an A-rank mercenary, and the statement it made was undeniable. From the rear, Viscount Barco seethed at the sight. He barked at his soldiers to rush Roman, but his men stopped him, urging caution. They convinced him to pull back and rethink, the wiser choice now that the tide had clearly shifted. Roman, undeterred, turned his focus on the massive magical flare weapon, the enemy's trump card. This strange device, unlike anything the Murim had known, loomed before him. A dark aura surged around him as he invoked the heavenly demon god art. With the first form of the heavenly demon sword unleashed, Roman delivered a strike that tore the weapon apart in one devastating blow. The flare shattered, and Roman stood tall amidst the wreckage. He lifted his sword high, declaring victory. His voice carried across the battlefield, and both Lawrence's soldiers within the castle and Roman's men at the enemy camp erupted in celebration. The destruction of Barco's siege weapon wasn't just a win, it was the turning point. Flora, watching from within, felt her heart stir. This moment marked a shift no one could ignore. Stripped of their key weapon, Barco's forces had little choice but to retreat. What had been chaos moments ago now rang with the aftermath of Roman strategy and might. Amid the celebrations, Chris revealed his own growth. Taking inspiration from Roman, he began condensing his aura differently, focusing on efficiency over raw output. This method slashed his mana use drastically while keeping his strikes sharp. Others mocked him for copying Roman, but Chris only smirked. He knew the path he followed was working, and perhaps it was the right one all along. Chris took a moment to study the men fighting under Roman's banner. Despite the grueling battle, every single one of the 30 soldiers kept their formation, pushing forward without breaking rank. Their faces showed strain, their breaths came heavy, yet not one of them fell behind. Even more striking, none bore serious wounds. Chris understood then, this wasn't mere chance. Their survival was the result of following a leader who turned the impossible into reality. Roman's presence on the battlefield was monstrous, a force that warped the natural order, and his soldiers' safety was proof of it. For the first time, Chris realized the true reason Roman had chosen them. When Roman finally rejoined his men, his words carried pride. He praised their endurance and declared their duty finished for the day. From the castle, Lawrence's defenders lowered the bridge, opening their gates to welcome Roman and his warriors inside. The people greeted them with overwhelming gratitude. Freed from the looming terror of the flare weapon, they poured out their thanks, vowing never to forget the courage that had saved them. The air itself seemed to hum with relief and reverence. Watching it all, Count Lawrence was torn. Gratitude swelled in him, but alongside it came regret. From the very first meeting, he had sensed something extraordinary about Roman, and now, seeing him shatter the flare weapon and turn the tide alone, the truth was undeniable. Roman was far greater than anyone had imagined. In his mind, Lawrence likened him to a tiger raised under Dmitri's care, unleashed to dominate the battlefield. It pained him to reflect on what might have been. Had fate aligned differently, Roman could have been tied to his family by marriage. That possibility was gone now, a mischance he could only accept. Setting aside the weight of those thoughts, Count Lawrence stepped forward with a smile. He extended his hand in respect and camaraderie, acknowledging Roman not just as Dmitri's son, but as a hero in his own right. Roman answered with a faint smirk, taking the offered hand. For that brief moment, the tension that often lingered between them seemed to fade. The scene shifted from the courtyard to the grand halls of Lawrence's palace. Roman, unreadable as ever, prepared to step into the realm of negotiation. As he made his way toward the council chamber, Flora intercepted him. Her words carried the weight of sincerity. She thanked him deeply for saving Lawrence from ruin, admitting the role her family played as Bate had been riddled with flaws. Regret lingered in her tone, yet admiration shone through. Roman's unwavering support had guided them through the crisis. Roman answered with quiet humility. He reminded her he had only done what he promised, and in his eyes, Lawrence had fulfilled the role expected of them. But Flora wasn't content with gratitude alone. She promised him her unwavering support in the meeting ahead, vowing to ensure his voice would be heard at the table. Roman let a faint grin slip as he replied that if she truly wished to repay him, he would not stop her. Together, they stepped into the council room, where the air was thick with strategy and politics. Around the table, Lawrence's advisors pushed for reconciliation. Their reasoning was clear. Barco's army was larger, and peace offered the safest path. Why continue clinging to conflict when harmony was possible? Let Barco accept peace and bring the fighting to an end. Count Lawrence, though heavy with pride, agreed with the logic. He knew their limits, and Barco's constant pressure had left Lawrence weary and strained. Through it all, Roman remained silent, listening. His gaze cut through every word, weighing each sentiment until the moment came. Finally, he rose. The room stilled, every eye fixed on him as anticipation swept over the assembly. His voice carried power, breaking the quiet with precision. Roman revealed what none of them had spoken aloud. Barco was drowning in debt, bound by the chains of a massive loan. Their aggression toward Lawrence wasn't born from strength, but from desperation. Roman made it clear. The destruction of the flare weapon didn't change Barco's desperate reality. Their debts still chained them, and their hunger for conquest wouldn't be appeased by peace. In a voice heavy with certainty, he warned what would become of any messenger Lawrence dared to send. Their remains would be the only reply. His words sank into the chamber like stone, leaving silence in their wake. Then Roman turned his gaze directly to Count Lawrence and asked the question that could not be avoided. Did he still dream of peace with Barco, even after all the crimes they had committed? To Roman, forgiveness was a farce. What Lawrence needed was resolve. The iron will to show the world they would not suffer injustice without retribution. Count Lawrence, burdened by the frailty of his position, admitted his helplessness. Roman's answer was uncompromising. He told them they could no longer afford the softness of prey. They had to become predators. Survival demanded it, and so did victory. The perspective shifted then to Barco's camp. Viscount Barco boiled with rage, unable to accept Roman Dmitri's meddling. Yet he, too, saw the truth of his situation. There was only one way forward, through a warrior battle. Ironically, it was the very solution Roman had placed before Lawrence. The terms were clear. Both houses could send up to 3 fighters, and the duel would decide the fate of the conflict. The tradition, sanctified by Valhalla itself, bound both sides to honor the result. To seal its legitimacy, the central government would send a judge to oversee the contest. What was once a noble custom had long since become entangled with politics and influence, with outcomes often bought through wealth and alliances. And Barco's reach stretched far, deep into the central government. With their massive loan from the Golden Bank, their choices of champions carried unsettling implications. As the weight of this reality pressed down, Count Lawrence's unease grew. But before his doubts could unravel him, Roman stepped forward, calm and deliberate. He acknowledged the concerns written plainly across the Count's face. Roman met Count Lawrence's troubled gaze with steady eyes, his expression unshaken. He promised that from this moment forward, he would give him what he sought most, certainty. Curiosity flickered in Lawrence's tone as he asked what kind of certainty Roman could possibly offer in such an uncertain time. Roman's reply was firm and absolute, the certainty of victory. His words rang through the chamber like steel striking stone. Turning to the council, Roman laid out what he knew of Barco's preparations. Their first champion would likely be a 3-star knight, a daunting foe by any measure. But Roman did not hesitate. He claimed that role for himself, vowing to take the field as Lawrence's first warrior. Whether his opponent came as a knight of Barco, or even a master ranked beyond, Roman declared that the outcome would not change. Victory would be his. Yet he cautioned the table against overconfidence. One victory was not enough. To secure Lawrence's future, they had to win again and again. Strategy was the key. That was when Roman revealed his plan. He turned their attention to Chris. Though still only a 2-star warrior, Chris carried an unusual brilliance. Roman believed in him, believed that when the time came, Chris could rise above expectations and even overcome a 3-star knight. This, Roman explained, would give Lawrence the edge in the decisive third match. The room grew, still as his strategy took root in their minds. For the first time, they could see a path forward, a chance for Lawrence to rise again and reclaim honor lost. Roman pressed the point. This battle was not a burden, but an opportunity. As his words settled, his gaze shifted to Flora. She felt the unspoken weight of it. Roman would take the battlefield, but Lawrence must also find the strength to handle what lay beyond his reach. She understood, and despite the danger that always followed Roman, she voiced her support for the warrior battle without hesitation. The decision was sealed, the challenge was issued, and within a week the arena stood ready. People from all sides gathered, the air thick with anticipation for what was to come. Count Erdes, the appointed judge, stepped forward to preside. His presence carried the full authority of the central government. Raising his voice, he declared the duel sanctified by Valhalla itself. The rules were simple. Whatever the result, both families were bound to accept it. There would be no turning back. Erdes made it clear that any violation of the rules would be met with severe consequences, invoking the name of Cairo's kingdom as the highest authority. To ensure fairness, he ordered each faction to select 3 warriors and submit the order in which they would fight. The announcement intensified the atmosphere inside the arena. Every faction now weighed down by the seriousness of what was at stake. Amid the tension, Roman noticed something unsettling. Barco's men appeared far too relaxed, almost careless, as if they knew something no one else did. The behavior gnawed at him, prompting him to approach Viscount Lawrence with a bold suggestion: change the battle order. Lawrence, caught off guard, reminded Roman that the order had been fixed a week earlier. But Roman pressed further, pointing out that Barco had intentionally dragged out the decision, buying himself time to craft strategy. That delay was no coincidence. Their calm demeanor only confirmed that something was hidden beneath the surface. Lawrence, now wary, asked what adjustments Roman had in mind. Roman's sharp eyes caught sight of a powerful figure seated casually near Barco, stronger than the rest of his soldiers. Originally, Roman had planned to fight first, followed by Lawrence's knight, with Chris closing. But his instincts told him otherwise. He proposed a new formation. Chris would open the fight, forcing Barco's hand early. Roman would then adapt in the second match, ready to counter the opponent Barco was saving. It was an unexpected shift, one that left Lawrence and Flora stunned. Roman remained firm, explaining that the only way to stay ahead was to throw Barco off balance and keep the advantage in their hands. His calm decisiveness carried a weight that neither could deny. The moment of truth arrived. Chris strode into the arena, his opponent already waiting, Yin-sun, a 3-star Aura Knight. Standing proud, Chris introduced himself as a 2-star Aura Knight, undaunted by the difference in rank. A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. Recognition sparked. Chris was the disciple of Jonathan, a genius known across the northern lands. The air grew heavy with anticipation as Chris and Yin-sun prepared to clash. The matchup looked one-sided from the start. Chris, a 2-star Aura Knight, was standing against Yin-sun, a far stronger 3-star. Most of the audience had already written Chris off, convinced he didn't stand chance. But Chris never saw risk as a weakness. To him, taking bold chances was the very path to growth. It was that mindset that pushed him to leave his former mentor, Jonathan, and choose a new master to follow. The battle opened with Yin-sun charging in, unleashing his aura at full force. But Chris had trained for moments like this. Memories of his sparring with Roman surfaced, and he quickly recognized the flaw. Yin-sun's aura was only dangerous if it connected. That realization became the foundation of his plan. Chris began weaving around the attacks, refusing to meet power with power. Each dodge was measured, his focus fixed on waiting for the perfect moment to counter. Yin-sun's patience, however, wore thin. His frustration boiled over, and he shouted at Chris, demanding to know how long he intended to keep running. Then, without warning, Yin-sun unleashed a sweeping red aura strike that caught Chris off guard. Cornered, Chris had a split second to decide. That was when Roman's words echoed in his mind. To break away from ordinary logic, to refine aura into absolute precision. Instead of recklessly pouring out his mana, Chris shifted his focus. He compressed his aura, narrowing it from a broad force into a line, then into a single sharp point. The arena grew tense as both knights prepared to deliver their decisive blows. Their attacks collided in a burst of energy that shook the ground. And when the dust cleared, the impossible had happened. Chris stood victorious. The 2-star knight had toppled the 3-star. The arena erupted. Cheers and applause filled the air as the crowd celebrated not just the win, but the brilliance of Chris's unorthodox tactics. He had turned patience and precision into victory, stunning everyone present. On the other side, Viscount Barco's face darkened with disbelief. His carefully laid plan had just crumbled. Yin-sun, the warrior meant to end things swiftly, was defeated. What was supposed to be a decisive second-round victory had now dragged into the final match. But even as the loss stung, Barco clung to his last safeguard. Hidden from everyone else was a weapon he had poured both effort and wealth into. A trump card, waiting to be revealed. Only Barco knew the full truth of his secret weapon. and that knowledge gave him comfort despite the upset. As the murmurs of the crowd swelled, a soldier quietly approached a man dozing on a chair. It was time. Slowly, Omuro of Barco, his hidden ace, rose from his seat and walked toward the arena. All eyes followed him. The audience buzzed with curiosity, unsure what to expect from this seemingly casual warrior Barco had kept in reserve. On the other side, Chris, Viscount Lawrence, and Flora exchanged startled looks, stunned at the sudden reveal. Stepping into the arena with calm confidence, Omuro introduced himself, a 4-star Aura Knight, ranked 49 on the Valhalla Empire's famed ranking system. The name alone sent a ripple through the crowd. The Valhalla Empire, known as the land where fallen heroes found eternal rest, preserved the legacies of warriors by recording their battles and immortalizing their strength through ranks. To appear on that list meant undeniable power. Count Lawrence, though shaken at first, quickly realized the implications. By fielding such a fighter in the final round, Barco was showing just how carefully he had prepared. Homeros, often called the Wandering Swordsman, had earned fame across the kingdom, traveling endlessly and clashing with powerful foes. Stories of his victories circulated like wildfire, tales of him toppling other 4-star knights and vanishing just as mysteriously. The crowd roared with excitement, their whispers merging into a wave of awe and speculation. Meanwhile, Roman leaned forward, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. He had investigated Barco's plans through the information guilds, but the details he uncovered were shallow at best. Now, seeing Homeros revealed, he finally understood. This was Barco's true card, kept hidden until the last possible moment. To the crowd, Homeros was a living legend, his reputation wrapped in myth. To Roman, he was the final obstacle, a challenge that made the match even more thrilling. The secret trump card was finally on the stage, and the arena crackled with anticipation for the battle that was about to begin. Roman stood ready, his focus fixed on the opponent before him. Across the field, Homeros seemed unconcerned, unaware of the tension rippling through Lawrence's camp. Flora, however, could not stay silent. Fear for Roman's life weighed on her as she pleaded with him to surrender. Homeros wasn't just strong. Ranked 49, he was considered capable of climbing even higher, perhaps into the 30s. To her, the risk was far too great. She urged Roman to step back, to think carefully, to preserve himself for battles he could actually win. Homeros, on the other hand, looked at Roman with absolute certainty, his confidence radiating with every glance. That silent arrogance stirred something in Roman, a dislike that quickly took root. Still, Flora pressed on. She told him this was the time to let Lawrence take charge, that their knight could handle this overwhelming threat. She insisted there was no reason for Roman to gamble his life against someone of Homeros' caliber. She even reached out a hand to stop him. But Roman brushed past her words without hesitation. He had no intention of explaining himself. His decision was his alone, and no amount of pleading would sway him. With that, he stepped forward, leaving Flora's protest behind. The arena grew silent as he introduced himself clearly. Roman, standing under Lawrence's banner. Excitement surged through the crowd. The clash between the two was about to begin. Homeros studied him carefully. If Roman had truly defeated Flair, then he wasn't ordinary. Yet to Homeros, this match felt beneath him. He had been preparing for battles against giants like Fernando, ranked among the top 30. Facing Roman seemed like a distraction he wanted to end quickly. The match began with Homeros launching himself forward, striking with the full weight of his aura. But instead of being overwhelmed, Roman slipped past the assault with ease, his movements sharp and precise. Homeros' eyes narrowed. His first strike had missed. The veteran swordsman found himself taken aback, not just by Roman's speed, but by the way he moved, controlled, calculated, unshaken. The crowd gasped, whispers rippling as even Chris and Kevin struggled to believe what they were seeing. Homeros' speed was terrifying, yet Roman had avoided it cleanly. For the first time, Homeros reassessed his opponent. No longer dismissive, he grew curious. With a voice edged with respect, he asked Roman about his aura, how he wielded it, how he made it manifest with such control. It was the first sign that the wandering swordsman recognized the challenger before him might not be so minor after all. Roman had long been waiting for a true fight, but as he watched Homeros' movements, disappointment crept in. The swordsman wasn't giving his all. His strikes carried weight, Yet there was restraint, as if he considered Roman unworthy of his full strength. Homeros must have sensed the same thought. With a shift in intent, he finally let his aura surge. A crushing wave of energy poured out, rippling across the arena and shaking the crowd. The sheer force was enough to make the audience gasp. Yet Roman remained unconvinced. For someone ranked 49, this display felt hollow. It lacked the thrill of a warrior pushing beyond his limits. To Roman, Omuro was a dampener, killing the joy of battle by holding back. Tired of waiting, Roman made his move. He stepped forward, his intent sharp, daring Homeros to stop what was coming. His blade ignited with a dark purple glow as he unleashed the heavenly demon sword's black wave technique. Swift, formless, and precise, it was an attack born from mastery, not brute force. In that instant, time seemed to collapse for Homeros. His eyes widened as he witnessed the impossible. The flow of mana, the sheer control. It was beyond what he imagined this opponent capable of. Before he could recover, the strike landed. A single slash, clean and decisive, ended the duel. The scene cut briefly to memory, revealing how Homeros had come to stand here at all. His guild master had known of his hunger for greater battles, especially his fixation on facing Fernando, a ranked 30 powerhouse. But instead of granting that wish, the guild master redirected him toward what seemed trivial, a skirmish between two minor families. To Homeros, it was a distraction, nothing more than a warm-up. He accepted only because refusal wasn't an option. Despite holding an A-rank mercenary plaque, he had been ignoring missions, wandering the kingdom, clashing with strong foes on his own terms. Reluctantly, he had entered this match, unaware it would decide his downfall. Back in the arena, silence hung heavy before the shock set in. The spectators, Flora included, were frozen in disbelief. A man celebrated as a rising star, a 4-star knight on the verge of breaking into the 30s, had been cut down in an instant. Roman lowered his blade, his gaze cold. To him, Homeros' arrogance had been laughable. He had strutted as if he stood among the peaks, yet he had never reached them. One strike had been enough to strip away that illusion. Roman standards aren't bound by the customs of this world. They're rooted in his memories of a past life. He recalls the Murim, a realm as vast as a galaxy, filled with endless ranks of martial masters. In that place, hesitation meant death, and only the relentless survived. Compared to that, the mindset of this world feels sluggish and useless to him, trash unworthy of his time. With firm authority, Roman instructs the judge to declare the verdict. Startled by the shocking turn of events, the judge announces Roman Dmitri of Lawrence as the victor. The Barco Knights, along with the crowd, struggled to comprehend Homeros' sudden defeat. The arena, once buzzing with anticipation, falls into heavy silence. Chris, who had been closely watching, is shaken as well. His thoughts spiral. Was Roman always this strong, even back during their duel? Or had something impossible happened since then? Chris is certain that in their first battle, Roman could never have overwhelmed someone like Homero. The time between then and now simply wasn't enough for such a leap in strength. To him, the logic doesn't add up, leaving Roman's abilities shrouded in mystery. Doubt begins to gnaw at Chris. After defeating Yin Sun earlier, surpassing Roman had seemed within his grasp. But after witnessing this battle, the idea now feels hopelessly naive. Lawrence's victory thundered through the arena like a quake. Counters stepped forward, announcing that the result was settled. There was no point wasting further resources. Families were given the right to revise their order lists and select new fighters after discussion. On the opposite side, Viscount Barco stood frozen. Homero, a 4-star knight and one of the kingdom's true elites, had fallen. The Viscount's mind raced. Was the guild selection even real? Could this have been a fraud? The thought sent a cold chill down his spine. As he wrestled with confusion, a soldier rushed forward, reminding him they needed to send their next warrior. The urgency struck him hard. Further losses couldn't be afforded. And then, in a move that shocked even his own men, Viscount Barco called for Benson, a 0-star knight. The soldier's eyes widened, realizing the gamble and the risk behind sending out someone of such low standing. Count Barco, however, viewed this as a chance for redemption. Benson's past blunder at a social gathering had stained the Barco family's name, and now the arena offered him a path to restore that honor. When Benson stepped forward, the crowd strained to recognize the unfamiliar knight. Over in Lawrence's camp, strategies began to shift in response to this unexpected choice. Kevin's gaze locked onto Benson, sharp and cold, his intent clear without words. Roman understood instantly. In their brutal world, strength alone dictated survival, and defeat often meant death. Benson might have been a null-star knight, but Roman knew better than to dismiss him. Every opponent carried their own dangers. Behind his calm smile, Roman recognized the weight of the moment. With a simple nod, he granted Kevin the right to face Benson. As Kevin entered the arena, the air grew heavy with anticipation. Benson, meanwhile, wrestled with his own dread. Once his path had seemed secure, protected by his father's knighthood and elevated into the ranks of the powerful Barco family. But loyalty had a price, and now it demanded he risk his life on the battlefield. Sizing up Kevin, Benson found an odd comfort in a familiar face. A smirk crept onto his lips, his confidence misplaced but unshaken. As the two squared off, Benson taunted, questioning Kevin's reasons. Was this about revenge, or had he volunteered out of pride? Either way, he highlighted the irony of their shared fate, both abandoned by those they served. To Benson, this duel felt like fortune disguised as doom, a chance to turn his standing around. Kevin, unflinching, declared with a sharp glare that he was nothing more than a sword, loyal only to his lord. The words only fueled Benson's resolve. With a roar, he charged. Kevin slipped past the strike, blade ready to counter, but Benson surprised him, twisting at the last second and driving a swift kick into Kevin's stomach. Kevin crashed to the ground from Benson's kick, a shocking reversal that gave Benson the upper hand. From the sidelines, Chris analyzed the scene, unable to ignore the stark difference in their physiques. Roman's choice puzzled him. Why send Kevin against such an opponent? Benson pressed his advantage, unleashing a relentless storm of slashes. Yet Kevin endured, refusing to fall, his eyes carrying a flicker of something darker. With each blow, that shadow inside him stirred, a sinister voice urging him to take revenge, to seize control. Roman, watching closely, recognized the signs. To him, Kevin's earlier sacrifice of his own arm had been the opening of a door, an invitation to a demonic presence lurking within. Roman believed this battle would force that entity to the surface, giving him the chance to confront and harness it. As the clash raged on, Kevin's struggle reached its breaking point. His eyes ignited with a crimson glow, his movements no longer his own. Guided by the demonic spirit, his body flowed with unnatural precision, dodging Benson's strikes and countering with lethal grace. The voice within pushed him harder, demanding he crush his enemy, demanding he prove himself worthy. Inside Kevin's mind churned a storm of doubts and desires. His fear of being overshadowed by Chris, his fierce loyalty to Roman, his desperation to prove he was indispensable. These emotions fused with a dark power, birthing something far beyond mortal strength. A blood-red aura engulfed him, otherworldly and menacing. With chilling composure, Kevin launched himself forward, his blade gleaming with unholy energy. Benson faltered, stunned by the sight. He had fought countless battles, yet never seen anything like this. Before he could recover, Kevin's strike came crashing down, his sword driven by demonic might, piercing past Benson's defenses. Even as Benson tried to evade, Kevin pressed in, his assault unrelenting, his will unshakable. The demonic force surged through Kevin, and with one decisive strike, he brought Benson crashing down. Silence gripped the arena as the crowd, Chris, Flora, Viscount Lawrence, and countless others, stared in shock at what they had just witnessed. Kevin, once thought ordinary, now stood revealed as a vessel of otherworldly power. With his opponent defeated, Kevin advanced toward Roman. Dropping to one knee, he pledged his return to the one who had guided him into this awakening. Roman, satisfied with the outcome, praised Kevin for his victory. In that acknowledgement, Kevin found the validation he had long sought, his purpose crystallizing at last. As the dust of battle settled, Lawrence's triumph was undeniable. 3 matches, 3 victories. Barco had been completely overwhelmed. At the center of it all stood Roman Dmitri, the architect of their success. His unorthodox tactics and bold choices had rewritten the course of the duel, and soon, the legend of his deeds spread far beyond the arena. Stories swept across the continent, embellished with both truth and rumor. Whispers claimed Roman had single-handedly cut down hundreds of Barco soldiers, striking from the rear. Others told of his power erasing Flair with a single blow. Whatever the details, The common thread was clear. Without Roman, Lawrence would have fallen. Roman Dmitri, once dismissed as the dormant dragon of the Dmitri family, was now seen as a force rising into the skies. His name carried on tales that grew with every retelling. Meanwhile, in Barco Castle, the atmosphere was far different. Viscount Barco sat under the crushing weight of failure. Notices from the Golden Bank piled high. Demands for principal and interest he could not hope to repay. The loss of Homero, the void left in manpower, and the looming threat of blame from the mercenary guild pressed down on him like iron chains. The once proud Viscount, who had strutted with confidence, now wore only the face of frustration, lamenting how swiftly his untouchable status had unraveled. Viscount Barco placed the blame for his downfall squarely on Roman Dmitri. Once hailed as the dominant force of the Northeast, the Barco family had enjoyed the eager support of countless nobles. But now those same allies acted as though Barco no longer existed. To the Viscount, it was Roman's interference that had triggered this rapid collapse. As he brooded over the matter, Barco recognized something deeper. Roman had violated an unwritten law of the aristocracy. His actions weren't just bold. They were a transgression against the very order that sustained noble privilege. And so, Barco decided this was the final chance to salvage what remained of his family's power. Days later, he gathered nobles from across the region for a crucial meeting. With forced politeness, he thanked them for attending. The room, however, brimmed with tension. The nobles wasted no time with courtesies. They pressed him to state his purpose. Barco laid out his case carefully. He reminded them that Barco's war against Lawrence had been justified, rooted in a cause acknowledged even by the central government. The very fact that a judge had been dispatched to oversee the conflict was proof of its legitimacy. He framed Barco as the wronged party, acting within noble law and tradition. Then his tone shifted, frustration sharpening his words. Roman Dmitri, he argued, had entered the conflict without justification, orchestrating an ambush that cost Barco the powerful flair. And when the warrior battle was fought, not one Lawrence knight had even stepped into the arena. How, he demanded, could such an outcome be tied to the original cause of the war? To him, Roman's motives were utterly incomprehensible. The engagement between Dmitri and Lawrence had already been annulled. Roman had no ties to their family, no grounds to intervene. Barco insisted Roman's actions had crossed every acceptable boundary of noble conduct. The argument struck a chord. Around the table, heads nodded, murmurs of agreement building. For the first time since his defeat, Barco felt momentum returning to his side. Seizing it, he presented his solution. The Dmitri family should be held accountable. They must provide restitution, enough to cover the financial burden that now threatened Barco through the Golden Bank. It was the resolution he intended to pursue with all the weight of noble consensus behind him. Viscount Barco's plan to rally the nobles was cut short by the sudden creak of the chamber doors. To the shock of all present, Roman Dmitri entered without hesitation, his presence thickening the tension in the room. For a moment, Barco was caught off guard, but then the confrontation he dreaded was standing right before him. Roman's gaze was sharp as he invited Barco to air every complaint directly to his face. The story then shifts back to Lawrence's territory. When Chris heard of Roman's decision to ride into Barco's domain, he was stunned. He urged Roman not to go, warning that the Viscount would never let him leave unscathed. But Roman dismissed Chris's fears. To him, avoiding Barco now would only delay the inevitable. Chris, convinced that Barco saw Roman as a mortal enemy, argued that steering clear of him was the only rational choice. Roman, however, was resolute. If he had chosen not to involve himself from the start, things might have been different. But since he had already stepped into the conflict, retreat was no longer an option. He was certain Barco bore an unshakable grudge against him. With that, he mounted his horse, declaring that this moment, when Barco was most vulnerable, was the time to confront the roots of revenge. Chris could only watch in disbelief as Roman set out alone. Back in the meeting hall, Roman broke the silence, stating his interest in hearing the very cause Barco had just presented. Barco's anger flared. To him, Roman's mere presence was an insult, a blatant disregard for the gap in their ranks. He sneered at Roman, labeling him a commoner without title, and scolded him for ignoring the laws that defined their society. In a lecture laced with arrogance, Barco explained that according to aristocratic law, no one had the right to interfere in a war without a valid cause. He emphasized that Barco had declared war with proper grounds, gained approval from the central government, and even brought in a judge to oversee the matter. Roman's intervention, he declared, spat in the face of those rules. These laws, Barco reminded the room, existed to protect the honor of every noble house. To ignore them was to invite chaos. Ignorance, he warned, was no defense. With a stern, cutting tone, he accused Roman of dragging shame upon the Dmitri family. And in his eyes, the consequences of such reckless defiance would not fall on Roman alone. They would ripple out and strike the entire Dmitri line. After Viscount Barco's biting words against the Dmitri family, the northeastern nobles quickly followed suit, piling blame on Roman. To them, he was nothing more than the clumsy, incompetent son who had dragged his family into disgrace. Roman, unfazed by their sneers, calmly asked Barco if he had finished. Then his tone shifted. A shadow crossed his expression, catching Barco off guard. With deliberate weight in his voice, Roman unveiled a truth none of them expected. He reminded the room that the Dmitri and Lawrence families had once been bound by an engagement. To the nobles gathered, Roman was now nothing but a discarded fool, unworthy of marriage ties. But Roman asked them directly, why did they think the union was broken? Because of his reputation? Because of rumors about his dealings with women? He dismissed those assumptions as baseless. The reality, he revealed, was far darker. The marriage had ended because Anthony Barco, Viscount Barco's own son, had threatened him. Gasps rippled through the chamber. Even Barco himself looked rattled. Roman pressed on, recounting a carefully laid trap at a social gathering within the Barco estate. Invited by Anthony, whom he once considered a friend, Roman had found himself lured into a room with Emily Barco. That moment was twisted into leverage. Anthony's scheme to force Roman into breaking the engagement with Lawrence, tearing apart the alliance before it could ever take shape. The revelation shifted the mood in the chamber. Nobles who had been quick to condemn Roman now hesitated, suspicion stirring that Barco might not be as righteous as he claimed. Seizing the moment, Roman declared with confidence that once a weakness was revealed, it no longer held power over him. Barco, flustered and unwilling to concede, spat back that Roman's story was nonsense, a feeble attempt to mask his own failures. But Roman had anticipated that denial. Without missing a beat, he delivered another blow. Anthony Barco had gone even further, threatening Flora Lawrence herself. It was this outrage, Roman explained, that led Flora to end her engagement with him. Locking eyes with the Viscount, Roman challenged him to deny the truth, and urged him to confirm it with Flora if he dared. The room grew heavier as the nobles exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, Roman made his stance clear. His involvement in the war, he said, was not born from recklessness nor disdain the Dmitri name. It was a choice rooted in strength, a direct response to Barco's deceit. And in that declaration, Roman turned the tide, reframing himself not as a burden, but as the one man bold enough to confront the corruption festering in the Barco family. Roman made it plain that his interference in the war had not been reckless nor aimless. It was the only revenge he could take for Flora's humiliation. Facing the nobles, he asked them outright, did they still believe he lacked cause to act? The weight of his words dismantled Barco's accusations, reframing his actions as personal retribution, not lawlessness. Barco froze. His entire argument that Roman had no cause crumbled in front of everyone. Struggling to recover, he considered his next steps. Buying time seemed the only option, so he muttered about confirming the truth later, hoping to escape the corner Roman had backed him into. But Roman pressed harder. He presented Barco with two choices, both decisive, both inescapable. The first was simple: punish Anthony for his crimes and settle the matter as a personal feud. The second, far darker, was to let the conflict spiral into a full-scale clash between the houses of Barco and Dmitri. Roman left no room for delay. The decision, he warned, had to be made immediately. If not, he would return home and reveal everything to his father. Barco's composure faltered. The thought of war with the Dmitri family at this moment, when his own house was weakened and close to collapse, was unthinkable. Such a battle could spell the end of Barco entirely. Desperate, he suggested a compromise. Anthony could kneel and apologize. Roman rejected the offer outright. The guilty, he declared, did not get to choose their punishment. Anthony's fate would be decided by him, and him alone. The scene shifted. In the dim confines of Barco's office, Anthony knelt, shoulders heavy with dread. He pleaded with his father to defy Roman's demands, terrified of being forced into a judgment duel. He knew Roman's strength, and he was certain it would mean his death. Viscount Barco, attempting to steady his son, reminded him of the brutal truth. His life was no longer his own. It was bound to the survival of their family. If he faltered, the entire Barco line might collapse with him. Count Barco's patience snapped as he forced Anthony to accept the grim fate that awaited him. He told his son to prepare himself, warning that losing at least an arm was inevitable. With that cold truth, Viscount Barco left, leaving Anthony collapsed on the floor, a broken figure weighed down by despair. The scene shifted to the arena, where nobles gathered in anticipation, eager for the duel between Roman and Anthony. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the two stood face to face. Anthony, shaken and terrified, stammered out apologies for his past actions against Roman. But Roman, calm and unshaken, offered no response. Instead, he slowly unsheathed his sword, a clear signal that the fight was about to begin. Desperation overtook Anthony. His pleas shifted from shallow apologies to begging for his life. He swore he would repay Roman forever if only he was spared. The sudden desperation stunned the crowd, and even Viscount Barco was shaken to see his son reduced to such pitiful weakness. Roman stood unwavering, his sword in hand. He turned Anthony's words into a test, questioning if the Barco family had any true means of repaying their massive debt to the Golden Bank. He dismissed the illusion of safety that came from Barco's political ties, making it clear that no power could shield them from collapse. With each step forward, Roman pressed the truth. The Barco family's downfall was close. He reminded Anthony of the humiliation and betrayal he had endured, demanding to know why he should grant mercy to someone who had given him none. The arena fell silent as Roman made his decision. With unwavering resolve, he struck, ending Anthony Barco's life in front of everyone. The shocking finality left Viscount Barco frozen in disbelief. Then, the story drew back to Roman's past. A childhood drowned in blood and survival. Night after night, assassins hunted him, forcing him to strike back, sometimes even killing his own brothers to survive. It was a life of constant struggle where compromise never existed. His eldest brother, Baek Hoi, often rebuked him, calling that merciless nature a fatal flaw. Unlike Roman, Baek Hoi was both powerful and shrewd, able to absorb defeated rivals into his ranks. He warned Roman that a life without compromise would only lead to ruin. But Roman stood firm. To him, sparing enemies only meant creating dangers for tomorrow. Eliminating them completely was the only way he knew to survive. In a world where weakness guaranteed death, Roman had mastered survival through sheer strength and merciless resolve, skills forged in the cruel teachings of the demon cult. With unshakable determination, he made it clear that he would live by those same brutal laws. Back in the arena, silence lingered heavy after Anthony's death. As Viscount Barco rushed to his son's side, the reality of what had happened struck him like a blade. Roman stood firm, unyielding, and asked coldly what the issue was. After all, in their world, criminals falling in duels was nothing unusual. But grief twisted into rage. Viscount Barco ordered his soldiers to strike Roman down. Yet not one of them moved. Fear rooted them to the ground. Roman's fearsome reputation and unmatched strength made them hesitate. Desperate, the Viscount accused Roman of scheming all along, claiming he had come without guards because he intended this outcome. He called Roman's earlier talk of peace nothing but deception. Roman met the accusation with unwavering resolve, stating that the moment Anthony dared to threaten him, he had already chosen to sever ties with the Barco family. The tension in the arena grew sharper. Roman declared he could no longer coexist with the Barcos. Turning to the gathered nobles, he made it clear that every consequence unfolding before them was the fruit of their own choices. A chilling purple aura surrounded him as he warned that anyone who still stood with the Barcos would face his wrath without mercy. Viscount Barco made one last attempt to seize control, asking if Roman really believed he could walk away unharmed after this. Roman dismissed the question without hesitation. He promised to shadow the Barco family's every step, striking relentlessly until their downfall was complete. With those words, he turned his back and left, leaving Viscount Barco to choke on the ruin of his family's legacy. Days later, word spread of the Viscount's fate. In desperation to escape his debts to the Golden Bank, he had tried to run, only to be discovered lifeless on a barren hill. The once dominant Barco family of the Northeast was finished, their name reduced to shame and ruin. The story then shifted to Dmitri's palace. In the quiet of night, Hans encountered Roman. Surprised, he asked why the young master was wandering so late, especially with his clothes soaked in blood. Roman, wearing a faint smile, replied that the moonlight had drawn him out. It had been far too long since he had enjoyed a walk beneath it. As Roman began to change his clothes, Hans hesitated, then voiced his concern. He reminded Roman that everyone worried deeply about him. Hans admitted he was relieved that so many cared for Roman, but his relief was shadowed by worry. Roman's constant habit of throwing himself into danger, especially with war looming, left him uneasy. He urged Roman to be more cautious. Roman only smiled faintly, reminding Hans that he'd said these words before. Then, with quiet certainty, Roman told Hans that he was one of his people, someone he would never abandon. Hans froze for a moment, memories stirring from another lifetime. Back when Roman had lived as Baek Jung-hyuk, he had risen as the heavenly demon by cutting down countless enemies. Yet in that ruthless life, one rule always guided him: to protect those who served him above all else. Roman's voice carried that same conviction now. To him, a single ally he cared for was worth far more than any number of enemies. He ended with a vow: he would protect those under his wing with everything he had. Meanwhile, in the wake of the Barco family's downfall, the Maloke family moved swiftly to adapt to the shifting tides of power. They organized a grand social gathering, orchestrated by Helena Maloke herself. Helena was graceful and calculating, fully aware that Dmitri was destined to rise as the dominant power in the Northeast. This gathering was her chance to cement that allegiance. The night unfolded with elegance, every detail guided by Helena's hand. Behind the warm greetings and laughter, the true purpose of the evening was clear: to signal unwavering loyalty to Dmitri. One by one, guests arrived, their anticipation reflecting the weight of the moment. Helena, radiant in her attire, warmly welcomed Rihanna Dmitri, the formidable matriarch of the Dmitri family. As Baron Dmitri's wife, Rihanna had long been a cornerstone in navigating noble politics. Where her husband Romero lacked political instinct, Rihanna excelled. Through careful networking and deliberate alliances with other noblewomen, she had quietly strengthened Dmitri's position. When the Barco family tried to interfere, it was Rihanna's foresight that shielded Dmitri from collapse. Now, standing before the gathered nobles, she gave her thanks to the ladies who had stood by her. She emphasized that the gathering was not just a pleasant occasion, but a vital moment of unity. Her words carried weight, urging the region's nobles to move forward together as power shifted. As the women gathered around the table, the atmosphere grew purposeful. Helena seized the moment and turned her focus to Rihanna. With a careful, almost probing tone, she asked what Rihanna thought of her daughter, Veronica. Helena's words caught everyone by surprise. She openly suggested that Veronica would make a good match for Roman. At 25, Helena argued, Roman was at the right age to shoulder greater responsibilities. It was time for him to marry and build a family. A move that would not only secure Dmitri's standing, but also strengthen the Maloke family's influence in noble society. She was careful to clarify her intentions. This wasn't just a mother's wish for her daughter. With sincerity, she explained that she truly believed Veronica had the qualities to stand by Roman's side and be a fitting partner for him. But before Helena could finish, murmurs rose around the table. Several noble women interrupted, pointing out that Veronica was already being considered for marriage with another household. The suggestion was dismissed almost immediately, leaving Helena's words hanging in the air. The focus of the room shifted, and with it came a wave of curiosity about who else might be suited for Roman. Seeing the opening, the other noble ladies eagerly turned to Rihanna. One after another, they expressed their interest in pairing their own daughters with Roman. Hopes of securing a tie with Dmitri lit up their eyes as they leaned into the discussion. Rihanna, seasoned in the art of politics, took a moment to reflect before responding. Memories of the past 6 years surfaced. Roman, once seen as a burden in noble circles, had been overlooked and dismissed. His future seemed dim since he wouldn't inherit Dmitri's wealth or position. Yet everything had changed. Roman's rise as a 4-star knight had rewritten his destiny, making him a man of promise and strength. As the noble ladies pressed her, Rihanna acknowledged their respect, but her answer carried a different weight. Roman, she reminded them, had endured countless hardships. For him, marriage should not be reduced to strategy or arrangement. Instead, she declared, he deserved the chance to choose someone he truly loved. Her bold announcement silenced the room for a moment. Then, to everyone's surprise, she ended all talk of arranged marriages entirely. Whoever captured Roman's heart, she said, would be the one to marry him. The ladies welcomed this change with excitement. It freed them from tangled negotiations and gave them hope for possibilities they had not considered before. The scene shifted to Lawrence Palace. In a quiet library, Flora sat deep in thought. The weight of recent losses pressed on her. Lawrence's defeat at the hands of Barco still stung, and she had clung to the hope of holding out until winter to find a chance at redemption. But those fragile hopes had been crushed by unfolding events. In stark contrast, Roman had read the situation perfectly. He had acted with foresight and strategy, maneuvering through the chaos while others faltered. Thinking of him brought an unexpected warmth to her cheeks. At first, she had disliked him, but now, admiration grew. His strength, his clarity, and his willingness to face challenges directly changed how she saw him. What began as disdain was quietly turning into respect, and perhaps something more. In the circles of high society, Roman carried a reputation as a proud, arrogant man, someone who cared only for his own ambitions. Yet as Flora reflected on him, doubt began to creep in. She couldn't help but wonder where his strength truly came from, and what kind of person he was beneath that image. Closing her book, she stepped outside for some air, her mind restless with curiosity. Though he still seemed distant and mysterious, she reminded herself that their paths had diverged once their engagement had ended. In her heart, she believed there would be no reason to cross paths with Roman Dmitri again. That belief was shattered when she suddenly heard a voice call out, "Sis." Turning in surprise, Flora saw her cousin Sylvia Lawrence standing there, an unexpected visitor. The surprise quickly shifted to questions. Why had Sylvia come? Seeking answers, Flora went straight to her father. She asked about the party in Dmitri that Sylvia had mentioned, shocked that she had not been informed. Viscount Lawrence met her question with honesty. Recent events, he said, had forced him to reevaluate family affairs. He praised Flora, recognizing the sharp judgment she had shown in the past, especially when she brought Roman Dmitri into a decisive battle that led them to victory. He admitted with regret that he had underestimated her before. With sincerity, he promised never to make that mistake again. From now on, he would support her dreams without placing family burdens on her shoulders. Flora was moved by his words, but doubts lingered. Sincerity was rare in noble families, and politics always ran deeper than appearances. Still, she nodded, preparing herself for the party. Her curiosity pressed further, though. Why had Sylvia been invited from the capital? Sensing her suspicion, Viscount Lawrence admitted the truth without hesitation. His reasons were not entirely pure. He wanted to strengthen ties with Dmitri, and bringing Sylvia was part of that plan. Hearing this, Flora quickly understood. Her father intended to rebuild the bond between Lawrence and Dmitri through Sylvia. Acknowledging his motives, she agreed to accompany Sylvia to the gathering, seeing it as a chance for her family to repay the debt they owed Roman Dmitri. Viscount Lawrence assured her she needn't worry. He would ensure she remained uninvolved with Roman. But Flora's resolve was firm. With quiet determination, she told him she would be cautious in her own way, unwilling to leave her fate entirely in someone else's hands. At the Valhalla Temple in the Cairo Kingdom, Willis, the temple's head and chief-ranking evaluator, received startling news. Word had spread of a young nobleman, only 25 years old, who had defeated a 4-star Oronite in a single strike. The report seemed unbelievable, yet intriguing. Suspecting the rise of a new prodigy, Willis decided he would need to see for himself whether the story was true. Meanwhile, preparations for the upcoming party stirred excitement among the noble ladies. They chose to visit the Dmitri family in advance, eager at the thought of meeting the elusive Roman. Yet not all shared the same anticipation. Sylvia, in particular, couldn't ignore the dark rumors surrounding him. As their group traveled deeper into Dmitri's territory, the difference from the capital became impossible to ignore. The landscape was dominated by the grit and labor of mining, the very backbone of the region. For women accustomed to refinement, the scene felt crude and unappealing. Compared to the polished beauty of the capital, Dmitri seemed far too rough. Sylvia made her disdain plain, shielding her face with a handkerchief as though the air itself offended her. Flora noticed, and in that moment she better understood her cousin. Sylvia's father, a merchant who had risen in the capital, came from a different background than the old Lawrence bloodline. To Flora, the capital's bustling sophistication stood worlds apart from both Lawrence and Dmitri, places that now felt like little more than countryside in comparison. The noblewomen's unease grew sharper as miners returned from their day's work. Dust clung to their clothes and skin, a reminder of the harsh labor that fueled Dmitri's prosperity. The women worried that even a passing brush might stain their elaborate gowns. Yet the miners walked with pride, embodying the raw, industrious spirit of the land. Amid this, Flora thought she caught sight of Roman. For a moment, her heart raced, only for her to realize it was a trick of her imagination. But soon after, the real Roman Dmitri appeared. His butler Hans hurried to him, clearly anxious. Seeing his master covered in dust from the mines, Hans quickly tried to clean him, but Roman brushed the effort aside. The scene drew immediate attention. The noble ladies, who had heard countless whispers of Roman but never seen him up close, were suddenly captivated. To their surprise, he was even more striking than the rumors had painted him. Sylvia, in particular, couldn't hide her fascination. As she studied him, her thoughts circled back to the gossip that Roman, as the Dmitri family's second son, might lose his claim to inheritance. She couldn't help but wonder if those whispers carried any truth. To Sylvia, one thing was certain. No family preparing an heir for leadership would send him to labor in the mines. Convinced of this, she urged the noble ladies to approach Roman before the evening gathering. With excitement building, the group made their way to him. Sylvia stepped forward first, introducing herself as a member of the Lawrence family. She expressed her gratitude, thanking Roman for the help he had given her family when they were in dire need. Smiling, she told him he was just as extraordinary as the rumors claimed. Roman accepted her words with quiet humility, offering only a brief acknowledgement before excusing himself. He left alongside Hans, his loyal butler. Sylvia was taken aback by how swiftly he departed, while Flora, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh softly at the scene. As they walked on, Hans turned to Roman and asked if he intended to attend the party later. He suggested that Roman rest a little first. Roman hesitated, admitting that he didn't enjoy gatherings where people lacked genuine respect. Seeing the noble women ridicule Dmitri's mining had made him question the point of attending. Still concerned, Hans asked how long Roman had been working in the mines and whether the Lord had personally instructed him to do so. Roman explained that Dmitri's true identity lay in blacksmithing and iron mining. The miners toiled day after day to extract ore, and that labor was the foundation of Dmitri's strength. He worked alongside them because words alone couldn't capture their struggle. He wanted to truly understand it. Hans was deeply moved, struck by how much Roman had grown. His sincerity left a strong impression. The story then shifted to Dmitri's training grounds, where soldiers drilled under Chris's command. Roman respected Chris, knowing his battlefield experience against Barco had earned him both loyalty and authority among the men. Beyond the training in aura and magic Roman had introduced, Chris also incorporated Ajura cultivation methods and Azure sword techniques. These practices pushed the soldiers to new levels, and Roman himself had benefited from them, sharpening his power as an aura user. But Roman knew raw training alone would not be enough for the future he sought. With his sharp analytical mind, he understood he needed intelligence networks to expand his reach. For now, though, he lacked both funds and manpower. Calling Chris over, Roman asked about the soldiers' progress. Chris, full of energy, reported that the men were highly motivated and learning quickly. He was confident they would soon display remarkable improvements. At that moment, Roman revealed his plan to pass down a new sword technique to Chris. The offer caught Chris off guard, and he leaned in, eager to hear more. Roman explained that Chris had a way of doing things that was different from everyone else. He pointed out that Chris had already built his own fighting style, which made learning new techniques more challenging. Still, Roman believed the time had come for Chris to take on something new. With a sense of importance, Roman introduced the technique, lightning flash. It was a move once admired across the Murim, connected to a legendary event known as the Great Master of the World. For Chris, mastering lightning flash marked the next step in his growth, a path toward greater strength and mastery. Meanwhile, the Dmitri palace was alive with music, laughter, and celebration. The butler announced Roman's arrival, and the noble ladies lit up with excitement. The moment he stepped in, his presence drew every eye in the room. The young women blushed and quickly gathered around, eager to know why he had disappeared earlier in the day. With an easy smile, Roman explained that he had wrapped up his work and wanted to return properly dressed for the event. His simple answer, paired with his calm charm, only deepened their admiration. Among them, Sylvia couldn't help but express her thoughts. She remarked that Roman lived up to every rumor she had heard, even joking about how unusual it was for someone of his status to mingle so freely. Laughing, she wondered aloud how her life might change if she had someone like him as a husband. Roman, staying modest, brushed off her words, saying she was giving him too much credit. The night carried on, with Roman naturally becoming the center of attention, his approachable manner winning over everyone around him. Later, he slipped away to the balcony, seeking a moment of peace. He didn't notice Flora step up behind him until she spoke. She complimented how well he carried himself among the nobles, surprising Roman, since she had always thought of him as someone indifferent to such things. To her, this side of him was completely unexpected. Roman explained that his behavior at the party was different only because his parents and their guests were present, and he wanted to respect that. As their conversation unfolded, Roman thought back to his very first meeting with Flora, reflecting on how much had changed since then. Flora understood what he meant, brushing her hair back as if to show she accepted his point. She realized that even though she had once treated him disrespectfully, he had never let it affect how he treated her. Curious, Flora asked what kind of experiences had shaped Roman's unshakable mindset. What puzzled her even more was his sudden decision to spend time in the mines earlier that day. For someone destined to lead, such labor seemed out of place. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked why Roman had chosen such an unusual path. Instead of giving a direct answer, Roman turned the question back on Flora. He asked her to think about how the Lawrence family had gained their wealth. Caught off guard, Flora replied that most people believed it was thanks to fertile land and bountiful harvests. Roman shook his head and revealed a different truth. The Lawrence family's rise came not just from farming, but from business. They sold and traded their crops, which elevated their status. This perspective opened Flora's eyes, especially when Roman reminded her that Viscount Lawrence's brother had become a merchant in the capital. She was stunned, both by the information and by how much Roman seemed to know about Dmitri's history. Still curious, she pressed him on how any of this connected to his time in the mines. Roman explained plainly, Dmitri's foundation was built on iron. The miners, covered in sweat and dirt each day as they hauled or from the earth, were the backbone of everything the family stood on. For him, stepping into the mines was not just labor. It was a way to understand, to connect, and to carry the weight of those who made Dmitri's name possible. Someone bearing that name, he believed, could not ignore the hardships of the people who supported it. Flora was shaken by the depth of his words. She stood quietly, absorbing the meaning, realizing how little she had thought about such things before. Roman sensed the conversation had reached its end. Without another word, he excused himself and walked away, leaving Flora alone on the balcony. She looked up at the sky, smiling faintly, her thoughts clearer than ever. Meeting Roman had shifted something inside her. For the first time, she felt ready to make her own choice. The story then moved forward a few days. Flora prepared to leave Lawrence for the capital. This moment marked more than just travel. It symbolized her stepping out of the sheltered walls of her home and into the vast world beyond. It was the start of a turning point, one that hinted at change and growth waiting for her ahead. The scene then shifted to the mines, where Jacob, the master of the mines, discussed recent progress with Hendrik, the master blacksmith. Jacob spoke with certainty, assuring him that Lawrence Mountain had barely been tapped. Even if the Dmitri family continued mining for decades, the iron would not run dry. His years of experience made his confidence unshakable. Hendrik, however, brought up something else. He asked why Roman Dmitri had been acting differently, even coming to work in the mines over the last 2 weeks. There was an odd silence in the air that he couldn't explain. The story then flashed back to 2 weeks earlier. Word spread quickly among the miners that Lord Roman Dmitri himself would be joining them underground. Many scoffed, thinking he'd only appear briefly, take a glance around, and then vanish as nobles always did. Among the miners, Morcan, a veteran of the trade, voiced his doubts. To him, Lord Dmitri had long since lost touch with the people who mattered most. If Baron Dmitri truly wanted his son to inherit the family's legacy, He should have started teaching him years ago. Morkan argued that while the Baron always gave his support to blacksmiths, he overlooked the miners, the very backbone of the Dmitri family's success. He reminded everyone that the three Dmitri heirs had learned the art of forging from childhood, yet none of them had ever set foot in the mines to understand where the iron came from. To Morkan, this proved that miners had always been treated unfairly. Others thought his view was a little too harsh, but he stood by it. For him, the wealth and reputation of the family rested squarely on the miners' shoulders, not just the blacksmiths. Convinced that Roman had been dragged into the mines against his will, Morkan saw no reason to show him respect. Instead, he roused his fellow workers, declaring that they would teach Roman just how brutal mining life truly was. When Roman finally appeared at the site, Morkan took charge, introducing the crew and announcing that from that day forward, Roman would be working alongside them. He made it clear that safety came first and reminded everyone to keep that in mind before sending them back to their tasks. Roman quickly noticed how the miners brushed him off, refusing to acknowledge his presence. Yet he didn't mind. Rather than take offense, he remained calm and chose not to react. Behind him, the mining city of Dmitri rose against the landscape, its weight and complexity sinking into his thoughts. He reflected on the lives of the workers, the constant power struggles around them, and how he might one day shape this land for the better. As he watched, the miners fell into their rhythm. Their movements were smooth and precise, each step of the process fitting together with practiced ease. From striking the rock to hauling the ore, every job was done methodically, revealing just how well they had mastered their routine. Roman studied their work carefully. He noticed how evenly the labor was shared, no task left to one man alone. And as he observed, his mind wandered to the reputation of Dmitri's iron. People praised the blacksmiths for their unmatched craftsmanship, but Roman began to see the truth. The secret lay not only in the skill of forging, but in the quality of the iron itself. Dmitri's strength came from possessing the finest ore, an advantage few others could match. Where other regions faltered, losing money in the trade of poor-quality iron, Dmitri thrived. Roman realized that it wasn't luck, it was the family's control over every step of the process that secured their dominance. The estate held on to profits that other regions lost through complicated trade. By handling extraction, forging, and sales entirely within its own borders, Dmitri had created a cycle that was self-sufficient and highly profitable. This system had fueled the estate's prosperity for generations. What set Dmitri apart was its ability to supply and sell without relying on outsiders. With the estate rooted in a city full of blacksmiths, every step of the process strengthened its position and filled its coffers. Roman marveled at the precision of this model. Every detail was planned, every stage connected, ensuring Dmitri remained the undisputed leader in ironwork. The sheer wealth it had built over time was greater than even he had imagined, a true testament to its lasting success. But his quiet reflections were cut short by Morin, the stern overseer of the mines. With a sharp tone, he reminded Roman that the mine was no place for idle thoughts. This was a place for sweat and grit. Either focus on the work or leave. Realizing he had been distracted, Roman gave a respectful apology and assured Morin that he would stay on task. Days passed, soon turning into a week. Roman pushed through the labor, often left to work alone. During breaks, he noticed how little the miners spoke to one another. When he tried to join their conversations, they offered little in return. The silence carried an unspoken rule. Each man guarded his own space. Amid this tense atmosphere, Morin's curiosity finally got the better of him. After watching Roman for days, he approached with a question that had lingered in his mind. Why was Roman, the eldest son of Dmitri, spending his time here? Even Rodwell, the strong second son, had never once stepped into the iron mines. To Morin, it looked as if Roman was playing at being a successor without truly understanding the role. Yet as he watched more closely, Morin saw something he hadn't expected. Roman wasn't slacking, nor was he just going through the motions. He worked with steady determination, showing an energy that even impressed the hardened overseer. Task after task, Roman not only kept pace, but often surpassed expectations, proving himself valuable to the team. The more Morin saw, the greater the puzzle became. Why was the heir of Dmitri here, working like a common miner? The mystery only deepened when a servant from the castle quietly revealed that Lord Dmitri had never ordered Roman to work in the mines at all. This revealed that Roman had stepped into the mines of his own free will. Still puzzled by his intentions, Morin chose to confront him directly. When he asked, Roman countered with a question of his own. Did Morin want the idealistic answer or the realistic one? Morin smirked and told him to give both. Roman began with the idealistic view. He explained that he wanted to truly understand the lives of the people who built Dmitri's strength. The city thrived because of its mines, and Roman felt a deep need to experience the struggles of the workers firsthand. To him, sharing in their daily hardships was the only way to connect with the foundation of Dmitri's wealth and honor. Morin challenged him, asking why such a journey was even necessary for someone of his status. Roman's response was unwavering. As long as he bore the Dmitri name, he believed it was his duty to know the lives of those who toiled beneath it. He felt bound by both responsibility and a sense of kinship. Nearby, Carmen had been listening quietly. To him, Roman's words carried the weight of noble ideals, the kind of answer that people hope to hear from their leaders. It sounded like the very spirit of what nobility should stand for. But then Roman shifted gears. His second answer struck a different chord, far more practical, far more blunt. Though the Dmitri name was tied to immense wealth, Roman admitted most of that wealth belonged to his father, not to him. He hadn't come to the mines just for noble ideals. He was also here to prove himself, to contribute directly, and to earn a rightful share of the legacy. This caught Morin off guard. After a moment of silence, he let out a laugh. The thought of the heir working in the dirt and sweat to stake his claim was not what he had expected. But in that laugh came a realization. Roman wasn't just playing at being noble. He understood the realities of Dmitri's power as well. With the tension eased, Morin opened the door for Roman to ask whatever he wanted. Roman didn't hesitate. Question after question, he pressed for details, and Morin answered patiently, guiding him through the truths of the mining operation. From their exchange, Roman learned that Dmitri's iron mine wasn't just large. It was the greatest in the kingdom, rivaling even the vast reserves at the edge of the continent, outside Dmitri's borders. Yet Morin tempered the pride with honesty. For all its scale and reputation, the mine's actual output was far below what it should have been. The harsh conditions of the mines constantly slowed progress and kept productivity lower than it should have been. Lord Dmitri had enforced safety measures, but in truth, danger was never far away. The northeastern mountains were known for sudden earthquakes, a reminder that no matter how much humans prepared, nature's strength could shatter everything in an instant. That reminder came without warning. The ground shook violently, and in seconds, chaos swept through the mine. Morin rushed toward the commotion, only to hear the grim report. The eighth shaft had caved in, trapping a worker beneath the rubble. Fear spread like fire. No one dared to move, too afraid that another collapse would bury them as well. Amid the panic, Roman stepped forward. With firm resolve, he declared that he would go down himself to rescue the trapped man. Morin's eyes widened. He warned Roman that even with the strength of an Oronite, a second collapse could mean death. But Roman's voice was steady as he looked him in the eye. Carrying the Dmitri name, he said, meant carrying its responsibility, especially in moments like this. Morin could only stare, struck speechless by Roman's resolve, as the young heir moved into action. Roman slipped into the unstable shaft, his movements sharp and controlled, weaving between rocks that could shift at any moment. Every heartbeat felt stretched into an eternity for those waiting above, caught between dread and hope. Then, finally, Roman emerged from the darkness, carrying the injured miner on his back. Relief exploded into cheers, echoing through the cavern, a mix of gratitude and awe. Without hesitation, Roman set the man down and immediately tended to his wounds. His hands moved with unexpected precision, wrapping the injuries with practiced care. Morin watched in silence, quietly impressed at how natural Roman seemed in the role. Once the first aid was complete, Roman ordered the others to get the injured man to a doctor at once. He promised he would personally cover the cost of any potions or treatments needed. Without delay, the workers lifted their comrade onto a stretcher and hurried him away. With the immediate crisis handled, Roman gathered the miners together. He knew that for most, accidents like this felt inevitable, just another harsh reality of their work. But Roman didn't leave it at that. He spoke with conviction, acknowledging their fear while offering something else: hope. Roman stood before the miners, declaring that as a son of the Dmitri family, he would share their burdens however he could. What shocked Morin most was the quiet confidence in Roman's voice. He believed this effort wouldn't take long. The story then shifted to the Baron's office, where weighty decisions and private concerns often collided. Baron Dmitri, worried as both a leader and a father, confronted Roman directly about the accident. He demanded to know why his son had risked his life so recklessly. Roman tried to ease his father's fear, assuring him that he had walked away unharmed. But the Baron wasn't satisfied. His concern only grew sharper as he pressed for details. He reminded Roman that even as an aura swordsman, his strength didn't make him invincible. Some dangers couldn't be met head-on, no matter how skilled one was. Speaking with the authority of both a father and the head of the estate, Baron Dmitri warned him that this time he had been lucky. Next time, fortune might not be so kind. His words carried no favoritism, only the cold truth of how easily the family could have lost its heir. Roman, however, stood his ground. He answered firmly, saying he acted because it was the only choice he could make. If he could go back, he would do the same again without hesitation. His conviction wasn't born only from family pride, but from a greater sense of duty tied to the Dmitri name itself. That answer only deepened his father's frustration. The Baron's voice rose, demanding why his eldest son insisted on such a dangerous path. Why risk everything when no one had asked him to? Roman's reply was calm but unwavering. To understand Dmitri, he explained, one had to look beyond the forge. Yes, the family was renowned for blacksmithing, but the truth was undeniable. Most of their people lived and worked in the iron mines. If he was to bear the Dmitri name, then he needed to understand not just the fame of the forge, but also the hardships that lay beneath it. Roman's decision to work in the mines wasn't just about experience. It was his way of linking the family's name to the lives of ordinary people. Baron Dmitri, intrigued by this, asked him to share what he had gained from his time underground. Roman described the harsh realities the workers endured, stressing how much his father genuinely cared about their safety and conditions. Though Baron Dmitri was respected by all, even the miners themselves, Roman pointed out that no matter how careful they were, danger was always present. The constant fear of the earth trembling and tunnels collapsing weighed heavily on the workers. Hearing this, Baron Dmitri acknowledged that accidents were inevitable, no matter how prepared they were. Roman, ever sharp and practical, proposed a bold idea, using magical artifacts to minimize risks. These enchanted tools, he explained, could drastically improve safety in the mines. Dmitri admitted the artifacts might work, but doubted whether such an expensive plan was realistic. Roman countered without hesitation. To him, it wasn't just about avoiding danger. It was an investment. He introduced the concept of opportunity cost. While the initial expense would be high, the potential gains in production and the opening of new mines would far outweigh it. With better safety, operations could expand smoothly, making the mines more profitable in the long run. Beyond that, he suggested forming a dedicated safety team to constantly manage risks, while a portion of future profits could go towards supporting the workers, protecting lives, and strengthening loyalty at the same time. At first, Baron Dmitri hesitated, but Roman's well-thought-out plan captured his attention. He began to see the possibility of transforming how the mines were run. Wanting more details, Dmitri pressed Roman for numbers and proof, recognizing that this was more than a casual idea. It was a potential turning point in managing his lands. As this discussion unfolded, the narrative widened its focus, revealing the broader world of Miram, a place divided between the powerful and the powerless. Within this structure, two distinct groups stood out, masters of gathering secrets and controlling the flow of information. Two major forces controlled the flow of information in Miram: the Beggars sect and the Ignoble clan. The Beggars sect spread its network across the world, using beggars as silent gatherers of stories and whispers. The Ignoble clan, on the other hand, relied on ties with the vulnerable and overlooked, drawing intelligence from those society ignored. Instead of following the expected path of becoming a blacksmith, Roman chose to step into the mines. His true aim was to better understand the Northeast and strengthen his influence there. With his father's backing and a skilled team, he set out to make the Ignoble clan the most formidable information network in the region. Yet Roman knew that local dominance wasn't enough. To truly rival the Beggars sect, he would need broader reach, sharper systems, and specialists capable of managing and refining the constant stream of data. Building ties with high-ranking figures in Dmitri was also essential for this vision to take shape. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the training grounds, where Chris summoned the soldiers for a critical announcement. He introduced them to Roman's unique gift, training that combined swordsmanship with the control of mana. At first, the men were taken aback, uncertain about its purpose. Sensing their hesitation, Chris explained the real value behind this method, dismissing any doubts. Among the skeptics was Lucas, who assumed Roman's ideas might be little more than tricks, perhaps leading them on pointless quests. But then Chris revealed the name of the technique, Azura, known in a distant tongue as the ghost of the battlefield. The name alone carried weight. The soldiers quickly realized this was no game. As training began, even Lucas, the doubter, was forced to reconsider. Within days of practicing, he experienced something new, his senses sharpening, the breeze brushing against his skin with a clarity he had never felt before. The Azura sword technique, with its 108 forms of combat, revealed itself to be a complete, formidable art. Lucas was stunned, unable to grasp the depth of Roman Dmitri's abilities, constantly asking himself, who exactly is Roman Dmitri? He reflected on Roman's hidden strength, the Azura method, the Azura sword, and imagined what he would do if he possessed such power. Lucas decided he would keep it secret, even from his own blood. Having lost his fortune once before, he understood how harsh life could be. Yet through this training, he found a renewed sense of purpose. What began as doubt turned into determination, and in the Azura method, Lucas discovered not just a path forward, but himself. The focus shifted to Roman's office, where Lucas finally voiced a decision he had been holding back. Instead of pursuing the Information Guild on his own, he declared that he wanted to remain by Roman's side. Roman immediately understood that rejecting him wasn't an option. Lucas's years among mercenaries, his hard-earned connections, and the lessons carved into him through hardship made him the ideal candidate. Still, Lucas explained that taking over the guild would mean distancing himself from Roman. He reminded Roman of the promise he made during the war with Barco, to dedicate his life to protecting him. With conviction, he begged Roman not to cast him aside. Roman, impressed by his devotion, couldn't ignore one lingering question. Where had Lucas learned the aura technique and the Azura sword? Lucas could only admit he didn't know. Roman reminded him of the gifts already entrusted to him, symbols of loyalty that couldn't be taken lightly. Curious, Roman pressed further, asking how Lucas truly saw him. He made it clear that blind devotion wasn't what he wanted. To follow him meant understanding the cost, the willingness to risk everything, even life itself. Pushing the question deeper, Roman asked what Lucas believed he could offer to someone worthy of more than just Dmitri's soldiers. Startled, Lucas hesitated, questioning if anything could surpass the aura method. But with renewed determination, he pledged absolute obedience to Roman's commands and vowed to create the greatest information guild across the continent. Recognizing his sharp reasoning and clear vision, Roman entrusted Lucas with leadership of the Ignoble Information Guild. The story then returned to the mines, where Roman's presence was met with cheers and respect. The miners, still grateful for the rescue of a fellow worker's son, showed heartfelt appreciation. One miner even swore to give his life if Roman ever called upon him. Roman accepted their gratitude with humility, looking forward to their shared future. From that day forward, public opinion shifted strongly in his favor, so much so that it began to trouble Baron Romero. Time passed quickly. A month after the fall of Barco, the Great Hall of Dmitri's estate was filled with key members gathered for a crucial meeting. The weight of recent triumphs lingered in the air as an elderly councilman spoke with steady authority. House Barco, once a formidable rival, had been wiped out completely. With measured words, the old man declared that in the northeast, no power remained capable of matching Dmitri's strength. Even those who once sided with Barco now sought to align themselves with the house that had risen to the top. The atmosphere in the hall shifted as the old man continued his report. He explained how the situation in the northeast had changed, but the tone grew heavy when he touched on a delicate matter. With Barco's defeat, their former allies now sought reconciliation. The old man asked Baron Dmitri how they should be handled. Dmitri's reply was unwavering. Mercy, he declared, was not an option. To forgive those who had once raised their swords against him was not kindness, it was arrogance. He firmly ordered that no negotiations be made with them and vowed that those who opposed Dmitri would face the full weight of their decision. With that resolved, Baron Dmitri turned the discussion toward strategy. Jonathan stepped forward, analyzing the war's deeper layers. He pointed out that Barco hadn't stood alone. They had called in outside forces, which posed dangerous complications. If it had come to a direct clash, the risk to Dmitri could have been severe. Jonathan warned of unpredictable variables such as Flare and Homero, urging Dmitri to expand its military strength. He also advised the acquisition of magical weapons, tools that could serve as a shield against future threats. Baron Dmitri agreed without hesitation. Military power was the backbone of their survival, and adapting to these new challenges was essential. The discussion then turned toward money. Despite the heavy expenses from installing magical artifacts in the mines, Baron Dmitri reassured the council that the estate's finances remained solid. This stability was thanks to Roman's foresight. His initiative had not only protected the miners, but also boosted iron production by 30% in a short time. The old man, drawing on his years of wisdom, predicted even greater prosperity ahead, confidently claiming that production could double if this growth continued. True to form, Baron Dmitri pressed for clarity on the losses tied to these investments. One of his men explained that profits had already outpaced costs, securing their position. Silently, Dmitri acknowledged the wisdom of Roman's judgment. By working in the mines himself, Roman had seen the struggles firsthand and devised practical, effective solutions. That hands-on effort had transformed public opinion, earning him newfound respect. At that point, Jonathan, keen as ever, shifted the conversation to a more sensitive matter, the question of succession. Baron Dmitri acknowledged that succession planning was already underway. Jonathan reminded everyone of the decision made 3 years prior, when Rodwell was chosen as heir. Back then, Roman's reckless behavior made him unfit for such responsibility. But much had changed since. The war with Barco, his bold ideas for the mines, and his growth as a swordsman had shifted the picture entirely. Jonathan argued that Roman's recent actions proved he had the makings of a leader. The council agreed, recognizing that Roman's reputation had been rising swiftly. The old man then proposed a fair contest between Roman and Rodwell to determine the next heir. Though not an official decree, the suggestion sparked unease in what was usually a calm discussion. Dmitri considered it carefully. Roman's rapid rise stood in stark contrast to Rodwell's long-standing status as the chosen successor. Realizing how delicate the decision was, Dmitri resolved to wait and watch events unfold before making his choice. After the meeting, he withdrew to his office, weighing the matter more seriously. Succession, he knew, wasn't a choice he could make alone. The approval of influential figures within his power structure was essential. The loyalty of vassals, the iron mine master who oversaw the backbone of Dmitri's economy, and Hrich, the master blacksmith whose expertise in weapons and strategy was unmatched, all of their voices would carry weight. Without Hendrik's backing especially, the decision would lack foundation. Summoning Hans, Dmitri asked directly if Roman was a suitable candidate to lead House Dmitri. Hans answered without hesitation. Had the question come 3 months earlier, his response would have been no. But what he had witnessed since then had changed his view entirely. Curious, Dmitri pressed him to explain. Hans described how Roman had transformed, showing a dedication he had never displayed before. Instead of keeping his distance, Roman had immersed himself in the lives of his people. By working in the mines alongside the laborers, he proved humility and a willingness to face hardship directly. He wasn't just learning about Dmitri, he was living it. Hans explained that Roman now truly understood what it meant to carry the Dmitri name. Pleased with this insight, Baron Dmitri dismissed him, taking time to reflect on what he had heard. Next, he summoned Jacob, the Iron Master, to address a pressing matter, the recent collapse in the mine. Jacob entered with Morin, a man who had witnessed the event firsthand. As Morin introduced himself nervously, Dmitri immediately recognized his name from past dealings and wasted no time asking for his account. Morin began recounting the incident, which had occurred just a week after Roman started working in the mines. When the shaft caved in, a worker was trapped underground. Panic spread among the miners. Some insisted on waiting for rescue crews and sticking to the safety manual, while others feared another collapse if they tried to intervene. In the midst of their indecision, Roman stepped forward without hesitation. Declaring that he would save the worker himself, he moved straight to the collapsed area despite the risk. With boldness and skill, he managed to pull the man out alive. At first, Morin admitted he hadn't thought much of young Master Roman, but witnessing that moment changed everything. Roman's courage and leadership left a mark on him, and in the silence afterward, Morin realized how foolish his earlier doubts had been. He recalled Roman's words, that as the eldest son of House Dmitri, it was his duty to take responsibility for the people. That promise, spoken and upheld in the face of danger, proved to Morin that Roman was not just helping. He was committed to something greater than himself. If Baron Dmitri were to ask, Morin said he would answer with certainty. Roman was a leader worth trusting, a successor deserving of loyalty. Baron Dmitri listened carefully. Morin's account matched the growing consensus surrounding Roman, yet the burden of choosing an heir still weighed heavily on him. It was not a decision that could be taken lightly. The scene then shifted to the bustling smithy. A worker approached Hendrik, unsure how to handle the large number of items arriving for repair under Roman's name. Seeking guidance, he asked what should be done. Hendrik hesitated, conflicted, but in the end instructed him to accept the items. The choice carried a trace of reluctance. Yet Jacob's story about the mine incident, combined with Hendrik's growing respect for Roman, had quietly swayed him. When the equipment was finally delivered, the workers were stunned by its condition. The gear looked battered, worn down from relentless training. One of them couldn't help but admire the soldiers' commitment, seeing just how much their drills had pushed the equipment to its limits. Amid all the broken and damaged items, Hendrik's eyes locked onto one particular sword. The sight left him speechless. The blade was polished to a flawless edge, perfectly balanced, its grip wrapped with a level of craftsmanship far beyond ordinary work. Even in a land of skilled blacksmiths, this sword stood apart. It was a masterpiece. The more Hendrik studied it, the more intrigued he became. The weapon wasn't just finely made, it reacted to mana. That revelation alone shocked him. For a sword with natural mana sensitivity could completely change the battlefield for Aura swordsmen. What struck Hendrik most was that this weapon didn't need mana to shine. Its quality alone was astonishing. Though he was proud of his title as the continent's greatest blacksmith in ironwork, Hendrik felt a humbling sense of awe before this creation. He realized that crafting such mana-sensitive equipment was an entirely different challenge, one he had never conquered. His curiosity only grew stronger, and he knew he had to speak directly with Roman about this blade. The scene shifted. The repaired equipment was soon handed back to Chris, who was shocked to see the work finished so quickly. What usually took 2 weeks had been completed in record time. A worker explained that Master Hendrik had been unusually driven, rallying all the blacksmiths to focus entirely on this task. With a heavy look, Hendrik approached Chris, his thoughts consumed by Roman. He wasted no time and pressed Roman about the sword. His tone was firm, his expression sharp, demanding answers. Roman, however, remained calm. Everything was unfolding just as he had expected. He explained that the sword wasn't acquired from anyone else. This answer startled Hendrik, and he immediately demanded to know where the blade had come from. Roman didn't hesitate. He claimed that he had forged it himself. Hendrik's frustration boiled over. The claim was outrageous. How could he believe that someone like Roman had crafted something as complex as the salamander, a sword unlike any other he had seen? Yet Roman stood his ground. With steady resolve, Roman declared that the salamander was his own creation, a weapon without equal on the continent. Confident and unshaken, he promised Hendrik proof. Only by witnessing his unusual forging methods firsthand could Hendrik truly accept the truth. The scene transitioned to the roaring blacksmith shop, where the heat of the forge filled the air. There, in the heart of the workshop, Roman began to share the story of the salamander, his techniques, his struggles, and the path that led to its creation. Roman explained that as he prepared for the looming war against Barco, he realized he needed a weapon he could trust completely, a sword he could stake his life on. With that resolve, he stepped into the blazing furnace, hammering steel over and over until the rhythm itself became like meditation. Strangely enough, the forge became his refuge, a place where his focus and determination came alive. Turning to Hendrik, Roman believed the veteran blacksmith could sense the weight of emotion that came with each strike. Roman knew that soon he would shoulder the responsibility of protecting others, and that thought alone fueled his desire to forge a new weapon, one to surpass the old salamander. With determination burning in his eyes, Roman stripped off his shirt and prepared to begin the process. Hendrik frowned, thinking Roman reckless for ignoring basic safety and attempting to forge without proper protection. To him, it looked like Roman didn't even understand the fundamentals of blacksmithing, and that perception lowered his expectations. But the moment Roman struck the steel, everything changed. Hendrik's eyes widened as he witnessed something he had never seen before. The way Roman controlled the iron was unlike the methods of this world. Here, smiths struggled endlessly with channeling mana into their blades, pouring time and effort into their craft. But Roman, his strikes carried the smooth, fluid flow of ki, a discipline born of Miraram. In Miraram, smiths focused on harmony and flow, creating blades that amplified chi itself. Roman, who carried knowledge of both worlds, now displayed a level of skill that shattered every boundary Hendrik had known. His technique was unorthodox, but every strike was flawless. His rhythm was sharp, his speed unmatched, and the steel yielded to his hammer, as if it had been waiting for his touch. Hendrik was stunned. The scene unfolding before him reminded him of the golden age of Baron Romero Dmitri, when the Dmitri name shone with unmatched honor. As the hammer rang out again and again, it echoed in his chest, stirring memories of those glory days. In that moment, Hendrik's doubts dissolved. This was no trick. Bloodline, he thought, never lies. What he was witnessing was real. Finally, with deep respect, Hendrik admitted the truth to himself and to Roman. The young master was indeed the creator of the salamander. Humbled, he apologized sincerely for ever questioning his skill. Roman only smiled, accepting his apology with grace. Then, in a gesture that left Hendrik speechless, Roman offered him the salamander as a gift. The blacksmith froze, stunned by such generosity. Roman explained that he was already preparing a new sword for himself, and as he thought back to the weapons Hendrik had once made for him, he decided the salamander should be given to Hendrik as a token of gratitude. That single gesture marked a turning point between them. What had once been doubt and mistrust was now respect and recognition. The story then shifted to a memory from 3 years earlier. At that time, Hendrik had fiercely opposed the idea of Roman becoming Baron Romero's successor. In a heated exchange, he voiced his concerns directly to the Baron, insisting that people held little faith in Roman. He even went as far as to call Roman a fool, suggesting instead that Rodwell, the Baron's second son, was far more suited to inherit the title. Unlike Roman, Rodwell had proven himself. His blacksmithing skills were respected even in the capital, and he carried himself with the discipline of someone who worked tirelessly at his craft. But 3 years later, things were different. Roman had changed profoundly. His growth wasn't just visible in his blacksmithing, but in the way he carried himself, in the way those who once dismissed him now spoke his name with respect. Baron Dmitri himself could see that change. Still, he worried. Would Hendrik, who had been one of Roman's harshest critics, ever truly accept him as the rightful heir? To the Baron's surprise, Hendrik openly admitted that Roman's abilities now surpassed every other candidate. The revelation left Baron Dmitri stunned, and he pressed Hendrik for confirmation. With absolute conviction, the blacksmith assured him that he would never lie about something so important. He explained that Roman had not simply stumbled into this growth. He had worked relentlessly in silence, pouring his strength and emotions into every stroke of the hammer. At first, Hendrik admitted he had doubted Roman so much that he thought about deliberately giving him subpar weapons, convinced they wouldn't matter in his hands. But when Roman had sharply told him that such weapons were no different than murder, Hendrik had been forced to rethink his actions. Slowly, he began to see the truth. Roman's ideas, his methods, and his sheer determination were bringing real strength to House Dmitri. This wasn't hearsay. Hendrik had seen it with his own eyes in the forge. He had watched Roman endure the sweltering heat, striking the steel with an intensity and rhythm that no one could fake. That shared experience, blacksmith to blacksmith, created a bond between them that words alone could not. To put an end to all doubt, Hendrik brought one of Roman's swords directly to Baron Dmitri. He was certain that just a single glance would be enough to reveal the truth. And he was right. When the Baron examined the blade, his face filled with shock. The weapon was masterful, far beyond what he ever expected from his eldest son. He couldn't help but wonder how Roman had managed to craft such a sword. Seeing the Baron's disbelief, Hendrik stepped forward. For him, this was the perfect moment to suggest what had once seemed impossible. That it was time to reconsider the decision they had made 3 years ago. Roman's remarkable craftsmanship had the power to reshape how House Dmitri saw him, not just as a son, but as a pillar of their future. After Hendrik left, Baron Dmitri sat in his study, holding a letter he had taken from his drawer. It was from his second son, Rodwell. In a letter, Rodwell proudly announced that he had achieved an S rank at the Royal Academy in Cairo. He wrote that instead of sitting through endless theory lectures, he wished to gain real battlefield experience as a commanding officer. He promised his father that he would graduate with the highest honors, and when that time came, he would bring great pride to House Dmitri. Baron Dmitri folded the letter and gazed out at the sky, lost in thought. Both of his sons possessed extraordinary gifts. Rodwell, the bright star of Cairo, and Roman, whose recent growth had been nothing short of astounding. Yet as he compared them in his mind, a realization struck him. Roman's talent might already surpass even Rodwell's. His strength wasn't just suited for the kingdom. It was something that could echo across the entire continent. With that clarity, the Baron began shaping a plan for the future. When Rodwell returned from the academy, Roman would assume command of their military defense. After that transition, he would formally announce the long-awaited battle of succession, the decisive trial that would determine the next heir of House Dmitri. The weight of these coming events hung in the air, filling the estate with quiet anticipation. A few days later, a priest from Valhalla named Willis arrived at House Dmitri. Baron Dmitri welcomed him with open arms, introducing himself with warmth and respect. Willis had traveled here for one reason: to confirm the rumors he'd heard about Roman's victory over Homer. Such an unexpected achievement had stirred whispers, and some even questioned whether Roman's rank should be reevaluated. Baron Dmitri explained with a faint sigh that Roman had spent the last several days in the forge, buried in his blacksmithing. Knowing the importance of Willis's visit, the Baron suggested he take the day to rest and arrange for him to meet Roman the following morning. He also invited Willis to tour the Dmitri estate while he waited. Willis accepted the offer, and Hans, one of the household's most reliable guides, was chosen to accompany him. Hans walked with pride as he spoke about the greatness of the Dmitri family. He boasted about their vast iron mines, the largest in all of Cairo, and their unmatched ability to produce the finest quality iron. He pointed to the castle around them, explaining how their iron was not only the backbone of its strength, but also a part of its elegance. As the tour continued, the sharp rhythm of drills echoed across the grounds. The sound of soldiers in training caught Willis's attention. Curious, he asked if he could observe their exercises for a while. Hans, more than happy to showcase the military power of House Dmitri, agreed without hesitation. Hans led Willis to the training grounds, where two soldiers, Kevin and Pucky, were locked in a fierce sparring match. The priest's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was witnessing. Both men were wielding aura, that rare power that elevated ordinary swordplay into something extraordinary. The clash of blades carried a sharp intensity, and Willis could hardly believe that such skill existed here, in what many considered a remote territory. These weren't the knights of a great empire, nor were they veterans groomed for decades. They were House Dmitri's own soldiers. Willis remembered hearing that none of the 30 men chosen by Roman originally possessed the qualities of aura swordsmen. Yet now, standing before him, he saw proof that something remarkable had changed. The turning point, as Hans explained, had come when Roman casually remarked that Pucky had a natural gift for martial arts. At the time, no one thought much of it, but within a month, Pucky astonished everyone by awakening his aura. That moment reshaped the entire spirit of the unit. Once aura appeared among them, every soldier felt the pressure. Rather than be left behind, they pushed themselves harder, embracing brutal training and risking their lives to reach new heights. Motivation surged through the ranks, and their growth was undeniable. The duel unfolding between Pucky and Kevin was living proof. Their movements, sharp and fluid, mirrored the mastery of seasoned aura swordsmen. Willis stood frozen, struggling to grasp how such progress had been achieved so quickly. Could all of them really be trained like this? He wondered silently, watching as strike after strike filled the air with sparks of aura. The sight left him unsettled. To Willis, it felt as though he was no longer looking at a small group of soldiers from a rural house, but at a force that resembled the elite warriors of Valhalla itself. He found himself questioning when House Dmitri had become so powerful, and how such strength had gone unnoticed by the rest of the kingdom. He wasn't alone in his astonishment. Another judge who had accompanied him whispered his suspicion that these men must belong to the famed Dmitri Knights, once commanded by Baron Romero. But Hans quickly shook his head, a proud smile tugging at his lips. "No," he said firmly. "These aren't the Knights of Baron Romero. They are the personal soldiers of the young Master Roman. The revelation hit Willis like a hammer. Ordinary soldiers, molded into aura swordsmen. Under Roman's command, it was almost unthinkable. Unable to contain his disbelief, Willis pressed Hans further. Did they join because of heavy payments? Or are they training to become knights? Hans laughed lightly at the suggestion, then explained. Kevin had once been nothing more than a commoner, while Pucky was a C-rank mercenary who had only recently stepped onto the path of swordsmen. Both had been shaped not by wealth or promises of knighthood, but by Roman's training. And that truth left Willis more astonished than ever. What Hans revealed made one thing clear. Roman wasn't just a warrior. He was a leader who could see hidden potential in others and bring it to life. To Hans, that ability made Roman invaluable to House Dmitri, not just as an heir, but as someone who could shape its legacy for generations to come. Willis, however, was left deep in thought. Everything he had learned so far clashed with the image he once held of Roman Dmitri. Who exactly was this man? What was he truly capable of? The more Willis heard, the more he looked forward to meeting him face to face. The following day, that moment finally came. Willis sat at a table, his mind racing with questions. To him, Roman was like a hidden dragon, a figure shrouded in mystery, waiting for the right time to reveal his true strength. But doubts lingered. Was Roman's reputation built on genuine talent? Or was he simply a man glorified by a few lucky victories? The sound of the door opening snapped Willis from his thoughts. Roman stepped into the room. The atmosphere shifted instantly, his presence alone altering the mood. Willis studied him closely. Roman's eyes, naturally angled downward, carried a quiet sense of assurance. His face showed no nervousness, only calm composure, as though this kind of moment was nothing unusual for him. Willis quickly realized this was someone who had grown accustomed to being strong. Roman walked closer, introduced himself, and took his seat with an ease that only deepened Willis's curiosity. Wasting no time, Willis asked directly about the rumor that had brought him here. Did you really defeat Homero? Roman answered with a simple, unwavering yes. Willis leaned forward, emphasizing the weight of what that meant. Homero was no ordinary opponent. Ranked 49th, he was a 4-star fighter whose growth showed no signs of stopping. Yet Roman, at only 25 years old, had beaten him in battle. To Willis, that victory was proof of genius, perhaps even the greatest fighter Cairo had seen in its history. And yet, Roman didn't seem to grasp the significance. For Roman, it was just another battle. He dismissed the praise with a calm shake of his head, telling Willis that he was overthinking. His words carried confidence, claiming that the outcome had simply been the result of clear logic and inevitability. Then, with quiet authority, Roman urged Willis to move on. Let's get straight to the point. Willis, caught off guard by Roman's bluntness, nodded and began to explain. In the ranking system, there are 2 types of battles, Willis said. Official and unofficial. An official battle requires a temple observer to be present. Once approval is given, the result is immediately recorded, and the victor receives an ID to confirm his new rank. But in unofficial battles, like the one you fought, if a ranked fighter is defeated, the system only updates after 1 full year. Roman wouldn't be able to claim the rank of the opponent he defeated in an unofficial fight. Still, the idea that he might secure the lowest rank this way made the air heavy with tension. A faint grin spread across his face. If he pulled this off, he could enter the rankings at number 100 by proving himself in such a battle. Guiding him along, Willis reminded Roman of the rules. The Valhalla Temple required undeniable proof. They only trusted what they could see with their own eyes before recognizing a victor in unofficial duels. To handle this, Willis produced a device, the aura gauge. He explained that this tool would confirm Roman's eligibility. The process was simple. If Roman met the benchmark Willis set using the gauge, he would officially earn the lowest rank. In formal matches, identification made rank verification quick, but unofficial fights required extra steps. Valhalla took no risks, especially since the rank 100 spot often attracted waves of challengers hungry for recognition. Curious, Roman asked why so many people chased after ranks. Willis, clearly invested in Roman's growth, admitted he wanted Roman's reputation as a swordsman to spread across the world. He asked if chasing glory without guaranteed rewards was really worth the risk. Roman, still smiling, proposed an alternative, defeating a higher-ranked fighter in an official duel. Willis was taken aback, but admitted Roman was right. Nothing surpassed the credibility of an official battle. However, arranging one wasn't easy. The northeastern region of Cairo had no rankers, which meant setting up a sanctioned match was impossible. Realizing this, Roman prepared to face the test before him. Willis walked him through the process. The aura gauge, though plain in design, was a vital tool for determining strength. By channeling mana into it, the device would shift colors to display power levels. Red meant 1 star, orange 2, yellow 3, and green 4 stars or higher. Since Roman had already taken down a formidable 4-star swordsman, expectations for him were high. To qualify, the gauge needed to glow at least yellow, 3 stars. With that in mind, Roman stepped forward confidently, ready to reveal his strength. As he placed his hand on the device, he thought about the stark difference between this world and Miram. Here, mana dictated everything, and tools like the aura gauge determined a warrior's standing. He couldn't help but wonder about the mages of this land. Were they anything like the sorcerers of Miram, or had they evolved into beings closer to gods? One thing was certain. The power of magic in this world was not something he could overlook. At Willis's signal, Roman began. He reflected on the stark differences between this world and Miram, wondering what might happen if he unleashed his mana the way this world demanded. A smile crept across his face. It was the perfect chance to test his boundaries and discover just how formidable this world's magic truly was. He placed his hand on the aura gauge and released his power. Instantly, mana surged outward, wrapping him in a brilliant purple glow that spread through the room. Willis, standing by, could only stare in shock at the overwhelming force. The gauge lit up, its color shifting rapidly from orange to yellow in a matter of seconds. Normally, the process took minutes, even for skilled fighters. The sheer speed of it left Willis struggling to believe what he was seeing. Roman knew the tools of this world had their flaws. Instead of stopping, he pushed further, applying techniques he had mastered back in Miram. Mana flooded the gauge again, and this time, the device leapt to green, the highest level it could register. But before Roman could savor the result, the impossible happened. The aura gauge shattered. Willis froze, unable to process what had just occurred. The aura gauge was no ordinary device. Crafted with the infused mana of a 6-star swordsman, it was designed to withstand any power poured into it. Its scale only went as far as green, but even if the energy exceeded its boundaries, it was built to endure. Breaking it should have been impossible. Roman, calm as ever, asked if perhaps the gauge was faulty. Willis, stunned, couldn't form an answer. His mind replayed the moment just before it broke. The brilliant green light blazing brighter than ever. That image alone forced him to reconsider everything he thought about Roman. What stood before him wasn't a promising newcomer. This was something else entirely, a monster in human form. A swordsman with the potential to climb into 6-star territory, a level that could overturn everything. If Roman's existence came to light, it wouldn't just shake Cairo. The entire Salamander continent would feel the ripple. A warrior like him could rewrite the rankings and threaten the very balance of power. As Willis absorbed what had happened, the weight of the moment sank in. A broken aura gauge, something he had never witnessed before, forced him to tread carefully. He knew better than to rush to conclusions, but his sense of responsibility pushed him to act. He assured Roman that the results would be handled properly, then stepped out, a pressing urgency settling over him. Encountering Roman Dmitri had shaken him. There was clearly more to this man than anyone realized. Back in his office, Willis sat in silence for a moment, trying to make sense of all before turning to the records. He began piecing together Roman's past. The files painted a picture of a life that seemed ordinary until the age of 25, when everything shifted. The crushing of the Blood Fong, the clash with Barco, these stood out as milestones, marking a transformation that was almost too extreme to believe. What unsettled Willis most wasn't just the events, but the sharp contrast before and after. The man who once blended into obscurity had turned into someone capable of changing the tide of battles. Roman's decisiveness, his willingness to gamble with his own life, revealed a mindset carved from resilience. It wasn't raw power alone. He carried a keen mind and unshakable will. Willis's gaze drifted to the shattered aura gauge resting on his desk. It was built to handle anything, yet it had failed here. There was no flaw in the tool, no hidden defect. The only explanation was that Roman's strength had exceeded what it was ever meant to measure. That realization pushed Willis to his feet. This had to be reported immediately. But before he could move, a magical call reached him. A voice from the Valhalla main branch cut through his thoughts. Sharing the details, Willis explained what had happened with Roman Dmitri. The response he received shifted everything. The higher-ups didn't dismiss it. They made a decision. Roman wasn't just an outlier. He was someone to be brought into Valhalla. It was in that moment Willis understood. Valhalla was far more than a gathering of reckless warriors. Behind their power lay strategy, subtlety, and vision. They wielded tradition, the ranking system itself, as a weapon of influence. Small in number, perhaps, but sharp enough to recognize talent and ambitious enough to claim it. Willis's superior wasted no time in making the decision. Roman Dmitri had to be recruited. The orders were precise. Elevate Roman's evaluation to an A rank and secure him for Valhalla. But secrecy was paramount. Integrating someone from another land required subtlety. If handled carelessly, suspicion would spread, and Valhalla couldn't afford that. Willis listened intently, taking the directive to heart. His role was clear. He would explain the supposed issue with the aura gauge to Roman, then adjust his official standing. Roman Dmitri, once seen as a 4-star, would now be labeled a 3-star swordsman and given an unofficial placement at rank 100. Willis understood the weight of this maneuver. A move like this could send ripples through Cairo's fragile social balance. The following morning, news of the announcement spread like wildfire. The city buzzed with disbelief. The youngest ranker had appeared. Roman's sudden entry into the rankings disrupted long-standing norms and caught everyone off guard. In the heart of the capital, Marquis Benedict, one of Cairo's most powerful aristocrats, sat in his office reviewing the report from his aide. The details were clear. Willis had confirmed Roman Dmitri as a 3-star swordsman, and rumors of his victory atop Homero's Peak were spreading fast. Still, Benedict was skeptical. Whispers claimed Homero had been ambushed, unable to unleash his full 4-star strength. The truth, Benedict suspected, was more complicated. His curiosity deepened when he learned Roman's age, just 25. To achieve such mastery at that age was astonishing. Roman wasn't only a promising warrior. He was a potential force of influence in the outer territories. The thought pushed Benedict to consider the wider chessboard of politics. He asked about the movements of Kronos and Valhalla, two powerful empires that rarely wasted opportunities. The answer only fueled his anger. They were already acting, maneuvering with speed while Cairo's central government hesitated. The idea that foreign empires might seize Roman before the capital secured its stance was intolerable. At this time, Cairo was fractured into 4 major factions. The royalists, loyal to the crown, wielded strong authority. The aristocrats, led by Marquis Benedict himself, held vast sway in political affairs. Alongside them were the pro-Kronos and pro-Valhalla factions, both vying for influence by aligning with outside powers. Each faction in Cairo was swayed by outside powers as well as their own ambitions. Mark Benedict grasped how urgent the matter had become. He immediately ordered an envoy to approach Roman Dmitri. The central government couldn't afford to let him slip into the hands of rival groups. His command was firm. The royal faction must not be the ones to claim Roman. That decision set off a chain of maneuvers that would alter Cairo's political landscape. Far away, on Cairo's western border, the harsh reality of foreign pressure weighed heavily. This frontier faced both the vast Kronos Empire and the Kingdom of Hector. Kronos, the land ruled by Emperor Alexandro, never ceased demanding Cairo's submission. For years, the empire's attacks had worn the soldiers thin, leaving them in constant battle. Inside Cairo itself, Kronos' influence even reached the people. Some openly called for surrender. Amid this turmoil stood Roman's brother, Rodwell Dmitri, serving on the Western Front. Life here allowed no rest. Skirmishes came without end, grinding down morale. One day, a fellow soldier rushed to him with surprising news. Roman had become a ranker. Rodwell scoffed at the idea. To him, the Roman he remembered couldn't possibly achieve such a feat, a 3-star rank. Impossible. He dismissed it as rumor, convinced the truth would eventually surface. Back at Dmitri Palace, Roman faced an unexpected guest. The man carried authority and swore loyalty to the king of Cairo. His purpose was clear, to offer Roman a place as a royal knight, an honor reserved for the most elite. To the royal faction, Roman Dmitri was no longer just a frontier lord's son. He was the hidden dragon, and they intended to secure him. That single move set all 4 factions in motion, each planning how to claim the rising swordsman. Political games and hidden strategies began to swirl, with Roman unknowingly at the heart of it all. In private, the elder spoke openly with Roman. He stressed the significance of becoming a royal knight, Cairo's highest honor for any warrior. Normally, the path required years of grueling trials, but Roman had been chosen for a rare exception, to pledge loyalty directly to the throne. Curious, Roman asked why such a privilege was being offered to him. The man explained, as the eldest son of the Dmitri family, Roman's position was unique. The royal family saw value in him and wanted him at the capital. If he accepted, he could bypass the usual ordeals and rise swiftly into the ranks of the king's most trusted knights. Roman didn't look impressed by the proposal. He calmly asked if a mansion and an elevated family title were truly the best rewards the royal family could offer. The elder blinked in surprise, unsettled by Roman's indifference. Sensing hesitation, he asked directly, was Roman really planning to refuse such a prestigious opportunity? Roman's response was steady. As the eldest son of House Dmitri, he already had what he needed. Why, then, should he abandon his position and travel to the capital simply to wear the title of royal knight? The elder tried again, repeating the benefits, a mansion of his own, and the rise of his family standing. But Roman pressed further, his tone unwavering. Were these really the greatest gifts the royal family could bestow? Then he revealed something the elder hadn't expected. Just 5 days earlier, someone from the renowned Gregory family had come to him with their own offer, one far greater than the king's. Land in the capital, a mansion, wealth in gold and silver, and even a proposal for marriage into the Gregory bloodline. The elder's expression darkened. Shock turned quickly to anger. He warned Roman he was making a dangerous mistake. The emperor's interest, he explained, was not in what Roman was today, but in what he could grow into. The path of a royal knight offered rewards beyond imagination, far greater than the empty promises of noble houses. He cautioned that Kronos was already weaving its schemes, and turning down the king's hand now could prove disastrous. But Roman was not finished. He recounted the string of approaches he had faced in just the past few days. 3 evenings ago, an envoy of the Denver family had arrived, speaking of support and guidance for the road ahead. And only last night, a messenger from the Benedict family had made their case. Their terms were generous, more refined than those of the others, with 3 distinct points of advantage. Then Roman revealed his true intent. By next month, he planned to make Dmitri independent. The elder was stunned. He immediately argued against the idea, calling it reckless. To him, the royal faction was the only path forward. The other families, he warned, were traitors seeking to tear the kingdom apart. The royal knight's commander, Cairo's strongest swordsman, had gained fame for crushing rebellions and restoring order. Yet despite his efforts, the royal family still struggled to govern, unable to secure the crucial intelligence they needed. The old man knew how stubborn Cairo's nobles could be, and winning them over would not be easy. All he could do was offer Roman a place among the royal knights, humbly requesting his support for the crown. But Roman, remembering his own past as the 12th son of the heavenly demon, found little appeal in these offers. He neither accepted nor rejected them, keeping his stance deliberately unclear. That faint glimmer of uncertainty gave the old man hope. Roman hadn't turned him down completely. Still, Roman dismissed him for the day, saying he would wait until the right time came to declare his loyalty. With 4 factions making their approaches and 4 offers left unanswered, Roman had no intention of choosing sides. He expected conflict to break out eventually, so he bided his time, leaving every option open. Outside, while training with full focus, Roman was suddenly approached by a man who greeted him. To his surprise, it was Mackin, an agent of Valhalla's intelligence division. What caught Roman off guard even more was that Mackin wore the uniform of Dmitri's staff. Suspicion rose instantly, and anger followed. Roman demanded to know why Mackin had come, especially since he had already spoken with the Denvar family days ago. Sensing Roman's displeasure, Mackin quickly bowed his head in apology. He explained that pressing circumstances had forced him to step in directly, emphasizing that this visit represented Valhalla's genuine intentions. He acknowledged Roman's delicate situation, his ties to Dmitri, his nationality, and the difficulty of severing those bonds. Then came the unexpected. Mackin laid out Valhalla's offer, a noble title, control of an iron mine, and fertile land. It was a deal that allowed Roman to continue his craft as a blacksmith while securing his family's livelihood. Roman weighed the proposal carefully. It was tempting, yet heavy. Accepting meant more than just land and wealth. It meant aligning himself with Valhalla. The thought pressed on him like a burden. Sensing hesitation, Mackin leaned in with sharper words. For a swordsman, he said, power was everything. To make the deal irresistible, he revealed Valhalla's greatest treasure, access to their first-class treasury. Inside lay ancient records, meticulously preserved, methods to sharpen the mind, forgotten sword arts, and secret techniques passed down through generations. Roman was taken aback by the weight of the offer. The mention of Valhalla's treasury, filled with rare records on mind refinement and sword techniques, drew his attention more than anything else. Knowledge preserved from generations past, secrets most kingdoms could only dream of, was now being placed within his reach. The promise of such wisdom gave Valhalla's proposal an entirely new depth, one that was hard to ignore. Mackin then laid out Valhalla's vision. Their ambition was nothing less than to dominate the continent, uniting it under a single empire. Remaining in Cairo, he explained, would play a crucial role in achieving that destiny. The idea of Roman contributing to the rise of such an empire gave the heir a sense of inevitability, as though fate itself was calling him. With persuasive words, Mackin urged Roman to seize the opportunity, promising him security, wealth, and a future far brighter than Cairo could ever provide. It was an offer designed to leave no room for refusal, yet Roman declined without wavering. The atmosphere immediately tightened, Mackin's surprise visible in the silence that followed. Few men had ever turned down Valhalla's hand. Knowing his refusal might seem strange, Roman chose to explain. It wasn't the reward he rejected, nor loyalty to Cairo that kept him bound. The truth was far more complicated. Recently, countless offers had been laid at his feet, all tempting him with power and position while asking little in return. Each one reflected the unstable balance of Cairo's politics, where factions, be it the Royal Knights, Marquis Benedict, Count Gregory, or Count Denver, were all vying to claim him as their own. On the surface, choosing might look simple, but in reality, the decision was like moving a piece on a chessboard where every step carried heavy consequences. Roman told Mackin that pledging loyalty was no small act. It meant committing his life, his future, and the fate of his family. For him, hesitation wasn't a weakness. It was a strategy. It was survival. He admitted openly that he needed to decide not just who to follow, but what cause was worth staking his life on. Cairo's tangled web of politics demanded patience, and his reluctance to rush an answer was his way of proving seriousness, not just to Mackin, but to every faction watching him. Hearing this, Mackin began to understand the complexity of Roman's position, but urgency pressed upon him. He warned that Valhalla's internal politics were shifting quickly, and time was a luxury Roman did not have. If he waited too long, the door might close forever. His voice softened, though his message remained sharp. Roman must act, and act soon, before the moment slipped away. Roman understood the weight of the situation and assured Mackin that he would give his answer within the set deadline. Just as Mackin was about to leave, he paused, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. With a knowing smile, he promised Roman a parting gift, a gesture meant to symbolize the growing ties between him and Valhalla. Before departing, he left Roman with a cryptic warning about the southern front, likening it to a ticking bomb. The words lingered, leaving Roman on edge and alert. At the Grand Dmitri Palace, Roman bid farewell to his father, taking on the heavy responsibility of protecting his nation. He promised to return alive, carrying both duty and family honor on his shoulders. As he prepared to depart, his mother, calm and unwavering, placed a hand on Romero Dmitri's arm. She told him not to worry, reminding him that Roman wasn't being sent to the dangerous western border with the Kronos Empire, but instead to the southern front, which was believed to be far safer. With quiet certainty, she expressed her faith that her son would come back unharmed. Her words a reflection of a mother's unshakable trust in her child. Outside, Roman stepped into his role as a commander. Addressing his men with firm confidence, he rallied them forward, igniting the spirit of their journey, a march bound by both duty and destiny. Their path led them to a final resting point before reaching the southern front, a place where they would stay until dawn before advancing further. As the camp settled, Roman noticed commotion in the distance. Kevin and Chris were locked in a heated argument with Henry Albert, the second son of the prestigious Albert family. Earlier that day, Roman had read a letter from the central government. Marquis Benedict, concerned for Roman's well-being and impressed by his loyalty to the kingdom, had arranged for him to be stationed in the south rather than the far harsher west. Over the past months, Benedict had shown consistent support for Roman, making it clear that he valued Roman's unusual strength and tactical mind, especially his ability to stand toe-to-toe with the royal knights. Losing him was something Benedict was determined to avoid. Yet, despite this apparent protection, Roman couldn't shake his doubts. Valhalla's intelligence had painted a far different picture, one of instability and danger, calling the southern front a time bomb waiting to explode. Back at the inn, the clash between Henry Albert and Chris escalated. Henry, puffed up with the pride of his noble lineage, sneered at Chris and Kevin. He demanded that the inn be handed over to him and openly mocked them as lowborns unworthy of speaking in his presence. The tension was thick, insults being thrown back and forth, until Roman appeared. Stepping into the scene, he cut through the heated exchange with a single question. What was going on here? Chris quickly explained the situation. Henry Albert had demanded that he and the others clear out of the inn simply because Henry wanted it for himself. Chris had stood his ground, reminding Henry that he had already booked the entire place. But Henry, unconcerned, brushed off his protest as if it meant nothing. From the sidelines, Roman watched carefully. It was clear that the Albert family was still clinging to an outdated sense of superiority, unaware that their influence had diminished. Roman saw the perfect moment to step in. Calmly but firmly, he asked Henry why he thought others should give up the inn for him, directly challenging the entitlement he carried as a noble. Henry, unfazed by Roman's words, turned the question back on him. He wanted to know if Roman was truly the one leading these soldiers. When Roman confirmed it, Henry scoffed and issued a warning. Ignoring him, Henry said, would bring trouble. He reminded Roman that they were both bound for the southern training camp, and then arrogantly gave him 5 minutes to disappear from sight. Roman's thoughts flickered to his family. House Dmitri, small and overlooked, had long endured such treatment from larger, noble houses. Yielding here would only reinforce that old hierarchy, and that Roman could not allow. Instead of backing down, he chose to confront the matter head-on. Without hesitation, Roman drew his sword, his intent sharp and clear. He declared that if Henry managed to defeat him, he and his men would vacate the inn without argument. Henry blinked, caught off guard by the sudden challenge. He reached for his weapon, ready to retaliate, but before he could, his own soldiers rushed forward to restrain him. Panic laced their voices as they quickly explained who Roman truly was. They painted a vivid picture. The youngest ever to earn his rank, the man who had clashed with Barco's forces and cut down Baron Barco's eldest son in direct combat. They spoke of Roman as a force of nature, a warrior who struck without hesitation, leaving no mercy on the battlefield. The truth hit Henry like a blow. His arrogance faltered as he realized the man before him was no ordinary commander, but someone leagues beyond his reach. His soldiers warned him again. Crossing swords with Roman would bring nothing but disaster. Desperate to escape the situation with his pride intact, Henry hastily claimed he had remembered another pressing engagement. He suggested they let the matter drop, but behind his forced composure, he seethed. Roman's defiance was an insult to House Albert, and Henry vowed to find another way to settle the score. As Roman stepped closer, his presence loomed heavy. Henry instinctively retreated, slipping to the far side of the room to avoid the pressure Roman exuded. Watching this unfold, Roman thought to himself that perhaps such scenes were common in the Southern Front, a place where pride and politics clashed just as fiercely as blades. That day, Roman's name alone was enough to silence 3 different men, proof of the fearsome reputation he had already carved out. Later, he sought out the innkeeper, hoping to make sense of the strange atmosphere surrounding the Southern Front. The innkeeper, used to seeing such things, explained plainly. Unlike the brutal Western Front, the southern border had a cordial relationship with Hector. For that reason, it had earned the nickname the Resort. Nobles who couldn't avoid conscription flocked here, where training was light, danger was scarce, and service could be completed in comfort. Roman listened, but his thoughts drifted back to a report from 48 days earlier. Scouts from Hector had crossed the border, only to retreat after observing activity in the southern region. Even though they pulled back, they never stopped watching from distance. Their true intentions remained unclear, whether they were preparing for war or simply observing. Still, Roman trusted his instincts. The peace of the Southern Front was fragile, an illusion waiting to break. The faint smile that tugged at his lips spoke volumes. He could already sense the looming chaos, the familiar scent of blood in the wind. The next day, the noble recruits gathered at the southern training camp. Their commander, Viscount Bale Frank, stepped forward to address them. He introduced the camp as a place where new soldiers would undergo 3 weeks of basic training before joining the Reserve Corps, fulfilling their duty on the Southern Front. His words carried weight. It was the beginning of their true military lives. Bale's expression hardened as he spoke. He ordered them to leave their titles and noble pride at the door. In the camp, they were not lords or heirs. They were soldiers and soldiers alone. Discipline was absolute, and breaking rules carried consequences. The punishment, he declared, was transfer to the Western Front. To most, the threat was chilling. To Roman, it felt almost lenient. Once the introduction was over, Bale continued, explaining that the recruits would be given a detailed training schedule later that evening. For now, they were to settle into their assigned quarters. Not long after, a soldier approached Roman with a message. The commander wished to see him privately. Without hesitation, Roman agreed and made his way to Bale's office. Inside, Bale greeted him warmly. He asked about Roman's trip south, to which Roman replied that the journey had been smooth. Smiling with genuine relief, Bale shared how glad he was to have Roman at the Southern Front. To Viscount Bale, the presence of Cairo's youngest ranker at his camp spoke volumes. It hinted at the hidden potential within House Dmitri, a family often overlooked. Without wasting time, Bale got straight to the point. He asked Roman directly if it was true that Marquis Benedict had arranged for his assignment to the Southern Front. Roman confirmed it. Though he hadn't personally asked for Benedict's help, he had learned afterward that the Marquis had intervened on his behalf. Bale paused, thinking carefully. The Marquis's continued investment in Roman was no small matter. Sensing opportunity, Bale laid his intentions bare. He admitted he wanted to leave a strong impression on Marquis Benedict. Life in the Southern training camp, he said, was far different from the comfort of the central government, but he promised to make Roman's stay as smooth as possible. In return, he asked only one thing. When Roman eventually met with Marquis Benedict, he hoped Roman would speak favorably of him, mentioning how Bale had treated him well. Roman saw the logic behind it. The exchange was simple, practical, and harmless. There was no reason to refuse. After leaving Bale's office, Roman ran into Henry Albert. Henry's glare was sharp, his words venomous. He accused Roman of making a grave mistake, boasting that Viscount Bale, the commander of the camp, was his uncle. With a smug grin, Henry warned that Roman would soon regret crossing House Albert. But Roman remained calm. He asked coldly what exactly he was supposed to do with that information. His composure only fueled Henry's rage. Unable to contain himself, Henry stormed off and barged into his uncle's office. Inside, Henry claimed someone in the camp had threatened him. Hearing this, Bale's protective instincts flared immediately. As Henry's guardian figure, he couldn't ignore such a complaint. Fueled by concern, he marched out, ready to confront the so-called threat. But when he arrived, his eyes widened in disbelief. The dangerous rival Henry spoke of was none other than Roman Dmitri. The situation flipped instantly. Without hesitation, Bale raised his hand and struck Henry across the face, right in front of Roman. The sharp sound of the slap echoed, leaving Henry stunned. Tears welled in his eyes as he looked at his uncle, the man he had trusted more than even his own parents. The sudden rebuke from someone he had always admired shook him to the core, leaving him both hurt and bewildered. Turning to Roman, Bale quickly gathered himself. He apologized sincerely, acknowledging that Henry's actions had been disgraceful and needed correction. Roman, in turn, responded with unexpected grace. He told Bale he would overlook the matter, recognizing that the Viscount had handled it directly and with sincerity. As Viscount Bale led Henry away, his patience began to unravel. Outside, he turned on his nephew with sharp words. He warned Henry never to treat Roman as an enemy. Roman had already earned the notice of Marquis Benedict, and crossing him was a mistake even the Albert family couldn't afford. Henry, still stunned from the slap, asked why his uncle had reacted so harshly. Bale's reply was firm and unyielding. He told Henry to grow up, to stop hiding behind his noble name, and to take responsibility for his actions. The reckless behavior he had displayed back at the Albert estate would not be tolerated here. If Henry carried on like this, Bale would not be able to protect him from the consequences. To prevent further trouble, Bale made a decisive move. He ordered that Henry would now be paired with Roman in every activity, from training drills to the eventual formation of the Reserve Corps. With urgency in his tone, he instructed Henry to put aside his pride and build a good relationship with Roman, no matter how difficult it might be. If Henry resisted, Bale warned, he would personally send him to the dreaded Western Front. The message was clear: adapt or be discarded. Roman, meanwhile, returned to the private quarters Viscount Bale had arranged for him. The room was well prepared, showing the lengths Bale was willing to go to ensure his comfort. Roman reflected quietly. Those who displayed their ambitions openly were often the easiest to handle. Despite knowing the Southern training camp might hold its challenges, he felt steady, ready to see what lay ahead. At the heart of the camp, another figure carried a story of resilience. Bernie, the lead instructor, had earned his place through hardship and sacrifice. Just 3 years earlier, he had stood on the Western Front, a seasoned warrior hardened by 10 long years of battle. He had volunteered for that brutal border, fueled by unwavering loyalty to Cairo, and rose through grit and determination to command 100 men. But in one devastating clash, fate struck. A fierce battle cost him his right arm, the arm that had once carried his blade. The loss was more than physical. It tore away his life as a warrior, the path he had fought for. To honor his sacrifice, the kingdom offered him a new role: trainer at the Southern camp. Though leaving the battlefield was painful, Bernie accepted. In this role, he could still protect Cairo, shaping new soldiers with the lessons he had bled to learn. The transition to life at the Southern camp weighed heavily on Bernie. To him, the place was in complete disarray. Unlike the Western camps, where every soldier, noble or not, trained under the same harsh discipline, the Southern Front allowed nobles to bend the rules. He had carefully designed a 3-week program, simple but effective, yet it fell apart almost immediately. The nobles refused to take part, using their rank to excuse themselves while the common soldiers followed the regimen with full effort. The imbalance frustrated him deeply. He could see the dangerous gap it created. The soldiers grew stronger, while the nobles, spared from the hard work, failed to grasp how vital that training was to true leadership. Walking through the camp, Bernie's eyes burned with disappointment. He thought of how their indifference might one day cost lives on the battlefield, where titles meant nothing and discipline was everything. Then, in the midst of this frustration, Bernie saw something that stopped him in his tracks. Roman Dmitri. Unlike the other nobles, Roman stood shoulder to shoulder with ordinary soldiers, moving in perfect formation. His presence radiated unity, something the camp sorely lacked. Watching him lead from the front, Bernie couldn't help but wonder if Roman was even aware of the Southern customs the other nobles clung to. Curiosity pushed Bernie to approach. He leaned close, offering what he thought was helpful advice. He explained that nobles didn't need to participate in the drills. If Roman wanted, he could rest in the shade, watching from afar like the rest of his peers. Roman tilted his head, intrigued by the suggestion. He asked if Bernie was saying this because of pressure from the nobles. Bernie hesitated, then admitted that Roman was right. Many nobles, and used to the camp's strict discipline, preferred to sit out of the physical training. Roman's response was sharp and clear. He reminded Bernie that on the battlefield, the enemy doesn't care about rank. A commander needs the endurance to lead through mountains, rivers, and swamps alike. For a leader to truly inspire, he must share in the hardships of his men. Bernie felt a spark of respect. Roman's words weren't just noble ideals. They carried weight, the kind of truth forged in experience. Roman pressed further, explaining that the purpose of Southern camp training wasn't simply to build strength. It was a way to pass down vital knowledge, a complete process designed to prepare soldiers for any battlefield. Roman's conviction left Bernie impressed, almost relieved. For the first time, he saw a noble who understood the essence of training, not as privilege, but as duty. Bernie finally understood that Roman wasn't just another noble playing soldier. He genuinely wanted to endure the same hardships as the men under his command. When Roman insisted that he was ready for any kind of training, regardless of his noble birth, it left Bernie stunned. He had never met someone of such high status willing to throw themselves fully into the grind. Up until then, Bernie had thought about easing the training for nobles, but Roman's resolve crushed that idea. If Roman wanted to be treated like everyone else, then so be it. The camp standards would stay just as strict. With renewed determination, Bernie prepared himself for the coming 3 weeks. driven by Roman's rare dedication and the unusual bond forming between a noble and common soldiers. When the troops gathered, McBurney stood before them and announced the start of their first week of physical training. He declared they would begin with the infamous Training Hill, a brutal program designed to prepare soldiers for the harsh and unpredictable nature of war. Every single day, no matter the weather, they would climb the mountain. The announcement shook the soldiers, especially after seeing the strength and endurance Roman and his squad displayed during drills. McBurney reminded them that war wasn't just about muscles. It was a test of the mind, with no clear end in sight. Their drills had no fixed limits. They would swing, march, and train until their body screamed. Quitting halfway wasn't an option. Anyone who faltered would train even longer, even if it cost them sleep. As the days dragged on, exhaustion set in. Some soldiers tried to cool themselves in a nearby river, their bodies aching. One muttered that he might have endured better if he had the same level of training as Roman's men. Henderson overheard and pressed him about his background. The soldier admitted he'd been training for only a year and figured Roman's group had been training for years. But Henderson corrected him. Roman's men had only been training for 3 months. He looked the soldier in the eye and told him plainly. It wasn't a lack of preparation holding him back. It was that he hadn't given everything he had. As Henderson spoke, his thoughts drifted back to his own quiet hometown and the day his life changed forever, when a simple recruitment poster caught his eye. Henderson's life shifted the day he considered that recruitment poster. At first, it seemed like a simple choice, just trading his farming tools for a soldier's weapon. He never imagined that decision would pull him into a world that would strip away everything he thought he knew about strength and readiness. When he joined Roman Dmitri's army as a private, Henderson assumed it wouldn't take much to fit in. But his confidence cracked the moment he saw hardened mercenaries like Lucas and Pucky discussing Roman's terms. Surrounded by warriors who carried themselves with the weight of real battles, he suddenly felt like prey among predators. The confidence he had as a farmer meant nothing now. Day by day, Henderson questioned whether he belonged. The things he once dismissed as unnecessary for an ordinary soldier, swordsmanship, discipline, raw endurance, suddenly loomed like gaping holes in his own skill set. In his uncertainty, he turned to Chris. Henderson admitted he felt unworthy of serving under Roman. He confessed his doubts, calling himself arrogant for thinking a farmer could stand among trained fighters. But Chris didn't scold him. Instead, he told Henderson a story. There had been a boy named Kevin, consumed with anger, who Roman had taken under his wing. At first, Chris had doubted Roman's choice, seeing only a bitter, ordinary kid. But Roman's training reshaped Kevin. That same boy grew into a formidable warrior, surprising everyone, including Chris himself. Chris assured Henderson that he wasn't any different. With Roman's guidance, change was not only possible, it was inevitable. He reminded him that Roman didn't choose carelessly. If Henderson was here, it meant Roman had already seen something worth molding. Encouraged by Chris's words, Henderson began to look at himself differently. He realized that Roman's decision to take him in wasn't chance. It was trust. From that moment, he made a quiet vow to believe in Roman Dmitri, even when he couldn't believe in himself. The months that followed tested him like nothing before. Training was merciless. His body was pushed past its limits until vomiting or collapsing from exhaustion became almost routine. But through the suffering, Henderson refused to give in. He endured, determined to prove Roman's faith in him wasn't misplaced. Henderson kept pushing forward, refusing to surrender to weakness. Every step he took built the foundation of who he had become, proof of what determination, discipline, and the guidance of a true mentor could create. Now, he no longer thought only about his own struggles. He began questioning the very meaning of war itself. Speaking to his fellow soldiers, he forced them to face the truth. On the battlefield, survival often meant taking lives. There was no room for excuses, no space for half-hearted effort. Complaints, he warned, would only drag others down. Instead, weaknesses had to be faced and sharpened into strengths. As Henderson walked away, his words lingered, leaving the men in silence. Looking around at Roman soldiers, it was clear they already carried the mindset of warriors. Their training wasn't just about bodies growing stronger. It was about shaping an unshakable will. Together, they were preparing for a war that had yet to arrive. Meanwhile, at the edge of the training grounds, nobles watched in quiet confusion. They couldn't understand why Roman and his men, all of humble birth, were pouring so much into endless drills. To them, the southern front was far from danger. Such extreme preparation seemed pointless. Among these onlookers was Henry. He couldn't fathom why Roman, unlike other nobles, showed no interest in forming alliances or currying favor. The others dismissed the soldiers' effort as wasted energy. But behind their skepticism lay a truth they couldn't see. Roman's men weren't just training for battle. They were proving their worth, demanding respect through sheer effort. Henry, however, couldn't let go of his unease. To him, ignoring politics and noble connections was reckless. He wondered if this was the flaw of someone born outside aristocratic circles, not understanding how vital relationships were in the world of power. The thought troubled him, and he wondered where it might lead if Roman continued down this path. Far from the training fields, the scene shifted to the towering halls of Hector Palace, where choices were made that determined the fate of nations. There, Jackson, the seasoned captain of the Ranger Corps, stood before the king of Hector, delivering a meticulous report. Over the past year, his men had infiltrated Cairo's southern front 48 times, gathering intelligence. His findings revealed a dangerous truth. Cairo's defenses were heavily concentrated on the western side, locked in conflict with the Kronos Empire. That left the southern front thinly guarded, vulnerable, and ripe for attack. Jackson's report left no room for doubt. Capturing the southern front would be an easy victory. That piece of intelligence was more than just a tactical advantage. It carried weight in the wider political balance of the continent. From there, the story turned to the history of Hector itself. Once a kingdom that rivaled the might of the Kronos Empire, Hector had fallen into decline after a crushing defeat at the hands of Valhalla. Its strength shattered. The nation dwindled until it stood on the same level as Cairo, no longer a dominant power, but reduced to one of the 6 smaller kingdoms barely holding their place. In this time of weakness, Prince Edwin Hector brought grim news before his father, the king. He laid out the harsh reality: 5 years of poor harvests and the crippling burden of debt from the Golden Bank, interest eating away at what little remained. The kingdom stood on the brink of collapse, and Edwin warned that if nothing changed, Hector might soon lose its identity entirely. Speaking plainly, Edwin admitted where things had gone wrong. After their defeat, Hector had deliberately avoided war, hoping to preserve what was left of their strength. But now that avoidance had become a slow poison, he told his father it was time to stop running. War could no longer be delayed. Over the past year, Hector had quietly prepared, anticipating the inevitable. Now, Edwin insisted, the moment had come to act. The king listened, weighed down by the enormity of the word his son spoke so easily. War. Coming from Edwin, a man both determined and unwavering, it demanded to be taken seriously. Still, he asked his son directly, was he truly certain about this path? Edwin stood firm. He would never have suggested war if he had not believed it was the only way forward. His conviction reassured the king, who made a fateful choice. He granted full authority over the coming war to his only son. With that, the responsibility of Hector's future shifted to Prince Edwin, setting the stage for a new chapter in the kingdom's fate. The narrative then returned to the southern camp. 3 weeks of brutal training had finally ended, leaving the soldiers exhausted but proud of their progress. It was Bale who brought the news, his voice full of excitement. He told Roman and the others that those who had endured the grueling program were now officially members of the prestigious 5th Defense Lines Reserve Corps. This assignment was highly coveted, and Bale admitted with a grin that he had even pulled some strings to make sure Roman was placed there. Roman received the news with gratitude, turning to Bale with a sincere thanks. But Bale only brushed it off with a friendly wave, telling Roman there was no need for thanks. He could always count on him for support, even beyond the training camp. Soon after, McBurney stepped forward, his tone filled with quiet sincerity. He thanked Roman as well. The past 3 weeks of training had given him a new sense of direction, something he hadn't felt in years. To show his appreciation, he handed Roman a folded piece of paper containing valuable details about the southern front, information he hoped would aid Roman should war break out. He also wished him safety. Roman accepted the gesture with genuine thanks, recognizing the thoughtfulness behind it. But as McBurney reflected on their time together, a realization struck him. He had grown to respect Roman deeply, enough to want to follow him. Yet that respect carried doubt. A one-armed man, unskilled with a sword. What place did he have among Roman's warriors? He worried his presence would only weigh Roman down. Still, as they parted, one small moment left its mark. Roman studied the map McBurney had painstakingly prepared, noting the depth of detail it carried. Even veterans like Lucas struggled to gather such precise information. Through that single act of selflessness, Roman saw McBurney's true value and found himself holding a quiet respect for the man. From there, the story shifted to the front lines. At the first defense line on the southern front, the silence was broken by a soldier's panicked shout. The enemy was attacking. Chaos erupted as battle swept through the camp. Meanwhile, at the 5th Defense Line's reserve base, Henry sat with Bale's words echoing in his mind. His uncle had deliberately placed him in Roman's unit, insisting that for the next 2 years, Henry needed to build a strong relationship with Roman. Yet Henry had no idea how to approach someone like him. He knew this task demanded both strategy and sincerity, but the uncertainty weighed heavily on him. Then, a blaring emergency siren shattered the camp's stillness. Hector had declared war. Soldiers scrambled into formation, the air thick with urgency. But in the rush, Henry noticed something unsettling. Roman Dmitri, the very man he was meant to stand beside, had vanished from sight. The war erupted with brutal force, and Hector's first strike came crashing down on the southern front. The first defense line, once secure, was overwhelmed as Hector's troops smashed through the gates, threatening to unravel the entire region's defenses. At the 5th defense line, Baron Bruce, its commander, watched with dread. He couldn't ignore the truth. What had once been the proud bulwark of the South had rotted under his own watch. The line had become a sanctuary for nobles who indulged in comfort instead of duty, more concerned with status and wealth than holding the border. Corruption and neglect had hollowed out its strength, leaving it brittle in the face of a real assault. Still, Bruce tried to rally his men. He told them to stand their ground, reminding them that if Hector broke through, countless civilians would be left defenseless. The words sounded strong, but they lacked weight. As the battle raged, Bruce's own resolve faltered. Behind his orders, fear gnawed at him. In the end, he revealed his true intent. He would seek aid from the royal family, and his soldiers were to buy him time. Meanwhile, Roman saw the danger clearly. He immediately ordered the reserves into motion, pushing them toward the collapsing 5th defense line. He understood the stakes. The southern defenses were in shambles, equipment broken, morale at its lowest, and a commander unfit for war. Even worse, the Reserve Corps had been stationed 2 hours away from the front, a fatal miscalculation that left them scrambling to reach the fight in time. Roman's command was clear. They would reach the 5th defense line within an hour, no matter the cost. As they advanced, Roman encountered Baron Bruce. The man wasn't with his soldiers, but instead demanded Roman escort him to the rear, choosing his own safety over reinforcing the crumbling defenses. Roman stopped in his tracks. He didn't move, didn't obey. Instead, he asked why the commander was away from his men in the midst of battle. Bruce's response was sharp, dismissive, laced with authority. He scolded Roman for daring to question him. That was the last straw. Roman had no patience left for empty authority. With a single motion, he seized Bruce by the neck, his voice cutting like steel as he accused him of abandoning his men. He reminded him that desertion, whether by soldier or commander, was punishable by death. Rank offered no protection from such disgrace. And then, in a decision as ruthless as it was final, Roman executed Baron Bruce on the spot. A man who had once commanded a fortress fell in an instant, a stark reminder of war's brutal truths. Honor, survival, and duty often collided on the battlefield, and sometimes the harshest choice was the only one left to make. After dealing with Baron Bruce, Roman pressed forward, determined to reinforce the crumbling 5th defense line. On the battlefield, one soldier fought desperately against Hector's forces, struggling to hold them back alone. His heart sank when he caught sight of a commander fleeing in the middle of the fight. With their line moments away from collapse, hope was fading fast, until Roman appeared, cutting into the fray and halting Hector's advance just in time. When the clash slowed, Roman approached a soldier named Stephen, first confirming his identity. Then he delivered the grim news: Baron Bruce was dead. The burden of command now fell to Stephen. Roman recalled Lucas's words, remembering how much trust he had placed in Stephen to hold the line. With that in mind, Roman asked Stephen directly what he thought was the best way to secure their position. At the same time, he made one thing clear: If the fight became hopeless, he wouldn't hesitate to call for a retreat. Stephen studied the battlefield, weighing the options. Retreat seemed like the safer choice, but it came with a dangerous cost. If Hector took the defense line, they would also seize control of vital supply routes, turning the war into a drawn-out struggle. Roman then proposed a bold alternative. They would block Hector's advance by sealing the gate with railings. He promised to buy the time needed for the defenses to be set up, while Stephen rallied the troops for the maneuver. Stephen was taken aback by the plan's audacity. The risk was enormous, especially with Hector's soldiers surging forward. But Roman stood steady, assuring him this wasn't reckless bravado. To prove it, he slipped past an enemy's strike with effortless precision, felling his opponent with a clean counter. His movements carried the calm of a man who knew his limits. Stephen could only watch, stunned, as Roman struck down another soldier with flawless skill. In that moment, Chris turned to Roman for orders. Roman answered without hesitation. They would cut a path to the gate. With sharp resolve, he commanded his men forward. His soldiers responded instantly, their loyalty and discipline shining in the chaos. The sight left Stephen speechless. For the first time, he truly grasped what made Roman's leadership different. His men didn't just follow him. They trusted him with their lives. Stephen stood in stunned silence, unable to grasp the invisible bond between Roman and his men. It wasn't just duty binding them together. It was trust, respect, and something far deeper. Roman turned to him and said calmly that the real war was only beginning. As Roman soldiers fell into formation with practiced ease, Stephen finally understood. Their loyalty wasn't demanded. It was freely given, earned by a commander who stood with them, not above them. On the battlefield, Roman's authority wasn't forced. It was born from the respect he had cultivated among his people. With that, Roman hurled himself into Hector's forces. Yet even as he fought, a question gnawed at him. Did someone like him, who lacked strong love for his kingdom, truly belong here? War felt less like a noble cause and more like a pit where the weak were crushed for the gain of the powerful. Even though Cairo now held him in high esteem, Roman couldn't ignore the reality. He, too, benefited from the privileges of the strong, while smaller nations suffered. Amid the blood and steel, his mind drifted to the life he once had, simpler yet far removed from this brutal stage. Still, the battlefield gave him something that life never had: purpose. The bond he shared with men like Chris, Kevin, and the rest of his squad grounded him. Fighting together, side by side, they carved through enemy lines. And wherever Roman struck, death followed. The numbers mounted quickly. 10 kills, then 20. Each strike spread fear through Hector's ranks. At first, their soldiers fought on confidently. But after 20 fell by Roman's hand, the truth hit them. This wasn't just a skilled opponent. This was a force they couldn't stop. Whispers spread like fire. Roman Dmitri was no man, but a monster. The fear broke their lines, and soldiers began to retreat. Watching his troops pull back, Baron Bruce, commander of Hector's forces, was thrown into confusion. Victory had seemed within reach when they broke the gate. Yet now, inexplicably, his men were fleeing. Then he saw him. Roman stood amidst the chaos, his eyes meeting Bruce's from across the field. The shock on the Baron's face mirrored the unraveling of the battle. When Roman charged forward alone, Bruce thought he understood. This arrogant fool meant to challenge him directly. Convinced of Roman's recklessness, he ordered his men to encircle and overwhelm him. But Roman was no fool. In the swirl of chaos, he had already found his opening. From countless battles, he had learned a truth most feared to face. The fastest way to end a war was to cut down the enemy's leader. As Hector's lines wavered, Roman seized the moment. He surged forward with lightning speed, unleashing the second form of his heavenly demon's sword technique. The strike tore through the enemy ranks, cutting down swathes of soldiers in an instant. The sheer force of it left the remaining Hector troops frozen in disbelief. Baron Bruce, desperate to steady his men, stepped forward to reveal his authority and confront Roman. But he never got the chance to speak. Roman didn't wait. His blade flashed again, precise and unstoppable. In a single stroke, Bruce fell, silenced before a word left his lips. The battlefield roared with steel and cries of the fallen. But Roman stood victorious amidst the chaos. Raising his voice, he called out to the Cairo soldiers. He announced the death of the enemy commander, his words sharp and commanding. Then his tone hardened. Roman warned them that sparing the remaining Hector forces would only sow greater trouble for Cairo in the future. Even with the enemy already in shambles, he urged his men to press on, to fight until no foe remained standing. From a distance, Henry watched, unsettled. Roman's ruthless decisiveness left him conflicted. The man he was told to ally with now seemed distant, untouchable, someone far harder to approach than he had imagined. Without their commander, Hector's troops broke completely. Demoralized, they scattered, retreating in fear of Roman and his soldiers. The fifth defense line, thought to be on the verge of collapse, now held firm under Roman's command. Chris soon returned to report. Not one of the 30 soldiers in their group, including himself, had been injured. Roman praised them openly, acknowledging both their bravery and their flawless execution in battle. Then, to everyone's surprise, Roman reached into his supplies and began handing out potions. Not ordinary medicine, but rare healing elixirs from the magic tower. Items so valuable they were usually hoarded or rationed. Yet Roman gave them away freely, without hesitation. His men received not just strength for their bodies, but proof of their commander's unwavering commitment to them. McBurney, watching quietly, was struck by it all. Roman's strength, his decisiveness, his generosity. This was how Dmitri and his men had forged unshakable trust. As the battlefield finally quieted, Roman turned to Stephen. He told him to handle the aftermath and prepare for another inevitable clash. The war wasn't over. There was no time to rest. He instructed Stephen to find someone with knowledge of the southern terrain to guide them. Stephen blinked in surprise. "Do you mean to head there immediately?" he asked. Roman confirmed without hesitation. The war was still far from over, and every moment mattered. Stephen then introduced him to Kobe, a local who knew the geography of the southern front well. With a map laid out before them, Roman asked Stephen about the fastest way to reach the rear camp. Kobe suggested a mountain route, familiar from his own experience, and estimated the time it would take. Roman, after a quick assessment, calculated the journey at about 2.5 hours. Then, with sharp precision, he proposed a shortcut that could reduce the time to just 2 hours. Kobe was taken aback. Roman's timing was so exact that it was clear he wasn't guessing. The accuracy raised questions. How could Roman know the terrain so well? Kobe couldn't shake the thought that Roman's knowledge came from more than simple intuition. Sensing Kobe's surprise, Roman explained. He admitted he only had basic information, which was why he sought out someone like Kobe who knew the land intimately. His approach wasn't arrogance. It was careful planning, filling in the gaps with local expertise. Kobe was struck by the difference. Unlike nobles who sought easy lives in the military, Roman's every move was deliberate, informed, and purposeful. His strategies weren't about personal comfort, but about protecting and strengthening the southern front. For the first time in a long while, Kobe felt a spark of hope. Perhaps, with Roman's leadership, this neglected region could finally begin to change. When Roman left the room, the atmosphere shifted. Chris was waiting, reporting that 30 soldiers, including himself, were ready to depart immediately. Their discipline and readiness reflected the cohesion Roman had built within his ranks. But then, an unexpected figure appeared, Henry Albert. Roman's gaze hardened as he demanded to know why Henry was there. His expression left no room for tricks. Henry understood the weight of the moment. If he confessed his true motive to get close to Roman, he risked being cast aside instantly. Taking a deep breath, he instead admitted his earlier mistake and apologized sincerely. He then pledged his loyalty, insisting that, like Roman, he could not stand idly by while history unfolded. Roman listened silently, his face unreadable, but his seriousness never wavered. At last, he permitted Henry to join them. But his warning was clear and sharp. If Henry hindered his plans, there would be consequences. Roman, Henry, and the 30 men advanced along the mountain path with Kobe guiding the way. The march was tense, each step heavy with urgency. Midway through, they stumbled upon a wounded soldier from the southern training camp. Roman immediately knelt down, his voice steady but sharp as he demanded to know what had happened. Trembling, the soldier revealed that the camp had been attacked. From his description, Roman quickly pieced it together. The strike had not come from the front, but from the rear. More fleeing soldiers arrived, confirming the report. The assault had taken place about half an hour earlier, and the attackers were fast-moving units from Hector, striking in coordination with the main offensive on Cairo's defense lines. Roman's expression hardened. He knew what this meant. Without hesitation, he gave the order to change course. The army would head directly to the southern training camp. His tone carried such urgency that no one dared question it. The scene shifted to the camp itself, now drowning in chaos. Among the wreckage, 2 Hector soldiers sneered as they tormented McBurney. Anger burned in his eyes as he demanded they stop mocking him. Though injured and disadvantaged, he did not falter. McBurney stood tall and declared he would face any challenge head-on. Even if it meant death, he vowed he would bring at least 1 Hector soldier down with him. But as he braced himself, his thoughts slipped inward. His missing right arm haunted him, the phantom weight of what once was eating away at him. He longed for the strength he had lost. More than that, he couldn't stop wondering where Roman was. The southern front was collapsing into disorder. Fear and despair weighed heavily on the men. Yet, in McBurney's heart, one name cut through the chaos: Sir Roman. He clung to it as his last hope. And then, just as the tension was about to snap, the wall behind the Hector soldiers exploded outward. Dust and stone rained down as a figure emerged from the wreckage. Roman Dmitri. He stood tall, radiating authority, his very presence shifting the battlefield. Hope ignited instantly among the defenders. Roman's gaze flicked toward McBurney, acknowledging the man still standing against all odds. Chris, reading the moment without hesitation, issued his command. Their mission was clear: eliminate the enemy soldiers and rescue the survivors. In an instant, Roman's troops surged forward, their counterattack crashing against Hector's men like a tidal wave. The battle, once a scene of despair, now burned with renewed determination. Amid the clash, a handful of Hector soldiers still dared to throw themselves at Roman. But before they could even swing their blades, Roman unleashed a technique wrapped in a strange purple glow. In an instant, their bodies locked in place. They were frozen, unable to move. Roman's intent was clear. He wasn't trying to cut them down. He wanted them alive. Every move he made carried strategy. With the soldiers immobilized, he bought himself precious time. But one Hector soldier, fueled by desperation, broke free and tried to flee. McBurney, despite being battered and worn, stepped in. With grit and precision, he intercepted the soldier, trapped him in a headlock, and forced him to the ground. Roman moved over, acknowledging the effort. He thanked McBurney for his help and urged him to rest, knowing how much he had endured. At last, McBurney collapsed, unconscious from exhaustion, leaving Roman to take command of what remained. Chris soon reported the outcome. 12 Hector soldiers lay dead, while 5 survivors had been rescued. From their accounts, Roman learned that Viscount Bale had slipped away into the mountains. Roman's mind immediately turned to strategy. This strike on the southern training camp felt wrong. The attackers numbered only a fraction of what Hector truly commanded. He suspected this wasn't their main force, but merely a diversion masking something larger. Determined to uncover the truth, Roman asked about the captured Hector soldiers. He ordered that only Chris accompany him inside the building where they were being held. Roman entered with steady purpose, knowing these prisoners might hold the answers he needed. He wasted no time addressing them. He gave a single, merciless choice. They had 3 minutes to tell him what he wanted to know, or they would suffer before death claimed them. One soldier, bold and defiant, sneered at him. He dared Roman to kill them where they stood. Unfazed, Roman began his interrogation. His first question was direct. What was Hector's true goal? Silence. The prisoner only smirked. Roman shifted, asking his second question, why had Hector attacked the southern training camp? Again, silence. The 3 minutes ticked away. Roman's voice dropped cold and final. Their time was up. A strange technique, radiating with a purple light, spread from Roman's hand as he pressed it against the soldier's shoulder. The soldier's scream tore through the air. Roman calmly explained that what they were feeling was like their muscles ripping apart and their bones being crushed. Soon, the pain would only lead to death. He admitted the soldiers had likely been trained to endure suffering, but warned them that revealing information wouldn't stop Hector's plan from moving forward. One soldier, resigned, spoke up. Even if they talked, Hector's scheme was already in motion. It was too late to change anything. Roman chuckled darkly. He hadn't been after answers at all. The interrogation was nothing more than bait, a way to test their reactions. As realization hit, the soldier's eyes widened, but it was too late. Roman struck swiftly and subdued him. Roman's thoughts then shifted. Hector's real strategy became clear. The battle at the southern front wasn't the true goal. It was only a diversion. If Hector's move worked, the southern front would be completely destroyed, a loss that would change everything. The scene moved to another chamber where Roman demanded a full report from Bernie regarding the southern training camp. Bernie began his account. Just 2 hours earlier, Hector's forces had launched their assault. While the camp was preparing for rider drills, enemy troops had stormed in without warning. Bernie and his men scrambled to mount a defense, but Hector's soldiers were too strong. The camp turned into a slaughter, and many soldiers were massacred. Amid the chaos, no one knew what had happened to Baal, the commander of the training camp. Roman, intent on learning more about the attackers, asked if anything unusual had been noticed about their gear. Bernie recalled that the soldiers wore lighter armor than expected, and their commander bore a face covered in scars. Roman quickly pieced it together. The men must have been the Rangers, an elite unit from Hector's kingdom. Bernie was stunned. He recognized the scarred commander as a decorated veteran, hardened by countless battles. His presence explained the precision and ferocity of the assault. But one question still lingered for Bernie. Why would Hector waste his elite force on a training camp instead of striking the front lines where the real battle was being fought? Bernie couldn't understand why Hector's soldiers had pulled back after the attack instead of pressing forward. Roman explained the truth. The southern camp stood on the path toward the rear. Hector had to strike it first. Hearing this, Bernie began to piece the puzzle together, but the more he understood, the more questions rose. He asked Roman directly what Hector was really after. Roman revealed the hidden truth. The battle at the front was nothing but a smokescreen. The real objective lay in the rear, where a warp gate was hidden. Bernie's eyes widened as the weight of it hit him. Roman elaborated. The warp gate was no ordinary structure. It was a crystal of immense power, capable of transporting armies instantly across distances. Whoever controlled it could block enemy reinforcements and turn the tide of war. And now, Hector had seized control of it. With the gate's coordinates in his grasp, he could launch devastating counterattacks at will. But there was a catch. The gate was fitted with a self-destruction device, designed to deny enemies the chance to use it. That, however, only made Hector's plan clearer. Roman explained that Hector's entire campaign was built around this move. By locking down the gate, his kingdom could gain overwhelming dominance in the war. Shaken by the implications, Bernie urged them to rush to the rear and support their troops before it was too late. Roman only gave him a sharp look and asked if he had heard any distress calls from the rear. The silence was enough of an answer. He then revealed that Hector's Rangers had already abandoned the southern camp more than an hour earlier. By now, the gate was likely in enemy hands. Reinforcements would never come. Roman's voice grew firm. Survival was all that mattered now. The situation had turned dire. Without the kingdom's support, they were stranded in hostile territory with no margin for error. The story then shifted. At the Hector border, Edwin stood at the edge of the captured warp gate, overseeing Hector's advancing army. A soldier hurried to report. Their forces were pushing closer to Cairo, moving swiftly after crushing the southern training camp. Yet Cairo remained blind to the true danger, their focus fixed on holding their defensive line. Edwin, ever calculating, warned his men not to grow complacent. Victory wasn't just about strength, it was about breaking the enemy's will. He ordered relentless attacks against Cairo's defenses, determined to grind down their morale before the final strike. Edwin laid out the reality. The mission's success rested on one thing: keeping the wall before Hector standing. He recalled how Jackson's Rangers had already infiltrated the southern front in the past, proving their skill and persistence. A direct assault on the southern front might have delivered a faster victory, but Edwin knew better. The true prize was the warp gate, and that was where Hector's future would be decided. His voice was steady as he issued a grim command to his men. If the situation turned against them, they were to be ready to destroy the warp gate. It was a drastic order, but one that could reshape the entire war. Edwin's mind ran through the consequences. If they failed and the warp gate was destroyed, Hector's forces would be forced to initiate the second phase of their strategy. This was no choice he gave lightly, but his resolve was unshakable. Among the soldiers, one man silently reflected on Edwin's ruthless clarity. This was the man they called the Cold of Hector, the embodiment of Hector's might and the figure their people placed their hopes upon in such a desperate time. Meanwhile, further back near Cairo's lines, the commander of the Rangers tightened his grip on the situation. The battle was entering its decisive stage. He declared that the time for war had truly come. Their mission was crystal clear: forge the connection while keeping the warp gate a secret. Their success would decide Hector's future. The story then shifted back 1 year earlier. A pivotal conversation unfolded between Edwin and Jackson, the Rangers' leader. Edwin had seen the kingdom's growing fragility. Poor harvests had drained them. The Golden Bank's pressure mounted, and whispers spread that the gods themselves had cursed Hector. Desperation hung in the air. It was then that Edwin made his move. He proposed a partnership to Jackson, to stand beside him in defending Hector's southern front against Cairo. The timing was urgent, and Edwin, ever the strategist, understood that the era demanded a hero to rise amidst the chaos. His words carried the weight of both necessity and foresight. Action soon followed. Hector's army conducted 48 scouting missions across the southern front, gathering every detail they could. Spies worked tirelessly, digging hidden tunnels beneath enemy lines. And within those shadows, Jackson's Rangers slipped quietly through, their path leading them straight to the Warp Gate, the key that could decide the fate of kingdoms. In the present, Jackson and his men finally established the connection with the Warp Gate. The portal shimmered with swirling energy, and from it stepped Prince Edwin, ready to take command. Always thinking several steps ahead, Edwin immediately began assigning responsibilities. The 1st Battalion was placed under Kellyan's leadership, tasked with holding the rear and strengthening defenses should Cairo attempt to send reinforcements. Yet even in this moment of clear direction, unease tugged at Edwin. Turning to Jackson, he brought up a troubling matter. They had lost contact with Baron Myler, who commanded the 5th line of defense. Edwin asked if Jackson had heard anything. Jackson explained that his soldiers were already looking into it. To calm Edwin's concerns, he brushed it off as a minor issue. After all, it was only the 5th line, a place long known for its weaknesses. Jackson speculated that a handful of enemies could topple it. Edwin nodded in agreement. Even if the 5th line fell, his orders would remain the same. Jackson was to continue the assault. Jackson accepted the command without hesitation, fully aware of its importance. But Edwin's expression hardened as he added one final remark. Once the operation concluded, no matter the outcome with Baron Myler, there would be consequences. What Edwin didn't know was that, despite all his foresight, 2 unexpected variables were about to change everything. The battlefield was shifting faster than anyone had anticipated. The story moved to Cairo's 1st line of defense. A messenger arrived with urgent news for Count Donald, the commander. The southern training camp had sent word. Donald quickly answered the call, and Roman's voice came through. He was stationed at the 5th line of defense. Roman wasted no time. He explained that Hector's kingdom was using a massive smoke screen to conceal their true goal, seizing the Warp Gate at the rear. The danger was clear. If Cairo didn't act, they risked being trapped between Hector's forces from both the front and the back. Roman urged that the castle be abandoned immediately and that all surviving forces retreat into the mountains to regroup. Count Donald hesitated. The southern mountains were treacherous, the terrain unforgiving. The retreat would be brutal. But in the end, he agreed to see the situation for himself and ended the call. Left alone, Roman reflected on what Donald's decision meant. With the retreat, every defense line except the 5th would be abandoned. Wasting no time, he ordered the soldiers to gather their belongings and prepare for the mountain retreat. The scene then returned to Cairo's 1st line of defense, where Count Donald, now troubled, attempted to establish contact with the rear camp. But the connection would not go through. Donald tried again and again to make contact, but every attempt failed. Roman's warning echoed in his mind. Reinforcements from the southern front and nearby garrisons would take nearly a month to arrive. Frustration weighed on him, yet he forced himself to think. If they could just hold the fortress until help came, there was still a chance to endure. Hours later, his hopes crumbled. Hector's forces had completely encircled them. With control over Cairo's Warp Gate, enemy troops poured in from both sides, cutting off every defense line. Even so, Donald kept his composure. He saw how hard his men had worked. The fortress walls had been reinforced, the weapons prepared, and every mistake from their first battle corrected. With these preparations, Donald believed survival was possible. He rallied his soldiers, urging them to brace for a siege. Gathering the 1st line of defense, he announced grim news. Hector had seized the Warp Gate. There would be no reinforcements, no outside help. But Donald reminded them of their first battle. They had fought, endured, and learned. This time, he told them, they would stand until reinforcements broke through. The counterattack began with renewed determination, only for disaster to strike. Hector unveiled a devastating weapon, a flare that shattered the fortress walls in an instant. The breach sent chaos rippling through the ranks. Donald and his men fought valiantly, but the fortress quickly fell into enemy hands. In those final moments, Donald recalled Roman's warning. Everything Roman predicted had come true. Moments later, Edwin himself delivered the decisive blow, crushing Count Donald and seizing full control of the southern front. From Edwin's perspective, the strategy had been flawless. Using the flare at the start secured victory with minimal casualties. Hector now held the advantage, and time worked entirely in their favor. Wasting nothing, Edwin ordered all captured soldiers to be gathered in one place, ensuring no unexpected uprisings. He also commanded that ammunition be collected and stored, resources that could later be used in negotiations with Cairo. Jackson agreed with the plan, and at first, Edwin felt confident. But a nagging unease lingered. Something was off. His instincts proved correct when a soldier rushed forward with troubling news. Baron Myler had fallen. The 5th defense line had collapsed, and communication was completely severed. Edwin's expression darkened. He demanded details and ordered the soldier to bring forth the person who delivered the report. Soon after, Edwin stepped toward the weary messenger, ready to uncover exactly what had unfolded at the 5th line. The soldier's account was grim. At first, the defense lines appeared ready to withstand Hector's assault. But the moment the attack began, their weakness was exposed. Hector's forces smashed through the fortress walls, and Baron Myler, seeing the situation collapse, gave the desperate order to destroy it. The soldier's voice faltered as he went on, his eyes filled with fear. He told Edwin of something beyond comprehension. A monster had appeared on the battlefield. Edwin froze at the words. The soldier described its overwhelming power, how it tore through soldiers like they were nothing. Even Hector's elite Aura Knights, the pride of the kingdom, had been felled with a single strike. The revelation left Edwin shaken. This creature had completely shifted the tide of battle. Though Hector's troops succeeded in breaking through the fortress, the sudden appearance of the monster turned everything in Cairo's favor. Hector's forces were left with a bitter defeat. Edwin could hardly believe it. A year of meticulous preparation undone in an instant. His thoughts turned toward the one name tied to this unexpected twist, Roman Dmitri, Cairo's youngest ranker. Leaving the soldier behind, Edwin walked through the aftermath of battle, his mind racing. The monster's intervention had changed everything. If Hector's campaign was to survive, careful negotiation and calculated choices would now be more important than brute force. Back at the command center, Edwin summoned Jackson for a report. Jackson confirmed that the 5th line of defense had been abandoned. The Cairo soldiers had vanished into the mountains. He suggested forming a pursuit team to hunt them down. But Edwin shook his head. Hector already controlled the southern front, and with that advantage secured, the wiser move was diplomacy. A pursuit could wait. Negotiations with Cairo could not. Edwin resolved to shift their focus toward reconciliation, aware that the balance of power demanded a different approach now. Far away, in Cairo's royal palace, King Daniel wrestled with his own frustrations. Even as king, he couldn't act alone. Every military decision required approval from the aristocrats who held true influence. The palace grew tense as everyone awaited the arrival of the most powerful figures. Marquis Benedict finally entered, offering a calm smile despite the heavy atmosphere. He excused his lateness, explaining that his carriage had broken down on the way. Close behind him came 2 representatives of rival factions, Count Denver of Valhalla and Count Gregory of Kronos. Both factions carried immense political weight, their presence making the choices ahead even more complicated. The palace chamber grew heavy with tension as King Daniel delivered grim news. Hector's forces had crossed into Cairo's territory and struck their camps without warning. The southern front stood on the edge of collapse. Marquis Benedict was the first to respond, urging that reinforcements be dispatched immediately to counter the ambush. But Daniel, his tone sharp, cut him off. He expected that plans for reinforcements were already in motion. The room fell into uneasy silence until a soldier rushed in, bringing even worse news. Hector had seized control of Cairo's warp gate. Shock rippled through the chamber. Benedict, usually composed, was visibly shaken. With the command structure already fractured into 4 competing factions, the kingdom's safety was in even greater peril. Daniel's patience snapped. His frustration poured out as he demanded to know how the others planned to answer for this disaster. If he had been given the authority to act from the beginning, he declared the Southern Front would not be teetering on the brink. He accused the nobles around the table of causing the crisis with their endless interference. Before the arguments could escalate further, another soldier entered with an urgent announcement, a magical communication from Hector. The nobles gathered quickly, and Edwin's voice echoed through the chamber. Edwin spoke with authority, laying out Hector's terms. The kingdom demanded war reparations, to be paid in gold equal to the value of Cairo's southern front. Benedict and Count Denver erupted in anger, challenging the fairness of the demand. They accused Edwin of waging an unjust war, of being the true instigator of the conflict. The meeting grew heated, voices clashing across factions, but Edwin never wavered. Marquis, with cold certainty, he issued an ultimatum. Cairo had 3 days to comply. If they delayed, Hector would claim the southern front entirely, and the hostages already captured would be executed. When the call ended, the nobles sat in uneasy silence as more details emerged about Hector's own troubles. Their kingdom was strained by poor harvests and overdue debts to the Golden Bank, their economy on the verge of collapse. Though Edwin no longer held a high seat in Hector's command, he thought of the suffering of ordinary people. His resolve hardened. To protect them, he was prepared to become ruthless, whatever it took to shield those under his care. Back in Cairo's war room, Daniel faced the reality he had been resisting. The enemy controlled the warp gate. Their southern front was collapsing, and their choices had dwindled to one. With reluctance, he admitted the truth. Cairo's only option was to yield to Hector's demands. Agreeing to Hector's demands seemed like the only way to minimize losses. But Benedict worried aloud. What if Hector's price was too steep? He asked if there was another path forward. Daniel's patience snapped. He shouted for someone, anyone, to suggest an alternative. Silence answered him. In that silence, Daniel saw the kingdom's weakness laid bare. Internal rivalries aside, when it came to real crisis, Cairo's leadership was powerless. With a heavy heart, he admitted the harsh truth. The safest course was to accept Hector's terms. Count Denver, however, wasn't convinced. He brought up the name everyone knew, Roman Dmitri, the soldier stationed at the southern front. Recent reports confirmed that Roman had successfully held the fifth line of defense. Denver argued that with Roman, Cairo might still have a chance to fight back. Daniel acknowledged Roman's skill, but doubted it would change the war. A talented 3-star swordsman in his 20s was promising, but hardly enough to shift the tide against Hector. Benedict agreed with Daniel. He admired Roman's potential and believed he represented Cairo's future, but insisted the kingdom should focus on survival rather than gamble on a single man. Denver, however, knew more than he was willing to reveal. Rumors from the Pravala faction claimed Roman's ability exceeded even that of a typical 4-star swordsman. Denver believed Roman could be the key to Cairo's salvation. But instead of revealing the truth, he asked for just 3 days. 3 days to prove what Roman could do. Daniel, feeling the weight of the decision, offered a compromise. If within 3 days the southern front showed no signs of a major turnaround, they would accept Hector's conditions. Cairo would balance its negotiations with its war effort carefully, waiting to see if Roman could alter their fate. The scene then shifted to Cairo's first line of defense, where Henry faced disaster. Hector's troops had overrun the position, leaving his forces broken. Stunned by the collapse, Henry ordered an immediate retreat into the mountains. As he led his soldiers away, he thought about how fragile glory was, how quickly reputation faded. Survival, he realized, mattered far more than honor. During their retreat, a figure appeared, Chris. He instructed Henry and his men to remain silent and guided them into the safety of the mountains. Henry, still reeling, turned to Chris with confusion. You want to know where Roman was the one assigned to protect the rear. To Henry's astonishment, Chris led them to a hidden camp tucked deep within the mountains. It was a secret base Roman had prepared in advance, foreseeing that the rear might collapse. The discovery revealed Roman's foresight and careful planning. Henry, still shaken by the loss of the rear, urged that they retreat while they still had a chance. He questioned why Roman had chosen to build the hideout in such a remote and dangerous location. Chris's expression hardened. The war was far from over, he explained. This camp was not for retreat. It was a safeguard against enemy forces pushing into the mountains. Then, With a sharp warning, Chris told Henry that if he ever betrayed Cairo to side with Hector, he would kill him without hesitation. Henry was left unsettled, his mind spinning with thoughts of the mysterious Dmitri family. He asked where Roman was, since it had been so long since they had last seen him. Chris replied that Roman was not hiding. He was at the front, fighting. The scene shifted to the battlefield at Cairo's front line. The soldiers still standing fought desperately against Hector's overwhelming forces. Brant, the officer in charge, knew the truth. Survival was the only goal now, not just for himself, but for his men. Amid the chaos, Brant realized the harsh reality. Their commander, Count Donald, had doomed them with blind confidence. Their losses mounted, and Brant believed the end was inevitable. But just when hope seemed lost, a figure appeared: Roman. He cut through Hector's soldiers with ruthless efficiency, saving the Bagwet Knights from annihilation. At one point, Roman found himself encircled by enemy troops. In an instant, he cut them all down, leaving the survivors stunned. Brant, frozen in disbelief, asked himself who this man could be, someone strong enough to defy impossible odds. Roman walked toward him, calm and direct, and introduced himself: Roman Dmitri, a reserve soldier from the 5th line of defense. The name hit Brant hard. He remembered that Donald's retreat had been suggested by Roman. But Roman hadn't come to abandon the battlefield. He had come to fight beside them. Despite his wounds, Brant stood and gave his thanks. Roman had saved them when it mattered most. He quickly explained the situation to him. The 1st line of defense had already fallen, and Hector's army was pressing against the 2nd. Brant, grim-faced, warned that the 2nd line wouldn't last long under Hector's relentless assault. Roman listened to Brant's grim outlook, then asked a sharp question: was he suggesting surrender? Brant hesitated. He admitted Roman was an extraordinary fighter, but insisted that in a war between kingdoms, one man alone could not stand against the might of Hector. Roman did not flinch. Instead, he studied the situation with care. Something about Hector's actions felt wrong. Their traps, their attacks, their movements didn't fit the pattern of a force prepared for a drawn-out campaign. Slowly, the truth became clear to him. Hector wasn't planning for a long war. Their aim was to capture the southern front as quickly as possible, to force Cairo in a crisis, and end the conflict by sheer pressure. Roman understood it then. Hector's true strategy was not conquest by endurance, but by speed, taking full control of the southern front so that negotiations with Cairo's royal family would tip heavily in their favor. It was a bold and dangerous gamble, one that risked the entire future of their kingdom. The scene shifted to the 2nd defense line. There, Hector's soldiers launched their assault with relentless ferocity. Bright flares streaked across the night sky, signaling the coordinated strikes against the fortress walls. Amid the chaos, ambushes sprang with deadly precision, each move designed to tighten their grip on Cairo's forces. At the same time, Edwin stood deep in thought, analyzing every angle. He considered Baron's role, believing the man's survival might expose the weakness of the 5th defense line. Yet doubt gnawed at him. The name Roman Dmitri weighed heavily on his mind. Could one man really disrupt Hector's advance? Edwin knew Hector's strength. His kingdom was not so easily shaken, even by a swordsman of rare ability. But then, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. Hector had lost all contact with the 1st Squadron, the very unit assigned to mop up the remnants of Cairo's army. Edwin's unease deepened as the report continued. The 2nd and 3rd Squadrons were also silent. No response. The shock hit him hard. 3 squadrons gone. Jackson stepped forward to explain. After the breach of the 1st defense line, he had dispatched the 3rd Squadron to handle survivors. But an hour ago, communication with them had gone dead. The likely conclusion was grim. Nearly 300 men wiped out. Edwin's suspicions solidified. His earlier doubts were no longer shadows. They had form and certainty. Only one man could be behind this: Roman Dmitri. Instead of fleeing into the mountains like the others, Roman had stayed behind. He was striking at Hector's forces directly, challenging Edwin head-on. The realization was sharp, undeniable. Roman was no longer just a nuisance. He was a serious threat. Turning to Jackson with urgency, Edwin declared that this problem had to be dealt with immediately. Edwin warned that leaving Roman unchecked would only lead to disaster. Jackson, however, dismissed the concern. To him, Roman was nothing more than a distraction. Hector's true objective was the siege itself, and one man couldn't alter the outcome. But Edwin saw things differently. In the storm of war, his priorities began to drift from Hector's grand strategy. The kingdom sought to crush the defense camps and secure their advance. Edwin's focus, however, had narrowed to one point: Roman Dmitri, an unpredictable figure whose actions had already thrown carefully laid plans into chaos. With a cold, decisive tone, Edwin ordered the soldiers at the second defense line to retreat immediately. Jackson's brow furrowed in confusion. Why abandon their advantage just to chase a single warrior? It went against every rule of strategy. But Edwin was resolute. As night fell, Hector's forces gathered at the foot of the southern mountains. Edwin was certain Roman was there, hidden in the rugged terrain. His confidence wasn't just from evidence, but from instinct, sharpened by a year of planning. Facing his men, Edwin addressed their silent doubts. Yes, the defense lines were important, but the true danger lay elsewhere. Roman Dmitri was no ordinary enemy. His ability to unravel Hector's strategy made him a threat they could not afford to ignore. Jackson, though skeptical, knew Edwin too well to argue further. Edwin's choices were always deliberate, and his men trusted him completely. Their loud cheers carried through the night as Edwin gave the order. It was time to hunt the Cairo soldiers. Yet the mountains were vast, filled with shadows and places to vanish. Edwin feared that if his soldiers spread too wide, their prey might slip through. So, he laid out a precise plan. Patrols would advance from the mountain's base upward, tightening the net step by step. No one would escape. Each unit was given strict instructions. If they spotted the enemy, they were to blow a whistle at once. The trap would spring only when every soldier was in position. The goal was clear: corner the enemy while keeping casualties low. With determination, the patrols began their climb. The mountains loomed, silent and ominous, as the soldiers scanned every shadow. But then, something strange happened. One man vanished. At first, his comrades noticed nothing unusual. Then another disappeared, and another. Panic spread as they realized entire squads were gone. In the end, only one soldier remained, trembling in the darkness. Heart racing, he lifted his whistle to sound the alarm. But before he could breathe out, a blade pierced the silence. Roman Dmitri stepped from the shadows, striking the soldier down before the whistle ever touched his lips. Roman paused in the shadows, weighing the situation. His original plan had been simple: use Hector's assault on the defense camp to turn the tide in Cairo's favor. Yet Hector's response had been unexpected. Abandoning the second defense line just to halt Roman's advance was a bold gamble. Roman couldn't help but acknowledge the brilliance behind such a move. Whoever was orchestrating Hector's strategy was no ordinary commander. Meanwhile, Hector's soldiers began to realize something was wrong. Comrades were missing. Orders quickly spread: seal off the mountain paths, block every escape, trap the enemy before he slipped away. But before they could tighten their net, Roman struck. Moving like a shadow, he cut down the commander leading their patrols. The strike sent shockwaves of confusion through the ranks. As he emerged from the darkness, Roman's face carried an unsettling calm. Yet beneath it was the chaos of another life, the life of Baek Jung-hyuk. In that past existence, he had been one of the 12 sons of the heavenly demon, raised in a world of brutal trials and endless hardship. Every mission was a test of survival. On one such mission, he was ordered to hunt a troublesome low-ranked cult follower. The task, meant to break others, he completed in 3 days. But greater challenges soon followed. Against an opponent who seemed impossible to defeat, Baek turned not to brute force, but to knowledge. Searching through the cult's hidden records, he discovered the legacy of the Night King. Once a petty thief, the Night King had mastered the art of shadows and darkness, rising to legendary infamy before greed consumed him. His end was tragic, but his techniques endured, etched in Amira's history. Fascinated, Baek devoted himself to those teachings. Within a single year, he mastered them to terrifying perfection, silencing 38 martial masters with unmatched precision. Whispers spread of his new name, the Shadow Phantom, a being who embodied the darkness itself. Now, in the present, Roman called upon that very legacy. Darkness enveloped the soldiers of Hector, their sight useless, their senses overwhelmed. Fear not at their resolve. Even the Oranites, proud warriors of Hector, recognized the danger and began pulling back. But retreat was not an option Roman would allow. With deadly resolve, he slipped through the chaos, his movements silent and precise. In moments, the leader of Hector's first squadron was struck down. The enemy ranks erupted into confusion, soldiers scrambling, unable to comprehend the force hunting them. One soldier, realizing the battle was lost, decided his only duty now was to report. With trembling hands, he reached for a magical communication device to send word to his commander. But above him, unseen, Roman was already there, perched silently on a tree branch, eyes fixed, blade ready. The shadow phantom had chosen his next target. Edwin felt his world crumble as the grim reality struck. Turning to Soldier Thompson, he urged him to stay calm, warning that their enemies were using the darkness itself as a weapon. Thompson's expression was grave as he delivered the truth. Hector's soldiers were being slaughtered, one after another, by an unseen hand. No matter how sharp their senses, no one could pinpoint where the strikes were coming from. Even Thompson, famed for his heightened perception, was helpless against this invisible predator. Edwin's thoughts raced. Could it be an Oronite? Yet the idea didn't fit. Someone with Thompson's skill should have sensed such an opponent long before now. Still, the soldiers continued to fall, cut down in silence. The possibility of magic crossed Edwin's mind. Perhaps the enemy had cloaked themselves in sorcery. But that too made little sense. Magic had limits. It required energy, pauses to recover. What they faced was relentless, without the slightest opening. Nothing added up. Even as confusion threatened to overwhelm him, Edwin forced himself to stay steady. He told Thompson not to yield to fear. Reinforcements, he promised, were already on their way. Those words gave Thompson a sliver of hope. Thompson then reported that Hector's allies had already formed a defensive perimeter around the camp. It wasn't much, but it gave them a goal: endure until the prince arrived with backup. Rallying what was left of the first squadron, Thompson barked orders, pushing them to take defensive positions and brace for the unseen strikes. Summoning his aura, Thompson tried to pierce the veil of darkness, to sense the enemy hidden within. Then, movement. On the right. He lunged, attacking with all his strength. Relief spread for a heartbeat. They had finally landed a blow. But relief twisted into horror when the truth became clear. The enemy had lured them in, using Hector's own soldiers as bait. And then, out of the blackened silence, Roman appeared. He emerged like a predator born of the night, his presence as sharp and merciless as the blade in his hand. Frustration burned through Thompson as he shouted at him. He called Roman a coward, demanding that he abandon the shadows and face him head-on. Roman stepped from the shadows, his voice steady as he pointed out Hector's fatal flaw. Their greatest weakness, he explained, was arrogance, underestimating enemies they hadn't measured beforehand. That overconfidence was why Hector believed victory was already secured. He shifted his gaze to Thompson. And do you truly think that just finding me makes defeating me any easier? The weight of Roman's words sank in. Thompson clenched his fists, realizing there was no choice but to fight. The atmosphere grew heavy, thick with tension. Thompson resolved to finish the battle quickly. But Roman didn't give him the chance. With blinding speed and surgical precision, he struck. Thompson collapsed, his cry of pain swallowed by silence. Roman had already sealed the area with mana, ensuring no sound could escape. No reinforcements would come. Pinning Thompson to the ground, Roman ripped the magical communication device from him. Without hesitation, he used it, knowing Edwin was on the other end. His voice cut through the line with confidence. Roman exposed the truth Hector had tried to bury. The kingdom was starving. A famine had swept through their lands, leaving their people desperate and their army stretched thin. Hector's campaign against Cairo was not an act of strength, but of survival. It was a gamble to seize resources before their nation collapsed. He detailed their dire condition. The army had no secure food supply, and within 3 months Hector would crumble. Roman vowed to sabotage their plans at every step, making sure the kingdom's struggle grew only worse until the collapse was inevitable. On the other end, Edwin listened in silence. He did not argue, because he couldn't. Roman's words were true. The famine had gutted Hector. Debts to the Golden Bank were suffocating them, and no further aid could be secured. Their kingdom truly was on the edge of ruin. Roman then asked coldly if Edwin was expecting pity. Edwin denied it. He wasn't begging for sympathy. He wanted Roman to understand. Hector had no choice but to fight. To retreat now would mean wasting the lives already lost, dishonoring their sacrifice. Then Edwin's voice grew heavy with warning. He begged Roman to deliver a message to Cairo's royal family. If Hector was denied the resources they needed, they would unleash their most terrifying weapon. The necromancer's creations, beasts of death, would be set loose, and the southern front would be reduced to a wasteland. Prince Edwin swore he would do whatever it took to safeguard his people. With determination, he turned to Roman, demanding clarity. Would Roman stand beside Hector in this desperate hour, or was he leaning toward negotiation? The alliance between Hector and Cairo hung by a thread, fragile and uncertain. Roman weighed the moment carefully. Edwin's words echoed a pattern he had already uncovered during his investigations on the southern front. Unlike the late king, Edwin had proven himself to be competent and well-regarded, both within Hector and beyond its borders. But beneath his offer, Roman sensed a dangerous undertone. His reply came without hesitation. In an instant, he lashed out, striking Thompson, a soldier of Hector, who collapsed in pain. The abrupt violence left Edwin demanding an explanation. Roman, calm and unyielding, answered coldly. He had dealt with the matter. When pressed further, his stance became crystal clear. He had no interest in Hector's internal affairs, nor in their desperation. In his eyes, the war was already underway, and Hector had forfeited any chance of leniency. Roman warned that no soldier would be spared, not even those who surrendered. He would hunt them down without mercy, ensuring every one of them paid the price for their choices. Declaring his name, Roman Dmitri, he left no doubt of his resolve. If Hector chose death and continued to resist, he promised their paths would collide again. Edwin, shaken, began to realize that Roman Dmitri was far more terrifying than he had imagined. As tension lingered, Jackson pressed Edwin to act. Edwin's response was sharp and resolute. He ordered Jackson to rally Hector's forces, surround the area where the communication device lay, and form a tight strategic net. The command carried a heavy weight. It was both a duty to their fallen soldier Thompson and a vow of personal vengeance. Determined, Edwin declared that he himself would confront Roman Dmitri. Jackson, understanding the gravity of the order, relayed it to the soldiers, urging them onward. Despite the loss of comrades, they pressed forward, climbing the mountain with one mission: cut off Roman's escape and trap him where he stood. The atmosphere grew heavy as Hector's troops prepared for battle, each step fueled by resolve and the will to avenge their fallen. At the same time, Roman turned to his own men, pointing out the battlefield's hidden truth. Every stone and branch around them carried unseen traces of mana, waiting to be unleashed. Roman introduced a new concept: the use of hidden mana to manipulate space itself, something he called a trap formation. As he explained, Chris listened in awe. When the formation activated, it was as if his senses had been sealed away. The battlefield shifted like an invisible chessboard, masking Roman's movements entirely. To Chris, it felt like stepping into another reality, one he could barely comprehend. Meanwhile, Hector's advancing troops marched straight into this carefully prepared trap. Empowered by his training under Roman, Chris unleashed a devastating strike that revealed just how effective the formation could be. The Hector soldiers, unable to detect him within the distorted space, were caught completely off guard. Seizing the moment, Chris rallied the Roman soldiers to attack, using the warped battlefield to conceal their approach and throw the enemy into chaos. Chris was no longer the warrior he once was. After countless duels with Roman, his skill had reached a level most would consider impossible. His growth was evident in every move he made. Surrounded by a radiant blue glow, he cut down his opponents one after another, executing his technique, the lightning flash, with blinding speed. Confident they had carried out Roman's strategy, Chris quickly took control of the situation. Knowing reinforcements could be on their way, he ordered a retreat, regrouping the soldiers at their next position to maintain the advantage of surprise. Across the battlefield, other skirmishes raged on. Kevin, his body enveloped in a sinister red aura, tore through Hector's ranks with calculated precision. Each clash only reinforced his belief. Roman's plan was unstoppable. Elsewhere, Pucky led his squad flawlessly, ambushing Hector's men and cutting them down without leaving a trace. The four coordinated attacks struck all at once, shaking Hector's army to its core. Roman's strategy unfolded perfectly, leaving no room for recovery. High on the mountain, the situation grew grim. A wounded Hector soldier stumbled before Edwin with dire news. He insisted that a mage must be hiding among Cairo's forces, manipulating the battle. The soldier described how Roman's troops seemed to appear from nowhere, striking in sudden ambushes, even in places fully illuminated. When Edwin relayed this report to Jackson, Jackson suggested the truth. Hector's army had likely fallen into an elaborate trap. Edwin weighed the soldier's words carefully, considering the unsettling possibility that magic itself was being used to move Cairo's forces across the battlefield. Edwin quickly dismissed the idea that Cairo's forces were using high-circle magic scrolls. Such items were strictly controlled by the Magic Tower, a neutral power that managed all major magical resources. For scrolls of that caliber to appear on the southern front, where resources were scarce, seemed nearly impossible. That left Edwin with a troubling possibility. Could there be a mage operating in the south, independent of the Magic Tower? The thought was hard to accept. True mages were rarer than aura swordsmen, and nearly every gifted mana user was recruited into the tower's ranks. With its immense influence and promise of vast magical knowledge, the tower left little room for mages to exist outside its control. Yet, if what Edwin suspected was true, then a high-circle mage working freely in the south was a reality that shattered everything he thought he knew. Mages rarely defied the tower, and the sudden surge in magic users across the continent only deepened his doubts. Something about it felt unnatural, almost orchestrated. Despite his curiosity, Edwin chose restraint. With Hector's soldiers already locked in fierce combat against Cairo, now was not the time to gamble with his own life. Instead, he resolved to wait, biding his time until the moment Roman Dmitri would stumble into the trap he had carefully laid. Back in the mountains, Roman's clash with Hector's soldiers took an unexpected turn. After cutting down another opponent, his next challenger revealed a peculiar weapon, an artifact that flared with blinding light every time Roman moved. In the darkness, he shone like a firefly, his position impossible to hide. The Hector soldiers wasted no time. They relayed the discovery, and soon, the second and third squadrons converged, eager to avenge their fallen brothers and overwhelm Roman in a combined assault. Their morale surged with the belief that victory was within reach. But Roman had already anticipated them. Drawing upon the second technique of the heavenly demon arts, he unleashed a devastating counterattack. In a blur, he annihilated the advancing soldiers before they could even react. The sheer speed and efficiency of his strike left the survivors stunned, their hopes crushed in an instant. Though victorious, the exchange had taken its toll. Roman paused, allowing himself a moment to recover, when an injured Hector soldier staggered forward. Instead of attacking, the soldier raised a question. How did Roman intend to escape? The wounded soldier warned Roman that the mountain was surrounded. Thousands of Hector troops stood ready, and no matter how strong he was, escape seemed impossible. Roman, however, remained composed. He revealed that Hector's army had already stepped into his trap. Reinforcements were rushing toward the mountain in blind desperation, throwing themselves forward just to delay him. Roman found it almost amusing. Their recklessness only made them easier to deal with. A faint smile crossed his face as he muttered that he would take his time, toying with Hector's soldiers until dawn. But his brief moment of ease was cut short. From the shadows, a voice rang out, declaring that Roman's end had arrived. Roman turned, his eyes landing on a man clad in light armor with a scarred face. Recognition struck. This was Jackson, the captain of Hector's elite ranger unit. Roman immediately gauged his strength. Jackson's power ranked at least 4 stars, and Roman couldn't help but wonder if Hector had deliberately hidden him away for this moment. The air thickened with tension as the two warriors squared off. Their swords collided with a deafening crash, echoing through the mountains as sparks flew. Jackson shouted fiercely that Roman was finally cornered within the dense forest. Though his official rank in Hector's military was unimpressive, outsiders knew him as the de facto leader of the Rangers. His reputation carried weight, his true abilities whispered about but never fully confirmed. Now, in the glow of the forest where blue light illuminated the battlefield, his strength was on full display. Yet, Jackson quickly realized something was wrong. His attacks failed to force Roman back. Blow after blow landed, but Roman remained unshaken, countering with sharp, deliberate strikes. Jackson's confidence wavered. He remembered the reports. Roman Dmitri was said to be no more than a 3-star swordsman. But here, in front of him, Roman's ability told a very different story. Anyone above 4 stars was considered a disaster on the battlefield. And suddenly, Jackson understood why Hector's soldiers had been crushed so easily. Roman, calm and calculating, dismantled Jackson's offensive with precision. And though Jackson had entered this fight expecting to overwhelm his enemy, he now found himself forced to acknowledge the terrifying truth of Roman Dmitri's strength. Channeling his aura, Roman unleashed a strike that sent Jackson staggering backward. In that instant, Jackson was forced to admit Roman Dmitri was no ordinary opponent. Even so, Jackson clung to the belief that he could still claim victory. He stepped back, lifted a whistle to his lips, and blew a sharp signal. At once, Hector's soldiers closed in from all directions, encircling Roman. With renewed confidence, Jackson ordered him to surrender. But Roman only smiled. Calmly, he declared that the soldiers had built their hopes on false assumptions. One by one, he began tearing those illusions apart. First, he addressed the artifact Jackson had relied on, saying no such trinket could ever control him. To prove his point, Roman shattered the artifact before Jackson's eyes. Shock rippled through the ranks as Jackson realized Roman possessed a resistance to magic unlike anything he'd seen. Then came the second blow to their confidence. Roman stated boldly that no matter how many men surrounded him, he could leave whenever he wished. The claim was so outrageous, the soldiers froze in disbelief, unsure if his words were truth or taunt. Their hesitation proved costly. In a flash, Roman vanished and reappeared behind Jackson, catching him completely off guard. With a mocking tone, he pointed out the obvious. At this critical moment, Prince Edwin's promised support was nowhere to be found. Jackson's confidence cracked. He realized Roman had outmaneuvered him entirely. Before he could recover, Roman disappeared once more, leaving the soldiers confused and scattered. Panic rose as Jackson shouted for them to give chase, warning that Prince Edwin was now in grave danger. Meanwhile, Roman raced toward Hector's command post. Strategy consumed his thoughts. Against a larger army, the surest path to victory was clear: eliminate the enemy commander, and their forces would collapse. Guided by the faint mana radiating from Edwin's communication device, Roman moved with lethal precision. At the base of the mountain, the enemy camp stretched before him. Roman cut through the soldiers guarding it, his movements sharp and merciless. None were able to stand against his speed, and his advance was relentless. Step by step, he closed in on Edwin Hector. But just as Roman prepared to strike, his plan faltered. Edwin revealed an unexpected weapon: fire magic. Flames burst forth, twisting and flowing with unnatural grace. Roman was caught off guard, forced to recognize that Edwin's power was far greater than he had anticipated. Mana coursed through Edwin, moving with a rhythm of its own. In the thick of battle, he unleashed a spell, Inferno, hurling a torrent of flames straight at Roman. Roman reacted instantly, raising his defenses to withstand the searing blast. But Edwin pressed forward without pause. With a swift incantation, he cast Entangle. Thick roots erupted from the earth, wrapping tightly around Roman. For a moment, it seemed he was bound, but with one decisive slash, Roman severed the roots and broke free. Just as he steadied himself, another danger emerged. From the shadows stepped a swordsman cloaked in a radiant yellow aura. His strikes came with overwhelming force, and Roman was barely able to block, straining to hold his ground. The man revealed himself: Butler, captain of Hector's second highest Royal Knight Order, a 5-star swordsman. It struck Roman at once. This was no coincidence. Edwin had orchestrated everything to crush him with sheer strength. Butler's aura burned with raw power, his presence suffocating. Watching from the side, Edwin's confidence swelled. With Butler now in the fray, he believed their combined might would finally put an end to Roman Dmitri. As Butler pressed forward, Edwin cast another spell, Windblade. Razor-sharp gusts cut through the air as Butler charged in with his sword glowing like molten steel. Roman was pinned between the slicing wind and Butler's ferocious assault. Forced to defend both sides, Roman faltered. Butler's blade struck with such force that the impact exploded through the forest, shaking the ground and sending shockwaves outward. The blast tore through the battlefield, and when the dust settled, Roman was left bloodied and kneeling. In the chaos, his mind raced. He had expected obstacles, but not this. A prince wielding such magic, nor Butler, a 5-star knight hidden in plain sight as if he were nothing more than a soldier. Yet instead of despair, Roman felt something else: excitement. The closer he edged toward death, the more alive he felt. His smile returned, his spirit burning even brighter in the face of danger. Butler, watching him, felt a rare unease. How could a man barely in his mid-20s withstand the combined assault of both a prince's magic and a five-star swordsman? Roman's resilience defied reason, leaving Butler to wonder what kind of power this man truly held. Spotting Roman's exhaustion, Edwin seized the moment. He urged Butler to deliver the finishing blow, but Roman refused to fall. Summoning the heavenly demon technique, he unleashed Breakhold twice in rapid succession. In a blur, he surged forward, his sword raised to strike at Edwin Hector himself. Butler reacted instantly, stepping between Edwin and Roman's blade. The strike came down with crushing force, and Butler used every ounce of his skill to parry it, shielding the prince from what could have been a fatal blow. Roman pulled back, surprised at the sheer strength Butler displayed. This was the true might of a five-star swordsman. But the toll of battle was catching up to him. After using the heavenly demon technique twice in succession, Roman's body was nearing its limit. He knew the fight couldn't continue. With one last glance at Edwin, he delivered a chilling warning. The next time they crossed paths, Edwin would not walk away alive. The words left Edwin shaken. As Roman vanished into the shadows, Butler and the soldiers could do nothing but feel the weight of humiliation. Their army, 1,000 strong, had been pushed to the brink by a single man. For Hector, it was a bitter truth that cracked the very foundation of his pride as a leader. Edwin, meanwhile, felt the sting of failure more than anyone. His decisions had led to disaster. What he believed to be the safer path had turned into the worst possible outcome. Regret settled heavily over him. When dawn broke, the soldiers descended the mountain with weary steps. Their morale was shaken, but Edwin stood before them and apologized for the consequences of his misjudgment. Yet the men did not turn against him. They reminded their commander that Roman Dmitri's strength had far exceeded their expectations, and no one could have foreseen such a battle. Jackson, steady and composed, spoke up as well. He urged Edwin not to lose heart, reminding him that his soldiers trusted him fully. Reassured by their words, Edwin managed a faint smile. He realized the true strength of Hector's army lay not only in weapons, but in loyalty. With that in mind, he addressed his men openly. He told them that rank would not silence them. If they believed his choices led toward ruin, they must speak out. The soldiers nodded in solemn agreement, their unity firm despite uncertainty. Determined to adapt, Edwin made a crucial decision. Hector would oversee the defense camp for the next 10 days, the most critical period before Cairo's main army arrived. After that, the rear camp would serve as their final line of resistance. It was a strategy born of both caution and necessity, a step to stabilize the shaken front. Butler, still unsettled by Roman Dmitri's strength, pressed Edwin for more insight. Edwin's expression grew serious as he admitted the truth. Roman was unlike any opponent they had faced before. He was a dangerous enemy, one that demanded far more than conventional measures. Edwin, however, reminded his men that the battlefield had shifted. Fighting in the mountains would be very different from clashing on the open plains. He admitted that while he himself might suffer defeat, Hector's army as a whole was far from broken. Jackson then raised a pressing question. If Hector continued to resist, could they still secure the compensation they sought from Cairo? Edwin, considering the larger picture, revealed a bold plan. He intended to open negotiations with the Kronos Empire. Meanwhile, in Cairo's royal palace, Count Ajur delivered grim news to King Daniel. He explained that the royal family had funneled massive resources into the Eastern Front, straining their finances due to Kronos' constant pressure over the past year. If Cairo were to give in to all of Hector's demands, it would bankrupt the kingdom. King Daniel suggested raising taxes to cover the losses, but Ajur quickly warned against it. Taxes had already been raised just 6 months earlier, and another increase would almost certainly spark rebellion among the people. This left Daniel with a troubling choice: seek support from the kingdom's nobles. But doing so would weaken the royal family's authority. Frustration mounting, Daniel ordered Ajur to urgently summon the central government nobles for a council. Before the meeting could begin, however, a soldier burst in with astonishing news from the southern front. The enemy had been pushed back. Daniel froze, stunned by the unexpected report. He immediately called the nobles together. Confusion swept the chamber. How could the southern front, outnumbered and under-resourced, possibly repel Hector's army of 10,000? The improbable victory left everyone questioning the truth. For Daniel, however, this was more than just relief. It was a spark of hope, a chance to turn the tide. Count Denver stepped forward, suggesting that the victory might be thanks to Roman Dmitri, a name already gaining weight across the continent. The court erupted with disbelief. How could one man achieve what armies could not? Still, the possibility couldn't be ignored. To confirm the truth, messengers were ordered to establish immediate contact with the Southern Front. Amid the tension, a figure appeared on the communication line, Henry. When King Daniel demanded to know who he was, Henry introduced himself formally as the second son of the prestigious House of Albert. The name alone shifted the room's mood. House Albert carried a powerful reputation, known for producing exceptional talent and wielding great influence in the central government. At once, Marquis Benedict's interest was piqued. Marquis Benedict didn't waste time. He demanded to know where Roman was and why Henry was speaking in his place. Henry answered without hesitation. He explained that he was part of Roman's core group, and since Roman had asked for time alone, he, as the only noble present, had taken the responsibility of answering the call. Benedict's irritation was obvious, but he let Henry continue. The Marquis urged him to get straight to the point. Unbothered, Henry began outlining why it was crucial to recognize Roman now, before his name spread across the continent on its own. He then revealed Roman's decisive role in the recent battle. With sharp perception, Roman had discovered that Hector intended to strike the southern training camp and seize the warp gate. Acting swiftly, he had established a hidden base in the mountains, preparing for an attack that others had overlooked. Had the Southern Command listened to him earlier, the outcome might have shifted even sooner. The revelation shocked both the king and the nobles. Henry pressed on, his voice loud and confident. He openly criticized those who had ignored Roman's warnings, making sure his words reached Roman's subordinates nearby. This was more than a report. It was a deliberate narrative, crafted to highlight Roman's foresight and strength. Henry continued, recounting how he had fought alongside Roman until dawn. With only 200 men against an enemy force more than 10 times larger, they had prevailed. His words brimmed with conviction as he declared that he and his soldiers were ready to march against Hector without hesitation. King Daniel listened intently, impressed by Henry's passion. He praised Roman Dmitri, commending his determination to fight on despite overwhelming odds. In contrast, he criticized Cairo's own executives, pointing out how quickly they had been willing to surrender. Marquis Benedict agreed with the king's judgment. He admitted that many within Cairo's leadership had already resigned themselves to defeat the moment Hector seized the warp gate. Yet now, thanks to Roman Dmitri, the perspective was changing from despair to resilience. Count Gregory, unwilling to waste the momentum, spoke up firmly. He urged King Daniel to dispatch reinforcements immediately to the southern front and condemned Hector's audacity for daring to trample upon Cairo's lands. King Daniel, resolute at last, declared that negotiations with Hector were finished. Cairo would fight to reclaim its honor. He entrusted Count Gregory, Count Denver, and Marquis Benedict with rallying their family armies and coordinating with the southern front. At the gathering of central government nobles, the official discussion centered on the safety of the South. But beneath the surface, their true agenda was clear. Each family was intent on securing Roman Dimitri's loyalty. They had all seen the same truth. Roman's strength and brilliance made him a figure too valuable to ignore. The nobles reached a quiet consensus. Roman must be drawn to their side. Afterward, Henry reflected on what lay ahead. He imagined that once the war was over, Roman's reputation would spread like wildfire. The nobles of Cairo would compete fiercely to win him over. To Henry, this was a rare chance. By aligning himself closely with Roman now, he could secure his own future advancement. With that thought in mind, Henry approached Chris, offering him high-quality food in a show of friendliness. But Chris, ever perceptive, saw through his intentions. He bluntly told Henry that winning favor wasn't about gifts. It was about proving one's reliability on the battlefield. The words struck Henry. For the first time, he began to reflect on how trust was earned and how essential it was in building alliances that lasted. Later, in a more casual gesture, Henry shared some of the food with Kevin. Not long after, orders from the royal family arrived at the southern defense line. The command was clear: support Roman Dmitri and hold the line until Cairo's main army could reinforce the south. Meanwhile, at Cairo's third defense line, Commander Baron Vasilii considered the recent reports. Rumors swirled that Hector's army, defeated by fewer than 200 men, might not be as formidable as believed. Speaking with another soldier, Vasilii speculated that famine could have weakened Hector's troops. The soldier agreed, and in that moment Vasilii saw his chance. After 3 long years stationed in this remote post, Vasilii hungered for recognition. He believed this was his opportunity to make a mark. If someone as young as Roman Dmitri could achieve the impossible, then he too could carve out his moment of glory. Determined, Vasilii ordered his men to gather immediately. His plan was bold: strike Hector's army with guerrilla tactics and prove the strength of the third defense line. The odds were daunting, with 3,000 enemy soldiers advancing toward them, but Vasilii was eager to meet them head-on. Fueled by ambition, Vasilii set his men into position for an ambush. He believed the weakened Hector army would crumble before him. But the moment the clash began, his expectations shattered. Hector's soldiers did not resemble the starving, broken force he had imagined. They fought with discipline and sharp strategy, pushing back harder than Vasilii had prepared for. The disarray he thought to exploit was nowhere to be found. His own men, too accustomed to the comfort of their defense post, buckled under the pressure of Hector's renewed strength. In that moment of chaos, Vasilii finally understood. Those victories in the mountains had not been chance. They were the result of Roman Dmitri's cunning tactics, the work of a leader he had underestimated. By then it was too late. Overwhelmed on all sides, Vasilii's forces collapsed. The commander himself fell on the battlefield, cut down by Hector's advancing soldiers. News of his death traveled quickly to Cairo's royal palace. A messenger delivered the grim report to King Daniel. Baron Vasilii, commander of the third defense line, had been killed. Worse still, both the third and fourth defense lines were under simultaneous attack, and their collapse seemed imminent. Then came another desperate call from the second line. They could not hold for another 10 days. Reinforcements were needed immediately. The scale of the disaster sank in. King Daniel realized Cairo's defenses were crumbling, and his kingdom's strength alone was not enough to hold back Hector. Every victory they had claimed so far had rested on the shoulders of one man, Roman Dmitri. The king felt a wave of vulnerability and, almost instinctively, demanded to know Roman's whereabouts. Far from the palace, Roman was in a secluded cave, training relentlessly. His body pushed past exhaustion. His mind wandered through the mysteries of the world. He reflected on the enigma of magic, comparing it to Murim, a harmony of drawing in natural energy like roots spreading through the earth and refining martial arts. Roman acknowledged a hard truth. Had Edwin Hector's magical ability been stronger, his own escape might have been impossible. His resilience as a heavenly demon had carried him far, but he lacked the ability to recover quickly. The memory of his recent battle with Edwin and Butler weighed heavily. Edwin's cunning spells and Butler's 5-star swordsmanship had nearly cost him everything. Roman knew one thing for certain. He needed a new plan. Despite the danger, Roman felt a rush of excitement at the thought of facing such powerful foes. The idea of risking everything against enemies who pushed him to his absolute limits stirred something inside him. He didn't crave comfort. He craved battle. Roman began running through countless strategies in his mind, plotting ways to bring down both Edwin and Butler together. At last, he stood firm in his decision, declaring to himself that he was ready for war. Outside the cave, Henry and Chris waited patiently. Henry, uneasy, admitted that the royal family was urgently searching for Roman. But Chris stood his ground. No one would be allowed inside until Roman chose to emerge. Henry glanced at the cave, wondering what Roman was doing in seclusion. When Roman finally stepped out, looking worn yet composed, Henry asked about his rough state. Roman explained simply that he had been preparing, sharpening himself for the battles ahead. Chris then delivered grim news. The third and fourth defense lines had collapsed in a single day. Even worse, Hector had seized the second line and taken all the war supplies before retreating to their rear camp to ready themselves for a decisive battle. Concerned, Henry suggested leaving the matter to Cairo's main army. But Roman disagreed. He told Chris to open a line to the royal family. Soon, Roman stood face-to-face with King Daniel through the communication device. The king, already aware of the collapse of the defense lines, immediately pressed Roman for answers. What had he been doing while the South was falling? Roman did not hide the truth. He explained that he had spent the week laying out his strategy. King Daniel acknowledged Roman's efforts, but voiced his frustration. The southern lines had fallen too quickly, and the kingdom was in greater peril than ever. Seeking clarity, the king asked why Roman hadn't intervened sooner. Roman's answer was blunt. He had left the outcome of those battles to chance. If Hector had forced them into open field combat, there was little he could have done to change the result. Hector had staked everything on this war, and their greatest weapon, Butler, a 5-star swordsman, was already in play. Then came the revelation that shook the king. Edwin Hector was not just a commander, he was a mage. Roman emphasized the danger this posed. On open fields, a mage's power could dominate entire armies, and Edwin was no ordinary spellcaster. That was why Roman had chosen to hold back until Cairo's main army arrived, because only then could Hector be properly confronted. Marquis Benedict sided with Roman, admitting that the southern front was in no position to continue with its current forces. Count Denver, on the other hand, was stunned by the revelation that Butler had entered the war. That alone proved Hector was fighting with everything they had. Benedict then told King Daniel there was no reason to question Roman any further. The other nobles quickly agreed, and the king, respecting their counsel, promised he would not press Roman again. King Daniel then revealed that Cairo's main army was nearly at the southern front, while Hector had already fortified their rear camp. He urged Roman to join them once his own preparations were complete, so they could launch the attack together. Roman considered Hector's determination, even after all negotiations had failed. Then, to the king's surprise, he apologized. Cairo, he explained, did not have the luxury of time. Pressed for details, Roman made it clear. They had no more than 3 days once Cairo's main army arrived. If Hector's rear camp wasn't destroyed within that window, they would likely reach out for aid, possibly from the Kronos Empire itself. The king, shocked by the prospect, asked Roman what Cairo should do next. Roman's answer came with a smile. There was only one path left, a direct, all-out assault. He declared firmly that Hector must be crushed within those 3 days, or the war would spiral out of their control. Meanwhile, inside Hector's stronghold, Edwin was deep in conversation through magic with Count Hadid of the powerful Kronos Empire. Edwin proposed an alliance, Kronos and Hector together striking at Cairo's southern gate. The idea intrigued Hadid, but he hesitated. While the prospect of controlling the southern front was tempting, he worried about provoking Cairo too openly. In the end, Count Hadid agreed, but only under one condition. Hector had to hold the rear line for an entire month. The demand frustrated Edwin. He couldn't understand why Kronos sought only to profit from the situation while Hector bled. But with no better options, he accepted. The urgency of the situation left Edwin no choice but to act quickly. He turned to Jackson, one of his most trusted men, and ordered him to use the warp gate to contact the royal family. Jackson was tasked with securing both manpower and supplies to sustain Hector for the long month ahead. He nodded, understanding the weight of the responsibility, and prepared to depart immediately. As Edwin considered the warp gate, he calculated it would take at least 3 days to establish the connection. Still, he was confident Hector could endure until then. And when he returned, he believed he would bring the reinforcements and supplies that would spark new hope for Hector's survival. The scene then shifted outward, the winds of war stirring across the battlefield. Inside a military tent, Count Hadid, commander of the forces, sat with Baron Tal of the pro-Kronos faction and Baron Brahim of the pro-Valhalla faction. They waited in tense silence for Roman Dmitri's arrival. As they waited, Hadid couldn't help but wonder. This war offered little in the way of gain. So why had the central government's high-ranking nobles taken such an interest? His thoughts circled back to one answer: Roman Dmitri. Perhaps winning his support was the true key to success. Their uncertainty deepened until Roman finally entered the tent. Hadid rose at once, greeting him warmly and addressing him as the hero of Cairo. He recalled how Marquis Benedict had once brushed aside the southern front as unimportant, yet later made his true intentions clear. Roman's favor was everything. Benedict had warned Hadid that if Hector won this war, the royal family would take the blame. Worse, if Roman were swayed to join rival aristocrats, the balance of power in Cairo could collapse. Roman's background only made things more complicated. A man born of common blood, yet powerful, respected, and still only in his mid-20s. Hadid recognized the immense potential in securing him. If he could persuade Roman to align with Benedict's faction, the rewards awaiting him would be significant. With these thoughts in mind, Hadid led Roman to a seat and introduced himself. making his allegiance clear. He spoke of his loyalty to Marquis Benedict and reminded Roman that Benedict had a personal connection to him through the Southern training camp, proof that he cared about Roman's well-being. Hadid then delivered an apology on the Marquis's behalf for the difficult circumstances he had faced. Roman, calm and composed, simply replied that there was no need for concern. Encouraged, Hadid pressed further, asking for time to prepare a special gift for Roman, a hint at the rewards that could come if Roman chose to support their cause. But before the discussion could continue, Baron interjected. He announced that Count Gregory was waiting for Roman with important information. Baron Brahim added that Count Denver had already dispatched men from his own family to reinforce Roman on the battlefield. Roman paused, curious, and asked outright what the intentions of the commanders truly were. Baron was taken aback by the directness of the question, but quickly realized Roman's sharp perception. It was clear he already understood the politics at play. Acknowledging their motives, Roman wasted no time. He redirected the discussion, reminding them that the enemy had already planted their flag on Cairo's soil. Future plans could wait. Right now, only the battlefield mattered. While the threat pressed down on them, Roman spoke of his ambitions for after the war, envisioning himself as the strongest swordsman in Cairo, daring to challenge the current rankings. But that dream would have to wait. For now, he urged the commanders to focus only on the danger at hand. He vowed to prove his worth and declare that his blade would serve only the leader truly deserving of it. Those words eased the strain in the room, allowing them to continue with a more formal discussion. The clash between Hector and Cairo promised to be brutal. With the castle itself hanging in the balance, the commanders searched desperately for a strategy, yet no clear plan surfaced. Hadid then turned to Roman, proposing a direct confrontation against Hector's army of 10,000. Cairo had its own vast forces. Surely sheer numbers would overwhelm Hector. But Roman quickly shattered that illusion. Numbers alone meant little when Hector's mages were involved. Their power could turn the tide. Cairo might look stronger on paper, but victory wouldn't come so easily. Roman hinted that there was another path forward, though he kept his thoughts guarded. Soon, Hector's scouts sounded the alarm as Cairo's army advanced. Roman, alongside the viscounts, led the march toward the battlefield. Standing at the front, he raised his sword high and called out, issuing a bold challenge. One kingdom against the other, a duel to decide their fate. The sudden declaration stunned Edwin, who watched from the sidelines, struggling to understand Roman's intent. Roman demanded a ceasefire, determined to prevent needless slaughter. He insisted Edwin shared the same desire to save lives. His proposal was simple. If Hector won, Cairo would yield to his demands. But if Roman triumphed, Hector must withdraw entirely. Edwin's doubts grew. Roman wasn't stronger than Butler. So what was he plotting? Was this some elaborate trap? But before he could untangle Roman's true plan, the young commander issued a chilling warning. If Hector refused, Roman would unleash chaos by burning the rear camp, forcing Hector into a swift decision. He gave Hector only 10 minutes to choose. The air grew heavier as the countdown began, every heartbeat stretching the silence. Then, just when it seemed no answer would come, something entirely unforeseen broke the stalemate. Butler, Hector's strongest warrior, stepped forward and accepted Roman's challenge to a duel. Edwin, uneasy with the decision, couldn't stay silent. He feared the risks and tried to stop him. Butler, however, calmly assured him he would defeat Roman and return with the answer Hector's kingdom needed to survive. Even so, Edwin couldn't shake his concerns. He worried about the 7,100 soldiers already swayed by Roman overnight. Though he trusted Butler's strength, he suspected Roman might be hiding something. Butler dismissed the concern with confidence, promising he could handle whatever schemes Roman had prepared. He had followed Hector's king through countless dangers. Traps didn't scare him. Still, Edwin pleaded with him for one thing. If anything felt wrong, he must retreat. Butler gave his word, but vowed he'd return in victory. As he walked forward, he reflected on Roman's strangeness. He had met unusual opponents before, but Roman was unlike any of them. Whether there was a trap or not, Butler resolved to give his all when the battle began. Roman then spoke, reminding Butler of the strike he had once landed on him in the mountains. Since that moment, he had longed for a true fight to the end. He swore there were no tricks this time, only a duel between warriors. Roman urged Butler to fight with everything he had, declaring that if Butler killed him, his mission would be complete. Butler bristled at Roman's reckless, almost insane resolve, and prepared himself for combat. The two warriors charged, colliding with full force as the duel erupted. As the clash unfolded, the importance of reaching the 5-star realm became clear. Warriors of that level were powerful enough to alter the course of an entire war. With Hector's kingdom on the line, Butler released his overwhelming aura, proving his resolve to end this swiftly. He never intended to prolong the fight. His aim was to strike hard and finish it quickly. With that determination, Butler launched forward, carrying the weight of Hector's future. But to everyone's shock, Roman met the attack head-on, blocking it with extraordinary skill and speed. The impact was so immense that the ground beneath Roman split apart, sending tremors through the battlefield. The spectacle stunned everyone watching, Edwin, Hector's soldiers, and Cairo's commanders alike. Yet Butler refused to falter. Without hesitation, he pressed on, driving his assault with even greater ferocity. Roman narrowly evaded Butler's next strike, his defense sharp and precise. He immediately countered, but Butler's experience showed. He slipped behind Roman and unleashed a swing charged with aura. Roman managed to block, yet the force ripped a deep scar into the ground behind him, drawing gasps from those watching. Count Hadid, who had supported the duel to strengthen Roman's position, now felt a pang of dread. If Roman lost, it could ruin any chance of bringing him into Cairo's fold. Baronals shared the same unease, silently questioning whether Roman could endure Butler's overwhelming strength. On the other side, Hector's soldiers roared with approval, their confidence swelling as Butler pressed harder and harder. For a while, Roman seemed to be barely keeping up under Butler's relentless onslaught, but he refused to break. Instead, he pushed forward, launching strikes of his own. Steel clashed violently, the sound echoing across the battlefield. Hector's men shouted louder, chanting Butler's name, believing the fight was his. But then Butler noticed something unsettling. Roman's movements were shifting. His defenses grew sharper, his timing more precise. It was as if Roman was no longer simply blocking. He was predicting each attack before it landed. Butler's strikes, once unstoppable, were being read. Frustration welled inside him. Was Roman holding back all along, using this duel to gauge his strength? Meanwhile, Roman gained clarity of his own. He remembered his victory over Homaz, a 4-star swordsman, but this was different. Butler, a 5-star, stood on an entirely higher plane. And yet, in this clash, Roman saw the chance to measure himself against that level, to see if he could break through his current limits. Their battle intensified, no longer just about brute power, but about precision and strategy. Roman, resolved to advance beyond his barrier, charged forward with unwavering determination, aiming to prove himself in a fight that could decide Cairo's fate. Butler grew increasingly agitated. His aura-fueled blade slashed with raw force, but Roman studied it carefully. He noticed the flaw hidden within the brilliance of aura itself, its instability. No swordsman could maintain perfect control over mana. The aura along Butler's blade surged unevenly, parts of it flaring too strong, others weakening as a result. Roman quickly pieced it together. If one section of the blade carried 120% of the aura's power, then the rest dropped to only 80%. That imbalance left weaknesses waiting to be struck. With his sharp eyes locked on Butler's mana flow, Roman made his choice. He would attack precisely at the weakest point of Butler's aura, and he would strike not once, but twice in rapid succession. Butler defended with precision, but in the middle of the fierce exchange, Roman spotted an opening. Seizing the moment, he unleashed the third form of the heavenly demon sword technique. The sudden strike slipped past Butler's guard and crashed through his defenses, forcing the veteran 5-star swordsman backward. The entire battlefield froze. Shock spread through both armies, Cairo's commanders, Hector's soldiers, even the onlookers who had doubted Roman's strength. A 3-star swordsman not only surviving, but driving Butler back was something no one could have imagined. From a distance, Edwin's expression darkened. He understood the weight of this battle. If Roman truly defeated Butler, Hector would lose their greatest weapon, and retreat would be inevitable. The ripple effect on the kingdom would be devastating. Yet, even with his concern for Hector's future, Edwin couldn't look away. He silently hoped Butler still had something to counter this unexpected turn. On the field, Butler himself was shaken. At first, he had believed Roman's strange movements were just ploys, clever traps laid to confuse him. But now, He realized Roman's intent was genuine. He was fighting to win. The realization unsettled him. Hector's flawless war strategy was unraveling because of Roman's sheer will and unorthodox style. Butler's thoughts hardened. If Roman wasn't eliminated here and now, he would grow into a threat Hector could never contain. He had no choice but to end this. Gathering his aura, Butler's body blazed with golden light. Above him, a shining yellow sphere began to form, a terrifying concentration of power. This was Sunstroke, one of Butler's deadliest techniques. Only 2 men on the entire continent had ever withstood it. As he launched the devastating strike, the air itself seemed to split apart under its brilliance. Roman, momentarily stunned by the sheer radiance, immediately braced himself. He knew this was Butler's trump card, and he had to meet it head-on. Calling upon everything he had, he summoned the iron shield of the heavenly demon Beck Jonghyuk. Dark energy swirled around him as the shield rose to meet Butler's blazing sun. The two forces collided, light against darkness, aura against demonic energy. The impact detonated with a thunderous explosion, hurling dust and shockwaves across the battlefield. Soldiers from both sides shielded their eyes, unable to see who had prevailed. When the dust began to clear, the sight left Edwin speechless. Against all odds, Roman stood firm, having endured Butler's strongest blow. Butler himself could hardly believe it. His sunstroke, a technique feared across the continent, had been stopped by someone ranked far below him. Drained from pouring all his mana into sunstroke, Butler staggered. Roman saw his chance and struck. Though Butler managed to block, his guard faltered, and Roman's relentless follow-up pushed him back. The battlefield fell silent in disbelief. Butler, Hector's mightiest warrior, was being forced back by someone younger, someone far below him in rank. Butler himself was stunned. The idea of being overpowered by Roman seemed impossible, yet it was happening before his eyes. Still, surrender was not in his nature. Even if it meant his life, he fought on with desperate resolve. But Roman ended the exchange decisively. Seizing control, he pressed his hand against Butler's head and slammed him hard into the ground. The impact left Butler reeling in agony. Summoning the last of his strength, Butler released one final surge of mana in a desperate explosion, hoping to drag Roman down with him. But Roman endured the blast, his body unshaken. He looked down at Butler and spoke, not with arrogance, but with respect, saying he would remember the man's determination. Just as the duel seemed settled, a flare of magic tore through the field. Edwin had entered the fray. Rune flare energy streaked toward Roman, but he slipped away with swift movements, proving both his agility and his sharp awareness. The atmosphere shifted immediately. This was no longer a duel. Edwin barked orders, and Hector's soldiers rushed in to protect their fallen commander, choosing Butler's survival over the honor of single combat. At the same time, the fortress gates of Hector were left wide open, a choice that carried dangerous consequences. The decision could tarnish Hector's reputation and alter the balance of the war itself. Back at Cairo's camp before the battle, Count Hadid had once asked Roman a crucial question. What would Cairo gain if Butler was defeated? Roman's answer had been clear and cutting. He recalled the night Hector's men had paused to honor their dead, even after a savage fight. To him, it revealed Edwin Hector's heart, soft, compassionate, and ill-suited for the battlefield. Roman explained that Butler was the linchpin. If he could bring Butler down without killing him, Cairo would accomplish two things. Butler would be weakened, stripping Hector of its most fearsome warrior, and Edwin's compassion would lead him to save Butler rather than press the attack. That mercy, Roman believed, would mark the beginning of Hector's downfall. Now, on the battlefield, Roman executed that very plan. He turned his attention to the soldiers rushing to Butler's side, stopping them in their tracks. Amid the chaos, he spoke candidly of Edwin Hector. Though he admitted Edwin had talent as a leader, Roman declared the battlefield was no place for someone with a heart too soft to carry the weight of war. A handful of Hector's soldiers managed to slip past Roman's defense and reach Butler. Watching from afar, Count Hadid was struck with awe. Everything was unfolding exactly as Roman had foreseen. The precision of his plan left no doubt. Roman wasn't just a skilled fighter, he was Cairo's sharpest military mind. In that moment, Hadid fully understood the weight of Marquis Benedict's recommendation. Roman wasn't merely valuable for his sword, but for the strategy, insight, and foresight that could reshape Cairo's future. Convinced, Hadid gave the order. Cairo's ambush was to begin, and this time he trusted Roman's plan completely. On the other side, Edwin Hector was crushed by the consequences of his choices. The instant Butler fell, he had lost control, not just of the battlefield, but of his own judgment. Doubt and self-reproach consumed him as the demands of leadership collided with the cold brutality of war. Still, beneath the turmoil, Edwin's resolve did not crumble. He clung to one fragile hope. If Butler could be saved and the fortress gates secured, Hector still had a chance to turn the tide. Determined to reclaim the field, Edwin launched another wave of rune flare magic, joined by Hector's mages who rained down their own spells. The sudden cooperation shifted the momentum, forcing Hadid to react quickly. He barked orders. Cairo's forces had to storm the gates now, while they were still open. If those gates shut, countless Cairo soldiers would be trapped and slaughtered. Inside Hector's ranks, Knight Kellen saw the danger with his own eyes. The gates had to be closed before it was too late. When a soldier rushed to him, reporting that Butler was on his way, Kellen didn't waver. He demanded the gates be shut at once and ordered the mages to activate the fortress's defense spells the moment they sealed. But at that critical moment, Roman struck. His eyes locked on the gate. He surged forward with unstoppable speed. Hector's soldiers scrambled to stop him, but Roman cut through without hesitation. Channeling the second form of the heavenly demon sword, he unleashed a devastating blow that shattered the massive gate itself. The crash thundered across the battlefield. Roman stood tall in the wreckage, his voice carrying with absolute certainty as he roared. The gates of Hector now lay wide open. Count Hadid echoed the order, driving their forces forward with the intent to crush what remained of Hector's soldiers. The battlefield erupted into chaos, steel clashing, spells exploding, and warriors from both sides falling in waves. Amid the bloodshed, Roman allowed himself a flicker of satisfaction. The plan to break open Hector's gates had worked. Now, Cairo's mission was simple: bring down Hector's commander. Roman soon found himself face-to-face with Edwin. Surrounded by the wreckage of his army, Edwin stood alone, weighed down by bitter failure. His brilliant strategies, which had once seemed flawless, striking Cairo's rear bases and setting traps in the mountains, had all been undone by Roman. The deaths of 1,000 Hector soldiers burned in his mind, and despair clawed at him as he wondered why fate had chosen him to lead and why it had sent Roman into Cairo's path. Roman addressed him, marking their reunion. Edwin's reply was grim and resolute. If he died here, Roman would not leave the battlefield alive either. Summoning fire and wind, Edwin unleashed a devastating combination spell. But Roman held his ground, deflecting the assault. Seeing their commander falter, Hector's aura soldiers rushed in, striking at Roman together. Roman answered with the heavenly demon sword, cutting all three down in a single, overwhelming strike. Edwin, undeterred, poured everything into his next attacks. Vines of entangling magic erupted from the ground, while a blazing inferno swept forward. Roman tore through them as if they were nothing. Desperate, Edwin launched bolt after bolt of lightning, striking Roman directly. For a fleeting moment, he thought victory was his. But Roman reappeared behind him in an instant. His cold voice declared the battles, and as he raised his blade for the finishing strike. At that critical moment, Kellen, the knight who had closed Hector's gate, threw himself between them. With no hesitation, he sacrificed his life to shield Edwin. Edwin froze, watching his loyal comrade fall before him. Roman, prepared to strike again, radiated malice. But before he could deliver the fatal blow, Jackson and his unit burst onto the scene. Their sudden arrival forced Roman back just enough. Jackson grabbed Edwin, pulling him out of harm's way. In the middle of the chaos, his voice was sharp and unyielding. He demanded to know, did Edwin truly wish to die here, remembered only as a coward and a failure? Jackson's words cut through the chaos, urgent and unrelenting. He pressed Edwin to live, to understand that survival itself was now the most important task. Still reeling from Kellen's sacrifice, Edwin finally began to grasp the brutal truth of war. Every life lost carried a weight he had to bear. Jackson guided him firmly, almost like a father to a son. He reminded Edwin that the fallen had not given their lives in vain, and that their sacrifice demanded he endure. Pulling him back from despair, Jackson ordered a retreat. The soldiers quickly obeyed, forming a wall of steel around Edwin. their only goal now to keep him alive. But Roman was not so easily stopped. With raw, merciless strength, he tore through the defenders, cutting them down as though they were nothing. Edwin, battered and bleeding, could do nothing but watch as Roman carved a path forward. In that moment, Roman appeared less like a man and more like the embodiment of war itself. Unyielding, merciless, unstoppable. Amid the carnage, a wounded soldier stood before Roman, summoning the last of his courage. He admitted Hector had already lost and begged Roman to spare the survivors. But Roman's response was cold and final. He reminded the man that Hector had been warned of this outcome. There would be no mercy. He declared Hector's forces would be wiped out entirely, then silenced the soldier with one final strike. When the dust settled, Cairo's commander proclaimed victory. Yet the true shock came moments later as the main Cairo army, accompanied by its high-ranking leaders, marched through the gate. There, they found Roman, standing tall among the ruins of Hector's forces. His daring actions had completely reshaped the war's outcome, a single man altering the tide of history. Roman Dmitri's name spread like wildfire. Shrouded in mystery, his presence now carried undeniable weight, and his reputation soared to new heights. With a faint, shadowed smile, Roman looked on as Cairo's army poured into the conquered gate. For Cairo, this was more than victory. It was proof of Roman's unmatched power and cunning. Celebrations erupted in the streets, joy sweeping through the city as the news reached its people. But even before the cheers could echo into the capital, unsettling rumors began to spread. Word came from the south. Merchants carried grim stories. Hector's kingdom had crossed Cairo's borders and launched an attack on the southern front. Fear stirred once again. Whispers spread that Cairo might hesitate to raise taxes despite the looming threat of war. And as unease thickened across the kingdom, the scene shifted to the Royal Academy of Cairo, where a fierce match was underway in the D-class arena. The duel in the Academy arena was between William Castro and Loren Dmitri, Roman's younger brother. William charged in with fiery determination, his strikes fast and heavy. Loren struggled to keep pace, barely managing to defend himself as the pressure mounted. Backed into a corner and panicked, he lashed out blindly. William sidestepped with ease and landed a decisive blow, sending Loren sprawling helplessly to the ground. After the match, a stern instructor confronted Loren. Though he had enrolled to learn swordsmanship, his fear of facing an opponent's blade and the instinct to shut his eyes in combat were glaring weaknesses. The instructor's words were cutting. Loren lacked talent. If he didn't show progress in the next exams, he would be dropped to E-class. The warning left Loren shaken. At 18, being placed among 15-year-olds would be a humiliating fall. Alone on a bench, he sat deep in thought, the weight of his uncertain future pressing down on him. It was then that William approached. Calm and confident, William spoke with casual authority. He said that when he was younger, he believed every member of the Dmitri family was exceptional. But as he grew older, he learned that some people were simply born with limits. He reminded Loren that miracles, like Sir Rodwell's rise to greatness, didn't happen twice in the same bloodline. Loren listened in silence, sadness settling heavily over him. He realized Rodwell's brilliance would forever overshadow his own ambitions. William's friends, watching from nearby, remarked on how dull the exchange was. They soon shifted the topic to the rumor that Roman Dmitri had defeated Homero. Skeptical, they questioned whether it could possibly be true. William dismissed it outright. To him, such rumors were fabrications, stories spread by the Dmitri family to hide the shame of their eldest son's foolish reputation. Looking directly at Loren, William bluntly stated that the third Dmitri son hardly seemed impressive either. Loren's thoughts lingered on Roman. He didn't remember his older brother being cruel or worthless, but William's certainty that Roman could never defeat someone like Homero planted doubt. Torn between his memories and the rumors, Loren's heart wavered. Just then, a sudden commotion stirred near the academy's entrance. Curious, Loren followed the noise. Whispers filled the air. Cairo's southern front had nearly collapsed under Hector's assault, only to be saved by a miraculous victory that no one had expected. At the heart of Cairo's stunning turnaround stood one name, Roman Dmitri. Whispers of his feats spread like wildfire. People claimed he had crushed Hector's army with only 200 soldiers and even bested Butler, a 5-star swordsman, in a duel. Loren struggled to take it all in. The stories seemed impossible, more like wild exaggerations than truth. Could this legendary figure truly be his older brother, the same Roman Dmitri he had always known? Before he could sort through his thoughts, a commotion rippled through the academy gates. A soldier called for the crowd to part. Roman Dmitri, the hero of the South, was arriving. Riding in on horseback, his presence was commanding, the atmosphere heavy with awe. Loren froze, unable to hide his shock at the sight of his brother's triumphant return. The scene then shifted to the royal palace, where King Daniel personally welcomed Roman. The king expressed genuine joy at finally meeting him and thanked him deeply for saving the southern front. Roman's actions, he said, not only defended Cairo's borders, but also displayed the true strength of its people. Moved by his accomplishments, the king offered Roman any reward within his power. To everyone's surprise, the king revealed his true intention. Count Nicholas, captain of the Royal Knights and the strongest swordsman in Cairo, was preparing to step down. Daniel proposed that Roman take the position of vice captain, with unrestricted access to the royal family's library. On top of that, he relieved Roman of his border duties. Roman immediately recognized this was more than a gift. It was a calculated move. King Daniel, who had risen to the throne young after the sudden death of his predecessor, was often dismissed as weak. But Roman understood the truth. The king was consolidating power, securing strong allies against the influence of the aristocracy. Aligning Roman with the royal faction was a bold step towards strengthening his reign. Not everyone agreed. Marquis Benedict objected strongly, insisting it was unfair to load so much responsibility onto someone with such a bright future ahead. Several nobles sided with him, arguing that the so-called reward felt more like a burden. But King Daniel stood firm. He declared this was the honor he wished to bestow upon Roman, and he would not waver. In an unexpected gesture, King Daniel declared that the choice was entirely Roman's to make. The nobles in the hall were stunned. Such freedom was rare when dealing with the royal family. To Roman, however, this revealed a glimpse of the king's true character. Though honored by the offer, Roman made his stance clear. He didn't feel bound to serve the royal family out of obligation. Instead, he asked for time to decide his path. Then, before the court, he revealed his personal ambition. He intended to enter Cairo's open ranking competition. Starting from rank 99, he would climb all the way to the top, aiming for rank 1 after fully preparing himself. The announcement drew murmurs of disbelief. Even King Daniel was caught off guard. The ranking battles were notorious. Fighters challenged one another until either one yielded or was unable to continue. Victories meant taking an opponent's position, but losses could bring crippling injuries or even death. Concerned, Daniel warned Roman of the risks. Roman answered calmly. He knew the danger, but this was the path he had chosen. Wealth and recognition meant nothing to him. What he sought was a relentless challenge to sharpen himself further. The king, seeing the conviction in Roman's eyes, respected his decision. The nobles, too, voiced admiration, hailing him as Cairo's hero and eagerly anticipating the battles to come. His victory over Butler had already made his name resound throughout the kingdom. Marquis Benedict, however, understood something deeper. He recalled how Roman had declined the king's offer to join the Royal Knights. This wasn't about avoiding responsibility. It was about something greater. Roman wanted to prove himself in his own way, through battle, without relying on titles or favors. Benedict chose not to stand in his way, confident Roman's true potential would shine naturally. Roman, still only in his mid-20s, stood before the king and nobles with certainty. He declared that when the ranking battles were done, he would no longer just be a subordinate. He would emerge as a figure of true importance, with a place earned by his own hand. Later that evening, the story shifted to Marquis Benedict's chambers, where he spoke privately with Roman. With a rare air of honesty, Benedict admitted the twists of fate were beyond what anyone could have expected. He had sent Roman to the southern front, believing it was the best path for him, never imagining Hector would declare war. Yet, against all odds, Roman had been the one to crush Hector's advance and alter the kingdom's destiny. Roman expressed his gratitude to Marquis Benedict, admitting that the war with Hector had been a harsh but valuable experience, one that had strengthened him in ways nothing else could. When he shared his vision for the future, Benedict was taken aback. Roman explained that the battles had shown him just how vast the world beyond Cairo truly was. To measure his own strength, he would first conquer the kingdom's ranking battles. Once he proved himself as Cairo's strongest, His next step would be to leave the kingdom and carve out greatness in the wider world. Benedict listened, then reflected on his own past. In his youth, he too had dreamed of exploring beyond Cairo's borders. But when faced with the endless expanse of the world, he chose instead to find fulfillment in the life he now led. Then, with uncharacteristic openness, Benedict revealed something deeply personal. He spoke of his daughter, whom he had raised alone after her mother's passing. He had devoted his life to her, ensuring she grew up with care and stability. To Roman's surprise, Benedict offered a proposal. He compared Roman to the extraordinary men he had once known in his younger days. Despite Roman's lack of natural gifts, Benedict admired his relentless will and his ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with those born with rare talents. Seeing Roman's potential, Benedict suggested the possibility of marriage between his daughter and Roman. But he made his stance clear. He would never force her hand. Her happiness and choice came first. He proposed only an introduction, with the hope that mutual respect and affection might naturally grow. His sincerity was unmistakable. He had been watching Roman carefully, past and present, and now invited him to walk alongside him, offering his full support to help Roman achieve anything within Cairo. Benedict also understood the weight Roman carried. His very presence threatened to shake the balance of power in the kingdom. The four great factions were already competing to draw him into their ranks. Count Gregory and Count Denver had even made daring offers, yet Roman, known secretly as the heavenly demon Beck Jung-hyuk, stood firm. He would not bow to any of them. Later that night, in the quiet of his chambers, Roman was greeted by Hans, who rushed in unexpectedly. The loyal aide, overwhelmed with relief, hurried to check if Roman bore any wounds. Tears welled as he realized Roman had returned alive. That moment of raw emotion revealed the depth of their bond and showed just how much Roman's survival meant to those who truly cared for him. A few days later, Roman was seen enjoying a rare moment of calm, quietly sipping tea. Hans joined him and brought up something that had been on his mind. He suggested Roman meet with young Master Loren. Hans explained that since Roman had moved to the capital, he had run into Loren and noticed something troubling. Having cared for both Dmitri brothers since childhood, Hans could sense that Loren was carrying a burden he wasn't ready to share. Instead of forcing the issue, Hans chose to wait until Loren opened up on his own. During that meeting, Loren had asked Hans about Roman and the rumors spreading through the capital. He mentioned hearing tales about Roman returning with guards at his side and even defeating a Hector Ranker. Hans confirmed it all. He told Loren about Roman's broken engagement, his battle with the Barco family, his victory over Homeros, and his pivotal role on the Southern Front. Stunned, Loren listened silently, realizing every rumor was true. Hans went on to say that Roman's recent actions had changed so much that even the Baron was finally at ease. He urged Loren to meet his brother, adding that Roman would be back at their quarters later that night. Loren only gave a quiet assurance that he was fine before leaving. Afterward, Hans reflected on the brothers. Each was unique, but Loren, the youngest, stood out as sensitive and fragile. Back in Roman's room, Hans shared his suspicion that Loren might be suffering bullying at the academy. He believed the boy wanted help, but couldn't bring himself to ask. Roman listened carefully. While he didn't believe family ties alone were reason enough to protect Loren, he still agreed to meet him in person. Hans's relief was obvious. Roman himself wondered if he had only agreed because Hans had asked so earnestly. The story then shifted to Viscount Hadid, who was quietly brooding over his failed attempts to recruit Roman. Yet, he was far from giving up. Hadid had noticed what others overlooked. Roman's followers were extraordinary in their own right. Among them, Chris stood out the most. His talent was so remarkable that nobles in the capital would compete to win him over. Confident, Hadid decided this would be his path forward. If he couldn't secure Roman, he would instead bring Chris and the others into his circle. With that, he was sure Marquis Benedict would be impressed, and his standing would only grow stronger. Hadid hadn't pieced this together from gossip. His conviction came from first-hand experience. On the Southern Front, he had seen Roman's men with his own eyes. Their discipline, their strength, their potential, especially Chris, left him certain that they were worth recruiting. If he could bring them into the central government, it would secure Marquis Benedict's approval and raise his standing in the political arena. Meanwhile, Chris was lost in his training, his blade cutting through the air with precision born of relentless effort. As he practiced, memories surfaced. He recalled the day he first met Roman. Back then, Roman hadn't seemed untouchable. Chris had truly believed he could surpass him. But that illusion shattered with time. Roman's growth was explosive, his power climbing to heights Chris couldn't even imagine. The duel with Butler had been the breaking point. Watching Roman fight that legendary 5-star swordsman, Chris realized just how vast the gap had become. Roman had stepped into a realm Chris could hardly fathom. Yet, instead of discouragement, the sight lit a fire in him. Determined, Chris remained by Roman's side, watching, learning, and pushing himself harder. 6 months of grueling effort had reshaped him. His progress was so sharp it even surprised himself. What began as a fleeting ambition had hardened into an unshakable vow. One day, he would surpass Roman Dmitri. It was in the middle of this training that Viscount Hadid appeared. Wasting no time, he approached Chris directly, laying out his proposal. He praised Chris's raw talent and urged him to join the central government. He promised him a life of wealth and stability, where money would never again be a concern. He spoke of honor, fame, and the chance to serve Marquis Benedict, the true force behind Cairo's politics. With such backing, Hadid insisted Chris could achieve anything he desired within the kingdom. But Chris didn't even need to think. He rejected the offer outright. His loyalty to Roman was unwavering. Hadid blinked, taken aback by the speed of the refusal. Pressing harder, he asked why Chris would turn down such a golden opportunity. Surely he understood what he was giving up? He reminded him that moving into the central government could transform his life completely. When Chris remained unmoved, Hadid softened his tone. He told him this wasn't betrayal. Roman, he assured, would eventually join Marquis Benedict anyway. By accepting now, Chris would only be taking a smart step ahead of the inevitable. Chris doubted whether Roman would ever serve under Benedict, knowing too well the kind of man Roman was. Hadid, however, believed the opposite. To him, Benedict's overwhelming strength made Roman's eventual submission inevitable. But Chris saw things differently. He knew Roman as someone who would never bow to anyone, a leader who thrived on independence and unshakable resolve. Chris told Hadid plainly that no matter what promises were made, he would never abandon Roman. To him, Roman Dmitri was beyond replacement, and no reward could sever that bond. Hadid accepted Chris's stance, but found it amusing, thinking Chris had turned away from a rare chance. Still determined, he moved on to others within Roman's ranks. Kevin was the first, but Kevin turned him down without hesitation, declaring that his entire life belonged to Roman. Hadid was taken aback by the depth of his loyalty. Hoping for a different outcome, he approached Pucky next. Yet Pucky also refused, echoing Kevin's words. Betraying Roman was something he couldn't even imagine. One by one, Hadid reached out to more of Roman's people, and the result was always the same. Each of them rejected him, not for power, not for glory, but out of genuine loyalty. Then came Henderson, but instead of replying, Henderson covered his ears and walked away, leaving Hadid stunned. That single action hit harder than words. Hadid began to wonder, what was it about Roman that tied these people to him so completely? The story shifted then to Loren, training alone with his sword. Frustration weighed heavy on him as Hans's words replayed in his mind. He couldn't understand it. The Roman he once knew as the fool of Dmitri was now the hero of Cairo, the man who defeated Butler. As Loren slashed at the training post, the thought gnawed at him. Why had Roman risen so high while he remained stuck in place? Driven by that frustration, he unleashed his strength until he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. That was when Roman appeared behind him, catching him off guard. Roman asked what he was doing and mentioned he'd heard from Hans that Loren had been searching for him. Roman looked at Loren and told him plainly, if something was weighing on him, he should speak. Loren hesitated, brushing it off, but Roman dismissed him as pathetic and started to leave. That stung, and in a burst of courage, Loren shouted for him to wait. He said he wanted to talk, to let it all out. Roman stopped, giving him the chance. Sitting down on a bench, Loren poured out what had been eating at him. He admitted how shaken he'd been when he heard of Roman's transformation. The Roman he once knew showed no interest in swords, even leaving border responsibilities for others to handle. Yet now, that same Roman stood as the hero of Cairo. Loren couldn't understand what had changed him so drastically, and he wanted to know what experiences had shaped that transformation. He spoke of their shared struggles, then confessed what he truly longed for, to become someone his father could be proud of. Not through forced smiles or empty appearances, but through real accomplishments. His voice trembled as he admitted his feelings, and before long, he broke into tears. Roman, seeing Lauren's vulnerability, reminded himself that at 18, Loren wasn't ready to carry the same weight he had. He thought back to how the people of Dmitri had embraced his new self, setting aside the fool he used to be and giving him another chance. That acceptance had mattered more than anything. And so, Roman resolved to do the same for his family, for Loren, for Rodwell. He would judge them by who they were now, not by their past. Turning to Loren, Roman spoke firmly. He said he despised seeing anyone with the Dmitri name treated with contempt. If Loren suffered such scorn, it would tarnish both the family's name and his own. But he also believed in Lauren's potential. He urged him to prove himself in the upcoming Academy swordsmanship exam. This was a shift for Roman, from a life once spent surviving harsh trials with his brothers, to now offering his own brother a chance, along with his support. The next day, the exam began. The instructor gathered the students, and the matches kicked off with fierce energy. Amid the clashing swords and shouts of competition, Loren kept Roman's words close. The challenge had been made. It was his moment to prove his worth. Loren knew that if he wanted answers to the doubts gnawing at him, he had to give his all in the exam. His opponent was none other than William, who stood tall and confident, ready to settle the score from their past encounter. The instructor laid out the rules clearly. Victory wouldn't be measured by winning or losing alone, but by skill and precision. Fatal strikes were forbidden. The exam was about control, technique, and understanding. At the signal, William lunged forward with full force. Loren braced himself and managed to block the first strike cleanly, his defense steady. But William, fast and relentless, pressed harder, trying to break through and bring Loren down. In that moment, Roman's words echoed in Lauren's mind. This exam wasn't just a test. It was a chance to silence the whispers, to prove himself worthy of the Dmitri name. Seizing the moment, Loren struck unexpectedly, landing a hit straight across William's face. The sudden blow caught William off guard, halting the match for a breath. Fueled by the desire to follow Roman's path and carve out his own strength, Loren launched into a counterattack. The duel intensified, blades clashing as the two exchanged rapid strikes and defenses, each searching for an opening. William grew frustrated by Loren's persistence and went for a crushing blow. But Loren, driven by sheer determination, met it head-on with a strike of his own. The fight reached its climax as both fighters exchanged a storm of synchronized attacks, their movements blurring in a fierce display of skill. Then the scene shifted. Loren came back to himself, catching his breath as the match ended. The teacher, impressed by the fierce contest, acknowledged the strength Loren had shown. Even though William had been the aggressor, it was Loren's swift dodges and sharp reactions that stood out. The teacher's praise went beyond the day's exam. They pointed out how fear had often chained Loren in past matches, holding back his true ability. But today, his performance told a different story. He hadn't just shown skill. He had shown growth, courage, and the strength to rise above his fears. The instructor explained that pitting him against William had been intentional. William was meant to be his trial, a genuine test of character and strength. Shocked, Loren asked if the teacher truly meant that. Without hesitation, the teacher assured him that they always spoke with honesty to their students and encouraged him to start believing in himself more. The teacher also pointed out how much Loren and William resembled each other, urging Loren not to let fear chain him any longer. Taking in those words, Loren felt a weight lift, quietly grateful for the advice as the scene shifted. Meanwhile, William was boiling with rage over how close the duel had been. His pride refused to accept it. Even as his friends tried to calm him down, William brushed them aside. To him, Loren had dared to challenge him not just with his sword, but with his very eyes, and that was unforgivable. Driven by spite, he rallied his companions, insisting they help him teach Loren a lesson. His friends cautioned him against it, warning that such actions could stir trouble between families, even drawing Roman Dmitri into the matter. But William ignored their concerns. He sneered, boasting about his position as the eldest son of the Castro family, reminding them that his father shared close ties with Marquis Benedict. In Cairo, he claimed true power rested in alliances and influence, not in empty names like Lawrence. With arrogance, he declared that he would use that power to crush Loren, then ordered his followers to drag him over. But before they could act, a voice cut through the shadows. Roman stepped forward, demanding William repeat every word he had just spoken. The air shifted instantly. The hero of Cairo stood before them. Roman's presence shook the group, but William, clinging to his pride, brazenly claimed he would say it again if Roman wanted to hear it. He didn't get the chance. Roman closed the distance in an instant, seizing William by the throat and lifting him effortlessly from the ground. His voice thundered with authority as he told William that his family's power meant nothing in the face of true strength. He rebuked him, not only for trying to harm Loren, but for daring to insult the Dmitri name. Then, without loosening his grip, Roman ordered him to take him straight to the Castro family estate. Stunned and gasping, William could hardly process the sudden reversal. When Roman finally released him, his words carried a weight that none present could ignore. Parents, he said, must answer for the actions of their children. The scene shifted once more, this time to the grand halls of the Castro family palace. There, Viscount Hadid reported to Count Castro. Every attempt to win over Roman's men had failed. Hadid explained that Roman's followers didn't even recognize the opportunity before them, dismissing it as blindness born from their humble origins. Count Castro let out a laugh, amused, and asked Hadid what was so remarkable about Roman. Hadid quickly defended Roman's value, pointing out that Marquis Benedict himself was working tirelessly to bring Roman under his wing, even going so far as to consider him as a potential son-in-law. That revelation piqued Count Castro's interest. With a spark of curiosity, he told Hadid to arrange a meeting with Roman when the time was right. The scene shifted back, this time to Count Castro's office, where William and Roman now stood. William wasted no time accusing Roman, claiming he had made threats against him. Outraged, Count Castro demanded to know how a mere commoner dared to defy the heir of the Castro family. But before William could go further, his father's expression hardened. Count Castro rose from his chair and cut William off sharply. He reminded him that the man he was belittling was Sir Roman, the very hero who had saved Cairo. His disappointment flared into anger, and he struck William across the face, chastising him for his disrespect. Turning to Roman, Count Castro's tone shifted. With sincerity, he apologized for his son's behavior and promised strict punishment to ensure such insolence would never repeat. He asked for Roman's forgiveness, hoping to settle the matter peacefully. To further smooth things over, he even invited Roman to join him for tea, seeing the situation as an unexpected opportunity to forge ties with a man of growing influence. But Roman wasn't so easily swayed. His voice carried weight as he made it clear that forgiveness was his decision alone, not something Count Castro could dictate. He pointed directly to the root of the conflict, William. The situation, he said, had escalated because of William's reckless words and threats. Roman revealed that William had openly boasted about breaking Lauren's arm, and to him, that wasn't just idle talk, it was intent to cause harm. As the air grew heavy, Count Castro cautiously asked Roman what he intended to do. Did he plan to seek revenge? Wanting to ease the tension, the Count suggested they talk things through, hoping to salvage a potential relationship with him. But Roman answered with uncompromising terms. For peace, he demanded William kneel and publicly apologize before a crowd. On top of that, he insisted William leave the academy altogether. To Roman, it was the only way to protect his brother from someone like him. Roman left no room for negotiation. This was the only path forward. Either William yielded or the Castro family would find themselves at war with Dmitri. The choice, he said, rested entirely with Count Castro. But the Count sneered, brushing off Roman's ultimatum. To him, men of low birth were nothing but constant irritations. With a mocking tone, he questioned whether Roman's so-called importance came solely from Marquis Benedict's attention. He argued that Roman didn't even deserve to stand in the same room as a noble of Benedict's stature. Fueled by pride, Count Castro vowed to show Roman the true power of the central nobility. Looking to secure his position, the Count turned to Viscount Hadid, who had seen everything unfold. He asked him to serve as a witness before Marquis Benedict, hoping his testimony would help frame Roman as the one in the wrong. To Castro, Roman had crossed the line and needed to face punishment. But Hadid was no ordinary noble. Known among his peers as the Raccoon of Cairo, he had built his reputation on sharp instincts and an unmatched ability to survive. Plenty had talent, but only those like Hadid, who knew how to make the right alliances and trade favors, were able to thrive at the top. His family lacked great influence, yet his cunning had carved him a place among powerful circles. Count Castro, by contrast, came from an established house and had been close to Marquis Benedict since youth. But now, he found himself standing against Roman Dmitri, a rising force. Normally, Hadid might have backed him. Yet this time, the situation was far from simple. Marquis Benedict wasn't a man ruled by loyalty or sentiment. He was pragmatic, a man who valued victory above all. And with Benedict considering Roman as a potential son-in-law, Hadid knew the winds were shifting. In a calculated turn, Hadid advised Count Castro to stop covering for William and instead address his son's mistakes directly. The suggestion stunned the Count. Hadid was famous for his clever survival tactics, and this was not the support he had expected. But the raccoon had already chosen the more profitable side, seeing Roman's star rising higher with every step. Realizing that opposing Roman without the central government behind him could end in disaster, Count Castro swallowed his pride. He turned to Roman and offered an apology, putting his family's survival above his personal pride. William, however, was left reeling. To see his father, someone he believed untouchable, bow his head before Roman Dmitri was a humiliation he could scarcely comprehend. From Roman's perspective, the entire ordeal exposed the weaknesses of the nobility, their arrogance, their pride, and their constant need to feel superior. And as his influence in the kingdom grew, so too did the hostility of jealous and reckless rivals. Roman understood the danger. To protect himself and those around him, he would need to assert his authority and make an example of someone. Count Castro might have been the perfect target for that lesson, but in the end, Roman accepted his proposal. The Count promised that William would publicly apologize to Lorraine and withdraw from the academy on his own. The declaration left William stunned, unable to grasp how quickly his world had been overturned. Roman responded with only the faintest smile before turning away, signaling that the matter was closed. Count Castro thanked him for his restraint and accepted the resolution. But William stood there in disbelief, beginning to realize that the man he had provoked was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Meanwhile, in Lauren's dormitory, the mood shifted suddenly when one of William's friends burst inside, his face grave. He delivered the news. Roman had clashed with William. The spark? William's anger after taking a hit from Lorraine during their duel. Lorraine froze as the weight of the situation hit him. Then came the second blow. William had gone as far as to threaten breaking his arm. Roman had overheard the threat, and it had set everything into motion. A chill ran through Lorraine. The friend added that Roman had been taken directly to Count Castro afterward. Just hearing that name was enough to make Lauren's chest tighten. He knew how dangerous the Count was, and the thought of Roman facing him stirred panic. Guilt settled heavy on his shoulders. If anything happened to Roman because of him, Lorraine knew he would carry that burden forever. Overwhelmed, he rushed out of the dorm, his hurried footsteps echoing down the hallway. He needed help. Desperate, he turned to the only person he believed could intervene, their father. With trembling hands, he cast the communication spell, his voice shaking as he explained the crisis. Roman was in danger, entangled in a conflict with the powerful Castro family. On the other end, Romero listened in silence at first. But the tremor in his son's voice carried more than fear. It carried desperation. Shock and fury surged within him as the truth unfolded. This wasn't a minor quarrel. This was a cry for help. Romero's hand slammed against the table, a raw display of how much he cared for his son. It wasn't just anger. It was instinct, a father's need to protect his family no matter the cost. He had overheard Lauren's frantic call, and the unease in his chest only deepened. Lorraine was never one to panic. For him to react like that, something truly dire had to be unfolding. Turning to his wife, Romero confessed his fears, searching for clarity in the face of uncertainty. The Dmitri family's ties to the Castros weighed heavily on his mind, especially with their deep connections to the central government and Marquis Benedict himself. "Should we step in?" Romero asked, his voice laced with worry. He knew the danger. Any action against the Castros could spiral into something much larger. His wife didn't hesitate. Her answer was sharp, filled with urgency. "Do you still doubt this? Our eldest son's life is at stake. Politics can wait. The Dmitri are strong enough not to cower." Her words steadied him, and with renewed resolve, Romero summoned his trusted vassals to Dmitri Palace. Time was running out, and Roman's safety could not be left to chance. When the vassals arrived, Romero addressed them with urgency, laying out the danger. The conflict with the Castro family was already spiraling, and Roman had fallen into their hands. The Castros were not just any rival. They were allies of the central government. Opposing them would be risky, but Romero was prepared to shoulder that risk. Even knowing his plan might face resistance, Romero stood firm. To his surprise, Jonathan, captain of the Dmitri Knight Order, immediately stepped forward. Aware of the peril, Jonathan nevertheless declared his loyalty. Roman, the heir of Dmitri, could not be abandoned. Jonathan swore that he and his knights would stake their lives to protect him. The rallying cry spread further, reaching Hendrik, the master blacksmith. Without hesitation, Hendrik asked Romero for numbers. How many men needed arms? How much steel would be required? To him, the answer was simple. Roman's life outweighed all other concerns. The Castro's influence meant nothing. What mattered was protecting the future of Dmitri, no matter the cost. Romero believed the support for Roman would extend far beyond his knights and vassals. The miners, the ironworkers, the people of Dmitri's lands, all of them would stand together when it came to protecting the heir. What surprised him was how quickly that belief became reality. The Dmitri family had long been known for their peaceful stance, but now, in this moment of crisis, their people rallied without hesitation. For Romero, the meaning was clear. Dmitri could no longer stand quietly in the background. It was time for the family to take its place as leaders of the Northeast. The news spread swiftly, carried down into the iron mines and through the dark tunnels. When Jacob heard it, he wasted no time. He called the miners to gather, telling them that even if they couldn't fight directly, they had a vital role to play. Supplies, weapons, and preparation would be their battlefield. Their contribution could mean the difference between survival and defeat. Morcan, who oversaw the miners' safety, stepped forward as well. The moment he heard that the nobles of the capital had endangered Roman, he saw no choice but to act. He didn't just agree with Jacob's plan, he pushed it further. Production had to be increased immediately, even if it meant working through the night. And so, the miners labored without rest. Every strike of the hammer, every bead of sweat became a declaration of loyalty. What had once been a peaceful community transformed into a united front, prepared to defend Roman with everything they had. The Dmitri family, once passive, now stood ready to rise as a true regional power. But while urgency surged in Dmitri lands, the capital remained oblivious. Nobles there carried on with their own ambitions, unaware of the storm building far from their sight. Meanwhile, at the academy, Loren left his room after reaching out to his father. A mix of dread and hope churned within him. He trusted his father would come, but until then, he couldn't sit still. Determined to find Roman, he stepped outside. There, a strange sight greeted him. A crowd of students had gathered, speaking in hushed tones. Loren frowned, unsure what was happening, until his eyes fell on the figure at the center. Standing among them was none other than Roman. Roman signaled for Loren to step closer, his expression firm. Then, turning to William, he delivered an unexpected command. William was to apologize to Loren, here and now, in front of everyone. His tone left no doubt. This was not a request, but a warning. Refusal would bring consequences. Loren stood frozen, eyes wide, as the demand echoed through the crowd. Count Castro, stepping forward, reinforced the order. He told William to do it quickly and without hesitation. Cornered, William lowered his head. His voice, stripped of its arrogance, admitted the truth. He had bullied Loren, and it had been wrong. Dropping to his knees, he asked for forgiveness. He went further, declaring he would withdraw from the academy and swore never to trouble Loren again. The sudden shift left Loren stunned. Relief clashed with disbelief, his mind struggling to catch up with what had just unfolded. Count Castro, noticing his hesitation, encouraged him to accept the apology. To Loren's greater surprise, the Count even bowed before him, apologizing on his own behalf and assuring him that such behavior would not happen again. When the tension finally broke, Loren sought Roman out. He needed to understand why. Roman told him plainly, it wasn't just about Loren. This was about the Dmitri family itself. The Castros had treated them unfairly, looked down on them, and today had been the moment to draw the line. Roman's actions were a defense of their family's dignity and honor. The explanation struck Loren deeply. He admired his brother's resolve, the courage it had taken to confront someone like Count Castro. Pride stirred within him, not just in Roman, but in their family. Roman reminded him of who they were. They were Dmitri, and they had to carry that name with pride. The bond between them grew stronger in that moment. For Loren, It was a lesson and a promise. He would no longer allow anyone to demean him. Roman, seeing his brother's resolve, allowed himself a small, relieved smile. At last, the storm seemed to be settling. But then Loren remembered his earlier plea to their father. Panic resurfaced. He urged Roman to contact Romero quickly, terrified of how their father might react once he learned of the fight. Far away in the Castro palace, the consequences of William's actions were already crashing down. A sharp slap echoed through the chamber as Count Castro unleashed his fury on his son. He reminded William of who Roman Dmitri truly was, the savior of Cairo, a man whose name carried weight even among the most powerful. Though William was the eldest son of the Castro family, he had crossed a line when he humiliated Roman's younger brother. Forced to kneel before the academy and give a sincere apology, he dragged the Castro name into disgrace. Whispers spread quickly. People mocked the family, calling them blind nobles who couldn't even manage their own house. The title of foolish count began to follow Castro's name, and the sting of it gnawed at him. Count Castro seethed at the humiliation, but beneath his anger lay deep unease. The family's standing had already been shaken, and now another storm loomed. How would Marquis Benedict, one of the most influential men in the region, view this disaster? As he brooded over his tarnished reputation, a servant rushed in with unexpected news. Romero Dmitri was calling through magic. The Count was taken aback. Of all people, why would Romero be reaching out now? The answer came with thunder. Romero's voice carried a weight that left no room for doubt. He told Castro that looking down on Dmitri blood had been a grave mistake. Whatever status the Castros claimed through their ties to the central government, they would find no weakness in Dmitri resolve. This insult to his son would not be ignored. Confused, Count Castro wondered why Roman's father would stir matters further when the incident had already ended. But Romero pressed on. At dawn, he declared, the Dmitri family would formally petition the central government for a wardship over their territory, a move that directly challenged the Castro family's hold on power in the northeast. Then came the second blow. Dmitri merchants would cut all trade with the Castros. Supplies, coin, and resources would dry up overnight. It was both a financial strike and a public declaration of defiance, shaking the Castros' foundation. Romero was not finished. He vowed to collect every debt the Castros owed to the Golden Bank, a pressure point that could grind their finances into ruin. And beyond money, he revealed something more dangerous. Dmitri had already reached out to the enemies of the Castro family, giving them both gold and backing. With enemies now gathering both inside and outside their circle, the Castro family stood on the edge of collapse. Romero made his intention clear. He would see the Castros brought down, no matter the risk or sacrifice. For him, this was no longer just a defense of his son. It was a war to erase the Castros' influence once and for all. Count Castro could hardly believe what he was hearing. Romero's demands sounded so absolute, so heavy with consequence, that he struggled to grasp the weight of them. The idea that the Dmitri family would go this far over the incident was beyond anything he expected. But Romero Dmitri did not back down. His voice carried a final warning. Release Roman at once. Startled, Count Castro quickly protested. There must be a misunderstanding, he insisted. He was not holding any member of the Dmitri family. To calm the storm, he explained that the issue with Loren, the spark of this conflict, had already been resolved. He even pointed to William's public apology as proof that the Castros wanted peace. Hearing this, Romero felt an awkward wave of embarrassment. For all his fury, it seemed he had been mistaken about Roman's situation. Count Castro reassured him again, promising that the matter was over and vowing to prevent such incidents from ever happening again. Somewhat unsettled, Romero ended the call. Back in Dmitri lands, Romero reflected on the exchange. He thought about what it meant to be a true leader, not someone who ruled by fear or force, but someone who inspired trust and loyalty even in hardship. And everywhere he looked, from the highest officials to the miners in the tunnels, he saw proof that Roman had already become such a figure. His son had grown into someone loved and respected across their entire territory. That realization humbled him. And at the next gathering with the Dmitri people, Romero made a surprising declaration. There would be no war. Instead, they would hold a celebration. He urged everyone to cast off their worries and enjoy themselves without restraint, as if tomorrow might never come. The announcement filled the community with joy. Excitement spread quickly, lifting the heavy air that had hung over them. By the following day, The markets buzzed with gossip. Everyone was talking about what had happened. The sight of William, the eldest son of the Castro family, kneeling to apologize to young Loren. The act had shaken the capital, leaving nobles and commoners alike whispering about whether the balance of power in Cairo was beginning to shift. Merchants who once traded loyally with the Castros began severing ties and turning toward Dmitri. Among them was Lucas, who spoke openly about the meaning behind these changes. The Dmitri family, he said, had won the favor of the elites, reshaping the region's political map. Not long ago, no one would have believed that a border family could stand against the mighty Castros. Yet the incident had flipped expectations. What shocked people most was not just the humiliation of the Castro heir, but the aftermath. Every major financial house in Cairo began to align with Dmitri. Despite the long-standing divide between central power and the borderlands, it was now clear where loyalties were shifting. One by one, voices that once dismissed them now stood in support of Dmitri. The shift in power had lifted the Dmitri family's status higher than ever before, marking their rise as a force to be reckoned with. Elsewhere, Roman sat quietly with a cup of tea in hand. His thoughts lingered on his family. For generations, Dmitri had avoided conflict, choosing peace whenever possible. He struggled to believe that his father, Baron Romero, would be willing to risk everything for war simply because of him. But as he thought deeper, he understood the decision hadn't been Romero's alone. It was made by the entire family together, the core of Dmitri standing united. That realization brought Roman a deeper sense of gratitude. It reminded him of the strength of their bond and the weight of the name they carried. They had been ready to fight, not because he demanded it, but because they chose to protect one of their own. It was a far cry from his former life. Back then, as a celestial being, he had lived in a world where power was everything and cruelty was survival. That past had made him ruthless, far harsher than he ever thought possible. Yet now, in this second life, he found solace in the difference. Here, family mattered. Here, loyalty and trust gave him something worth protecting. Far away, in the Hector kingdom, a different story unfolded. Jackson and Butler could hardly contain their relief when Edwin finally opened his eyes. Blinking in confusion, Edwin asked where he was. But almost immediately, his mind went to one name, Roman Dmitri. The memory of him lingered like a shadow. Edwin imagined a world where he could turn back time, where he might have stopped Roman before his rise. But the thought dissolved quickly. It was nothing more than a hollow dream. His own choices had brought ruin to Hector, leaving the kingdom in its bleakest state. The guilt weighed heavily, especially when he remembered Callion's sacrifice. Callion had died in his place, and that memory tore at him, a constant reminder of the pain his decisions had caused. Hector was broken, and he couldn't escape the truth that much of it was his doing. Yet in the midst of despair, a spark flickered. Edwin couldn't abandon his people to misery. No matter how deep his regret, they still looked to him for leadership. Their eyes held expectation, hope that he would guide them through the darkness. And though the burden was crushing, he knew he couldn't let them down. Edwin's thoughts were cut short by voices nearby. Jackson and Butler stood before him, their faces grim. They brought troubling news. A week had passed, and still there was no word of war. The silence itself weighed on the kingdom, filling the air with unease. But worse followed. Word had come from Cairo of the demon that haunted it. This figure had torn through Hector's soldiers, leaving death in its wake, and had even claimed the life of Butler, captain of the Night Order. The loss hit like a hammer, shaking the very foundation of their ranks. It was a brutal reminder of the dangerous world they lived in, one where unseen forces could strike without warning. Among the people, fear spread like wildfire. Whispers grew louder. Were they nothing more than frogs in a well, blind to the monsters beyond their narrow world? The realization stung, making them feel small, powerless, and afraid. In the midst of this turmoil, Edwin found himself summoned before his father, the king of Hector. Inside the palace, the king's concern was evident. He spoke with quiet resolve, acknowledging the heavy burden resting on his son's shoulders, but assuring him he would not risk Edwin's life recklessly. Edwin bowed his head and apologized for the troubles he had caused. Then he told his father about the omen he had witnessed in one of the villages. The once thriving land now lay shrouded in an unnatural black haze, its vitality fading away. Edwin confessed that he believed it was the work of something sinister, dark magic, perhaps the curse of a necromancer. The king stiffened at the words, but Edwin pressed on. He argued that the repeated famines plaguing Hector could not simply be the cruelty of nature. They were deliberate, orchestrated by someone hiding in the shadows. A hidden enemy was using powerful sorcery to weaken the kingdom itself. The king's expression grew grim. For years, he had quietly wondered if such a hand had guided Hector's past actions, even their disastrous attack on Cairo. Edwin confirmed those fears. The war, he said, had not been Hector's choice alone. It had been provoked, engineered by someone else for their own gain. Both father and son stood in the silence of realization. Hector was not a kingdom in control of its fate. It had been reduced to a pawn in another's scheme. The king admitted that lifting a curse of such magnitude would not be easy. Only an archpriest might stand a chance, and Hector lacked the resources to seek such help. But Edwin's thoughts drifted back to his past. He remembered the day the tower master of the heavenly palace had approached him. The offer had been simple but staggering. Surrender his title as prince, and in exchange, gain a place in the magic tower, with anything he desired placed within his reach. And now, faced with his kingdom's ruin, Edwin knew he had to make a choice. The king was caught off guard, his worry plain to see. Edwin faced him with a steady gaze, explaining that giving up a year was the only way to truly solve Hector's troubles. His choice revealed how far he was willing to go for his people, even if it meant setting aside his own life for their sake. Far away in the southern training camp, Bernie wrestled with his own destiny. He had always wanted to die fighting, but the loss of his arm left him uncertain of his worth. It was then that Roman appeared before him, an unexpected figure stepping into his path. Roman wasted no time, offering him a place under Dmitri. Bernie was touched, but reality weighed heavily. He thanked Roman, yet pointed out the obvious. Without an arm, how could he contribute? He stood before Roman, the doubt pressing down on him. What use could a crippled man be? Wouldn't he only drag Roman down? To his surprise, Roman didn't turn him away. Instead, he gave a knowing smile. What Bernie said didn't sound like rejection at all. It sounded like a hidden desire to fight, a spark waiting to be reignited. Roman then shared a story. It was about Song Beck, once a royal bodyguard. His life changed when he lost his right arm in war. The royal family rewarded him with honor and riches, but he couldn't accept a life of comfort. Song Beck longed to fall as a warrior, not fade away in peace. So, he trained his left hand relentlessly, building an entirely new way of fighting. With his tilted stance and unorthodox moves, he turned weakness into strength. Many who faced him in duels fell to his unpredictable sword. But every warrior's path has an end. In a final clash with the great swordsman Baek Young-hyuk, Song Beck was defeated. Yet in that moment, he achieved what he longed for, an honorable death in battle. Roman's tale carried weight. To Mac Burney, it was more than a story. It was proof that even broken warriors could rise again, and that true strength came from refusing to give up. Moved by the tale of Song Beck, Roman turned to Mac Burney with an offer that could change everything. He promised to teach him the ways of left-handed swordsmanship, guiding him toward a strength that even Burney himself could not imagine. It wasn't just an offer of training. It was a gesture of trust and brotherhood. For the first time since losing his arm, Burney felt purpose stir within him. Hope returned, and with it, the resolve to rise again as a warrior. Bowing low, he pledged his loyalty to Roman, ready to walk the path laid before him. Amid these shifting tides, men like Edwin Hector, Mac Burney, and even Henry Albert found themselves swept along by Roman's growing influence. Henry, in particular, struggled with conflicting feelings. He had endured hardships alongside Roman, yet he couldn't understand why he wasn't chosen to accompany him further. When Henry returned home to the Albert territory, he expected to be hailed as a hero. Instead, the people honored him not as the pride of his house, but as a celebrated figure of Cairo. His role in the war had been minor, but standing beside Roman on the battlefield had elevated his name far beyond what he deserved. The recognition didn't stop there. Soon, the Cairo Royal Academy invited him to give a lecture about his time on the Southern Front. Henry accepted eagerly, seeing it as a chance to build prestige. By praising Roman's greatness before the nobility, he knew he could raise his own standing as well. For Henry, this was more than just a speech. It was the turning point of his once ordinary noble life. Meanwhile, in Cairo's capital, Roman was preparing for his departure to Dmitri. A large crowd gathered to bid him farewell a testament to his growing power and influence. But as he left, Roman's mind was already focused on the future. When he returned, he would face crucial decisions. Until then, he planned to fortify his hold over the Northeast, laying the groundwork for the inevitable clash with the central government. On the road to Dmitri, as he passed through a forest, Roman encountered a group of distressed farmers. Their eyes were red, their voices heavy as they spoke of ruined fields. Curious about their plight, Roman turned to Chris for an explanation. Chris guessed the farmers were from Dmitri. Roman asked why they had wandered into Conrad territory, and Chris explained that Dmitri lacked farmland. Some families were forced to rent land from Conrad to survive. Hearing this, Roman insisted on speaking with them directly. The farmers stepped forward and revealed their plight. They had signed a 10-year lease with the Conrad family, but just a week before harvest, they were ordered off the land. When they refused, Conrad's men destroyed their crops. Now, desperate and empty-handed, they begged Roman for justice. Chris quietly reminded Roman that his hands were tied. The land belonged to the Conrad family, and interfering could spark conflict. He then broke down the situation further. Conrad's strength didn't lie in wealth or armies alone, but in their alliances. The northeastern nobles, though weak on their own, had banded together for survival. Like a flock that survives only when it moves as one, these families protected one another, making them dangerous to challenge. Roman listened, but his resolve didn't waver. To ignore this injustice would only embolden Conrad and his allies. If left unchecked, their influence would spread. Even knowing the risks, Roman declared that the matter must be dealt with swiftly. Justice for the farmers would not be delayed. Bound by duty, Chris accepted his decision. When they finally reached Dmitri, the people welcomed Roman with open arms, cheering him as Cairo's hero and the pride of their land. At the manor, his father, Romero Dmitri, embraced him warmly. Roman asked after his health, and Romero reassured him that all was well, even hinting at a grand celebration prepared for his return. But before the festivities could begin, Roman requested a private conversation with his father. There was something urgent he needed to discuss. In Romero's office, Roman wasted no time bringing up the plight of the farmers in Conrad territory. Romero nodded. He already knew of the issue. Calmly, he explained that the Conrad family would eventually reclaim their land, and warned Roman not to meddle. Interference, he said, could bring harsher consequences for the farmers later. But Roman's expression hardened. He asked if things would be different if Dmitri were backed by the powerful Benedict family. With Marquis Benedict's influence, Conrad would never dare to touch their fields. Roman pressed further, pointing out that with the Barco family's downfall, Dmitri now stood as one of the strongest forces in the Northeast. Romero agreed with his son's reasoning, but urged restraint. Strength alone wasn't enough, alliances mattered. Provoking conflict with the Conrad family could upset the delicate balance among the nobles. Roman didn't flinch. He declared that Dmitri's strength was real, yet Conrad and the other nobles refused to see it. Too arrogant and complacent, they dismissed Dmitri as nothing more than another house without central government protection, like Barco once was. That blind arrogance was why they dared to trample Dmitri's farmers. With a frown, Roman pressed his father for his true opinion. Conrad boasted of unmatched power, yet their actions betrayed weakness. Roman believed the time had come to make a statement, to prove who truly ruled the Northeast. He insisted that Dmitri not only had the strength, but also the moral duty to protect its people. Why, he asked, should they stand idle while Conrad trampled over their citizens' rights? With conviction, Roman requested permission to act. He promised he would bear the responsibility himself, even if it required violence. Later, after Roman left, Romero sank into his chair, deep in thought. His son's words lingered. He could see how much Roman had changed. Memories surfaced, days when Roman had worked at his side, quietly, dutifully. Those memories tied them together in a way Romero couldn't shake. Perhaps, he wondered, Roman's fierce determination now was born from the way others had always dismissed him as a lesser noble. Romero reflected long into the night and reached a quiet conclusion. What Dmitri needed was not only power, but also wisdom at its helm. Roman's fiery resolve was proof that a new chapter had begun, one where leadership would be measured not just by might, but by the strength of one's character and decisions. Days later, Dmitri Palace was alive with celebration. A grand banquet had been arranged in Roman's honor, and nobles from across the Northeast poured in, including the prominent Vault and Grizel families. The air was heavy with formality, filled with nobles who valued influence and strength above all else. Yet even as Dmitri's presence loomed larger than ever, many still chose to overlook its rising dominance. Amid the gathering, Roman encountered Lady Sophia of the Grizel family. He recalled their earlier meeting, but this time her gaze was different, measured, assessing, as if she was now considering the prospect of uniting with him through marriage. The hall's mood shifted again when Viscount Conrad arrived. With a polite smile, he greeted Roman as the hero of Cairo. Roman, however, stood firm and answered with deliberate weight, "I am Roman Dmitri." His words carried pride, staking claim to both his name and the authority it bore. Conrad, still smiling, acknowledged Roman's feats, especially his victory over Butler, the famed swordsman. He marveled at how someone so young had accomplished so much, a sentiment shared by many watching. They whispered of Roman's potential, how far he might rise in the years ahead. Yet to Conrad's surprise, Roman didn't linger in polite conversation. His tone sharpened as he took command of the exchange, forcing Conrad to reassess the man before him. This was no ordinary noble's son. This was someone who could not be ignored. Offering courtesy, Conrad invited Roman to ask any question he wished. He did not anticipate the blow that was coming. With unwavering resolve, Roman asked why Conrad had stripped Dmitri's farmers of their land. The hall fell silent. The boldness of the question rippled through the nobles like a shockwave. Conrad's expression stiffened as he scrambled for an answer. He claimed that a merchant had made a lucrative offer, forcing his hand. Roman's response was cold, filled with disappointment. He denounced Conrad for putting greed above the welfare of the farmers, reminding him, and everyone present, of the human cost behind his actions. The tension in the room grew thick, nobles whispering uneasily, as Roman made it clear that this was not a matter to be brushed aside. Struggling to recover, Conrad attempted to steer the conversation back toward lighter topics, trying to return the hall's focus to the celebration of Roman's return. But the moment had already left its mark. Conrad tried to smooth things over, reminding Roman that the banquet was meant to honor him, not humiliate the Conrad name before the entire assembly. But the warmth in his expression had already slipped away, replaced by a tightening scowl. Irritation clouded his face, and with clear discomfort, he prepared to withdraw from the conversation. Roman's voice cut through the hall like steel. He ordered Conrad to stop. If the Viscount walked away now, he warned, the matter would escalate into something far larger, something that would weigh heavily on Conrad's family. Roman declared that he would not let this issue be brushed aside until a just resolution was reached. The hall stirred uneasily, and finally Conrad snapped. His voice rose, filled with frustration, as he admitted outright that he had forced the Dmitri farmers out. Yet he justified it with pride, claiming the land had always belonged to the Conrad family. He argued that he had merely reclaimed what was rightfully theirs. With cold arrogance, he reminded everyone that the Conrad family owed no allegiance to Dmitri, nor were they required to explain their actions to Roman. The nobles murmured in support, siding with Conrad's assertion of property and rank. The tension in the room grew thick, until one voice suggested Baron Romero Dmitri should intervene and convene a formal meeting to resolve the conflict. Others echoed the sentiment, questioning whether it was even appropriate for Roman to involve himself. The gathering, they said, was for celebration, not territorial disputes. Whispers of doubt spread. What right did Roman truly have to demand answers here? A few nobles went further still, chiding Roman for speaking so sharply to a viscount. They reminded him that Conrad was the head of his house, a man of higher standing, and should be treated with respect. Their words made clear what they all thought, that Roman had overstepped. Roman's eyes narrowed as he considered their reactions. If the Barco family had been in Dmitri's position, the nobles would never have spoken this way. Their condescension existed only because they viewed Dmitri as weak, a house they could manipulate without consequence. The thought settled, and Roman made his choice. Stepping forward, he closed the distance between himself and Viscount Conrad. The hall fell silent as he fixed his gaze squarely on the Viscount, his presence heavy, his intentions unmistakable. Roman's voice was calm, but every word struck with weight. He asked the hall how it could be fair for one territory to meddle with the people of another, reminding them of the rules that bound the Cairo kingdom together. The farmers Conrad had expelled were not strangers. They lived within Dmitri's lands, paid taxes to Dmitri, and swore loyalty to Dmitri. The room grew taut with silence as Roman pressed further, questioning whether all the formalities mattered when speaking to someone like Viscount Conrad. The Viscount froze, caught off guard by the boldness of Roman's words. Roman didn't stop there. He revealed that the matter had already been discussed within his own house, and that Baron Romero himself had granted him full authority to act. The nobles shifted uneasily. Realizing this was no reckless provocation, but a deliberate stand. Conrad's expression darkened with shock, but Roman pressed the blade deeper. He pointed out how reluctant Conrad had been to even consider an apology. His words cut through the hall, demanding attention. Then came the warning. Any harm done by outsiders within Dmitri's borders would be met with swift and merciless punishment. With a sly edge to his tone, Roman turned on the nobles who had criticized him earlier, daring them to belittle the matter now. The hall rippled with whispers, nobles stunned by his conviction. Conrad, realizing the trap he had walked into, measured Roman with new eyes. This was no mere swordsman. This was a strategist who cornered his opponents, leaving them no escape. Roman fought with words as fiercely as with steel. Still, Conrad bristled, determined not to back down. He saw this clash as an opportunity to rally the Northeastern Alliance Association to his side. But before he could seize it, the hall shifted again. Viscount Lawrence rose, his voice steady as he cut through the tension. To everyone's surprise, he sided with Roman. He held Conrad accountable, stressing the importance of respecting boundaries and following proper procedures for the sake of Dmitri's people. His words condemned Conrad's failure to even notify Dmitri of his actions, painting them as careless and immoral. Then Lawrence struck harder, reminding everyone of the past. When Lawrence had faced his own troubles with the Barco family, Conrad had offered him no aid. Now, Conrad found himself abandoned in turn. Lawrence's clear support for Dmitri threw the alliance into disarray. The unity Conrad had hoped to rely on fractured before his eyes, leaving the Northeastern Alliance Association in chaos. Lawrence's open support for Dmitri struck the alliance like a hammer. The room went still, nobles shifting uneasily, unwilling to take sides too quickly. But silence couldn't last. Slowly, cautiously, one noble after another began nodding along with Lawrence, their resistance crumbling. Soon the tide turned. Voices once filled with criticism now demanded Viscount Conrad make amends. To Conrad, it was clear this wasn't about justice for farmers. It was a calculated maneuver to cut down his authority. Hemmed in on all sides, Conrad saw the danger of standing firm. Resistance would only isolate him further. Grinding his teeth, he bowed stiffly to Roman, forcing out an apology he didn't mean. He promised to act with more caution in the future. It was bitter to admit defeat, but Conrad understood the price of clinging to pride, losing his place entirely in the aristocracy. Meanwhile, in Romero Dmitri's office, concern lingered. Romero questioned whether Roman's bold display had been wise. Challenging the Northeastern Alliance so openly could provoke retaliation. Roman, however, stood resolute. He explained his vision. A clear hierarchy had to be established. Dmitri's enemies needed to rise with everything they had, so their inevitable defeat would expose their weakness to all. Only when the alliance understood the futility of opposing Dmitri would the foundation for his greater plan take shape. The story then shifted to the alliance's meeting room, where the air was thick with anger. The nobles fumed at Roman's defiance. They called him arrogant, fearful that yielding to him had damaged their image and diminished their authority in the region. Viscount Conrad, stripped of influence, searched for guidance. Yet none of the others had an answer. Frustrated, he spoke bluntly, questioning the very worth of their alliance when set against Dmitri's growing power. Roman's skill, especially his triumph over Hector's famed butler, proved that old methods of rivalry and intimidation would no longer suffice. The silence that followed was heavy until one voice broke through. A member suggested turning to the central government. Conrad seized on the idea immediately. With the Barco family gone, the Northeastern Alliance had already been strengthening ties with the Central Powers. Perhaps now was the time to use that connection, to bring down Dmitri through a force even Roman could not ignore. Viscount Conrad was convinced the moment had come to use his ties with the central government. Determined, he reached out to Viscount Hadid, a man of influence at the heart of power. At first, Hadid responded positively, agreeing to hear him out. Conrad quickly laid out his grievances against Dmitri, hoping to secure central backing. But just as he began to press his case, the connection abruptly cut. Confused and unsettled, Conrad ordered his assistant to restore the line immediately. When the call resumed, he apologized hastily, blaming the interruption on poor borderland communication. Viscount Hadid was not amused. His voice turned sharp, scolding Conrad for wasting his time. He mocked Conrad, asking if life on the outskirts had dulled his sense of what truly mattered. To call upon the central government over a quarrel with Roman Dmitri, he said, was foolish. Conrad tried to salvage the conversation, but Hadid silenced him with firm rejection. Dmitri was not an easy opponent. Roman Dmitri's position was far too strong. What sealed the matter was Hadid's next revelation. Marquis Benedict himself favored Roman and was even considering him as a future son-in-law. The news hit Conrad like a blow. His hopes of gaining leverage crumbled instantly. What was the point of opposing a man protected by such influence? Before ending the call, Hadid gave his final advice: abandon hostility, and instead, seek peace with Dmitri. Shaken and cornered, Conrad had no choice but to reassess. Another noble, who had earlier suggested turning to the central government, now urged him to apologize to Dmitri. Though bitter, Conrad knew it was the only option left. Swallowing his pride once more, he formally apologized to the farmers, promising to respect their contracts and not interfere again. The farmers, relieved and grateful, thanked Roman for standing up for them. One among them even pledged his loyalty, vowing to aid Roman in anything he might need. Roman answered with a calm smile, saying he had only done his duty as a son of the Dmitri house. Yet inwardly his thoughts sharpened. The Northeastern Alliance had no path left but submission. They might have dreamed of central support, but with the truth laid bare, they would be forced to accept Dmitri's rising authority. Roman did not let the noble's submission blind him. In his eyes, the alliance was nothing more than a colony of bats, creatures that clung to whichever side seemed strongest, ready to betray when the chance arose. Even now, though they bowed to him, he knew their loyalty was fragile. Noble politics demanded vigilance. Allies could be just as dangerous as enemies. Leaving the grateful farmers behind, Roman's mind shifted to strategy. Provoking the nobles had been the first step, but now came the harder task, turning tension into opportunity. Soon after, at the Dmitri Palace, Roman made a public announcement that electrified the crowd. Dmitri would host a grand sword-fighting competition. The prize, 100 gold for the victor. To ensure fairness, Roman declared that neither he, nor Captain Jonathan, nor Chris would participate. The excitement grew as Roman revealed more. Competitors would be divided into 6 groups, with one winner chosen from each. Drawing on their experiences from the Southern War against Hector, Dmitri's warriors had grown stronger, and now it was time to showcase that strength. To make it fair and meaningful, Roman explained that each group would be overseen by one of his most trusted subordinates. And the true reward was more than gold. Anyone who defeated a Dmitri subordinate and emerged champion would also earn one wish from Roman himself. The crowd erupted. When asked if outsiders could join, Roman confirmed they could, so long as they were proven swordsmen from the northeastern region. He set the date for 1 month later and urged everyone to train well, promising a gathering filled with worthy challenges and fierce camaraderie. Far away, in the conference room of the Northeastern Alliance Association, the announcement sparked intense debate. The Dmitri family's influence was impossible to ignore, and the competition carried weight. Viscount Conrad, still nursing the sting of recent humiliation, saw an opening. He argued that if one of their swordsmen could win, then the prize, a wish from Roman himself, would belong to the alliance. Instead of asking for mere apologies, Conrad urged his peers to take a more diplomatic approach, rebuild their ties with Dmitri, and mend their battered reputation. The idea intrigued many, but one problem remained. Could they win? The nobles voiced their doubts. Dmitri's subordinates were formidable, and even beyond Dmitri, skilled fighters from across the region were already preparing to take part. The competition, they realized, would not be an easy battlefield to claim. The alliance members grew uneasy as they thought of Dmitri's warriors. Fighters like Chris and Kevin, men who had already proven themselves in duels against the Barco family, loomed as obstacles too great to ignore. Victory seemed distant, but Viscount Conrad refused to let doubt spread. He laid out a strategy. Since the tournament was divided into 6 groups, Chris and Kevin would inevitably be separated. If the alliance concentrated its best swordsmen in the other groups, they stood a real chance of securing at least one victory. The members murmured in agreement, the plan giving them a flicker of hope. Conrad pressed further, his voice sharp with urgency. The tournament was only a month away, he reminded them. This was no ordinary event. It was a chance handed to them by fate itself. If they failed to act, the Dmitri name would shine brighter, while their alliance would sink into irrelevance. To tilt the scales, Conrad proposed something bolder, secretly bringing in an outside expert. This mercenary would pose as one of their members, giving them the edge they needed. Victory, Conrad declared, was non-negotiable. Even if they had to bend the rules, they had to claim at least one group. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Dmitri training grounds buzzed with energy. Roman summoned his soldiers, the air heavy with anticipation. His words carried weight as he addressed them. He announced that in 1 month, they too would face the sword competition. Only 6 would be chosen to represent the Dmitri army, and past achievements meant nothing. Only performance in this trial would decide. The soldiers, caught off guard, listened in silence. Many had returned from bloody campaigns against Hector, but now a new kind of test awaited them. Roman looked over them like a commander sharpening blades. Each man was a sword, and swords dulled if left unused. He demanded that they never stop honing themselves, never stop growing stronger. To drive them, he promised reward. The 6 chosen would carry the honor of Dmitri, and if any of them won the competition, they would earn the right to learn advanced techniques under his personal guidance. Roman swore that he would give them everything, his knowledge, his training, his support, so long as they proved worthy. The soldiers' surprise began to turn into determination. The fire of competition had been lit, and with Roman's words, they understood. This was not only about a tournament. It was about the rise of Dmitri's name and their place in it. Hucky, one of Dmitri's more thoughtful soldiers, felt his heart stir at Roman's words. To him, this competition wasn't just about pride or honor. It was a chance to grow. The thought of training under Roman himself, of mastering techniques that could one day set him apart on the battlefield, burned like fire in his chest. And he wasn't alone. Around him, his comrades were the same look, hopeful, determined, eager. They all recognized Roman's unmatched skill, and this chance felt like something that might never come again. Roman let their excitement build before revealing his deeper intentions. The tournament wasn't only about rewards. First, it was meant to open the eyes of the northeastern nobles, to show them the reality of their position and the limits of their strength. Second, and more important, it was training, harsh but invaluable. He wanted his soldiers to understand not just the edge of their blades, but the weight of the struggles they would face in the future. With that vision set, the training ground transformed. Every sparring match carried ambition. Every swing of the blade echoed with purpose. Roman watched, a sly smile tugging at his lips. In a month ahead, the northeastern region would be a stage, and the performance was only just beginning. As drills thundered on, Roman's mind drifted. Memories of his past life as the heavenly demon, Baek Jung-hyuk, resurfaced. His entire existence had been tempered in life-or-death battles. Danger had shaped him into what he was now. But he also knew that only a fool sought death needlessly. Preparation was the key. At that moment, Lucas, leader of the Howl clan, stepped forward. Roman entrusted him with a quiet but important task. He handed over his sword and gave a single command: sell it. But from this day forward, the blade would bear a new name: Blaze. Roman also stressed secrecy. The sword's true owner must never be revealed. Lucas turned the weapon in his hands, admiration plain in his eyes. The blade was flawless, its craftsmanship beyond anything common. He couldn't understand why Roman would part with such a treasure. Still, he respected his master's will. With Roman's permission to decide the method, Lucas weighed his options. He thought about anonymous sales, auctions, anything that might draw out those sharp enough to see the weapon's worth. Whoever recognized its value would pay dearly. With that, Lucas set off on his mission. The story then shifted to Adelion, a bustling city alive with commerce and trade, its streets crowded with merchants and deals being struck at every corner. In the northeastern region, wealth flowed partly thanks to the Warp Gate station there. Inside the bustling auction house, Lucas slipped in quietly, his cloak concealing his identity. He handed over a sword to one of the staff members, who immediately inspected it with keen interest. A faint blue glow radiated from the blade, an unmistakable sign of its unusual quality. Intrigued, the worker asked how Lucas wanted the auction arranged. Lucas requested that the sale remain anonymous, leaving the bidding open to the crowd. The worker, accustomed to such requests, reminded him of the standard 10% fee for handling. Lucas accepted without hesitation and followed him deeper inside for a full appraisal. In the evaluation chamber, Lucas was introduced to Morris, the esteemed manager of Adelian's auction house. As the sword was tested, the examiner marveled at its flawless craftsmanship, commenting on its unmatched sharpness and strength. He quickly noted that a sword of this caliber was rarely seen, estimating its worth at no less than 30 gold coins. What caught his attention next, however, was the weapon's mana absorption. Measured on a scale from 1 to 10, even a rating of 3 made a sword highly valuable to artisans. Yet when he tested this blade, the results were staggering. A perfect score of 10. Stunned, the worker turned to Morris, explaining that this was no ordinary weapon. Not only could it absorb mana, it could amplify its own strength through it, a property unheard of even among the finest weapons. Morris immediately grasped the weight of what they had uncovered. Soon, the scene shifted to the grand hall, where anticipation buzzed through the crowd. The auction host took center stage, his commanding voice urging everyone to prepare for something extraordinary. This was unlike any auction held before, an event destined to make history. Wealthy nobles from distant lands and influential figures from the capital filled the seats, each drawn by the rumors surrounding today's main item. The energy in the room swelled until finally, the host unveiled the centerpiece of the day, the artisan sword known as Blaze. Gasps echoed as the crowd laid eyes on the radiant weapon. The host revealed its secret, stressing its unmatched mana receptivity. To drive the point home, he reminded everyone of a previous sale, when a simple rapier with only a grade 7 mana receptivity fetched an astonishing 300 gold coins. But Blaze shattered every expectation. With a flawless grade 10 mana receptivity and the rare ability to amplify absorbed aura, the revelation ignited the hall like wildfire. The crowd erupted, and the bidding war began in full force. The host, though seasoned with countless auctions, admitted he had never seen a weapon like this. His voice rang out as he opened the bidding at a modest 10 gold coins. Instantly, hands shot into the air. The number rose quickly, 10 becoming 20, then 30, soaring past 50 within moments. The energy in the room swelled as the crowd pushed harder, each determined to claim Blaze. The battle only grew fiercer as the numbers climbed higher, shattering records with every raise. Gasps filled the hall when the bids broke past 600 gold coins, and the tension reached its peak. Just as the host was about to bring down the hammer, silence fell. From the back, bidder number 53 calmly raised his sign. The offer, 1,200 gold coins. The host froze, stunned by such a leap. Whispers rippled through the crowd until the name surfaced. Marquis Valentino. Known throughout the continent as the master of a vast merchant empire, Valentino's wealth and influence stretched farther than most could imagine. Though he avoided politics, his obsession with rare treasures was legendary. The host could barely contain his thrill as he declared Valentino's bid, noting it was the highest ever recorded in Adelian auction house history. The crowd erupted again, astonished not only at the sum, but at the bidder himself. For Valentino, Blaze wasn't just a rare sword. He understood its deeper worth. A blade that could perfectly channel aura could change everything. For most, magical swords were stepping stones, simple tools for beginners. But true masters knew that only pure swords could unleash the full potential of their aura. A weapon like Blaze could lead swordsmen to the unreachable, perhaps even the 10th stage, a realm no one had ever touched. And if this blacksmith could create more? If second and third blades like Blaze appeared, the original would become priceless beyond measure. Valentino's eyes gleamed with foresight, knowing this sword could be the key to rewriting history itself. In the world of artisans, the very first creation always held unmatched prestige, its value elevating not just itself, but the entire line that followed. Everyone in the auction hall knew this truth, and though many hungered for Blaze, none dared to challenge Valentino's overwhelming bid. The host, his voice ringing with finality, declared Marquis Valentino the victor at 1,200 gold coins. Behind closed doors, the deal was sealed swiftly. Valentino placed 1,300 gold coins before Morris, pressing the extra 100 as a gesture of gratitude. Morris, caught off guard by the generosity, accepted with sincere thanks. Then Valentino made his request. He wanted to know about the blacksmith who had forged Blaze insisting he wished to meet him in person. At that, Morris faltered. Unease crept into his tone as he explained that arranging such an encounter would not be simple. He apologized repeatedly, his words stumbling out under the weight of tension. Valentino sighed, the disappointment plain in his voice. "A pity," he said calmly, before adding that it made sense for the auction house to protect its sources. Still, he gave clear instructions. If the blacksmith ever submitted another piece, Morris was to inform him immediately. It was vital, he stressed, to stay ahead. Soon after, Valentino stepped into his carriage, Blaze resting firmly in his grasp. He turned the blade in his hands, unable to tear his gaze away from its flawless edge and its extraordinary ability to resonate with mana. Even with his trove of renowned swords, none compared to this. Blaze was in a league of its own, resolved to uncover the mind behind such brilliance. Valentino leaned toward his subordinate and gave command. "Start with Dmitri's master blacksmith." Since the sword had surfaced at Adelian's auction house, there was a good chance Dmitri was the link. The subordinate bowed in acknowledgement, already set to begin the search. As Valentino's carriage rolled into the distance, his determination hardened. He would find the creator, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, at Dmitri's training grounds, the clang of steel echoed as Chris sparred with Henderson. After securing the win, Chris shifted his focus toward the upcoming competition, carefully weighing who to bring. He was certain about himself, Kevin, Vulcan, and Pucky, but the final two spots left him undecided. Just then, a sudden shift rippled through the air. Chris froze mid-thought, glancing upward. The sky itself seemed to stir, a strange turbulence pressing down as if the heavens had been disturbed. He narrowed his eyes, unsettled by the inexplicable phenomenon. Elsewhere, Roman was immersed in his training, his sword slicing through the air with unwavering focus. His thoughts drifted back to his clash with Butler. He wondered what would have happened had he faced Butler immediately, and in that reflection, he understood the truth. Victory demanded preparation. Without it, he would never have been able to withstand the overwhelming force of a Stage 5 aura. This realization weighed heavily on him, pulling him into a deeper struggle. The memories of his past life as Baek Jung-hyuk clung tightly, reminding him of the arrogance he once carried. Back then, he had been an unstoppable warrior, cutting down any enemy who stood in his way. But Roman Dmitri was not him anymore. He was no longer in the same world, and brute strength alone would not be enough here. Against foes like Butler, survival demanded not just skill, but an iron will that never wavered, day after day, night after night. By the furnace, Roman pushed his body to its limits. The heat seared his flesh, blistering his skin, yet he continued hammering the steel without pause. The pain became part of the process. He wasn't just reforging a weapon. He was remaking himself. Through the technique known as flame recreation, he absorbed the fire into his mana, molding both body and spirit as though he too were being reforged in the blaze. Hours later, Roman emerged from the furnace chamber, transformed. The weight of his second transformation coursed through him, filling him with renewed strength and confidence. Closing his eyes, he pictured himself fighting, not against one Butler, but two at once. The mental trial honed his senses, sharpening his swordsmanship in ways mere drills could not. He thought back to the Heavenly Demon sword technique. It held 3 stages, early, middle, and final. Until now, he had only grasped the first. But with this new transformation, he could feel himself nearing the next breakthrough. Roman vowed that once he achieved the 3rd transformation and mastered the final stage, there would be no one left who could bring him down. Yet doubt crept in. Each time he swung his blade, the force he unleashed felt different, raw, explosive, at times even surpassing the polished techniques of Miram itself. It made him question whether following the exact path of Baek was the right choice. And at the same time, he wondered if completely embracing the methods of this world was necessary either. Standing between the two, Roman realized he was forging something entirely his own. Roman chose not to walk in the exact footsteps of his past, nor to be confined by his present. Instead, he carved a new road, one that merged the wisdom of his old self with the possibilities of Roman Dmitri. Channeling the Heavenly Demon Sword style's middle stage, he let loose a surge of violet energy. The air trembled as his blade tore through the phantom image of Butler, scattering it with a single strike. In that instant, Roman recognized the truth. His power no longer belonged to his past or present alone. It was something greater, something uniquely his own. The sword in his hand glowed with an eerie purple radiance, its aura wrapping around the steel like living flame. Roman stared at it, realizing just how strange this second life had become. When he first awoke in this world, he thought it would be ordinary, peaceful, even. Yet fate had pulled him back into a life of battles, forging a destiny more extraordinary than the one he left behind. Standing in the quiet of the training grounds, he let out a faint smile. The irony wasn't lost on him. Reborn into what should have been a simple life, only to find himself once again walking the edge of greatness. Memories from his past surfaced, but instead of weighing him down, they now gave him purpose. The heavenly demon sword style, once so familiar, had begun to change beneath his hands. Its techniques no longer moved in the same rigid patterns. They branched into new, unpredictable paths. The realization thrilled him. What lay ahead wasn't just mastery, but evolution. Roman embraced the thought. Every obstacle he faced would no longer be a wall, but a stepping stone. Each challenge, each battle, would shape him further, pushing him to the peak once more. Even in this second life, he vowed he would rise above all. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed across the grounds. Chris, Kevin, and Pucky burst onto the scene, alarm flashing in their eyes. They thought their lord was under attack. But when they saw him standing calmly in the center of a vast crater, one carved without a trace of magic, their breaths caught. The devastation was beyond anything they had imagined, and Roman's composed stance made it even more surreal. What happened here? They pressed, shaken by the sight. Roman glanced at them, his tone steady. I'm fine. Leave it. Though confusion lingered on their faces, they obeyed, retreating from the grounds. Alone once more, Roman returned to his training, his mind fixed firmly on the path ahead. Chris couldn't shake the awe he felt. Roman's latest breakthrough wasn't just strength. It was proof of a will that refused to break, a relentless pursuit of growth. Once dismissed as weak, Roman had shattered yet another barrier, leaving Chris and the others unable to fully grasp the depth of his transformation. As Chris walked away, a knot of frustration tightened in his chest. The gap between Roman's progress and his own efforts weighed heavily on him. With the competition drawing near, Chris resolved that he didn't just want to win. He wanted to crush every opponent, to make his strength undeniable. The three left the training grounds with renewed determination, each silently vowing to grow stronger. A month passed, and Roman's tireless labor bore fruit. Standing before his comrades, he unveiled a sword forged by his own hands. Unlike his earlier blades, Salamander and Blaze, which marked new beginnings, this one demanded a name that mirrored his present self. After careful thought, he chose to call it Darkness, a weapon meant to strike fear and embody his resolve. Not long after, Chris arrived with a report detailing the soldiers' progress. He had overseen their training, monitored their duels, and tracked their growth. From this, he had compiled a list of the most capable swordsmen. Presenting it to Roman, he named the top contenders: himself, Kevin, Vulcan, Pucky, and unexpectedly, Mac, Bernie, and Henderson. Though surprised by the last two, Roman trusted Chris's judgment and gave his approval. Later, Roman and Chris spoke privately. Roman shared his view on defeat, saying that a single loss meant little in the grand scheme. What truly mattered was the greater purpose. The competition bearing his name wasn't just about victory, but about displaying the might of his soldiers. Chris listened intently, then nodded, fully aligned with his lord's vision. Roman's faint smile revealed his anticipation. Soon, their strength would be revealed to all. As the day of the competition drew closer, the gathered swordsmen buzzed with energy. Among them stood a striking figure, a soldier with vivid purple hair, brimming with confidence, eager to prove the skills honed in battle. At his side, a companion spoke quietly, hoping he would join Kevin's group, acknowledging Kevin's rising reputation. Across the ranks, names like Pucky and Vulcan stirred both excitement and unease. For some, the thought of facing such formidable rivals sparked fear. For others, it ignited determination. And when the competition groups were finally announced, the camp erupted with a mix of cheers, nervous laughter, and the sharp silence of those already bracing for the trials ahead. Each fighter studied the lineup, weighing their chances against the rivals in their group. Baron Liam, a noble from the Northeastern Federation, couldn't ignore the dread gnawing at him. His opponent was Chris, a warrior known for his raw strength and relentless drive. The thought of facing him unsettled Liam deeply. Sensing his unease, his allies from the Northeastern Alliance rallied around him. They reminded him of his family's proud lineage, of the generations of swordsmen who had brought honor to their name. He was not alone in this, and they urged him not to falter. Conrad, one of Liam's closest supporters, stepped forward with a speech that stirred the group. He urged Liam to stand tall and not give in to fear. With confidence burning in his eyes, Conrad declared that victory would belong to the Conrad bloodline. Their morale rose even further when he reminded them that one of their own was set to face Mac Burney, a match they believed would favor them. He stressed how vital this competition was for their alliance's survival, vowing to lead them to triumph. His fiery words ignited the group, who cheered and applauded in unison. When the day of the competition finally arrived, the arena overflowed with anticipation. The crowd buzzed with energy, eager for the duels to begin. Baron Liam stood in the waiting area, the weight of his people's expectations pressing down on him. He turned to his loyal soldier, Max, and urged caution, warning him not to risk his life recklessly. Max, however, answered with firm resolve. Though he acknowledged Chris's strength, he proudly reminded Liam that he was a two-star swordsman. His confidence sparked a flicker of hope in Liam's chest. Fueled by Max's determination, Liam grasped his soldier's shoulders and urged him to fight without hesitation. He promised that if Max's life was ever in danger, he would step in himself. Moved by his lord's trust, Max saw this duel as his moment to prove his worth, not just to Liam, but to the countless eyes that would be watching. As Max stepped into the arena, determination burned in him. But the instant his gaze locked with Chris's, his heart stuttered. The sheer pressure radiating from his opponent was overwhelming, freezing him in place. Forcing himself to steady his breathing, Max pushed down the fear. He gripped his sword tightly, focusing every ounce of his energy. The signal was given. Max charged forward, pouring everything into his attack. But Chris remained calm, his movements sharp and deliberate. With one effortless motion, Chris disarmed him. And with a single precise strike, the match was over. 3 seconds. That was all it took. Chris, carrying the pride of the Dmitri bloodline, stood victorious as the crowd roared. Baron Liam, frozen on the sidelines, stared in disbelief. The gap between Max and Chris was far greater than he had ever imagined. Meanwhile, Kevin, another warrior of the Dmitri line, stepped into the arena and dispatched his opponent with little effort, advancing to the second round. Vulcan and Pucky soon followed, each claiming decisive victories of their own. Their dominance left the spectators wide-eyed, whispers rippling through the stands. Rumors that had once seemed exaggerated now felt like undeniable truth. The might of Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, and Pucky was overwhelming. With the four tearing through their matches, attention shifted toward the remaining Dmitri representatives, Henderson and Mac Burney. Perhaps, some thought, these two would reveal flaws the others had not. But when the group announcements confirmed Henderson's participation under the Dmitri banner, the reaction was immediate. Soldiers exchanged startled glances, some even laughing in disbelief. To them, Henderson was still the clumsy farmer from the Lawrence family, the man who once couldn't even grip a sword properly. How could someone like him stand in a competition of high-level swordsmen? Even within Roman's chosen six, opinions diverged. Chris and Kevin carried their infamous reputations, the Flash and the Devil of Cairo, names whispered with both fear and respect. Few dared to imagine crossing blades with them. Vulcan and Pucky, hardened by mercenary blood and fierce appearances, inspired intimidation of their own. Mac Burney, with his missing arm, and Henderson, with his farming past, however, were dismissed as weaker links. Of the two, Henderson was considered the lowest of the low. The crowd murmured and chuckled, mocking his failures. To many, being paired with Henderson meant good fortune, an easy path to the next round. Jealous glances were thrown at Taylor, Henderson's opponent, who was already expected to win without difficulty. While the audience gossiped, Baron Romero Dmitri approached Roman, his expression skeptical. He questioned whether this competition was truly necessary. To him, it seemed like little more than a spectacle, a way for the Dmitri family to look approachable. He doubted the nobles of the Northeastern Alliance had any real intention of bowing to Dmitri authority. Roman met his father's doubt with calm reasoning. The competition wasn't for show, he explained. The Alliance might believe they could oppose Dmitri power But if today proved otherwise, if they realized resistance was futile, they might lay down their pride and surrender without a fight. The first round for Group 5 soon began, and all eyes turned to the arena. Henderson stood across from Taylor, a respected swordsman with solid skill and reputation. Few gave Henderson even a sliver of hope. Yet, as the two met, Henderson offered Taylor a polite greeting. Taylor, surprised, responded in kind. Recognition flickered across his face, memories from the past surfacing. He remembered Henderson as the farmer he once helped on a quiet day, never imagining that same man would one day stand before him with a sword in hand. Now, seeing Henderson grip his blade with steady confidence, Taylor's disbelief deepened. This was not the helpless farmer he had once known. Taylor's eyes softened with recognition as he studied his opponent. He remembered the farmer he once helped, a man who had seemed so far removed from the life of a swordsman. Now, seeing Henderson standing before him with steel in hand, the contrast was almost surreal. Taylor spoke earnestly, recalling his own journey. Not long ago, he had broken through to the level of a 2-star swordsman after a profound realization, and he wished to share that wisdom. With sincerity in his tone, he told Henderson that this fight might well be their last meeting as friends. He urged him to reconsider before it was too late, warning him that one-sided battles only ended in needless bloodshed. If Henderson withdrew, there was still a way to avoid unnecessary pain. But Henderson's reply carried no hesitation. He told Taylor to forget the man he once knew. The farmer, named Henderson, was gone. Standing here now was a swordsman, loyal to Lord Roman, and he would not be swayed. His voice hardened as he warned Taylor that mercy on the battlefield would only open the door to defeat. Taylor, though troubled, nodded in acknowledgement. He respected Henderson's resolve, even as he quietly hoped his old friend would not come to regret this path. The match began. Henderson exploded forward, each step fueled by raw determination. His sword came down with a ferocity that startled the crowd, and Taylor himself. For the first time, Taylor saw it clearly. Henderson's strikes carried aura. Though shocked at first, Taylor steadied himself. He could feel the weight behind each blow. Henderson's intensity wasn't just for show. It was real. Then Henderson's blade shifted, glowing faintly as he unleashed the Azura sword technique, infusing his strikes with aura that cut sharper and faster. With every swing, Henderson's vow echoed in his heart, to push beyond his limits, to honor Lord Roman, and to surpass the man he once was. He had always been the slowest to grasp aura, trailing far behind his peers who summoned and shaped it with ease. Every step forward for him had been harder, every advance slower. But he refused to stop. Like the slowest runner who still refuses to quit the race, Henderson pushed onward. The spectators, who once mocked him as the weakest link, now watched in stunned silence as he pressed Taylor back, nearly overwhelming him. Even Taylor himself struggled to believe it. This was the same Henderson he had pitted once, now forcing him onto the defensive. Realizing he could no longer hold back, Taylor released his own aura. A golden light flared around him, surging across the arena as he prepared to end the fight. He hadn't wanted to use it against Henderson, but the battle demanded no less. Yellow aura clashed violently with Henderson's violet aura, the two swordsmen colliding with everything they had. And in that blazing moment, Henderson's thoughts drifted, not to his opponent, but back to a conversation he'd had with Chris a month earlier. Chris had witnessed Henderson's journey from the start. The shaky grip on a sword, the constant setbacks, the look of a man ready to give up. But he had also seen the change. Henderson's refusal to bow to defeat, his decision to fight and carve a place for himself beside Lord Roman. That determination had rewritten his path. Chris had told him as much, reassuring him that he was strong, that he belonged among Roman's chosen men. Those words had etched themselves into Henderson's heart, driving him forward to this very moment. Back in the arena, the clash of auras reached its peak. Henderson's violet aura roared against Taylor's golden glow, each strike ringing louder than the last. But then, in an instant, Taylor faltered. Henderson's unpredictable strength broke through his guard, sending him crashing to the ground. With his sword leveled at Taylor's head, Henderson stood tall. The referee declared his victory. The arena erupted. Cheers thundered across the stands, shouts of Henderson's name echoing from every corner. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. The farmer once mocked as useless had just bested a skilled swordsman. Gasps of disbelief turned to cries of admiration. The whispers spread quickly. Had Conrad misjudged him? Was Henderson really the weakest among Roman's six? Conrad, however, urged his allies to remain composed, his voice steady. He insisted that despite this upset, the Northeastern Alliance would ultimately claim victory. Then came Group Two's match. Kevin stepped forward, his expression sharp and intent. Though calm on the surface, he carried a lingering frustration. He was always measured against Chris. Whenever people spoke of the sword of Lord Roman, the answer was unanimous. Chris. To many, Kevin was a step behind, slower by 5 seconds. But today, he would prove himself in his own way. His opponent, Miles of the Northeastern Alliance, faced him with open hostility. To him, Kevin was not just another fighter. He was Dmitri's devil, and defeating him would be a statement. Without hesitation, Miles charged, striking with everything he had. Kevin didn't flinch. He slipped past the attacks, fluid and controlled, and landed a precise blow to Miles's stomach that left him reeling. Miles refused to back down, pressing forward with relentless strikes, but Kevin's composure never wavered. He sidestepped, countered, and cut through every move with precision. His dagger danced, carving small, punishing strikes that drained his opponent's strength with each exchange. Exhaustion and despair finally overtook Miles. Unable to withstand the onslaught, he dropped his weapon and surrendered. The Northeastern Alliance watched in silence, stunned by yet another crushing loss. For Kevin, the victory was more than just advancement. It was proof. Proof that strength wasn't only speed or aggression, but the ability to break an opponent's will. In that moment, he showed the difference between desperation and mastery. Elsewhere, the scene shifted. The soldiers of the Dmitri Knights stood in formation, their discipline sharp as steel. At their head, Jonathan, their captain, addressed them. His voice was firm, carrying the weight of both duty and pride. As you all know, he began, this competition is held under the name of our young master, Roman Dmitri. Jonathan's voice carried firmly across the ranks of his men. He reminded them that among today's competitors was Chris, once the vice captain of the Knight Order, a name that had carried weight even before he swore loyalty to Roman Dmitri. Watch him closely, Jonathan instructed. Study his techniques, his movements, his strategies. This tournament isn't just for victory. It's an opportunity for you to grow as knights of the Dmitri Order. The soldiers' response was immediate, their voices rising in unison. Yes, sir. Out in the arena, Chris prepared for his next battle. Having already won his first round, his composure remained unshaken. Jonathan, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but marvel. The Chris he saw now was a different man from the one he remembered in the Knight Order. His strength had grown immensely, and Jonathan silently credited the influence of young Master Roman for this transformation. For Chris, there was no room for pride or hesitation. Each step he took in the arena carried the weight of his lord's authority. He wasn't just fighting for himself. He was fighting as Roman's sword. His goal was absolute, to crush anyone who dared challenge his master's supremacy. Match after match, his dominance only became clearer. His victories came swiftly, yet he remained unsatisfied, yearning for greater obstacles to test his edge. Jonathan's astonishment deepened as Chris dismantled opponents with speed and precision that bordered on the unreal. The crowd, too, began to feel the weight of his presence. Whispers grew into murmurs of resignation. Many soldiers, realizing they stood no chance, chose to forfeit rather than endure public humiliation. Better to retreat with dignity than be shattered before the crowd. But not everyone bent to despair. One soldier, Frel, clenched his fists and stepped forward. Though he knew victory was out of reach, he refused to run. His goal was modest, to endure a single minute against Chris, to prove that he could stand against overwhelming odds. The signal was given. Before Frel could even brace himself, Chris exploded forward, closing the distance in a blur. With a single, crushing strike, the duel was finished. The arena fell silent. Seconds, that was all it had taken. Jonathan stared, breath caught in his throat, while the spectators sat frozen in awe. Chris's power wasn't just impressive, it was devastating. From there, his momentum only grew. Round after round fell before him. By the time he reached the end of the preliminaries, Chris had cleared 5 matches in a combined total of just 27 seconds. The audience was left in shock. The Northeastern Alliance could only watch in dread as their hopes were dismantled before their eyes. Each victory of Chris's hammering home the gap in strength. And he was not alone. In Group 2, Kevin's relentless determination carried him to victory. In groups 3 and 4, Vulcan and Pucky overwhelmed their opponents with sheer physical might, their battles ending in decisive fashion. One by one, Roman Dmitri's chosen proved their worth, shaking the entire competition to its core. Henderson's shocking triumph in Group 5 had already rattled the Northeaster Alliance, but the tournament wasn't finished yet. All eyes now turned to their final hope, Group 6, where Mac Burney would face off against Conrad's prize knight, Gabriel. Conrad studied his champion carefully. Gabriel's composure never wavered. His confidence radiated with every step. Years of training under the Conrad family's rigorous discipline had shaped him into their hidden weapon, a warrior forged for moments like this. A 3-star swordsman, his skill was unmatched among the Alliance's ranks. Though the use of Oro had been forbidden in this competition, Gabriel's talent alone was enough to place him above nearly every fighter present. As Mac Burney advanced through the earlier rounds, Conrad considered whether Malak's influence had played a role in his survival thus far. But in his mind, this was where the road ended. Roman Dmitri's knight would fall, and Gabriel would be the one to deliver the decisive blow. Before sending him into the arena, Conrad reminded Gabriel of the Alliance's humiliations up to this point. All their fighters had been crushed one after another. He commanded Gabriel to show no mercy, to strike without hesitation. This was no time for pity. Gabriel nodded firmly. The thought of losing to a one-armed opponent seemed laughable to him. However, his pride demanded he approach this with all seriousness. This was his chance to prove himself as the Alliance's savior. Stepping into the arena, Gabriel's gaze locked onto Mac Burney. The knight's unsteady posture made his disability obvious. His missing arm was a stark reminder of the battles he had endured. To Gabriel, it was almost incomprehensible. How could a man who once struggled even to achieve knighthood with both arms now stand as a contender in a tournament meant to showcase pride and strength? The match began. Gabriel surged forward, brimming with confidence. He deliberately withheld his aura, determined to establish superiority through pure technique alone. His strikes came fast and sharp, meant to crush Mac Burney beneath overwhelming pressure. Yet, to his growing surprise, every blow was blocked. Mac Burney movements, though awkward at a glance, carried precision that defied Gabriel's expectations. Reading his opponent, Gabriel predicted the next step, a dodge to the right. And indeed, Mac Burney shifted exactly as expected, leaving his flank exposed. Gabriel lunged to exploit it, but in the blink of an eye, Mac Burney blade intercepted his strike with flawless timing. The crowd gasped. Gabriel froze for a moment, startled. Mac Burney's style was strange, unorthodox, unpredictable, but undeniably effective. What should have been an easy match devolved into a back-and-forth struggle. Mac Burney pressed forward, countering relentlessly, forcing Gabriel to defend in ways he never anticipated. With each clash, Gabriel's frustration mounted. At last, impatience drove him to act. He unleashed his aura, yellow light flaring as he struck with brute force, driving Mac Burney back. And in that instant, a realization struck him. Burney advanced to the third round hadn't been luck. It was the result of grit and ingenuity. Where others saw a missing arm as weakness, he had turned it into a weapon, reshaping his style around it instead of letting it cripple him. The scene shifted to a memory. Roman standing before Burney, speaking with the calm authority of a true leader. He emphasized the essence of balance and swordsmanship and introduced Burney to a unique style, the left-arm sword art, a technique born from the will of a legendary one-armed swordsman. Roman admired the man who had created it, a fighter who refused to surrender despite overwhelming odds. In that reflection, Burney saw his own despair mirrored, the hopelessness he once carried when he thought his path as a swordsman was over. Through flashbacks, Burney's journey unfolded. The sleepless nights spent wrestling with his weakness, the countless times he nearly gave up, and the spark of defiance that stopped him each time. Slowly, a fragile hope grew. He swore to himself and to Lord Roman that he would master the left-arm sword art, that he would rise again, no matter how impossible it seemed. That vow became his lifeline. My life as a swordsman isn't finished yet, he had promised. I will prove it. Back in the arena, Burney's resolve burned brighter than ever. He parried Gabriel's blow, then leapt with precision, channeling all his strength into a single strike. His blade crashed into Gabriel's chest, forcing the proud 3-star swordsman to the ground. Burney stood tall, a triumphant smile breaking across his face. His heart swelled with gratitude. for it was Roman who had pulled him back from the brink, who had given him a renewed sense of purpose when he thought his journey had ended. The arena erupted. The crowd roared, chanting the names of the Dmitri swordsmen as their dominance became undeniable. Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, Pucky, Henderson, and now Bernie. Each had won their battles, their victories echoing like thunder across the northeastern region. For the Northeastern Alliance Association, the result was devastating. Their knights had been crushed, one after another, their strength dismantled before the entire region. Conrad, once confident, stood frozen in disbelief. His certainty had shattered alongside their reputation. The weight of the truth pressed down on him. Even with backing from the central government, defeating Dmitri was no longer something they could assume. The balance of power had shifted, and the alliance's pride had been torn apart. The members turned to Conrad, searching for answers, but he could only bow to reality. With heavy resignation, he accepted their defeat. The Northeastern Alliance would now be forced into submission, followers rather than rivals. As they withdrew from the arena, the crowd hummed with excitement and speculation. Whispers spread like wildfire. How had Chris and the others grown so strong, so quickly? And at the center of it all stood Roman Dmitri, the one who had forged them into weapons of unmatched might. Among the buzzing crowd, a brown-haired soldier spoke his mind. He explained that every great swordsman family rose to prominence under the guidance of a single leader, someone whose strength and vision carried the clan forward. For Dmitri, that figure was unmistakable, Roman Dmitri. His swordsmanship and leadership had elevated the family above all others, reshaping the balance of power in the Northeast. The soldier's words spread quickly, echoing what many were beginning to realize. The Northeastern Alliance Association, once dominant, had been utterly eclipsed. Now, anyone who dreamed of reaching the peak of swordsmanship would have to align themselves with the Dmitri family. Their path was no longer their own. It bent toward Roman. In the aftermath of the tournament, Roman stood proudly among his men, congratulating each one on their victories. He recognized the truth of their loyalty. Some had chosen to follow him out of necessity, drawn to his strength, while others stood by him out of respect and admiration. Roman, however, preferred to keep his relationships simple. He disliked webs of obligation and manipulation. To him, companionship was strongest when it was built on balance, each side giving and receiving equally. Feelings could forge bonds, yes, but what endured was mutual exchange, the assurance that both sides carried their weight. Roman viewed his soldiers through this lens. They strove tirelessly to grow stronger, and in return, he offered them guidance and trust. Each one had been chosen personally, a reflection of his confidence in their potential. Just as he had never doubted their ability to win, he expected them to believe in themselves with the same certainty. As a sign of recognition, Roman rewarded the winners of the tournament with 10 gold coins each and 3 days of well-earned rest. His words of gratitude were sincere, his appreciation for their loyalty and effort plain for all to hear. Later, in the quiet of his office, Lucas entered with a report. He informed Roman that the Northeastern Alliance Association had made its decision. As predicted, they had abandoned any thought of resisting Dmitri. Their will to fight had been broken. Lucas remarks that there's little chance they'll cross paths with Dmitri again, unless the perfect moment presents itself. Roman agrees, admitting that no leader can ever hold absolute control. Even under wise rule, opposition will always exist. With uncertainty hanging over Dmitri's potential clashes with the central government, Roman concludes that limiting losses in the Northeast is vital. For him, the Northeastern Alliance is a challenge that cannot be avoided. He feels he has already shaken them enough to force them into facing reality. Now, the next move is clear. Strength must be met with strength, and only with resolve will they prevail. With that, Roman instructs Lucas to push forward with their plan. The scene then shifts far north, outside Cairo. Count Douglas, a man with a reputation to maintain, is seething with anger. His fury is directed at his men, who despite their best efforts, failed to capture a group of bandits or recover a vital stash of money. They explain that while the surrounding bandits were defeated, the treasure itself has remained impossible to find. This fund originally belonged to Count Barco, who foresaw conflicts like the one with the Lawrence family and secretly amassed wealth from sources beyond the Golden Bank. Backed by Douglas and other allies, Barco even enlisted a powerful figure named Homero. Yet despite all that, he was crushed by Roman. In his desperate retreat, Barco lost his life, taking with him the secret of where the money had been hidden. Douglas recalls private conversations he once had with Barco over meals. Those talks reveal the existence of the hidden fund. Determined to reclaim it, Douglas turns to the Black Moon, a shadowy organization, hiring them to track it down. But before they can succeed, disaster strikes. A daring group of bandits ambushes their transport, stealing away the gold bars. The thought of lowly bandits stealing something so important enrages Douglas further. But instead of giving in to despair, he orders his men to scour the entire Northeast until the treasure is found. After relentless searching, a breakthrough finally comes. One of his workers rushes in with urgent news. The Black Moon has located the missing gold. Without delay, Douglas demands to meet them in person. Soon, he stands face to face with Donovan, the leader of the Black Moon, cloaked in mystery. Donovan brings startling news. After closely monitoring the black market, he has uncovered the identity of the thieves. Douglas, consumed with anger and the need for vengeance, demands that Donovan reveal their names at once. Donovan's revelation left Count Douglas stunned. The thieves weren't mere bandits. They were members of the Northeaster Association. What first appeared to be a routine clash with outlaws took an unexpected turn when soldiers from the Alliance Association appeared. The tide quickly shifted, the bandits were subdued, and the stolen carriage filled with gold fell into the soldiers' hands. With certainty, Donovan explained that the soldiers had known exactly whose carriage they were seizing, proving the association's hand in the theft. To strengthen his claim, he produced undeniable evidence: a gold bar retrieved from the black market. Its unique markings were identical to those from Barco's hidden fund. A deeper probe uncovered even more. The servant who sold that bar was directly tied to the Alliance. Reflecting on the moment he delivered this news to Count Douglas, Donovan recognized the weight of his actions. He had exposed what might have been the Alliance Association's perfect scheme. Yet he also understood they had brought this upon themselves by making an enemy out of him. The balance of power in the Northeast was shifting. Once known as a simple intelligence guild, the Black Moon had transformed. Now absorbed into the House sect under Hulkus's leadership, they operated with new strength, serving directly under Roman Dmitri. Douglas's rage ignited like wildfire. Without hesitation, he called for immediate action, demanding contact with the Alliance Association and vowing brutal retribution against those responsible. Meanwhile, within the Alliance Association's council chamber, the air grew heavy with unease. The members knew well the reputation of Count Douglas, feared across the north as a beast who showed no mercy. Fear and doubt rippled through the room as they faced the consequences of being entangled in the theft. It was then that Conrad, calm and composed, rose to address them. He urged everyone to look beyond fear and consider the broader picture. The stolen funds, he reminded them, were not solely Douglas's claim. The money had been loaned to the Barco family, giving the association every right as creditors to demand repayment. Yielding everything to Douglas, Conrad argued, would be unjust. Some wavered, torn between fear of Douglas's fury and the logic of Conrad's reasoning. But Conrad pressed further, reminding them that unity was their strongest shield. If they stood together, Douglas could not crush them so easily. In the end, though unease lingered, the members aligned behind Conrad's words. They understood that a united front was their only chance to withstand Count Douglas, even if it meant defying the beast of the North. Their tense meeting was suddenly interrupted when a worker arrived with urgent news. The Douglas family had requested communication. Conrad, anticipating confrontation, agreed to take the call. On the other end, Count Douglas's fury was unmistakable. He demanded an explanation, accusing the Alliance of outright theft. Conrad, composed as ever, acknowledged Douglas's anger, but countered that the slush fund had always belonged to all the creditors, not just his family. He reminded Douglas that from the very beginning, he had tried to seize everything for himself. But reason did nothing to cool the storm. Douglas's anger only deepened. He declared firmly that the funds were his family's alone and dismissed Conrad's arguments without hesitation. Ignoring every attempt at diplomacy, Douglas announced his decision. He would appeal to the central government and launch a territorial war against the entire Northeastern Alliance Association. He vowed to expose their weakness, highlighting how vulnerable they had become without Barco's protection. Conrad ended the call gravely and turned to the others, warning that they now faced a dangerous crisis. The scene then shifts to Roman's office. Lucas steps in, delivering the update. As expected, Douglas has declared war on the Alliance. Roman, unfazed, responds calmly. Once Douglas makes a decision, he never wavers. And this, Roman explains, is exactly what he had planned for. He explains further. Conrad, despite his rationality, has one fatal flaw. If Douglas continues to escalate, Conrad will eventually abandon his pride and surrender, choosing survival over dignity. To ensure this outcome, Roman orders Lucas to spread rumors immediately. Conrad must be cornered, left with no path of retreat, no chance to avoid the conflict. The story then moves north to the bustling markets of Cairo. Among the noise of daily trade, whispers begin to ripple through the crowd. An old food vendor talks to his customer about growing tensions, shocking those who overhear. Word spreads that the Northeastern Alliance is preparing to attack Count Douglas's lands. Not long after, a beggar with a ragged cap joins in, carrying tales straight from a Conrad family servant. He claims Conrad, enraged after his call with Douglas, smashed furniture in fury and vowed to bring Douglas down no matter the cost. The rumors spread like wildfire, carried by merchants, servants, and common folk, all quietly linked back to the house sect. And soon, the entire territory is buzzing with the belief that the Northeastern Alliance is preparing for war. The story shifts back to Count Douglas, his fury now burning hotter as rumors spread across the land. Summoning his officials, he declared with unwavering resolve that he would never forgive the Alliance Association. On his family's honor, he vowed to crush them completely. Later, during a tense magical call between Douglas and Conrad, the atmosphere bristled with hostility. Conrad, keeping his composure, tried to soothe his friend's anger. He insisted that the Alliance had not taken any aggressive action. On the contrary, they were even considering offering monetary compensation as a gesture of goodwill, hoping to repair the damage caused by the incident. Conrad's tone was firm yet patient. He urged Douglas to see reason, assuring him that the rumors did not reflect the Alliance's true intentions. But Douglas's response was sharp and scornful. His voice carried defiance as he rejected every word. He made it clear that he had not called to discuss peace, but to declare war. With disdain, he branded the Alliance selfish and weak, vowing to erase them entirely. Without room for compromise, the call ended abruptly, leaving only silence in its wake. Conrad looked around the room at the uneasy faces of the other members. Their concerns echoed the same fear. If this conflict escalated, countless civilians would suffer. Unable to handle Douglas's wrath alone, Conrad suggested appealing to the central government. But when he reached out to Count Peru, the reply was disheartening. Peru acknowledged the seriousness of the crisis, but refused to intervene. This was a problem the Alliance had to resolve on its own. With no aid coming from above, the members of the Alliance were forced to face the truth. War was unavoidable. The shadow of conflict loomed heavier than ever. Just when despair began to take root, an unexpected message arrived. It was from Roman Dmitri. Conrad hesitated, wary that Roman might only be calling to mock their predicament. Yet, when he answered, what he heard surprised him. Roman's voice carried no arrogance. Instead, he spoke with sincerity, expressing a desire to uncover the truth behind the turmoil. Caught off guard, Conrad's suspicion slowly gave way to a spark of cautious hope. Against his expectations, he found himself opening up to Roman, revealing the growing tensions with Count Douglas. Grasping the gravity of the situation, Roman voiced his concern over the looming conflict in the Northeast. He asked Conrad directly, what were his plans now that Northeastern force was preparing to cross their borders? Roman insisted that he could not stand idle. He felt a responsibility to step in, to prevent further bloodshed before the fighting consumed the region. Conrad was caught off guard by the offer. He questioned Roman's sudden willingness to lend support. Was this truly out of goodwill, or was there something more beneath the surface? Though wary, Conrad recognized the potential advantages of cooperation and chose to listen. Roman did not shy away from Conrad's doubts. He admitted that while the past had been turbulent between Dmitri and the Alliance, his current concern was larger than personal grievances. If the Northeast collapsed into chaos, all of Cairo would suffer. His goal was simple: preserve peace and stability. Hearing the conviction in Roman's words, Conrad's skepticism began to ease. He found himself agreeing. Their goals were aligned. Both wanted stability, both wanted to avoid needless losses. With the enemy's advance pressing closer, Conrad knew he could no longer afford hesitation. Setting aside old pride, he pledged the alliance's cooperation and assured Roman that they were prepared to honor whatever terms he required in return. Roman weighed the risks carefully. Staying uninvolved could spare him effort in the short term, but the long-term damage to Cairo's fragile balance of power would be disastrous. Stability had to take priority. Thus, Roman made his offer plain. He would support the Alliance Association if they agreed to reconcile with Dmitri and work toward cooperation in the future. Conrad bristled at the request. To align with Dmitri, once scorned for his lowly origins, felt almost insulting. Yet, when he considered the Alliance's precarious position, he knew better than to dismiss the offer outright. Caution tempered his pride, and he resolved to think carefully before giving his answer. Meanwhile, in Count Douglas's camp, the seriousness of the coming war could be seen clearly. His entire army assembled, a display of strength and preparation. During council, one of his officials urged Douglas to set clear terms for what would follow after victory. Douglas agreed without hesitation. He understood that war was not only about the battlefield, it was about shaping the future that came after. His mind drifted briefly to the fall of the Barco family, which had left the Northeast fractured and exposed. To Douglas, that weakness was an opportunity. He knew the value of such territory and intended to seize control. While many believed Douglas was nothing more than a brute who relied on sheer force, he proved them wrong. He refused reckless charges. Every move was calculated, every step designed to maximize his chances of success. And in that cold, strategic patience, the beast of the North revealed his true nature. Count Douglas's careful strategy had kept him alive up to this point. He had never dared to strike Barco while the central government still backed them. But now the situation had changed. With Barco gone and the alliance left weakened, Douglas felt confident. He believed he could rally the northern lords to his banner and seize the fractured northeast for himself. When he marched to face the Alliance Association's forces, Douglas demanded to meet their commanding officer. It was his way of asserting dominance. Yet the alliance refused, insisting it was not the right moment for negotiations, and asked him to wait. Irritated, Douglas pressed further. Why delay when their armies were already gathered? He scorned their hesitation, calling it a relic of an outdated system. But before the argument could escalate further, one of his men cried out. A figure was approaching. Expecting reinforcements for the alliance, Douglas turned to look. Instead, what he saw left him speechless, the banner of Dmitri. And at the front of the troop rode Roman himself. Stunned, Douglas struggled to understand why Roman had come to the battlefield. But Roman wasted no time explaining. Just as Douglas had rallied the northern lords under his cause, Roman too had gathered support. Except he had done so for the alliance. His presence was not a coincidence. It was the result of a calculated strategy. The revelation shook Douglas deeply. He realized too late that Roman had turned his own call for northern unity into justification for joining the war. The lords who had come to support Douglas were equally unsettled. They grumbled among themselves, frustrated that they hadn't known Roman would appear. Some even admitted they might have thought twice about taking Douglas's side had they been informed earlier. As tension mounted, Conrad urged Douglas to act with caution. Charging headlong into battle would only play into Roman's hands. But Douglas, caught between anger and uncertainty, could barely process the shifting tides. Then Roman delivered challenge. The Northerners had a choice: fight in close combat or face the destruction of a full-scale battle. Douglas froze. The idea of clashing with Roman directly filled him with dread. Despite having more troops than the alliance, he knew Roman's reputation as a warrior was legendary. Against him, sheer numbers might mean nothing. For the first time, Douglas found himself at a loss. His confidence shaken, his strategy crumbling before his eyes. Unable to see a clear way forward, Count Douglas wrestled with the weight of the looming conflict. Then, with unshakable confidence, Roman made an audacious proposal. He declared that Douglas could send 3 swordsmen against him at once. And if that wasn't enough, he was even willing to face 5. The sheer boldness of the challenge left Douglas momentarily stunned. Though he respected Dmitri's strength, Roman's suggestion felt unbelievable. Could one man truly think he could stand against 5 seasoned fighters? Yet Roman's tone carried no mockery. He spoke earnestly, expressing a genuine desire to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. This duel, he explained, was his way of reaching a peaceful resolution. All that remained was Douglas's answer. Needing time, Douglas asked for a moment to reflect. The scene then shifts to a quiet forest clearing where Douglas gathered with 5 northern lords. After careful thought, he announced his decision. He would accept Roman's challenge. With 5 skilled warriors, he believed their combined strength could finally overwhelm even Roman's formidable skill. Not everyone agreed. 2 of the lords voiced hesitation. They warned Douglas not to underestimate Roman, recalling his victory over Butler, a renowned swordsman, and reminding everyone of the danger they faced. But Douglas remained firm. No matter what choice they made, a clash with Roman was inevitable. Better to face him now than to allow him to dictate the terms later. Douglas pointed to his trusted twin swordsmen, Vinton and Vintel, who had once defeated a 4-star opponent. Their coordinated skill, combined with the other 3 warriors, gave him confidence they could at least match Roman blow for blow. Rumors painted Roman as an unstoppable force, but Douglas insisted this duel was their chance to prove otherwise. To Douglas and the Northern Lords, Roman's decision looked reckless. If they could defeat him during this display of confidence, the balance of power in the Northeast would be theirs. Victory over Roman Dmitri would mean dominance over the entire region. With renewed determination, the lords agreed to Douglas's plan. Together, they would make Roman regret his arrogance. As preparations were made, the arrival of a representative from the central government added even greater weight to the upcoming duel. Now, Roman faced impossible odds. 5 opponents united against him, with the eyes of the government watching. The soldiers began forming their strategy. The twin brothers, Vinton and Vintel, took the lead. Their plan was simple yet deadly. They would attack from opposite sides, striking where Roman's vision could not reach. While the twins drew his attention, the other 3 would seize the opening and strike with full force. The stage was set. The air grew heavy with anticipation. The battle that would decide the Northeast was about to begin. The twins, full of confidence, assured the others that their coordinated strikes would create the perfect opening to bring Roman down. They promised that victory would bring shared glory and wealth, urging the remaining soldiers to commit fully to the plan. When all were in position, the duel began. Vinton and Vintel surged forward together, their energy focused, their movements perfectly in sync. But their unity meant nothing before Roman's power. With a single devastating strike, he cut through their assault and dropped them instantly. Gasps echoed across the field. Count Douglas and the Northern Lords could only stare, stunned at how easily Roman had broken their strongest fighters. Roman did not press the attack. Instead, he turned to Douglas and the gathered lords, his voice calm but unyielding. He spoke of the past, of how, during the Barco family's reign, negotiation had always been favored. Yet when Dmitri rose to power, no one ever tried speaking with him or the alliance. They had dismissed him, ignoring the weight of his family's growing legacy. That arrogance, Roman warned, was their greatest mistake. His words unsettled the Northern Lords, their certainty shaken. Then Roman offered them one final choice: withdraw completely and avoid the bloodshed, or commit to a traditional battle, knowing full well the cost in lives. Douglas hesitated. The reality was harsh. In open war, countless of his men would die. By honoring the duel, only 5 lives would be lost. Though bitter, he chose to see the decision through, sparing the bulk of his army. Roman nodded in acceptance, but the remaining 3 soldiers wavered. With the twins defeated, they knew the outcome was already sealed. Fear and doubt crept into their hearts, and hesitation slowed their blades. Roman saw their reluctance and dismissed it as cowardice. To strip away any excuse, he dropped his sword, standing unarmed before them. With unshakable confidence, he dared them to continue. Shame drove them forward. Believing they finally had the advantage, they charged. But Roman's power needed no blade. With a single crushing punch, he shattered one soldier's sword and dropped him flat. The other 2 tried to surrender in desperation, but Roman gave them no mercy. In swift, precise motions, he subdued them both, leaving them broken and defeated. When the dust settled, Roman turned his gaze toward Count Douglas and the Northern Lords. His stance was unwavering, his expression firm, his presence impossible to ignore. With a voice that carried authority, Roman asked if anyone still had objections. None came. Count Douglas and the Northern Lords lowered their heads, acknowledging his dominance in silence. When Roman returned to Conrad, he was met with gratitude. Conrad bowed deeply, thanking him for his decisive intervention. Roman assured him that their partnership would continue, a promise of unity in the days ahead. Conrad could not help but reflect. Had the alliance chosen to march into a full-scale war against Dmitri, they would have been crushed. Instead, Roman strategy had secured stability, firmly establishing the northeast under his influence. A few days later, the scene shifted to the grand conference hall of the Northeastern Alliance Association. Around the table sat Conrad and the other members, with Roman Dmitri now seated at the center. Roman announced that his father had entrusted him with full authority in these matters. He asked if anyone opposed his leadership. Silence filled the chamber. No one dared. A faint smile touched Roman's lips as he prepared to speak. He had news, and it was not something to be taken lightly. His question broke the quiet like a blade. Do you believe the Cairo kingdom is truly on the right path? The weight of his words lingered. It wasn't only Hector's invasion that concerned him, though that danger was real. What troubled him more was the rot within Cairo itself. He spoke of the Southern Front, where commanders treated him with suspicion instead of trust, even as enemy forces pressed hard. He spoke of the central government, where endless power struggles raged like storms, weakening the kingdom from within. Without Roman and his men, the southern line would have collapsed long ago, leaving Cairo wide open to Hector's conquest. His gaze hardened, his voice steady with conviction born of war. If another conflict came, he warned, the central government would not hesitate to draft soldiers from every region, sending them to die as expendable pawns. Families would grieve for their dead, while the government used the chaos to tighten its grip, its influence spreading unchecked across the land. The room grew tense. Concern and unease spread across the faces of those listening. Roman's words cut deep, but they could not deny the truth. Then, with calm authority, Roman offered a path forward. We must look to the root of this conflict, he said. The treatment we endure is unjust. If the nobles of the capital exploit the central government for their own gain, then why shouldn't we, here in the Northeast, unite for our own survival? His words hung in the air like a spark waiting to catch fire. The proposal was bold, a vision of solidarity in the face of chaos. But Roman knew time was not on their side. Once Dmitri moved, the central government would act swiftly, and when that moment came, the Northeast had to be ready. For Roman, uniting the Northeast was more than a political move, it was survival. Only through strength and solidarity could the region resist the suffocating influence of the central government. Breaking the silence, Jonathan raised a question that weighed on everyone's mind. But will our unity truly stand against the central government? His voice carried the doubts shared around the table. He pointed out the glaring vulnerabilities. If regions like Lawrence's were left out, the Northeast would be standing on shaky ground, dangerously close to collapse. Jonathan reminded the council that their survival depended heavily on imports from neighboring territories. Food, supplies, trade, all flowed from outside. If the Northeast defied the central government, those lifelines could be severed overnight. Their businesses, deeply tied to central authority, would crumble. Independence sounded appealing, but in reality, it seemed nearly impossible. Without breaking this dependence, the nobles of the Northeast would always be bound like puppets, dancing to the capital's will. Roman rose to answer. Speaking directly to the counts, he acknowledged their fears but offered a solution. Holding up a sheet of paper, he declared, "This is my plan for developing the Northeast. Our land may be rugged, but its potential is vast." He pointed to the mountains dominating Dmitri's territory, endless ranges, imposing and wild. To most, they were an obstacle. To Roman, they were a fortress. He envisioned a stronghold built in those peaks, a place where the people could find refuge and protection. The mountains would not only shield them from external threats, but also provide fertile land to sustain their own population. Self-sufficiency, he explained, was the key to freedom. Conrad voiced his doubts, skeptical that such ambitious plans could truly be realized. But Roman's response was unwavering. It is possible. He recalled the fortress of the heavenly demon-divine cult, hidden deep within the 10,000 mountains. That bastion had withstood countless assaults from the Orthodox MIM for years, its natural defenses impenetrable. Roman compared that legendary stronghold to Dmitri's land, pointing out that the Northeast already had another advantage: skilled blacksmiths. Was it mere chance, or destiny guiding them toward this path? One by one, Roman laid out his plans before the nobles. Maps marked with reclamation zones, areas of development, blueprints for fortresses, each page a piece of a larger vision. His voice was steady, calm, and assured. He reminded them that this would not be easy. It would take years of effort. But brick by brick, the Northeast would carve out the strength to resist the central government's grip. The counts studied the documents in awe. The detail was staggering. Reclamation, fortress design, agricultural expansion. Every piece accounted for. Jonathan, who had raised the first objection, found himself speechless. His doubt gave way to amazement as he realized the depth of Roman's foresight. Roman's proposals were no mere words. They were a blueprint for the future, a concrete plan of action. One by one, the nobles gave their support. Viscount Lawrence pledged his family's loyalty to Dmitri's cause, soon followed by Conrad. In the end, unanimity prevailed. The lords of the Northeast stood united beneath Roman's vision. With solemn resolve, Roman gave their union a name, the Dmitri Alliance. It would symbolize their newfound unity and their readiness to stand together under his leadership. The scene then shifted to Romero Dmitri's office. Jonathan himself delivered the news of Roman's achievement. Romero listened quietly, a faint trace of sadness crossing his face as he thought of Rodwell, who had once given his all for the family. Yet pride overshadowed regret. Roman was no longer just a son of the house. He was becoming the very foundation of the Dmitri family's rise. Standing by the window, Romero looked out at the moonlit night. "Beautiful," he murmured, gazing silently at the world below, aware that history itself was being reshaped. Meanwhile, far from this scene, Marquis Valentino wrestled with frustration. For weeks he had been haunted by unanswered questions, ever since receiving a letter from Dmitri's master blacksmith, Hendrik. In it, Hendrik had confessed that not a single sword he crafted had ever been placed for sale in an auction house. This revelation only deepened Valentino's obsession with discovering the truth behind the mysterious blade in his possession, Blaze. Driven by curiosity, Valentino sought answers from countless blacksmiths across the land, but all of them came up empty-handed. Then, just as his doubts began to weigh heavier, a worker entered his study with startling news. Someone had reportedly seen a sword remarkably similar to Blaze, and it was said to belong to a master blacksmith from the Dmitri estate. Stunned, Valentino wasted no time. He ordered preparations for an immediate journey to the Dmitri stronghold. Upon his arrival, he was met by Hendrik, the estate's master blacksmith. Hendrik welcomed him with composure and asked what brought him there. Valentino went straight to the point. He revealed that a month ago, he had acquired Blaze from the Adelian auction house. Hendrik nodded, recalling Valentino's earlier letter about the blade. Without hesitation, Valentino presented Blaze. He praised its flawless craftsmanship, marveling at how it channeled mana perfectly, a feat that placed it far beyond ordinary weapons. He was convinced that the creator of such a sword had to be one of the finest artisans in all of Cairo. As he spoke, his anticipation grew, his eyes locked on Hendrik, eager for any sign of recognition. Hendrik studied the blade in silence, his expression unreadable. This only fueled Valentino's confidence. To him, it was proof. Hendrik knew more than he let on. Pressing further, Valentino remarked that rumors suggested Hendrik possessed another blade similar to Blaze. At this, Hendrik fell quiet. After a long pause, he finally replied that he would retrieve the sword. Valentino's excitement surged. He could hardly contain himself as he waited, certain that he was on the verge of uncovering a secret that would shake the very foundations of Cairo's blacksmithing world. Meanwhile, Hendrik himself pondered deeply, fully aware of the weight Valentino's discovery might carry. Surely a collector of Marquis Valentino's stature would grasp the weight of what he was about to see. With deliberate ceremony, Hendrik finally unveiled the blade. Its name was Salamander. The moment Valentino laid eyes on it, a chill coursed through him. His instinct screamed. This was no ordinary weapon. It was unmistakably the work of the same genius who had forged Blaze. Hendrik confirmed his suspicion. Both Blaze and Salamander came from the same hand. But there was more. Salamander had been the first creation, the predecessor to Blaze. Valentino's mind raced. If Blaze was already a marvel, then Salamander represented the artisan's raw beginnings, proof of a rising genius. Driven by desire, he carefully raised the possibility of purchasing it. But Hendrik shut him down immediately. The blade was not for sale. It was a gift, bound by sentiment and loyalty. Valentino froze. The answer revealed something deeper. Hendrik not only knew the creator, but held a personal connection to him. His thoughts spun wildly. Could it be Baron Romero, the retired patriarch of House Dmitri, who had secretly forged these masterpieces. But Hendrik's next words shattered that theory. The truth struck like thunder. The creator was Roman Dmitri himself. The revelation left Valentino reeling. Roman Dmitri, the youngest ranker in Cairo, already feared as a swordsman, was also the kingdom's greatest blacksmith. The weight of that realization was staggering. Valentino understood immediately what this meant. A sword's value could rise on craftsmanship alone, but a blade forged by Roman Dmitri was more than a weapon. It was a legend, infused with the story of a prodigy whose name already shook the kingdom. Such weapons would be priceless treasures, revered far beyond their steel. His decision was clear. He had to meet Roman Dmitri in person. The scene shifted to the Dmitri training grounds. There, Chris clashed against Roman in a sparring match. Blades danced through the air, cutting sharp arcs as soldiers gathered to watch. Chris attacked with relentless drive, pressing forward with strike after strike. But Roman, with calm precision born of countless battles, evaded every blow. His movements were smooth, deliberate, untouchable. Sensing a fleeting chance, Chris unleashed everything. Channeling his aura, he poured his strength into one decisive strike. The ground shook as a fierce explosion of energy tore across the field. Dust and smoke filled the air. When it cleared, Roman stood tall, unscathed, with Chris lying defeated. Murmurs of awe rippled through the watching soldiers. Roman extended a hand to his sparring partner, offering both praise and correction. "A fine strike," he said, "but bursts of power leave gaps. A skilled opponent will always find them. Learn to break your enemy's balance without showing your intent." His tone was calm, yet every word carried the weight of hard-earned wisdom. Roman's sharp grasp of combat shines through in every bit of his guidance. Watching from a distance, Marquis Valentino can't help but be impressed by Roman Dimitri's strength and mastery. Across the kingdom, Roman's name is already on everyone's lips, especially after defeating Hector's second strongest warrior. Marquis begins to wonder what recognition awaits Roman as he continues to rise in Cairo. Having witnessed his power firsthand, he realizes the balance of influence within the kingdom might soon shift. Even Marquis Valentino, seeing Roman in action, finds himself filled with newfound respect. It's now obvious, Roman is far more than just whispers and rumors. The thought that a blacksmith from Cairo could very well be the most gifted man on the continent catches Marquis completely off guard. Just as he's lost in this thought, an attendant announces a guest. Roman turns to see Marquis Valentino, who immediately steps forward and extends his hand. As they shake hands, Marquis can't help but marvel. This was the very hand that forged Blaze, the legendary sword. After introducing themselves, they move into a private chamber. There, Marquis explains why he came Blaze. Roman instantly recognizes the blade as the one he had once entrusted to Lucas. Marquis explains that he had poured his family's immense wealth into uncovering the truth behind the weapon's origin. Known as the wealthiest man in Cairo, Marquis wastes no time and directly asks Roman if he was truly the creator of Blaze. Roman reflects on the irony. Standing before him is Marquis Valentino, a man infamous for hoarding rare treasures, yet also one of Cairo's most influential figures. He commands elite forces called Mong, oversees the kingdom's thriving trade, and through his fortune alone could tip the scales of power. Yet, despite such power, Valentino always manages to keep the four factions in careful balance. To Roman, Valentino is an intriguing man, shrewd, far-sighted, and never simple. Their discussion continues, and Roman finally acknowledges the truth. He was indeed the one who crafted Blaze. Valentino's eyes brighten instantly. His admiration overflows as he thanks Roman for allowing him the honor of meeting the sword's true master. He recalls the moment he first laid eyes on Blaze at an auction, describing it as a strike of lightning, an unforgettable thrill. To him, Dmitri is the pinnacle of blacksmithing. With that, Valentino leans forward, asking about Roman's heritage and the secret behind his unmatched skill. Then, with a tone of reverence, he makes his request, to once more lay eyes on the sword that had captured his soul. Roman gave a slight nod before placing the sword into Valentino's hands. The moment he held it, Valentino's eyes widened in awe. His voice carried both curiosity and admiration as he asked the sword's name. With calm pride, Roman answered, "Darkness." The name struck Valentino deeply. Instantly, his thoughts drifted to legends like Salamander and Blaze, blades renowned across the land. But this was different. Darkness radiated a power and craftsmanship beyond anything he had ever seen. A weapon infused with the essence of shadow itself. For the first time, he felt he was witnessing the work of a blacksmith still climbing toward even greater heights. The thought thrilled him. If Roman had already forged masterpieces like Blaze and Darkness, what unimaginable creations would he forge in the future? Eyes alight with excitement, Valentino leaned forward and presented his offer. His terms were clear. First, if Roman ever chose to sell a sword, Valentino demanded the right to purchase it before anyone else. Second, no matter when or where, he must be the first to witness each new weapon born from Roman's forge. His determination was unmistakable, his words filled with urgency. If Roman could agree to these two conditions, Valentino declared, then the full strength of the Valentino family would stand behind Dmitri. Roman paused, surprised by the weight of such a promise. Valentino, the very man known for keeping his family neutral among the factions, was he truly willing to break that long-held stance? Seeing Roman's hesitation, Valentino pressed further. He revealed the truth. The four great factions had been closing in, applying pressure from all sides. Neutrality could no longer last forever. Eventually, he would be forced to choose a side. And now, with Roman's growing influence, his leadership, and his unmatched skill as the creator of Blaze, Valentino had found his answer. Aligning with Dmitri wasn't just a political move. It was a chance to secure greater prosperity and seize opportunities others couldn't imagine. With a sly smile, he admitted he was genuinely captivated by Roman Dmitri's potential. To him, joining forces was the most advantageous path. Roman rose to his feet, his voice steady and firm. He reminded Valentino of the loyalty the nobles of the Dmitri alliance had already pledged to their family. Then, with a serious gaze, he asked directly, was the Valentino family truly prepared to cast aside neutrality and stand with Dmitri? Valentino bowed his head respectfully, a warm smile on his face as he pledged the Valentino family's unwavering loyalty to Roman. He promised to follow wherever Roman led, no matter how difficult the path ahead. Roman was taken aback by such wholehearted devotion, an unexpected alliance forming right before him. Gratefully, he returned the smile and thanked Valentino, recognizing the weight of this newfound partnership. From that moment onward, he resolved to place his trust in Marquis Valentino's steadiness. Then, almost playfully, Valentino leaned in with a request. He asked if he might share the truth, that Roman was the one who had forged Blaze. He laughed lightly, admitting he would be far too restless if he couldn't brag about such a treasure. Roman, charmed by his straightforward nature, agreed and gave him permission. Soon, the scene shifted to the glittering halls of the Valentino family palace. There, Marquis Valentino proudly unveiled the sword before a gathering of nobles. His voice carried as he spoke of its astonishing abilities, claiming that even a beginner could hold their ground against a veteran with Blaze in hand. Intrigued, the nobles pressed him for proof. With a glint in his eye, Valentino assured them he had never once exaggerated the value of his collection. He emphasized the weapon's creator, the very artisan who had toppled Hector's fighter and was now celebrated as Cairo's hero. The nobles quickly pieced it together. This was the same sword Roman Dmitri had wielded to defeat Butler. At once, its legend deepened. Valentino went on, revealing that Blaze was only one among 3 masterpieces Roman had crafted. Excitement rippled through the hall as the nobles coined a name for them, the Roman Dmitri collection. As Roman's fame spread, the forges of House Dmitri could barely keep up. Demand for their work surged overnight, business booming in a way none of them had anticipated. But while success filled the air of Dmitri Palace, shadows stirred. One night, Roman walked its vast corridors, his mind weighed with thought. From the darkness, a figure stepped forth. Makin, an agent of Valhalla, emerged silently, his presence carrying tension. He wasted no words. Valhalla, he said, had been watching. Roman's victories over Hector and Butler, and his bold creation of the independent Dmitri alliance in the northeast, none of it had escaped their notice. Makin admitted openly that Valhalla had underestimated him. To their eyes, Roman had become a serious obstacle, one that could endanger their ambitions. He leveled his gaze at Roman and delivered his demand. Choose. Would Roman follow Valhalla or oppose it? Roman's lips curved into a confident smirk. His reply was sharp and unwavering. And why? He asked. Should I obey Valhalla? The question echoed through the dimly lit hall, heavy and unyielding, as Macken's words hung in the silence between them. Macken's tone was sharp as he cautioned Roman about the hostility he was showing toward Valhalla. But Roman didn't waver. Let's get one thing straight, Roman declared firmly. He reminded Macken that it had been him who first drew the line. Roman wasn't looking to force loyalty out of anyone, nor did he intend to bend others to his will. His convictions were unshaken, even with the threat of conflict hanging over them. As Macken's warning lingered in the air, Roman's mind turned elsewhere. Cairo had been under Kronos' eye for years, and if Valhalla dared to strike, the Empire would not stay silent. That thought weighed heavily, but Roman stayed resolute. Meeting Macken's gaze, he issued a stern warning. If Macken wanted to avoid becoming an enemy, he needed to hold his ground and wait. Roman believed the alliance he was building would rise to dominate Cairo's politics. Dmitri would be the spark that brought about change. Macken hadn't expected such determination. He couldn't help but admire Roman's boldness. Still, he didn't hold back. Don't let pride blind you, Macken cautioned. Arrogance only draws challengers. Butler was nothing compared to what Valhalla holds. This continent is vast, and threats far greater than him are out there. With those words, he slipped into the shadows, leaving Roman with time to reconsider. Macken hoped Roman would tread carefully in shaping the Dmitri alliance. The political currents in Cairo shifted restlessly. Various factions approached Roman, urging him to make his move. The pressure grew heavier with each passing day. Meanwhile, inside the opulent office of Marquis Benedict, unease stirred. A subordinate questioned Marquis Benedict about his stance on Roman. Mark's reply was elusive. If Roman joined him, past grudges would be erased. But if Roman sided elsewhere, Marquis promised he would face the weight of his retribution. Back in his quarters, Roman stood silently at the window, deep in thought. The Dmitri alliance had stabilized the balance of power for now, but he knew their window was narrow. The next year would decide everything. War loomed closer, and with it, inevitable sacrifices. To endure, Roman had to sharpen his strength, especially his command of magic, the very force that could shift the tide. Across the continent stood 13 grand towers, each one a pillar of magical might. Among the 13 towers, none rivaled the prestige of the Heavenly Palace. It was there that the great conclave of mages was held, where each tower presented their progress and breakthroughs. The Phoenix Tower revealed their mastery of fifth circle spells, an impressive feat on its own, but the crowd barely spared them a glance. Their problem ran deeper than spellcraft. The Phoenix Tower was trapped in an identity crisis, burdened by the loss of their ancient burning grimoire, a legacy handed down through generations. Within the tower walls, Felix carried the weight of this decline. 3 years ago, circumstances thrust him into leadership, a role he had never sought. His mentor's sudden disappearance left a void he couldn't fill, and without the grimoire, his inadequacy only grew more apparent. The tower's members lost faith, their despair compounded by the withdrawal of funding from the Frank Empire. Just when the future seemed hopeless, a sealed letter arrived. The mark of Roman Dmitri blazed upon it. Inside lay a proposal unlike any Felix expected. Dmitri would support the Phoenix Tower, and in return, Felix would serve as Roman's sparring partner for 6 months, receiving a stipend of 1,000 gold each month. It wasn't salvation, but it was a chance. With no other path forward, Felix accepted. Now, as his carriage rattled toward Dmitri, his thoughts wandered. The Dmitri lands were famed for their smiths, not for sorcery. Across the continent, the Heavenly Palace stood as the pinnacle of magic, while 7 of the strongest towers were rooted firmly within the Kronos Empire. Cairo, and especially Dmitri, were considered wastelands for mages. Yet Dmitri was anything but weak. In the harsh northeastern lands, they had carved out a reputation for iron discipline and unmatched strength. That alone had drawn Felix here, to stand at the gates of this unlikely power. At the entry point, order reigned. Soldiers moved with precise efficiency, their actions seamless and deliberate. One guard stepped forward, his expression stern as he carried out his duty with unwavering focus. The guard blocked Felix's path, demanding to know his purpose. Felix, calm yet composed, introduced himself and presented Roman Dmitri's letter of invitation. As he was escorted inside, Felix couldn't help but take in his surroundings. The Dmitri estate radiated discipline. Soldiers moved in perfect unison. Magical devices gleamed in carefully chosen positions, and towering fortress walls hinted at defenses built for war. Even in this remote land, Dmitri's strength was undeniable. At last, Felix stood before Roman himself. Roman's presence was commanding, his authority unmistakable. With a firm handshake and steady gaze, he welcomed Felix into Dmitri's domain. Felix felt a wave of respect. There was something about Roman that demanded both trust and admiration. Not wasting time, Felix asked directly about the offer laid out in the letter. Roman confirmed it without hesitation. 6 months as a sparring partner, 1,000 gold coins per month, a total of 6,000 gold. It was no small sum. Still, Felix questioned it. Why him? Surely there were countless others eager for such an opportunity. Roman's answer was precise. The Phoenix Tower's mastery of flame magic was unrivaled, and Felix's skill in that field stood out. Roman also acknowledged the hardships the tower was enduring, making this partnership valuable for both sides. Paying Felix generously wasn't charity, it was an investment. Roman also set the terms clearly. Any harm suffered during their training would be his responsibility to bear, as long as Felix gave his all. But the risks were real, and Roman would not be blamed for the consequences. Felix's thoughts grew heavy. Did Roman truly understand what it meant to challenge a mage's full power, or was he underestimating it? The scene shifted to Dmitri's training grounds. Roman stood ready, giving Felix the courtesy of the first move. Felix didn't hesitate. With determination, he unleashed his flames of the firelands, a fierce blast that detonated with a roar. Roman's swift movement carried him out of harm's way, the explosion erupting just behind him. Felix pressed on, refusing to back down. With a sharp incantation, he summoned an inferno, flames erupting in a blaze that surged straight for Roman. Fire walls rose on either side, trapping him in a blazing corridor. Not stopping there, Felix unleashed his final attack, a rune flare cast with everything he had. The searing spell streaked toward Roman, and for a moment Felix believed victory was his. But when the fire cleared, Roman was already behind him, untouched. A faint smile flickered across Roman's face as he remarked on Felix's hesitation to use fifth circle magic. The words left Felix stunned. Through the flames, Roman walked as though the fire were nothing. The calmness in his stride unsettled Felix, who instantly blinked away, teleporting to safety before Roman's hand could close around him. He barely caught his breath before Roman was on him again, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Desperate, Felix cast a binding spell, locking Roman in place. For a brief moment, it worked. Roman strained against the hold while Felix prepared his strongest flames. Channeling every ounce of strength, he unleashed another blazing inferno, torrents of fire flooding the training ground. But Roman was unshaken. He slipped past each wave with terrifying ease, appearing before Felix once more with a confident smirk. The spar ended there. Roman simply announced they would continue the next day, leaving Felix sprawled on the ground, shaken by what had just happened. He couldn't shake the feeling. Roman had read every spell as if he already knew what was coming. That shouldn't have been possible. No magic existed that could predict another's moves. And yet, Roman had done just that. Frustration gnawed at Felix as he thought about tomorrow's duel. How could he overcome an opponent like that? He needed a different approach, something Roman wouldn't expect. The weight of the Phoenix Tower pressed on him. Since the disappearance of his master, Felix had poured himself into fire magic, clinging to the tower's legacy even as it fell into decline. His perseverance had earned respect from his peers, but here, in Dmitri, that alone wasn't enough. The next morning, Felix stood across from Roman once again. This time, his focus was sharper. He cast his opening spell, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Roman's uncanny ability to anticipate his moves haunted him. If he wanted even a chance at victory, he had to break Roman's rhythm and strike in a way he wouldn't see coming. Felix raised his hands and summoned the Stone Age spell. A towering cliff surged upward, cutting off Roman's path. But Roman only smiled calmly, and in that moment Felix understood. Magic wasn't bound by the rigid rules of a sword fight. It was fluid, unpredictable, and he could use that unpredictability to turn the tide. With renewed focus, Felix cast a sweeping fire wave, trying to catch Roman off guard. Yet Roman dodged with ease, vaulting into the air. Felix didn't let up, launching a barrage of fire cannons that rained down relentlessly. Roman blocked them with flawless precision, forming a barrier through his sword alone. The sheer skill left Felix stunned. For a moment, he wondered if Roman's defense was aided by some enchanted weapon. But no. The truth was far more shocking. Roman had shaped the barrier himself. His strength was real. Before Felix could recover, Roman closed the distance and drove a strike deep into his stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. Pain seared through him, but frustration cut even deeper. His strategies weren't enough. Roman, noticing his struggle, broke the silence with an unexpected offer. Use whatever means you like in our battles. Bring in other mages if you must. If you win, I'll pay you 10,000 gold for every victory. The sum staggered Felix. That much could sustain countless lives for an entire year. But behind the offer was a harsh truth. Roman had never once considered him an equal. Roman pressed the question, "Do you accept?" Felix's pride flared. He accepted without hesitation, swearing that he would make Roman yield and drain him of every coin. For Felix, it stopped being about gold. This was personal now. From that moment, Felix fought with everything he had. Each loss fueled him. Each setback drove him to adapt. By their 8th duel, he had begun weaving in trickier tactics. Slow miss to drag down Roman's speed. Magic traps to restrict his movement. Yet nothing worked. Roman cut through all. 30 matches passed. 30 defeats. Felix's pride, once unshakable, began to crack. He could no longer deny it. Alone, he could never overcome Roman Dmitri. Desperation drove him to Nox, a formidable 5th circle mage. Felix pleaded for his aid in the duels. But Nox hesitated. Their combined firepower could spiral out of control, and he feared the consequences of striking down Dmitri's heir. Even more, Nox questioned why Felix, a representative of the Phoenix Tower, was entangling himself in a matter so far removed from their cause. The risks, he warned, were far greater than Felix seemed to realize. Despite Nox's hesitation, Felix pressed harder. He reminded him of the reward, 10,000 gold for a single victory. If they won, he promised to split it evenly. That much money was worth the risk. Nox paused, then asked, "So we only need to beat him once?" Felix nodded, but cautioned him not to underestimate Roman. "It won't be easy. He has a natural ability to counter mages. We'll need a plan." Nox dismissed his concern with a wave. "Leave it to me. My team will handle it." Days later, Nox and 3 others stood before Roman, ready for battle. Roman, calm as ever, gave them the first move. They unleashed a storm of spells, a relentless barrage meant to overwhelm through sheer force. Watching from the sidelines, Felix's heart sank. He recognized the flaw immediately. They were making the same mistakes he had made. And just as he feared, Roman dismantled their assault with frightening ease. One by one, Nox's team fell until only silence filled the grounds. Roman stood unshaken, untouched. As the dust settled, Roman reflected inwardly. His second body transformation had rendered him immune to extremes of heat and cold, stripping away much of the advantage fire-based mages possessed. Against him, their spells were nothing. Nox and his companions groaned on the ground, stunned by the reality of Roman Dmitri's strength. Felix stepped forward and raised a hand. "Stay back. Let me speak with him." Inside the palace, Roman's presence was as commanding as ever. Felix approached cautiously, but this time there was no bravado in his voice. "I don't know if I'll ever be able to defeat you," he admitted. "But tell me this. How do you always know what spell a mage is about to cast?" Roman's lips curved into a confident smile. "I'll show you." Curiosity piqued, Felix followed him into a study. The shelves were lined with grimoires, each one marked and worn from study. Felix's eyes widened at the sheer number. Roman began to explain. Magic, he said, wasn't just power, it was resonance. Mana echoed with the elements. Fire, water, wind, each tied to the natural world. What astonished Felix most was when Roman revealed that the resonance within a magic circle could be read, like words in a language. The patterns told him what spell was forming before it was even unleashed. That was the secret. Roman broke it down into 3 essential skills. First, the ability to sense and understand the resonance of mana. Second, the knowledge to interpret those signals and identify the magic being cast. And third, the speed to act on that understanding before the spell could land. As Roman spoke, Felix listened intently, astonished by the depth of his understanding. The way Roman unraveled the mysteries of magic with such clarity made it feel effortless, yet profound. Felix realized then, Roman's grasp of the arcane arts was extraordinary, far beyond what he had ever imagined. Leaving the room, Felix's thoughts lingered on Roman Dmitri. To call him a genius seemed far too small. What truly left Felix in awe was Roman's relentless drive for strength, a pursuit so absolute it forced Felix to question his own path. For years, he had used his master's disappearance as a shield, a reason to stagnate. But watching Roman shattered that illusion, Felix admitted to himself that he had been avoiding reality. If he wanted to stand as more than a placeholder for the Phoenix Tower, he had to change. From that day forward, Felix pushed himself harder than ever. Weeks turned into months, and progress came steadily. His spells sharpened, his control deepened, and for the first time in years, he felt growth. Life within Dmitri continued to impress him. Though only a borderland barony, their soldiers carried themselves with unshakable discipline and loyalty. It puzzled Felix. What gave Roman such power, and what made his men so different from the forces of other noble houses? Driven by curiosity, Felix wandered into the blacksmith's quarters. He asked one of the workers if Roman often came to the forge. The man nodded, explaining that Roman usually worked in a private smithy, crafting his own blades. Then came the story. The master blacksmith had witnessed it firsthand, Roman forging while flames swallowed his entire body. The fire was so fierce, it looked as though the god of fire himself stood in the forge. Felix was struck speechless, imagining the scene. The description reminded him of his late master's words. To wield burning magic was not simply to control fire, but to embrace it, to live alongside it until flame became part of the soul. If one could endure fire without pain, his master had once said, he could be reborn as fire itself. Roman's connection with flames suddenly made sense. Generations of Dmitri had worked in fire, shaping steel, living and breathing heat every day. Perhaps they had forged not just swords, but a way to exist with fire itself. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, Felix sought Roman out at the training grounds. Standing before him, he finally spoke, unable to hold back the question burning in his mind. "Sir Roman, there's a rumor I've heard," he began. Felix studied Roman carefully, curiosity burning in his eyes. "Sir Roman, are the stories true? That you can stand in the flames of the brier as if they were nothing? Do you have some hidden technique?" Roman didn't deny it. He nodded, confirming that he did indeed possess a special method. The answer struck Felix like lightning. It was the missing piece he had been searching for. With clenched fists, he bowed deeply. "Please share it with me. The Phoenix Tower depends on it. For 3 years, we've endured nothing but decline. I can't let my master's legacy fade away." But Roman's reply was cold and direct. "And why should I give you such a gift? You've already been paid for your work. If you want more, what will you offer me in return?" Felix froze. Roman was right. Knowledge that valuable could not come freely. What would he possibly offer in exchange? The question haunted him as he gathered the Phoenix Tower's members in the conference room. He laid everything out for them, waiting to hear their thoughts. It was Nox who spoke up first. "Roman Dmitri is a threat to mages everywhere. But if we can't defeat him, maybe it's wiser to align with him." The room stirred. The suggestion was bold, even unthinkable. Yet Nox pressed on. "Our position in the Frank Empire is already weak. But if we broke away from the traditional order and attached ourselves to a family instead of nation, we might survive." Felix was stunned. But as the discussion went on, the others agreed. The tower's future couldn't be secured by clinging to the past. Finally, Felix rose and declared his decision. From this day forward, the Phoenix Tower will entrust its future to the Dmitri family. It was a radical shift, a break from centuries of tradition. But it was also the start of a new path. Later, alone in his office, Felix reflected on what he had just set in motion. His thoughts were interrupted by a worker rushing in, breathless. "Tower Master, news about the budget Dmitri allocated to us." Felix braced himself, expecting a harsh reduction during the transition. Instead, he was handed the figure, 24,000 gold yearly. He froze in disbelief. Why? Everyone knew mages bled money, pouring fortunes into grimoires, crystals, and artifacts. To be granted more, not less, was something he had never imagined. The worker standing beside Felix was just as astonished. "It's hard to believe, isn't it? Not only did Lord Dmitri grant us ample funds, but he even said we could request more if needed." Felix was left speechless. Why would Romans show such generosity to mages when so many others treated them as nothing more than burdens. The worker urged him to step outside. When Felix did, his breath caught. Before him stood a grand palace, newly constructed for the Phoenix Tower's members. Its scale was staggering, large enough to house 1,000 people. Chris, standing nearby, noticed Felix's stunned expression. This palace was built with the future in mind. Lord Roman expects your numbers to grow, so everything has been prepared in advance. Curious, Chris asked, "What do you think?" Felix could only admit the truth. "I don't understand it. This level of support, we never expected such kindness from Sir Roman." Chris smiled faintly. "You'll get used to it. Lord Roman values his people deeply. He'll make sure you're cared for." Felix was left unsettled, but not in a bad way. Roman Dmitri was revealing a side he had never anticipated, a leader who didn't just command respect, but gave it freely in return. Meanwhile, within the Dmitri palace, Hans was busy instructing his replacement, Murphy. He carefully outlined Roman's daily routines, ensuring towels were always ready after training, and warm water was prepared for his baths. Though a little worried about Murphy's inexperience, Hans was reassured knowing the young man had graduated from the prestigious Adele Academy. Hans was preparing to take a rare day off, eager to attend his granddaughter's birthday party. Holding the small doll he had picked as a gift, he wondered anxiously if she would like it. But just as he was leaving, a worker awaited him by the gate. Startled, Hans asked why he was there. The man politely gestured toward a waiting carriage. "Young Lord Roman ordered us to escort you." The scene shifted to Harrison, Hans's son. When he arrived home, his modest house was in chaos. Workers bustled about, decorating and preparing for the celebration. Stunned, Harrison turned to his wife, but she was just as bewildered. The workers explained they had been sent by Roman Dmitri himself. Still overwhelmed, Harrison asked, "Why? Why would Lord Roman do all this?" "My father, he's just a servant." At that, one of the workers stepped forward. "My name is Lucas. Young Lord Roman sent us here as a gesture of gratitude for Hans's years of loyalty and service." Lucas's voice was calm but firm as he clarified, "Young Master Roman holds Sir Hans in the highest regard. To him, your father is more than a servant. He is someone irreplaceable. Tell me, Harrison, has your father ever spoken of Lord Roman?" Harrison froze. Memories surfaced unbidden. He remembered the way Roman Dmitri had once been ridiculed, called useless and unworthy of the family name. Back then, Harrison had shared the doubts of many, unable to see anything promising in the young master. But Hans had been different. His father had always defended Roman, saying he was simply enduring a difficult season, that greatness often came quietly before revealing itself. Now, with Lucas's words echoing in his ears, Harrison's eyes stung with tears. Roman hadn't forgotten. He had seen Hans's loyalty all along, and he was repaying it with respect no noble had ever shown before. As the guests began arriving for his daughter's birthday, Harrison's emotions swelled further. Their modest home had been transformed beyond recognition. Lavish decorations, tables overflowing with food, everything brighter and grander than he had ever dreamed. The guests murmured in disbelief, some whispering if they had stepped into the wrong house. The murmurs silenced when soldiers entered, forming 2 rows in disciplined unison. Everyone straightened, watching as the soldiers announced the arrival of an important guest. To everyone's astonishment, it was Hans who appeared. Harrison's chest tightened as he rushed forward, embracing his father in front of the entire gathering. The warmth of their reunion filled the room, moving those who witnessed it. For once, there was no trace of servitude in the way people looked at Hans, only respect. The celebration carried on, the mood alive with joy. Harrison's daughter squealed happily as she unwrapped her grandfather's gift, a doll that instantly became her treasure. But the surprises didn't end there. A gift from Count Conrad followed, a gleaming ruby ring that left the guests whispering in shock. Then came a necklace from Viscount Lawrence and a brooch from Count Adelon. One after another, noble gifts piled up, each more extravagant than the last. The meaning was clear. These nobles weren't here for the child's birthday. They were here for Hans. His loyalty to Roman had earned him a place of honor. In standing by the young master when the world mocked him, Hans had become more than a servant. He was now a pillar of Roman's rise. And the nobles, ever cautious of power, sought to tie themselves to him. Harrison stood overwhelmed, his gratitude battling with uncertainty. Then, at last, he opened the final gift, the one marked with Roman's name. His heart pounded as curiosity burned inside him. What had Roman chosen for his granddaughter? Inside the final box, Harrison found not a jewel or trinket, but a letter. As his eyes scanned the seal, his breath caught. It was a recommendation to Glory Academy. The significance struck him instantly. Glory Academy, the most prestigious school on the continent, was a dream beyond reach for commoners. Even the wealthy struggled to gain admission, and yet Roman had secured this chance for his daughter. Harrison's hands trembled. This wasn't a gift of wealth. It was a gift of future, a life-changing opportunity no amount of gold could buy. Tears streamed down his face as gratitude overwhelmed him. The scene shifted to Dmitri Palace. Hans approached Roman quietly, humility in his every step. Bowing, he confessed, "My lord, these gifts, they are too much. Serving you and earning your trust has already been more than enough for me." Roman listened, his thoughts drifting to the memories of another life, as the heavenly demon. In those years, he had once turned to his closest follower, the mad demon, with the same question that now surfaced in his heart. Had he ever regretted following him? The answer then, as now, was unwavering. The mad demon had sworn that Roman's trust alone had been worth a lifetime of loyalty. Looking at Hans, Roman felt the same truth. This man, who had served him longer than even his own father, was more than a servant. Roman's voice softened as he said, "Hans, you are not just someone who waits on me. You are my family. Your loyalty and sincerity are things I cherish deeply. These gifts are not charity. They are what you deserve." Hans's chest tightened as emotion welled up inside him. To be acknowledged in such a way by the young master he had always defended, it was more than he had ever hoped for. Roman ended with warmth in his tone, congratulating Hans on his granddaughter's birthday. In that moment, the bond between them became something unshakable. A year later, far from Dmitri Palace, the winds of change swept through Cairo. At the Valhalla Temple's Cairo branch, Willis tended lazily to the flowers, boredom etched across his face. But even in monotony, his mind wandered back to the upheaval of the past year. Ever since Roman Dmitri had returned from the Southern Front, the kingdom had been shaken by a single announcement: the ranking battles. Rankers, who once wasted their strength in petty rivalries, now fixed their gaze on Roman. For an entire year, they prepared themselves to face him. Though officially ranked 100 after defeating Homos, it was his triumph over Butler, the second strongest swordsman in the kingdom, that proved his strength was far greater than the ranking suggested. Roman's rapid rise had turned him into a looming threat. With his strength, he could challenge anyone ranked above him, from 99 all the way up to the first seat. Such a move would shake the kingdom's entire ranking system, sending shockwaves throughout the region. One afternoon, a messenger from the Valhalla temple hurried to Willis. "Roman Dmitri has contacted the temple," he announced. Willis's eyes lit up. That could only mean one thing. The long-awaited public ranking battles were finally about to begin. Elsewhere, inside the central government palace, Marquis Benedict leaned over a report. His expression darkened as he read hints of Roman's plans. Cairo's political climate was already volatile. Tower masters across nations, including the Phoenix Towers in the Frank Kingdom, had mysteriously vanished. Meanwhile, the Kronos Empire stirred unrest, accusing neighboring powers and fueling whispers of war. For the smaller nations near Kronos, the future looked grim. Conquest seemed inevitable. Benedict knew Cairo needed strength at its helm. A fragile ruler would spell disaster. And now Roman Dimitri's rise complicated everything further. If he threw his weight behind the aristocracy, it would disrupt the fragile balance of power and provoke the ruling authorities. Benedict leaned back, frustrated. Did Roman plan this all along? To climb the ranks from the bottom, reshaping the kingdom in his own way? Meanwhile, the arena roared with anticipation. Thousands filled the stands, their voices carrying like thunder as the first public ranking battle was set to begin. Roman Dmitri, rank 100, against Jaden, rank 99. The fighters faced off. Jaden couldn't hide his irritation. "Why me?" he muttered. If Roman was as formidable as the rumors claimed, why waste time on someone barely holding the edge of the rankings? It made no sense. Studying his opponent, Jaden expected a grizzled warrior, but what stood before him was a man far younger than he imagined. The arrogance in the rumors, claims that Roman was already preparing for his next opponent, only deepened his irritation. The signal was given. Jaden moved first, pouring all his strength into a decisive strike. But before he could even blink, Roman sidestepped effortlessly. With nothing more than a simple touch, Roman sent Jaden crumpling to the ground. The fight was over before Jaden even understood what had happened. Gasps swept through the crowd as Willis stepped forward, his tone sharp. Was this really necessary? You didn't need to face someone like Jaden. You should have gone straight for the top 30. But Roman's answer came steady, without hesitation. Some hailed him as a rising hero, while others dismissed him as a reckless upstart. Roman paid no attention to either side. His goal was simple: prove his strength by defeating every ranker, one by one, without shortcuts. He would climb from the very bottom and show the world that skill alone was enough. Willis couldn't help but grin at that resolve. Yes, he thought, this is the Roman I wanted to see, the one who will shatter every expectation. The skeptics didn't have to wait long. Within a day of toppling Jaden, Roman faced Delhi, the 98th ranker. The match lasted less than a breath. Roman crushed him effortlessly, and Willis declared him the new 98th without hesitation. Roman didn't pause. He immediately sought out the next challenger. The 97th ranker fell with a single strike, the arena echoing with gasps of disbelief. These were no weaklings. They were all seasoned 3-star rankers who had fought tooth and nail to secure their positions. Yet to Roman, each match ended in under 10 seconds. In just 2 days, he climbed to 91st place. The sheer pace of his ascent left the kingdom in awe. Even those who mocked him before fell silent, unable to deny what they were witnessing. Meanwhile, Jaden stirred awake, his body aching and his mind clouded. The last thing he remembered was facing Roman, then nothing. A temple worker came to his side. You were defeated by Roman Dmitri. That's why you feel like this. Jaden blinked, dazed. Defeated? But how long have I been out? The worker's expression was grim. A full day. You're the only one who's woken up so far. The words struck hard. Jaden's thoughts tumbled over each other. How many has he fought since then? How many has he beaten? 5. The worker answered before he could ask aloud. 5 rankers in a single day, including you. Jaden's breath caught. The scale of it was beyond anything he had imagined. But the worker's next words were even harsher. And none of them were ever his true opponents. A cold dread washed over Jaden. The pain in his body suddenly flared, sharp and overwhelming. The worker pressed a hand to his shoulder. You should know, Roman's strike damaged your muscles severely. You won't recover for at least a month. The weight of it all crushed Jaden. He wasn't just defeated. He had been erased from the path Roman Dmitri was carving upward. Jaden, still reeling from his defeat, forced himself to speak out. His body ached, his pride was shattered, but he knew he had to warn the others. He described Roman's crushing power, how a single blow had left him broken. Facing Roman wasn't just about risking defeat. It meant risking one's very future. Injuries from him didn't heal easily. But even as Jaden spoke, Roman was already climbing. Within a week, he had torn through every ranker from 91 to 40, cutting them down with frightening efficiency. Each victory silenced another doubter, the rumors of luck or exaggeration fading like mist under the morning sun. Those ranked between 39 and 30 no longer resisted. They accepted their fate, knowing they had no chance of holding their ground. But Fernando, the 30th ranker, chose differently. Ranker 32 tried to dissuade him, warning that Roman was more like a 5-star warrior than a 3-star opponent. Most agreed. Facing him now was suicide. Yet Fernando stood firm. This isn't recklessness, he declared. This is what it means to be a ranker. To him, surrender was worse than defeat. Yielding without a fight would tarnish the dignity of every ranker more than any loss could. Fernando wasn't blind. He knew his own limits, knew Roman was stronger. But courage wasn't about certainty. It was about standing tall even when the odds loomed impossibly large. So he stepped into the arena, becoming a symbol of unyielding determination. The crowd whispered furiously as the match began. How long could the 30th ranker last against Roman Dmitri? Fernando's record was clear. While his fundamentals were excellent, he had always struggled against those at 4 stars and above. Sheer willpower had carried him to rank 30, but this was his peak. Against Roman, he feared he might be nothing more than an obstacle, a stepping stone to be brushed aside. And yet, Fernando hoped. If Roman crushed him, perhaps he would at least gain insight, something to push him forward, something that could turn defeat into growth. The signal rang out. With his aura blazing, Fernando charged, every muscle straining, every strike a declaration of resolve. His attacks came fast and heavy, a storm of raw determination. But Roman was already moving. He slipped past each strike, his steps effortless, his body flowing with grace, as though Fernando's attacks had been read before they even began. Fernando pressed on, swinging his blade with all the grace and power he could muster. His sword swept sideways. Roman leaned back, dodging with ease. He followed with a sharp strike aimed at Roman's head. Again, Roman slipped past, regaining his stance effortlessly. Frustration clawed at Fernando's chest. Was this a joke? Was Roman even taking him seriously? For an instant, his pride burned, but he quickly pushed it down. Pride was something he had long learned to abandon. What mattered was growth. Then, suddenly, Roman's voice resonated directly in his mind. Your aura is strong, but your control is unstable. If you keep fighting like this, you'll never advance. The words stunned Fernando. Telepathic guidance. In the middle of a duel, Roman continued, explaining that while Fernando was acknowledged as a 4-star warrior, his aura output wavered. It wasn't a lack of strength, but a flaw in the path his mana followed. Fernando blinked in confusion. Path? He had always believed there was only one system. The standard mana route drilled into every warrior across Cairo and the Salamander continent. Roman shook his head slightly. That's the limit of conventional thinking. Aura surges when mana flows through its channel. Yes, the principles are universal, but the pathway doesn't have to be. The idea rattled Fernando. Creating something new while staying anchored to tradition, it felt impossible. Roman's voice cut through his doubt. So ask yourself, why not forge a new path? Though uncertainty lingered, Fernando found himself trusting Roman. More than honor or reputation, this felt real, an opportunity. Encouraged, he closed his eyes for a moment and focused inward. His energy swirled chaotically, but with effort and concentration, he began to sense the subtle currents Roman spoke of. Steady. Focus. Let the mana guide you, Roman urged. Bit by bit, Fernando's control sharpened. He followed the flow, searching for something hidden beneath the familiar routes. And then, he felt it. A shift, faint but undeniable. A new pathway opening within him. His body shivered with the realization. His aura steadied, stronger, more defined than before. The weight of accomplishment washed over him. For the first time in years, Fernando felt genuine purpose bloom in his chest. In that instant, Fernando truly grasped the depth of Roman's wisdom and the weight of his guidance. With a faint, knowing smile, Roman closed their session. Then, with a single decisive strike, he sent Fernando crashing to his knees, a clear reminder of the immense gap in their strength. The crowd stood stunned, realizing Fernando's role had been to reveal just how overwhelming Roman's power truly was. Yet Fernando refused to waver. Rising once more, he called out to Roman, eager to continue the conversation. Anticipation hung in the air. Later, in the waiting room, Fernando pressed for answers, desperate to understand the clarity Roman had awakened in him. With measured patience, Roman explained the truth behind his struggle. Fernando's aura was vast, but his unstable Horus path had been his greatest obstacle. Hearing this, Fernando was left shaken. Roman's words lit a fragile spark of hope within him, though his heart still wrestled with doubt. He confessed openly, torn between belief in Roman's encouragement and fear that his own strength might not be enough. Despite that unease, he summoned the courage to make his plea. He wanted Roman to teach him the secret art of opening his aura pathway. Roman's response was calm, but unwavering. He agreed the technique could be taught, but reminded Fernando that he favored exchanges where both sides gained something. Still, Fernando pressed on, determined to know the price. His request was not born of desperation, but of a genuine desire to grow stronger. Then came Roman's unexpected demand. He asked Fernando to follow him, to live for his sake. The word struck a deep chord in Fernando's heart. To him, Roman was more than a master. He was a guiding flame lighting the road ahead. Without hesitation, Fernando dropped to one knee, vowing his loyalty, his oath echoing as if sealing their fates together. The scene then shifts to a grand gathering of the aristocratic faction, where delegates from all four sides convene. Their concern is clear. Roman Dmitri's bold actions have not gone unnoticed. Whispers spread, speculating if his growing influence might soon become a threat to Count Nicholas. Benedict steps forward, urging caution. He reminds them of Roman's decisive victory over Butler and warns of the dangerous gulf in strength. Even so, he points out, Nicholas remains formidable. ranked 80th across the entire continent. Count Nicholas, the royal knight hailed as Cairo's greatest swordsman, stood as a figure both revered and feared. But Roman's meteoric rise had begun to rattle that foundation, hinting at a shift that could upend the balance of power. During the heated council, a bold noble finally voiced what many had silently feared. What if Roman actually defeated Count Nicholas? Benedict wasted no time in responding. His voice cut through hesitation, warning of the catastrophic consequences such an outcome would bring. Count Nicholas was more than a man. He was the pillar of the royal faction's authority. If Roman toppled him, it wouldn't just be a victory, it would herald the birth of a force strong enough to reshape the entire continent. Such a future, Benedict declared, must never be allowed. The decision was swift and unanimous. If Roman refused their offer, then he was no longer a rising warrior. He was a threat. With chilling finality, Benedict commanded that Roman be eliminated, no matter the cost. His orders were clear. Each noble house was to quietly gather its troops within the capital. It was a trap being woven, a net closing in to ensnare Roman before he could rise any higher. Meanwhile, back in the roaring arena, Roman had just crushed Heron, the 10th-ranked warrior of the Kronos faction. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Yet Roman's expression was firm, his voice ringing out with frustration and fire. He reminded them of his challenge a year ago, a public call for Cairo's finest to step forward. But now, after defeating the formidable rank 10, he had come to a realization. Roman declared before all that only Count Nicholas remained a true opponent. He had no interest in empty formalities any longer. With unwavering resolve, he announced that in just 3 days, he would fight every warrior from rank 9 through 2, one after another, until none remained. And when the dust settled, he would stand face to face with Cairo's strongest. His words sent shockwaves through the city, igniting a frenzy of speculation and awe. Among the rankers, Bruno of the Valhalla faction, ranked 9th, chose to step down. He knew his style mirrored Heron's too closely, and Roman would surely crush him with ease. But Oscar, the aristocratic faction's 2nd ranker, immediately opposed the retreat. He reminded everyone of Roman's brazen insults toward Sir Geron and his daring vow to topple every ranker in a single day. If Bruno quit now, it would hand Roman an easy victory and leave their reputations in ruins. Oscar's stance was firm. Surrender was not an option. Roman's challenge was not to be faced alone. Every ranker in Cairo must rise together to confront the storm he had unleashed. Oscar stepped forward with authority, urging the rankers to unite. Roman's plans, he declared, had to be crushed no matter the cost. With loyalty to Benedict fueling his words, Oscar promised rich rewards for their cooperation and vowed they would meet Roman head-on, defending their honor as one. His confidence was infectious. His smirk a sign that he was ready to lead them into battle. When the arena gates opened, the crowd roared at the sight. Rankers from 9 through 2 stood together, shoulder to shoulder, defying Roman's challenge. Their unity electrified the spectators, a declaration that nobles would not crumble in the face of crisis. For a brief moment, Roman took it in, realizing that Cairo's aristocracy could stand as one when cornered. Yet, he also understood the truth. Cairo was a land where strength ruled. Either he dominated, or he would be dominated. The battle began with Bruno, the 9th rank, stepping forward. He had prepared himself for a grueling clash, yet his expectations shattered in an instant. Roman struck once, clean and decisive, and Bruno collapsed in defeat. Gasps swept through the arena. Then came the others. Each fighter, ranked higher than the last, fell just as swiftly. What they had built as a united front crumbled one by one under Roman's relentless strikes. With every victory, Roman's resolve only sharpened. Watching from the sidelines, Oscar and the others were left in disbelief as hope drained from their faces. Finally, Roman turned, his expression cold and commanding. Fixing his gaze on Oscar, he declared in a chilling tone, "Only one left." Far from the arena, within the royal palace, a soldier stormed into the throne room. Breathless, he delivered the staggering report to the king. Roman had defeated every ranker from 9th to 2nd in a single day. His voice trembled with both awe and unease. The message was clear. The royal faction had no justification left to deny Roman's challenge against the number 1 rank. King Daniel sat in silence, troubled by the weight of the news. The thought gnawed at him. If Nicholas, Cairo's strongest swordsman, faltered now, it could expose him to the machinations of the aristocracy. Turning to Count Nicholas, he sought reassurance. Nicholas, calm and unwavering, urged Daniel to place his trust in him once more. With a steady nod, he promised to prove why he bore the title of Cairo's greatest. Leaving the chamber, Nicholas was met by his longtime companion, Bender, whose concern was evident. Bender asked quietly how Nicholas was faring. Instead of answering directly, Nicholas sought his opinion on Roman. Bender's reply was stark. He described Roman as a natural predator, someone born with an unshakable sense of purpose. Long before the world acknowledged him, Roman had already been walking the path of strength. His warning was clear: Nicholas must be cautious. If he failed, the consequences would be dire. Nicholas stood resolute, vowing to shield the royal family from any danger. With firm conviction, he assured Bender that he would not fail in his duty. The following day, the arena overflowed with anticipation. The crowd erupted as Roman stepped onto the battlefield, his presence radiating unwavering determination. Opposite him stood Count Nicholas, expression unshaken, sword gleaming beneath the sun as if announcing his intent. Raising his voice, Nicholas declared himself Cairo's strongest swordsman, prepared to teach Roman the unforgiving truth of their world. Roman did not flinch. His gaze burned with focus as he accepted the challenge without hesitation. The battle began in a thunderous clash, their swords colliding with raw force, the sound echoing through the arena. Every strike carried lethal weight, captivating the audience, who could barely keep their eyes on the blur of steel. From the sidelines, Willis watched breathlessly, awestruck by the duel unfolding before him. To witness two of Cairo's greatest crossing blades was a spectacle beyond words. Nicholas's aura surged as he unleashed a fierce attack, his blade cutting through the air with devastating precision. Yet Roman parried with ease, his defense flawless. Gasps swept across the crowd as Cairo's strongest swordsman was met without falter. Respect stirred between them, Nicholas acknowledging Roman's unconventional brilliance, Roman recognizing the might that had built Nicholas's reputation. The arena crackled with tension as the duel intensified. Seizing a moment, Roman pressed forward, his sword imbued with overwhelming energy. His strike forced Nicholas back, rattling even the seasoned knight. A flicker of doubt slipped into Nicholas's mind. Roman's strength was beyond expectation, relentless and growing fiercer with each exchange. Roman, fueled by the thrill of combat, only pushed harder, his body and spirit surging with adrenaline. Nicholas knew the stakes. If he faltered here, the royal family's position could collapse. With grim resolve, he unleashed a mighty, aura-enhanced slash, cutting forward with crushing force. Roman's reflexes responded instantly. He vaulted back, landing gracefully, his focus sharpening. Then, with calm precision, he prepared his ultimate technique, demolition. Energy erupted around him, his aura blazing. Nicholas, undeterred, met the rising storm, channeling his own ultimate power into a devastating strike. The two forces collided. Roman's heavenly demon sword, honed through years of mastery, met Nicholas's overwhelming blow. The impact erupted in a blinding explosion of light and sound, shaking the very foundations of the arena. The crowd staggered under the shockwave, eyes locked on the chaos of a battle that could decide Cairo's future. As the dust settled, the truth became clear. Nicholas, once revered as Cairo's strongest swordsman, was on his knees in defeat. Yet even in that state, his spirit did not waver. Refusing to yield, he pushed himself back onto his feet, insisting the fight continue. His determination burned brighter than the pain in his body. Roman, caught off guard by such resilience, questioned silently why Nicholas forced himself to rise again. In answer, Nicholas offered a confident smile. He declared that even if he fell here, he would remain the strongest swordsman of Cairo, because strength was not only measured by victory, but by an unbreakable will. Impressed by such resolve, Roman felt a deep respect for the knight before him. But admiration could not change the outcome. With a swift, decisive strike, Roman brought Nicholas down once more, this time for good. The legend of Cairo's top swordsman had ended. The arena fell silent. The audience, unable to process what they had witnessed, stared in shock at the fall of their champion. It was Willis who finally broke the silence, his voice carrying over the stillness as he proclaimed Roman Dmitri the new #1 swordsman of Cairo. Roman turned and left the arena with steady steps, the weight of his victory settling over the kingdom. Willis, still reflecting, wondered aloud whether the world had simply underestimated Roman, or if he had soared far beyond all expectations. One thing was certain: Roman Dmitri was a force that could no longer be denied. In the streets of Cairo, crowds gathered as Roman marched with his soldiers. Eyes followed him everywhere, filled with awe and respect. His presence commanded attention, his figure unmistakably that of the strongest swordsman their city had ever known. It was then that Benedict appeared, stepping forward to block his path. His soldiers moved in, forming a barrier, signaling that this encounter would not be a simple exchange of words. Benedict praised Roman's extraordinary skill, his voice tinged with genuine admiration for the man who had just toppled Count Nicholas, a feat that had sent tremors through every noble household. But beneath the praise lay something else. His tone shifted, sharper now, carrying both curiosity and warning. He spoke of Roman's year-long preparation, his intense training and precise planning that had puzzled many. Then at last, Benedict revealed his conclusion. It had all been for the Dmitri family. Every step, every effort had been to strengthen their standing and secure their place in Cairo's shifting power struggle. Fixing his eyes on Roman, Benedict posed his question. Would Roman align with the aristocratic faction, gaining their approval and support? Or would he choose another path, one that carried heavier consequences? The choice, Benedict declared, was Roman's to make. Then he stepped aside, leaving his words to linger like a blade at Roman's back. Roman stood in silence, deep in thought. As the weight of Benedict's ultimatum pressed upon him, memories of his past life flickered to the surface, coloring his reflection with shadows of what once was. In his memories, a tense scene resurfaced. Bekhoyal, Roman's elder brother from his past life and the leader of the heavenly demon divine cult, stood before him. Back then, he was not Roman Dmitri, he was young Hook. Their confrontation carried weight that would shape the path of their futures. The choice placed before him was stark. Would young Hook pursue the lure of status and riches, walking alongside his siblings under Hoyal's lead? Or would he step into his rightful role as heir of the heavenly demon divine cult, standing against his brother in defiance? For Roman, the decision had always been agonizing, a battle between duty and desire, between submission and rebellion. But at that crossroads, clarity had pierced through. He sought not what others demanded, but what truly mattered for himself. Climbing the long staircase toward his brother, young Hook carried the burden of choice with every step. At the summit, he offered an apology, his voice heavy with sincerity. Then, raising his sword, he declared his answer. He would not live shackled by the desires of others. His blade was proof of that resolve. Returning to the present, those very words left Roman's lips once again, this time directed at Benedict. His defiance was calm but unwavering. Benedict's eyes narrowed, disbelief flashing into disdain. Standing proudly on the streets of Cairo, he exuded confidence, certain that authority and power were on his side. To him, Roman's decision was reckless, even foolish. He dismissed Roman's strength as meaningless when set against the weight of the central government. With a commanding voice, Benedict leveled his accusation. The Dmitri family, notorious for their repeated clashes, was guilty of stirring internal strife. Under that charge, he ordered his soldiers to arrest Roman Dmitri and bring him in for investigation. The soldiers advanced, but the moment they moved, Roman acted. In a swift, fluid strike, he dropped one of them where he stood. Gasps spread among the ranks as silence followed, broken only by the echo of steel. Benedict's composure faltered as he stared at the defiance before him. His voice rose, accusing Roman of rebellion against royal authority itself. But Roman's reply cut sharp. His opposition was not against the king, but against Benedict alone. He declared it was Benedict who had twisted the order, betraying the balance of power. Frustrated, Benedict lashed out with warnings of ruin. He thundered that Roman's arrogance would bring the Dmitri family's downfall, for the central government carried the king's will, the highest law of the land. But Roman did not waver. His conviction stood firm. The king himself would be the final judge of their actions. The tension spiked as the moment of choice arrived. Roman raised his voice, commanding his trusted allies. Chris, Kevin, clear the path. Without hesitation, the two surged forward. Fierce and unyielding, Chris and Kevin cut through Benedict's soldiers, scattering them and carving open the way for Roman to advance. The air was charged with conflict. A battle ignited on the very streets of Cairo. Benedict stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. Never had he imagined that Roman would dare to clash openly with the central government's troops, let alone in the bustling heart of Cairo. Panic seized him, with fear outweighing pride. He and his officials chose to retreat, slipping away from the chaos. Before fleeing, Benedict barked desperate orders to the soldiers left behind. They were promised lavish rewards if they could capture Roman Dmitri alive. But as the troops closed in, Roman cut through them with unshakable resolve. With effortless precision, he struck down their commander, dismantling the chain of command in an instant. To him, this was not senseless bloodshed. It was a purge, a necessary stand against Benedict's tyranny and the corruption that had gripped the central government. Far away, inside the grand chambers of the imperial castle, urgency rippled through the air. A messenger burst into King Daniel's presence, breathless, his words spilling out in shock. The capital itself had erupted into a battlefield, with Roman at its center, delivering a one-sided massacre against the aristocratic faction. The king's face hardened in disbelief, his thoughts racing. Could it be that rebellion had already taken root within his own kingdom? Before the doubt could consume him, the voice of the royal knight's vice captain rang out, firm and commanding. Orders swept through the hall. Mobilize every royal knight and all imperial security troops. The castle's defenses were to be strengthened at once, ensuring the monarch's protection. The echoes of marching boots filled the corridors, steel and discipline rushing to secure the heart of Cairo. Yet as Daniel sat upon his throne, the bitter truth pressed upon him. Was this the fate of his kingdom, to collapse from within? Perhaps chaos had always been inevitable. Then, another soldier approached, bowing before delivering unexpected news. Roman Dmitri had requested an audience with the king. Daniel, startled by the audacity, gave the order. Moments later, Roman entered with steady steps. He bowed respectfully, offering the king a formal greeting. But Daniel waved it aside, his voice sharp, urging Roman to speak plainly. Roman did not hesitate. With clarity, he recounted the events, how Benedict, flanked by his retinue, had tried to force him into submission, demanding that he align with the aristocratic faction after the ranking battle. But Roman's loyalty, he declared, belonged solely to Cairo's king, and he had rejected Benedict outright. Then came Roman's proposal, bold, direct, and unwavering. If King Daniel would give him full support, naming the Dmitri family as the sword of Cairo, then Roman vowed to crush the aristocratic faction entirely, restoring balance to the kingdom's fractured power. Daniel sat in silence, absorbing the audacity of the offer. And yet, as Roman's words lingered in the air, a spark of hope flickered in the king's heart. Perhaps this man was not a threat, but the answer Cairo had been waiting for. Perhaps, Daniel thought, Roman's actions were not rebellion at all, but a calculated attempt to remove the aristocratic faction for the crown's benefit. His curiosity sharpened, and he asked Roman directly, what were his true motives? Was this really about Cairo, or simply a deal with the throne? Roman answered without hesitation. He spoke of his time at the southern front, where the Hector kingdom had stormed across Cairo's borders. Despite having ample time to prepare, the defenses had collapsed almost instantly. To Roman, the failure had a single root cause: Cairo's internal divisions. For factions fought endlessly for influence, while the kingdom itself weakened. Had the power structure been unified, the occupation of the south might never have happened. Pressing further, Roman challenged the king himself. He asked whether anything in Cairo had changed over the past year. He pointed to the chaos gripping the Salamander continent and questioned how long Daniel would remain passive while his kingdom fractured. Then came Roman's blunt truth. The figure who must unite Cairo was not Benedict, nor any noble schemer pulling strings in the central government. It was the king himself. The weight of those words struck Daniel hard. Was Roman truly pledging loyalty? Could it be that this warrior's ambition was not to overthrow, but to lift the monarch? The thought began to take root. Roman acknowledged the suspicion his actions might cast, but he stressed that the Dmitri family had staked their very lives on this cause. What they had built was not for themselves alone. It was a chance for Cairo to rise anew. He urged the king not to waste the opportunity that lay before him. When Daniel finally asked what Dmitri sought in return, Roman's answer stunned him. Roman revealed his vision for the East, to establish it as an independent duchy, a territory loyal to Cairo yet distinct, forever honoring its roots. The king sat in silence, unsettled by the audacity. Independence for Dmitri? It was bold, too bold. Yet Roman's voice remained firm. Sacrifices, he said, were sometimes the only way to secure stability and prosperity. For Cairo to thrive, change was necessary. Daniel stood at a crossroads, the responsibility weighing heavier with each word. Roman's insight painted a picture of both risk and possibility. Testing him further, the king posed a question. What if Denver and Gregory joined hands against Cairo? Roman answered calmly, his composure unshaken. He explained that Valhalla, the empire looming over them all, was unlikely to respond swiftly. Logistics alone would delay their hand. His reply reflected not just confidence, but a deep, strategic grasp of the greater game being played across the continent. Roman continued his explanation, noting that Kronos, locked in conflicts to the south, had little interest or capacity to interfere with Cairo. His analysis was sharp, layered, and impossible to ignore. King Daniel listened carefully, recognizing the truth in Roman's words and the complexity of the situation they faced. Looking directly at Roman, Daniel raised his concern. Roman's ambitions were bold, too bold, perhaps. Facing multiple enemies in such a short span, the king feared might invite consequences beyond control. Eliminating adversaries so swiftly could fracture the delicate balance that barely held Cairo together. His words carried a sober warning. The kingdom's stability was fragile, but Roman did not waver. With a firm expression, he declared that risk was inevitable. Cairo's survival, he insisted, depended on decisive action. Stability and prosperity would not come through hesitation. They would only be won by facing danger head-on. Daniel felt a spark of admiration stir within him. Roman's clarity of thought, his courage in the face of uncertainty. It impressed the king, drawing even a rare smile. But the moment of respect did not last long. Simon, the Royal Knight's vice-captain, stepped forward. His tone was sharp, his stance rigid. He rejected Roman's proposal outright, accusing the Dmitri family of using the kingdom's turmoil as an excuse to elevate themselves. To Simon, Roman's talk of duty was nothing more than ambition cloaked in noble words. Roman's reply was calm, yet unyielding. He challenged Simon to name a better path. He reminded everyone of the corruption and greed that had plagued the aristocratic faction, the very group tearing Cairo apart. The Dmitri, he explained, sought no rebellion. What they demanded was fair recognition for their sacrifices, for the battles they had fought on Cairo's behalf. Even with ducal status, Roman argued, Dmitri's fate would remain bound to Cairo. Their roots were too deep to sever. Simon bristled at the response, frustration tightening his voice. But Roman's resolve did not falter. He drew the line clearly. The Dmitri stood for justice, for stability, for Cairo's survival. The chamber grew heavy with silence. Simon's opposition echoed, but beneath it, King Daniel felt the weight of his own weakness. His inability to steer Cairo's course had left him powerless, a king overshadowed by the ambitions of others. As he looked at Roman, Daniel realized a bitter truth. The Dmitri family, and Roman most of all, had grown beyond the reach of the imperial crown. They were no longer a house under royal influence, but a force moving independently, carving their own destiny. This realization pressed Daniel toward decision. He could cling to the current order, fragile and fractured, or embrace change and take bold steps to reshape Cairo's future. In that moment of clarity, the king weighed the factions competing for power. He compared the schemes of manipulators like Benedict to the unflinching honesty of Dmitri. And slowly, the scales within his mind began to shift. Roman's clarity and the Dmitri family's transparent intentions struck a chord with King Daniel. At last, the monarch made his decision. With solemn authority, he declared his support for Dmitri. To honor Cairo's imperial legacy and stabilize the kingdom, he elevated the eastern region into a dukedom. Baron Dmitri would be raised to duke, a proclamation that reshaped the very foundation of power within the realm. With gravity in his tone, Daniel issued his next command. Roman was to bring justice by punishing Benedict, the architect of chaos that had fractured Cairo. It was both a royal order and a recognition of the crisis at hand. Far away, in the domain of the pro-Valhalla faction, Denver brooded over recent events. Roman's bold assault against Benedict in the capital had rattled the noble houses. Denver foresaw the inevitable, a relentless clash between the Dmitri family and the aristocrats, each side prepared to fight to the bitter end. His instincts told him that Roman's next destination would be none other than the imperial palace, seeking the king's backing against their common foes. To Denver, the storm brewing in Cairo was also an opportunity. A war between factions could weaken them all, leaving room for Valhalla to tip the balance of power in its own favor. But his thoughts were cut short when a soldier stormed into the hall, urgency etched across his face. Denver demanded an explanation. The report came grim and sharp. Roman Dmitri had launched a direct assault on the Valhalla mansion. Before Denver could fully process the words, the sound of heavy footsteps filled the chamber. The soldier was suddenly hurled to the floor, and Roman himself entered, his presence commanding the room. His voice rang with authority as he gave Denver no room to breathe. Accept the imperial directives. Denver froze in disbelief. Roman, here, in Valhalla headquarters? With battles raging elsewhere? The shock rattled him, and he struggled to maintain composure. Narrowing his eyes, he questioned Roman's claim of imperial orders, searching for any sign of deceit. But Roman's expression remained unshaken. He accused Denver directly of conspiring with Valhalla, of stealing Cairo's most vital secrets. And with steel in his voice, he declared that King Daniel himself had ordered Denver's capture. Roman's gaze was sharp, his warning merciless. Should Denver attempt to twist the truth or defy him, he would be branded an accomplice to rebellion. And in that case, Roman vowed, he would carry out execution on the spot. Denver's composure broke, his face twisting with fury. He denied the accusations vehemently, his voice echoing with anger and desperation. Do you even understand the consequences of this madness? He demanded. Roman's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Denver. Knowing full well that Valhalla would not let this humiliation go unanswered, he warned him coldly to choose his words carefully. The room grew heavy as Roman drew his sword, his voice cutting through the silence. He ordered Denver to lower his voice, reminding him of the severity of the situation. You don't even realize the depth of the pit you're in, Roman declared. This fight, he explained, was not merely about crushing the aristocratic faction. It was far greater. His vow was absolute. Every traitor who aligned with Valhalla and Kronos would be eradicated. The weight of his words struck Denver hard. For the first time, he was left speechless before the man he had dismissed as just another upstart. Meanwhile, in a stronghold of the Kronos faction, Gregory engaged in a tense exchange with Simon of the royal faction. Gregory's warning was sharp. Should Cairo continue on this path, Kronos would retaliate. Their empire's hunger for expansion was no secret, and a direct confrontation could shatter Cairo's fragile stability. Simon listened, his expression unreadable, aware of the heavy truth in Gregory's words. Kronos' influence loomed like a shadow over every decision, its presence already solidified by the king's recent decree. But compromise was no longer an option. As their eyes locked, the tension peaked. Suddenly, Simon shoved Gregory to the ground with force. Towering over him, he declared that any threat from Kronos crossing into Cairo would be crushed without hesitation. His words echoed Roman Dimitri's conviction, a reminder that the royal faction, too, had chosen to fight rather than submit. The scene shifted to Benedict's territory, where Benedict raged upon hearing the latest news. Dimitri's loyalty to the king had tilted the balance completely, a turn he hadn't foreseen. While he had expected a struggle for control from the central government, the sudden alignment between Dmitri and the crown was a bitter blow. Still, Benedict believed his strength lay in numbers. If he could unite the majority of the aristocratic forces, seizing Cairo would be inevitable. He acknowledged Roman's power, admitting that his defeat of Count Nicholas had made him the strongest swordsman alive. Yet, Benedict knew well, strength alone did not guarantee survival. Determined, he ordered his men to rally every aristocratic faction member and march toward the capital. But before his plans could fully take shape, a soldier delivered troubling news. Count Fabius had rejected his summons. Furious, Benedict conjured magic, reaching out to Fabius directly. His voice thundered with anger as he questioned the man's sanity. How dare he defy orders? How dare he skip the meeting at such a crucial time? Fabius, however, stood firm, calm and resolute. He refused to blindly follow Benedict any longer. Instead, he placed his confidence in Roman Dmitri. convinced that Roman would triumph in the struggles to come. His decision was clear. His allegiance had shifted. Benedict fumed, warning him that such betrayal would only bring regret. But Fabius did not bend. In a rare moment of honesty, he admitted his past betrayals. But this time, he would not falter. He would stand with Roman, no matter the cost. That confession marked a turning point. Though Fabius knew his days under Benedict's banner were numbered, he had chosen his side. And it was Roman Dmitri he would follow into the storm ahead. With urgency in his voice, Fabius reminded Benedict of the whispers spreading across Cairo, rumors of Roman's kindness toward the common people. He stressed that while Benedict clung to his pride as leader of the aristocratic faction, he remained blind to the truth staring him in the face. Their downfall was inevitable. Benedict bristled, anger rising as the harsh reality pressed down on him. Meanwhile, the tides of politics continued to shift. Marquis Valentino, once firmly neutral, had thrown his support behind Roman Dmitri. The alignment of the Valentino family marked a turning point. The balance of power in Cairo was swinging rapidly in Roman's favor. The Dmitri family acted swiftly, securing alliances and bribing mercenary groups across Cairo. With the neutrals leaning toward Roman's side, mercenaries were no longer reliable tools for the aristocrats. This left Benedict's soldiers in an increasingly difficult position. The scene shifted to a meeting hall where King Daniel, Roman, and key leaders of the royal faction gathered. Together, they planned their next steps. Roman informed them that Count Fabius and the families under his command had chosen to stand with him, further weakening the aristocrats. Daniel, reflecting aloud, admitted that had he rejected Dimitri's proposal, the coup would likely have succeeded. It was clear to him now that Roman and the Dmitri family were the driving force behind this war. Unrolling a map across the table, Roman explained the situation. If the aristocrats had successfully consolidated their forces, they would have advanced on the capital. But with their plans disrupted, they would be forced into defense instead. Roman pointed out the opportunity this created. If all factions mobilized, the royal side could crush the rebellion in one decisive strike. King Daniel pledged his full backing. Roman's commands, he declared, would carry the same weight as his own. The throne's authority was now placed firmly in Roman's hands. With humility, Roman accepted the role of commander-in-chief for the war to come. The perspective shifted to Benedict's castle, where the remnants of the aristocratic faction gathered in uneasy council. Benedict addressed them grimly. Within a week, he warned, royal troops would invade their lands. They must fortify the gates, prepare their defenses, and await the moment to strike back. But doubts stirred among the members. One pointed out the shocking development. That Marquis Valentino, once a strict neutral, had chosen to side with Roman. Their enemies grew stronger, while their own numbers dwindled. Debate erupted. Some questioned whether victory was even possible. Others insisted that they had to take risks, that retreat was not an option. The truth was inescapable. Nearly half their combat power was now unusable. To survive, they would need new allies. One member, distinguished by his yellow hair, suggested seeking support from factions linked to Kronos and Valhalla. He reasoned that with their leaders recently captured, offering favorable terms might draw them into Benedict's camp. Benedict listened carefully before giving his approval. His resolve remained steel-hard, even as desperation grew. Before they moved forward, however, he demanded specifics. How long would it take to secure this vital support? The fate of their rebellion depended on the answer. Benedict shifted his attention to the red-haired strategist, known for his meticulous planning. How feasible is this plan? He asked. After a brief pause, the man replied with measured certainty. It would take at least 2 weeks to gather and secure the support of the needed allies. Benedict nodded, acknowledging the difficulty but also the necessity. Confident in the strategist's capability, he entrusted him with a mission and ordered him to begin immediately. As the meeting continued, Benedict reminded his faction of the years they had spent preparing for conflict with the royal family. Though the war had come sooner than expected, he declared that they were ready. His words carried weight, renewing determination among those gathered. Under his leadership, the aristocrats felt their cause still stood firm. Their rightful claim to seize Cairo's power remained within reach. Elsewhere, within a hidden chamber in royal territory, Count Nicholas stirred from unconsciousness. Slowly, he tested his body, relieved to find that most of his wounds were superficial rather than fatal. Flashes of his recent battle returned. Roman Dmitri, the warrior who had defeated him, but who had also shown restraint and sworn loyalty to Cairo. The memory unsettled him, leaving him questioning Roman's true intentions. Before his thoughts could settle, Simon entered the chamber, relief and concern written in his expression. After a moment of calm, Nicholas asked what had transpired during his absence. Simon explained swiftly. The royal faction had begun mobilizing troops for the front lines, with Roman Dmitri now serving as their appointed commander. Furthermore, a decisive strike against Benedict's forces was already being prepared. Hearing this, Nicholas immediately ordered Simon to take him to where the troops were assembling. He knew his presence was required. The scene shifted to the bustling grounds outside the royal palace. Soldiers filled the area, tension rippling through the air like a storm. At the center, Roman advanced toward the stage with steady, confident steps. There, Count Nicholas awaited. With deliberate solemnity, he extended a sword to Roman. The gesture carried far more than steel. It was the symbolic passing of command, the acknowledgement that Roman now stood as leader of the royal faction's forces. In that moment, an unspoken bond was forged. Nicholas's act was both trust and surrender, a message that he and the king placed their faith in Roman. As Roman accepted the weapon, a deep understanding washed over him. Despite Cairo's fractured government and political turmoil, the sincerity of Nicholas and King Daniel shone through. The sword became more than just a weapon in his hands. It was a symbol of loyalty, resilience, and the values that endured even in chaos. Gripping the hilt tightly, Roman turned to face the gathered soldiers. His voice rose, filled with determination as he began to speak of Cairo's struggles, its trials, and the hardships they had all endured. Roman's voice rang steady and resolute as he declared that the time had come to set things right, to strike down those who had shattered Cairo's peace. The sword in his hand was no longer just steel. It had become the symbol of authority and justice, the instrument that would restore balance to a city drowning in unrest. He spoke of the pain the people had endured, of families torn apart and lives lost. That sorrow could never be erased, but he promised that through their unity, they would carve a path toward a future free of such suffering. His vow of retribution sparked a glimmer of hope in hearts that had long been heavy with despair. Roman looked upon Nicholas and King Daniel, seeing in their eyes a sincerity that mirrored his own determination. Raising the sword high, he turned to the soldiers before him and declared that he would stand at the very front of the battlefield. He called upon them to place their trust in him, to fight as one body, one will, for the future of Cairo. If we stand together with one purpose, he said firmly, then victory will soon be ours. A signal blazed across the sky, marking the beginning of a new chapter. The soldiers erupted in unison, chanting Roman's name with fervor. In that moment, he ceased to be just a warrior. Roman Dmitri became a symbol, a rallying figure of justice and order for all who sought to reclaim their kingdom. The story pressed forward. Now in full command, Roman led his forces toward the aristocrat's palace. Flare weapons lined their flanks, a calculated move that revealed the careful precision behind his strategy. His orders were clear and uncompromising. Speed was their greatest weapon. There would be no time wasted building defenses, no drawn-out stalemates. They would strike swiftly and decisively, denying the enemy any chance to adapt. Every moment we delay, Roman warned, gives the aristocrats another chance to maneuver. End it quickly, and they will have no options left. Across the battlefield, within the aristocratic camp, their commander Cameron prepared his troops for what was to come. Watching closely, he quickly realized the significance of the flares. Yet his attention turned toward their fortress, Marquis Benedict's castle, now shrouded in a shimmering magic shield. This was no ordinary defense. The barrier could withstand even the devastating flare bombs, its strength renewed continuously by mana stones embedded within its walls. For the royal forces, it stood as a formidable obstacle, an impregnable wall guarding the heart of their enemy. Cameron spots a group in red cloaks gathered near the flare weapons, their sudden appearance leaving him unsettled and questioning their purpose. Across the battlefield, the truth is revealed. These cloaked figures are none other than mages from the Phoenix Magic Tower. As Roman readies for the siege, he knows he's gained a tremendous advantage with their support. Securing their cooperation was no small feat, but Roman understood how decisive their strength would be. Felix, the head of the Phoenix Tower, rallies his disciples. He reminds them of Roman's past kindness and declares this battle their chance to repay it. With resolve, Felix promises to prove the might of the Phoenix Tower, ranked 13th among the continent's magic towers. Acting as one, his mages pour their mana into the flare weapons, amplifying them far beyond their normal limits. The royal army unleashes the empowered weapon, and the result is devastating. A thunderous explosion crashes into Benedict's castle, shaking the air. Cameron stares in disbelief as the once sturdy shield begins to splinter under the pressure. Urgency sweeps through his ranks. No one expected the barrier to falter this quickly. A messenger bursts in, reporting that the protective circle is rapidly collapsing. If no reinforcements arrive, the aristocratic camp won't withstand the continuous bombardment. Cameron clenches his frustration. Why would the Phoenix Tower, famed for its neutrality, side with Roman? Pushing those thoughts aside, he orders emergency measures. Mana stones are hurled into the weakening circle, straining to reinforce the barrier. Every last effort is made to buy more time. The unexpected alliance between Roman and the Phoenix Tower threatens to tip the scales completely, but Cameron steels himself. He refuses to back down, no matter the cost. Not far from the chaos, Simon watches, stunned by the sudden appearance of an army of magicians. Chris, standing beside him, explains that the Phoenix Tower has recently established itself on Dmitri lands. Simon can hardly believe it. A tower that had always kept neutral is now taking sides. Their very presence in Dmitri territory suggests a loyalty that cannot be ignored. As Simon tries to make sense of it all, Chris clarifies further. The Phoenix mages have pledged themselves to the Dmitri family. This revelation leaves Simon unsettled, unable to fully grasp the deeper motives behind their allegiance. Chris explains that this loyalty comes from Dimitri's resolve to become Cairo's sword, a stance that drew the Phoenix Tower to his side. Simon watches as the mages methodically prepare the flare weapon once more, their amplification spells weaving into it with precision. The sight unsettles him. The Phoenix Tower, an institution revered across the continent, choosing to bind itself to a single noble house signals a shift that could reshape the balance of power. Questions whirl through Simon's mind. What role does Roman truly play in all this? How deep does Dimitri's influence reach? And who exactly is the figure pulling the strings behind these alliances? The answers remain out of reach, leaving Simon uneasy as the battlefield crackles with mounting tension. The focus then turns to Roman. From his perspective, the strength of the Dmitri family is becoming undeniable. In his eyes, King Daniel's decision to align with them is a masterstroke that guarantees success in the war ahead. With firm resolve, Roman commands his soldiers to advance, insisting that no obstacle can halt their momentum. The flare weapon is readied once again, and his unwavering gaze reflects absolute conviction in the justice of their cause. As the sun sinks behind the horizon, exhaustion sweeps across both camps. Soldiers on either side steal what rest they can, their bodies aching for a moment's peace amid the chaos. Within the stone halls of Benedict Castle, the air is heavy. Benedict gathers with his fellow aristocrats in a dimly lit chamber. His concern is clear as he asks whether they can withstand the royal faction's relentless assault. Silence follows until one grim voice breaks it. If things continue at this pace, their defenses will crumble in just 10 days. Benedict's expression hardens at the grim forecast. Is this all we can muster? Is this truly our limit? He demands, turning to Viscount Owen, the yellow-haired noble seated nearby. He seeks news of Baron Winston, the man upon whom so much now rests. Owen answers with solemnity. Their forces have already pushed into the northeastern frontier. Benedict presses for details, demanding to know if there's any chance to turn Dimitri's strategy against him. Confidently, Owen assures him that Baron Winston, a commander of rare talent, will not fail. He predicts victory within 3 days. Hearing this, Benedict makes his decision. Once Winston evaluates Dimitri's forces, he will relinquish his own authority entirely, entrusting it to Winston's command. In Benedict's mind, their survival and their triumph depends on it. The story shifts to Baron Winston's camp, where the atmosphere is tense, every soldier waiting for his command. A scout steps forward, handing Winston a map marked with vital information. Studying it carefully, Winston spots Count Adelon's estate, a location of critical importance. The soldier adds that intelligence from the main forces places the estate about 10 days' march away. If they aimed directly for Dmitri's stronghold, the time would be dangerously short. Winston falls into thought. A reckless move could spark a wider feudal conflict, something they cannot afford in their fragile state. Instead of charging ahead blindly, he devises a careful strategy, one designed to conserve resources while increasing their odds of victory. As night settles, he maps out a route through 3 territories: Adelion, Rala, and Conrad. Unlike the northeastern lands under Dimitri's strong influence, these areas hold more uncertain loyalties. Adelion, a bustling hub of trade, has always favored neutrality, avoiding entanglement in political disputes. Baron Rala and Viscount Conrad, however, carry grudges against the Dmitri family, a factor Winston hopes to use to his advantage. To secure their cooperation, Winston sends envoys to approach the lords directly, offering support from the aristocratic faction in exchange for their allegiance. Rewards and fairness are promised, should they commit. Before long, reports return with success. Each lord has agreed. Diplomatically, it is a significant victory. Under the cover of dense forests, Winston leads his forces forward. Among the ranks, a red-haired soldier voices suspicion, worrying the lords may be luring them into a trap. Winston, steady and composed, reassures him. Even if it were a trick, Dimitri's strongest warriors are tied down by Benedict's siege. What remains are scattered border outlaws, no match for his elite troops. With open plains surrounding them, Winston argues, they can crush any rebellion swiftly. His confidence settles the troops, and they begin to trust his judgment fully. But the calm doesn't last. Their march is abruptly cut short when Dimitri's forces suddenly emerge from the shadows, surrounding them with precision. A voice breaks through the tension. It's Jonathan, one of Dimitri's men. He calls them out, accusing Benedict and Winston of treason, and warns of the dire punishment awaiting if they resist. Winston steps forward without hesitation. His voice is firm as he denies the charge outright. Benedict, he declares, is no traitor. The standoff hangs by a thread, both sides bracing for the clash. Winston tries one last gambit, offering Jonathan a deal. If Dimitri's forces allow them safe passage, he promises that Marquis Benedict will treat them with goodwill and acceptance. But his warning is sharp. Any aggression will be answered with swift and merciless retaliation. His hand tightens around his aura sword as he prepares for battle. Jonathan doesn't flinch. Instead, he turns to Mr. Knox, a fifth circle mage from the Phoenix Tower, infamous for his destructive magic. Knox answers with a devastating display, unleashing a blazing fire cannon that annihilates a dozen soldiers in an instant. The battlefield erupts as Jonathan gives the order to attack, and Dimitri's troops surge forward with overwhelming force. Winston fights back desperately, but it becomes clear he is facing an enemy unlike any he has met on the Western Front. Jonathan's mastery of the Azura sword technique cuts through Winston's defenses with precision and deadly speed. In a single, crushing strike, Winston is struck down, his army collapsing under the sheer might of Dimitri's forces. Days later, the consequences are felt at Marquis Benedict's castle. Relentless flare weapon strikes have left the fortress in ruins. The protective barrier is shattered, walls crumble, and fear spreads among the defenders. Seeking answers, Benedict demands a report. The news he receives is grim. Their defenses are nearly gone, and the aristocratic faction stands on the brink of annihilation. When he asks about Baron Winston, the soldier delivers the crushing truth. Winston's army was wiped out in their advance, and Winston himself fell in battle. Shock ripples through the chamber. Without Winston's leadership, hope dwindles and despair sets in. In the midst of this hopelessness, a green-haired noble hesitantly suggests surrender. With no reinforcements, no messages from allies, and their walls failing, surrender might be the only way to survive. But a brown-haired member fiercely rejects the idea, insisting they must not yield so easily. After Roman Dimitri's crushing victory and the aristocrats' downfall, the brown-haired noble proposes an even bolder course. He urges Benedict to abandon thoughts of siding with another faction and instead pledge allegiance directly to the empire itself. Benedict, confused, presses for clarification. The noble lays it bare. The war is lost. Their only chance at survival is to submit to the empire, even if it means becoming one of its colonies. Realizing the severity of their situation, Benedict makes his decision. He orders immediate contact with Kronos and resolves to lead the negotiations himself. Soon after, Baron Charlton of the Kronos Empire appears through a magic call. But Charlton's response cuts deep. Kronos now recognizes Gregory, not Benedict. Suspicion lingers in his words as he questions why Benedict suddenly seeks the Empire's support. Benedict, unfazed by Charlton's suspicion, lays out Cairo's grim reality. He speaks of the turmoil caused by the royal family, the imprisonment of Gregory and his allies, and the chaos threatening to tear the kingdom apart. Aligning with Kronos, he argues, would not only stabilize the empire, but also serve their shared interests. Charlton, intrigued by his reasoning, agrees to lend support to the central government. Seizing the moment, Benedict presses further, urging Kronos to strike Cairo's weakened western front. Charlton accepts without hesitation. Within just half a day, 3 defensive lines crumble, 2 already falling into enemy hands. At the same time, Benedict reaches out to King Daniel through a magical call. With a confident tone, he asks if the king is pleased with the gift he has presented. Instead of gratitude, he is met with Daniel's anger and confusion. The king demands to know why Benedict has drawn the empire into their kingdom's conflict, warning of the dangerous consequences. But Benedict remains calm. He insists there was no other option if he wanted to protect his faction. He challenges Daniel to stop hesitating and choose their path forward. 2 options lie before the king: abandon Cairo and cast Benedict aside, or stand and defend the kingdom by sending reinforcements to the western front. With the fate of Cairo hanging in the balance, Benedict urges him to decide wisely. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.